I don't know who sent this message. At night, when walking on this path in Fuan community, you must not turn your head to look at the wooden bridge on the right. Fang Chen not only looked at it, but was also planning to go over. Your order is about to time out. Please deal with it in time. An urgent reminder sound came from the mobile phone. He squinted his eyes and looked around. If he went back to the main road, he would definitely not have enough time. Fang Chen is a courier, and he also does errands as a side job. This time the customer is a female customer, and the object is a letter. Before leaving, she repeatedly emphasized that it must be delivered to the other party within the specified time. He subconsciously touched his trouser pocket, and there was a slightly bulging area inside the envelope, which seemed to be mixed with other things. Fang Chen really didn't expect that in this era of such advanced internet, there are still people who use such an inconvenient way to deliver urgent matters. However, thinking that he might be deducted money if the order was overdue, he no longer hesitated, parked his beloved motorcycle on the side of the road, and stepped onto the wooden bridge. A gust of cold wind blew across his face, and his body shuddered involuntarily. He remembered the news he had read not long ago. Someone was fighting in a group nearby, but when the police arrived after receiving a report, they had disappeared collectively, and their whereabouts are still unknown, leaving behind only a large area of scorched land. Recently, society has been unstable. Just as he was thinking, Fang Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong. He stopped and stared blankly ahead. Is this bridge so long? Is there such a thick fog at night? When he came to his senses, a thick fog had already floated around him, and the visibility was not too low, so he could clearly see that the lush forests on both sides were gone. The surroundings seemed like a bottomless cliff, with a bright moon hanging in the sky. In this vast world, only the dilapidated wooden bridge under his feet stood abruptly, stretched infinitely, and the end could not be seen from afar. Very weird. It's broken. Fang Chen's heart was alarmed. This couldn't be the legendary Naiha Bridge, where a man drowned himself while delivering a package. After 9 years of compulsory education, he didn't believe in ghosts and gods at all, but this phenomenon that couldn't be explained by science did make people feel weird. He ran back, but just as he turned around, a scream accompanied by a hideous face flashed before his eyes, and Fang Chen's throat tightened in shock. The chest hit something hard. The other party howled, took 2 steps back and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. Is it a girl or a woman on the bridge? Fang Chen blurted out subconsciously. Meng Pa. How do you know my nickname? The girl patted her chest in shock, with a look of fear on her face. Not only her, Fang Chen was also shocked. I have always been very vigilant. If I hadn't been so careful, how could I not be discovered when I was so close? Fang Chen, following me? Don't talk nonsense. The other party denied 3 times in a row, rubbed his butt and climbed up. I saw you standing there like a paper man from a distance, so I wanted to get closer to take a look. Her voice became smaller and smaller in the second half, and then she smiled a little stiffly. The girl in front of her called herself Meng Qian, with short hair and sportswear, at most in her early 20s. She looked nervous and didn't look like she was lying. Fang Chen's vigilance was somewhat relaxed. After a brief introduction, he recounted the strange things that happened to him. Meng Qian frowned when he heard it. I was actually almost the same. From her mouth, she learned that she decided to take a shortcut home because she worked overtime too late. But who knew that thick fog would rise around her as she walked? And then she saw Fang Chen standing alone in front of her. You walked on a bridge? Not yet. Although taking a shortcut does involve passing a single plank bridge. Besides, she tapped the ground with her toes. That bridge doesn't look like this. During the conversation, the thick fog dissipated a little. A few small courtyards were vaguely revealed at the end of the wooden bridge with dark lights, while the other end was still an endless void. No matter which side, it was definitely not a familiar scene. This bridge seemed to connect to a strange and unfamiliar world. Just when Fang Chen was about to speak, he opened his mouth and a burst of white air came out. It was not only the scenery that was weird, but also the temperature. Just when the two stopped, the temperature around them dropped sharply. They found that if they didn't continue to move forward, the temperature here would get lower and lower, and they would be frozen to death before the fog dissipated. It was like a silent urging. Fang Chen looked at his mobile phone, and there was no signal. Meng Qian's teeth chattered with cold, and he stretched out his hands, breathing hard. If it weren't for this temperature, I would have died standing here. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave at all. But in the current situation, what else could I do except move forward? A sense of urgency hit Fang Chen's back, and he took the lead without hesitation. Let's go over and take a look. As they went deeper, the bridge they had walked on had completely disappeared, and the scattered houses gradually became larger in their field of vision. There were weeds all around, and a few small, dilapidated houses stood quietly in front. One of them was dimly lit, as if beckoning people to come in. Fang Chen walked closer and found that the door was not locked, and there was a faint sound of conversation coming from inside. He raised his hand, knocked 3 times, and pushed the door open directly. The air was quiet all of a sudden, and several vigilant eyes were cast over. This was a fairly spacious hall with a round wooden table in the middle. Including Fang Chen and Meng Qian, there were a total of 8 people. However, everyone was scattered in various places in the house, keeping a distance from each other. The invisible shield wall isolated everyone in a small world, and the tense atmosphere was about to explode. No one on either side spoke first. The lighting emitted a weak light, barely illuminating the first floor. The position above the stairs was completely lost, as if it was a bottomless cave. The light flickered, and the darkness at the end of the stairs also followed it. No wonder that although the people here were on guard against each other and dispersed as much as possible, no one dared to step onto the second floor alone. After a while, a sturdy man with a beard waved his hand, "Come in first." Fang Chen looked around the house calmly and found a place by the wall by the window. Meng Qian quickened his pace and followed closely. Just as he stood still, the woman with a high ponytail who was closest to him came over and asked in a low voice, "Did you also come here for no apparent reason?" Fang Chen nodded. "What about you? It's weird. Everyone seems to be like this. How about we introduce ourselves?" The young man wearing a plaid shirt and glasses raised his hand to suggest. His eyes had been fixed on him since Fang Chen came in. We have no objection," a weak voice responded. In the corner farthest from everyone, there was a couple hugging each other tightly, with a very low sense of existence. "Wait a little longer. What if there are others?" The boy who looked like a dandy boy leaned against the wall, his eyes slightly closed, and he was playing with a folding fan in his hand. Only this person's expression was slightly natural, which was out of tune with the surroundings. The hall fell into silence again, and the old wooden windows were banging in the wind. Fang Chen always subconsciously felt that someone was hitting the wall. Chapter 2. The bridge keeper let us first introduce ourselves, a woman with a ponytail began, unable to contain her restlessness. Clearing her throat and suppressing the tremor in her voice, she stated, "I am Lu Wanting, a language teacher." At that moment, I was preparing a lesson when I suddenly found myself on a bridge. Following her, a bespectacled young man spoke. "I am Bai Li, a programmer. I was working late on a project when I stood up and discovered I was on a wooden bridge." Next, Li Duo, a martial arts instructor, addressed Fang Chen with a hearty greeting, clasping his hands together in a circle. "To be honest, my routine is quite regular. I was asleep when this happened," he admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, chimed in, "I am Zhang Bin, a university student." He paused, glancing at the girl in the corner, whose pale lips and tightly clasped hands on her boyfriend's clothing suggested she had lost her ability to speak independently. "Her name is Rong Rong, my girlfriend. She is quite timid. We were watching a movie in the living room when, inexplicably, the film's image suddenly enlarged, followed by the appearance of this bridge. I am Fang Chen, a courier, and I was delivering an urgent package at the time." Meng Qian, another voice added. "I was taking a shortcut home." Suddenly, a wealthy young man snapped his fan shut, interrupting the introductions. With a skeptical expression, he asked, "So, who among you is the bridge keeper?" The group fell silent, puzzled. "Let me rephrase that in simpler terms," he continued. "Please reflect carefully. Did anyone actually come into contact with a bridge at that time?" Upon hearing this, the room descended into thoughtful silence. Bailey adjusted his glasses and hesitantly replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I remember my colleagues discussing vacation plans to visit a glass bridge." The couple sighed in unison. "The movie we were watching was The Bridges of Madison County. One was listening, and the other was watching. That doesn't count." The young man redirected his gaze to others. "Lu teacher?" The woman bit her lip and slowly recollected. "I remember now. The text I was preparing was The Capture of Looting Bridge." Li Duo suddenly exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "I dreamt of a bridge. That doesn't count either." At this point, all eyes in the room turned toward Fang Chen and his companion. Meng Qian shook his head. "I intended to take a shortcut home, and I did indeed pass by a single log bridge, but I only saw it from a distance. I never approached it. It appeared that before being gathered here, Everyone had, to some degree, encountered the notion of a bridge. Fang Chen found the situation increasingly peculiar and finally remarked, "I have walked across a wooden bridge." As soon as the words left his lips, the wealthy young man abruptly snapped his fan shut again and strode forward, surveying the group with keen interest. In the depths of his inquisitive gaze, a myriad of indistinct emotions intertwined as he murmured to himself while observing the passerby, who turned out to be. Fang Chen noticed the man cough, abruptly swallowing the words that referred to merchandise. It is worth mentioning that prior to his transition into the role of a courier, he frequently encountered such derisive scrutiny and skepticism. It stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Fang Chen crossed his arms, half of his form shrouded in darkness. From this angle, only the person directly across could discern the glint in his eyes. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, and the intangible pressure enveloped both individuals as they locked gazes. With a hawk-like intensity, his gaze fixed upon the other, he began to speak, cutting straight to the point. Although it was merely 3 understated words, they resonated with an undeniable authority. The seemingly carefree figure suddenly stiffened. The young gentleman tightened his grip with his fingertips, tilting his body to the side, and inquired with a flick of his folding fan, "Are you familiar with this scenery? Have any clues resurfaced? Or have you visited a similar place?" Fang Chen meticulously retraced the memories of his 26 years of life, and after a brief pause, he shook his head amidst the anticipation of the crowd. This eerie wooden cabin, which even a beggar would find ominous, was a place he had neither visited nor even dreamt of. The other person curled his lip, a look of pity crossing his face. "It seems you possess some understanding of the current situation?" Fang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. "Not particularly, merely hearsay. Is there a way to escape?" "Indeed. It is quite simple. We must engage in a little game. Should we emerge victorious, survival is assured. However, it is a lengthy tale that cannot be succinctly summarized." He did not provide a direct answer, casting a meaningful glance that suggested clarity would soon follow. Just as the young gentleman prepared to depart, Meng Qian swiftly grasped his sleeve, muttering something under her breath. "You are the only one among us who has yet to introduce yourself. No need for an introduction. I am not the passerby. You may refer to me as young Master Lu." "Oh, look at that. A young master," Meng Qian exclaimed incredulously, covering her mouth, with disdain evident in her demeanor. How could someone be so shameless as to treat this place as their home? The remark seemed to embarrass him, and a faint blush crept up his ears. "What do you know?" You understand. You are the most perceptive among us." After a brief pause, he resolutely declared, "Listen well. My name is Lu Meng, as radiant as the sun." With that, he dramatically waved his sleeve and hurried back to his previous position, adding, "And do not dare to call me by my name directly." Meng Qian gasped, leaning toward Fang Chen to whisper, "Whose good person bears such a name?" Unsurprisingly, she received an affirmative glance in response. "So, what are we supposed to do now?" Zhang Bin asked timidly. Lu Meng leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. "We wait a bit longer." "Wait for what?" "Wait for people. Will anyone else come?" "The game has not commenced. It signifies that the players have yet to gather." Meng Qian scratched her head. "I'm familiar with this. The game is still loading." A sense of alienation continues to linger within the hall. Even after exchanging self-introductions, the barriers between them remain unyielding. Although none of them truly comprehend the significance of the bridge person, the presence of a solitary individual among the 8 represents something extraordinary. Humanity tends to regard the exceptional with a sense of reverence. In this brief moment, Fang Chen has already garnered numerous curious glances, with the crowd harboring various suspicions in their hearts. The first to approach is Bai Li, a programmer who embodies the quintessential image of a science student. From the moment Fang Chen entered, he felt the intensity of Bai Li's unwavering gaze upon him. The newcomer adjusted his reflective glasses and declared, "Pardon me. I must conduct a search. Your cooperation is requested." Before Fang Chen could voice his doubts, Meng Qian interjected, "On what basis?" He believed this to be a reality show, a scripted performance. Lu Wanting sat against the wall, knees drawn to her chest, casting a glance in their direction. Bai Li continued, "Considering everyone will be moving about, the most effective method to capture the latest developments is to conceal a camera on oneself. The smallest pinhole camera can measure a mere 2 millimeters in diameter, making it nearly undetectable." Fang Chen turned to Lu Wanting. "Have you all complied with this?" "Of course not," she replied. He redirected his gaze to Bai Li. "Do you truly believe the manner in which we arrived here is something an ordinary person could achieve? There must be actors involved. And what of your own experience?" "How am I to know? There are countless drugs on the market nowadays. Are you suggesting that everyone has gone to such lengths merely to deceive you? Unless I am searched, I trust no one. Bai Li's countenance darkened. Meng Qian muttered under his breath, you aren't even a celebrity. Why go to such extremes? What do you expect me to do? The man's voice suddenly escalated, his face flushed, trembling all over. The pent-up emotions, once given an outlet, surged forth uncontrollably. This wretched place has no signal, and I cannot afford to lose my attendance bonus. I hold the top attendance record in the entire company. It appeared he was merely a qualified corporate drone, marinated in anxiety. Bai Li, seemingly losing his composure, began to shout, then cradled his head with his hands. Flailing about like a distressed gibbon on the verge of losing control, Fang Chen found himself witnessing a reverse evolution, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. What kind of look is that? The other abruptly halted. Are you provoking me? In the throes of extreme fear, one may resort to irrational actions to bolster their courage. Much like the present moment. Before Fang Chen could explain, a fist, filled with fury, was already hurtling towards him. Chapter 3. The game begins in the next moment. Bai Li found his hand unable to advance an inch. A formidable force from behind restrained all his movements. Struggling, he turned his eyes slightly to assess the newcomer. Li Duo let out a low growl, spreading his arms wide and pressing a hand firmly on Bai Li's shoulder, urging against internal strife. After uttering those words, he stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. Fang Chen had not flinched from the beginning, not even blinking, leaning casually against the wall. His lips parted slightly as he silently mouthed to Bai Li, "Thank him. You have narrowly escaped a calamity." Truly, as a martial arts instructor, his charisma was unparalleled, and his imposing figure swiftly quelled the impending conflict. In his presence, Bai Li resembled a frazzled chick, and any self-aware individual would refrain from confronting him directly. His gaze reflected a hint of apprehension, words unspoken. He ultimately turned and departed with a sense of resignation. Fang Chen observed that each arrival bore a flicker of tenuous hope, anticipating that the next person would declare this all a jest. However, with every glimmer of hope came an overwhelming tide of despair. Thankfully, this despair did not affect him in the slightest. Fang Chen possessed an innate resilience, maintaining vigilance towards his surroundings while simultaneously resisting the stimuli that could jar his understanding. In simpler terms, his sanity was remarkably high and stable. He was quite familiar with the absurdity of being thrust into another world, and a surge of excitement stirred within him. Drawing upon his years of experience with online literature, Fang Chen inhaled deeply and spoke. A clear and resonant male voice suddenly erupted in the hushed hall. "System. Hello." This action startled Meng Qian beside him, while the others looked on in astonishment. Surely not. This young man appeared composed, yet it seemed he was merely feigning calmness, unable to withstand the pressure, and had gone mad. An awkward silence enveloped the scene, and Fang Chen shrugged. "First, let's eliminate the notion of transmigration. But in the next instant, I am here." A deep voice resonated through the glass window. Upon turning, Fang Chen locked eyes with a pair of fathomless orbs. In that fleeting moment of connection, the nearly flawless face dominated his field of vision. The figure outside propped himself against the windowsill, defying the biting wind, and gracefully leaped inside. Accompanying him was a rush of cold air that bore a faint scent of dried sandalwood. With a smile, he surveyed the room, his gaze landing squarely on Fang Chen, extending a hand with distinct knuckles. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Yan Xian, and my situation is akin to yours." Fang Chen returned the handshake, though his wariness surged to a critical point. The man before him was tall, with silver curls tied loosely in a wolf tail, exuding an aura of ease and languor. At first glance, he was quite pleasing to behold. However, the intensity and oppressive energy he unconsciously radiated upon entry were unlike anything Fang Chen had ever encountered. Kindness envelopes one like a delicate veneer. Yan Xian. He silently repeated this name in his heart. Lu Wanting was the first to react. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the window, which stood half her height. "Is this what you call the same?" We all entered through the front door. Yan Xian brushed off the dust from his sleeves. "At that time, seeing that none of you were present, I found it rather dull to be alone, so I decided to take a stroll." The air was filled with a synchronized intake of breath, as this individual recounted the most chilling information with a calm demeanor. "What did your stroll encompass?" Meng Qian asked, forcing a stiff smile while pointing to the upper floors. "Well, the second level comprises guest rooms, all uniformly furnished. I counted a total of 9, and coincidentally, we have 9 individuals here. The third floor is a small attic, but it is locked and currently inaccessible." The man unabashedly shared the information he had unearthed. His refined manners and gentlemanly demeanor compelled one to steal glances at him. Meng Qian felt a chill run down her spine as she stared into the darkness that consumed the end of the staircase, swallowed hard, and then silently gave him a thumbs up. Lu Meng cast an appreciative glance in her direction. At that moment, the already precarious chandelier flickered a few times before finally dimming completely. With vision stripped away, the hall was filled with a chorus of startled gasps. A voice suddenly resonated in their minds. I gazed at you through the window, offering you all I had. Why must you forsake me? This voice bore no gender, nor emotion, as if it emanated from an ancient call, sending shivers down their spines. Who is speaking? I heard it too. Shu. A low voice emerged from the darkness, a tone laced with the arrogance of a dandy. This is the game's riddle. Just as chaos erupted among them, bang! The front door swung open with great force, and a man holding a lantern stepped inside, smiling at the crowd as he bowed. The fog is too thick tonight, and the bridge outside is broken. You shall stay here for now. Clad in coarse linen and wearing a straw hat, he presented a picture of rustic simplicity and industriousness. Though his skin gleamed with an oily sheen, perhaps due to ill-fitting attire, the cuffs of his sleeves and the hems of his trousers were rolled up. The first impression that Fang Chen had of this man was one of superficial friendliness, lacking genuine warmth. Who are you, and where is this place? The couples huddled together even closer. I am but a carpenter. This is my yard, and you are my guests. The newcomer spoke with a gentle tone, imbued with kindness and courtesy. Had the situation not been so bizarre, he might have seemed like a benevolent host welcoming weary travelers. When can we leave? Li Duo asked with a sullen expression, his bushy beard shaking with each word. Once the fog clears, you shall be free to depart. When will the fog dissipate? Speak clearly. The lantern flickered, casting the smile into erratic shadows. The second floor is for guests. During this foggy interval, everyone is welcome to stay as you please. However, one cannot remain here without purpose. I am in urgent need of a batch of fine timber. It is too late today, so I kindly request that all of you accompany me up the mountain to chop wood tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The carpenter explained slowly, with impeccable cadence, akin to a soulless recitation machine. You must be the mastermind behind this event, right? At last, I have encountered someone who seems privy to the situation. Bali dashed forward, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. If you don't allow me to return to work today, I will fight you to the bitter end. This corporate drone appeared rather timid, yet when it comes to work, he exudes boundless courage. Indeed, this fellow acts impulsively. After all, in the wake of reform and opening up, there are no slaves, only the chosen laborers. The carpenter's head tilted to the right due to inertia, then slowly straightened, all the while his lips remained stretched in a grin. Fang Chen's ears perked up slightly. He distinctly caught the sound of a soft click. Click as the man turned his head. Bali's temple throbbed with veins, his voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth, hands gesturing wildly. Speak to me, you mute. As his anger surged, the frequency of his words quickened, reminiscent of a ticking time bomb. Chapter 4. The message of regret. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Fang Chen's heart as he prepared to intervene, only to be met with a fan striking Bali's head. Spare your efforts, Lu Meng declared, forcibly pulling Bali back. Your actions may jeopardize us all. From this moment on, adherence to the rules is our sole hope for survival. Surely, you are not in cahoots? Bali clutched his head, seething with indignation yet rendered speechless. Coach Li interjected, my friend, you come across as rather suspicious. This is my first time here. Yet I have a companion who is a deep diver, fortunate enough to have heard his tales. Could you elucidate further? Why explain in words when one can experience it firsthand? A fleeting spark of excitement flickered across Lu Meng's visage. He exhibited no trepidation towards such bizarre occurrences. Rather, he seemed eager to engage. While he might not be utterly unhinged, he certainly possessed a hint of madness. What happens if we fail to adhere to the rules? Fang Chen inquired. The likelihood of death is high, came the unequivocal reply. The dandy maintained his usual levity even when discussing matters of life and death, brushing aside the gravity of such words with a nonchalant air. No one could discern if it was a threat or a truth. None dared to be the first to take that perilous step. Upon hearing these words, even the most disgruntled among them hesitated to explode with anger. Zhang Bin suppressed his terror, softly reassuring Rong Rong, whose rapid sobs pierced the air, striking a chord of unease within the group. The carpenter maintained a facade of cheerfulness, casting an incongruously strained glance at Lu Meng. What was discordant about it? He retained his original posture, yet his eyes seemed to move involuntarily, awkwardly turning around. Dear guests, the hour grows late. Please return to your quarters and rest early, the carpenter announced. Stepping back to adjust his attire, Fang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, as minute details expanded in his mind, and he suddenly grasped the source of the dissonance. Since entering, the carpenter's expression had remained unchanged, his polite smile appearing as if molded from wax, affixed to his skin. It was unsettling. He walked to the doorway, but abruptly halted. Slowly turning back, remember to lock the door tonight. If you hear a knock. The carpenter paused, his smile growing increasingly unsettling. Please ensure you verify before opening. After the man departed, the stark overhead lights flickered several times before resuming their glow, illuminating the pale faces around the room. The group exchanged glances, seemingly struggling to accept this reality. Fang Chen felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pressed the button to illuminate the screen, discovering he had unknowingly been added to a group chat, which indicated 9 participants. He tentatively sent a message, and soon after, the sound of notifications echoed as everyone's phones chimed in unison. Messages can be received? Does this imply that? Meng Qian's excited tone faltered abruptly. Where's the signal? Yan Xian swiped the screen, sequentially tapping on the avatars above. It seemed we could only communicate internally. What a disappointing turn of events. She pursed her lips. Just as she put down her phone, her deflated posture suddenly tensed again, her delicate fingers pointing towards the center of the hall. What on earth is that? The crowd followed her gaze, and at the end of the round table lay a red notebook accompanied by a pile of keys. It appeared eerily unsettling. Was this here before? Did anyone dare to approach? Before she could finish her thought, Fang Chen had already stepped forward to open the notebook. Meng Qian's eyes trailed after him as he moved to the table, her mouth agape in disbelief. Sensing that this person's fear nerve had seemingly snapped, the thick notebook contained writing only on the first page, the characters dancing across the page with a liberated flair, revealing the owner's rather carefree and unrestrained personality. June 1st, sunny. Everything feels like a dream. I cannot imagine that someone like me could lead such a blissful life. To live up to her expectations, I have decided to work doubly hard, honing my skills to become an exceptional carpenter. No matter the obstacles we face, as long as we are united in heart, we will undoubtedly prevail, right? A few succinct phrases sketched a beautiful yearning for life. A carpenter. Could it be mere coincidence? Fang Chen's gaze shifted from the notebook to the table, where a total of 10 keys lay scattered. Just moments ago, Yan Xian mentioned that the 3rd floor of this house housed a locked attic, that additional key. He immediately noticed this peculiar entity. Distinct from the others that emitted a rusty sheen, this one was tainted with a hint of red, resembling a coagulated blood clot. As Fang Chen reached out, his fingertip inadvertently brushed against another's. A cold yet soft sensation coursed through his skin. He exchanged a glance with Yan Xian, then nodded slightly. Shall we? Willing to accompany. The two silently reached an agreement and turned towards the corner, their demeanor suggesting they were merely discussing their next adventure. Upon hearing their intention to explore the attic, Meng Qian gritted her teeth and volunteered to follow suit. Lu Meng, without a second thought, fanned himself and rose to join them. This left the remaining 5 in a predicament. The handrail was rusted and unstable, swaying with each step taken. Several edges of the treads had curled up due to corrosion, creating the illusion of falling with every ascent. It took a full 3 minutes to ascend the 2 flights of stairs, primarily due to the group trailing behind. Standing before the attic door, Fang Chen glanced back casually. If you are afraid, you may return to your rooms. There is no need to force yourselves to come along. I will share any news in the group at the earliest opportunity. The staircase was narrow, barely allowing passage for a single person at a time. The remaining 5 individuals huddled closely together, instinctively forming a circle, advancing with tiny, cautious steps, each fearing to be the last. Rome, the most timid among them, shook her head fervently. The duo awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Lu Wanting candidly articulated, "You are our bridge, though we remain uncertain of what that truly signifies. We find comfort in following your lead. Such is human nature. As long as a few take the initiative, others will naturally join in for the sake of camaraderie." Once they acknowledged that the carpenter was their common foe, they began to unite for warmth, and the previous tensions among them considerably dissipated. Observing this, Fang Chen ceased to speak further. He retrieved the blood-red key, inserted it into the lock, and then with one hand, gently pushed the door. Perhaps due to years of neglect, the hinges emitted a series of sharp, creaking sounds, akin to a mournful wail, echoing off the walls and reverberating through the silent corridor. The view through a narrow crack gradually widened. In the air, there was a palpable tension, punctuated by the sound of nervous swallows. As numerous pairs of eyes fixated intently ahead, the group held their breath, steeling themselves mentally. Yet, at that moment, they realized their preparations had been insufficient. Chapter 5. The Message of Regret 2. What first captured the eye was a pair of feet suspended in the darkness. There was no respite for the onlookers. As the scene within the room was fully revealed, a collective shudder rippled through the crowd. In the expansive chamber, a woman clad in a crimson dress hung from the lofty beams, her back turned to the entrance, with a crooked wooden stool positioned beneath her. Her arms hung limply, her long hair disheveled, and her frail body was tightly ensnared by a coarse hemp rope, having long since succumbed to the finality of death. Dead a corpse. Rapid breaths emanated from the throng. The room was stark and empty, devoid of anything save for the hanging body and the stool. A disconcerting tableau that underscored the dramatic nature of the scene. Something was amiss. Fang Chen's pupils constricted as he discerned what seemed to be something pressed beneath the stool. Upon closer inspection, was that a piece of paper? There's something there. I must take a look. He began to advance, only to be firmly restrained by Meng Qian, who clutched his sleeve with urgency. Are you out of your mind? Of course, there's something. We can all see that enormous corpse hanging there. No, it's beneath the stool, he insisted. Since casting a glance into the room, Meng Qian had not lifted her gaze again. Upon hearing his words, she reluctantly redirected her attention, daring only to search near the stool. Sure enough, a portion of a letter emerged, nearly imperceptible unless one scrutinized closely. She softly advised, "Perhaps it's best not to act impulsively. Do you not find the positioning of this paper rather conspicuous, as if it were waiting to be discovered?" With that, he tugged his sleeve free and cautiously made his way toward the center of the room. Fang Chen felt a knot of tension within him. Every fiber of his being screamed in alarm, his nerves taut like a string pulled to its limit. Yet, it was precisely this anxiety that heightened his vigilance, preparing him for any unforeseen occurrences. As he ventured further from the entrance, the surrounding light was gradually engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Upon reaching the feet of the deceased, Fang Chen deliberately averted his gaze, carefully lifting the stool to extract the paper beneath. It was a letter, and by the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he began to read it softly. December 12th, overcast. This all feels like a dream. I deeply regret my earlier decisions. Had I obediently heeded my parents' wishes and not married so far away, would this horrific reality have transpired? In just 6 short months, I have come to recognize a bloody truth. I can no longer endure such a life of suffering. Mom and Dad, I will repay you in my next life by toiling like a beast. Farewell. It appeared to be a letter steeped in resentment and remorse. Curiously, unlike the handwritten entries in the previous diary, these words were printed in neat, typewritten text. The date on the red notebook was June 1st, while the letter bore the date of December 12th. Could this girl, who had taken her own life in bitterness, be the very same one mentioned in the carpenter's diary? In just a brief span of 6 months, what unforeseen events could have transpired to drive 2 affectionate individuals to such a dire juncture? Fang Chen, come back. A desperate cry shattered his reverie. Meng Qian's voice trembled with urgency, barely contained. The faint rustling above amplified the subtle friction of the hemp rope into an overwhelming cacophony. As he rose, the horrifying sight before him momentarily stole his breath away. The corpse, initially facing away from the crowd, had unnaturally rotated a full 180 degrees, now presenting its toes directly towards Fang Chen's face. An icy gust of wind rushed towards him. The mere distance of less than 10 centimeters was sufficient for him to discern numerous terrifying details. The shock of this scene was profound. The onlookers shrieked and recoiled towards the staircase. Even Lu Meng displayed a look of astonishment. Only Yan Xian leaned pensively against the doorframe. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as everyone held their breath, suspended in this surreal moment. Yet, the hanging female corpse merely turned its face, still limp and lifeless, with disheveled hair obscuring its visage. Though others could not see, Fang Chen perceived it clearly. The eyeball, veined with crimson, rotated minutely at an almost imperceptible angle. In the enveloping darkness, with her head bowed, those unblinking eyes lurked behind her strands of hair, fixating intently upon him. Within the room, 2 disparate perceptions of time seemed to flow. The cacophony of screams behind him served as a reminder that time continued its relentless march. However, around the corpse, seemingly fueled by resentment and with its eyes wide open, time had indeed come to a standstill, resembling a frozen tableau. Fang Chen's inner turmoil surged for a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. Methodically folding the will and tucking it into his pocket before turning to leave, Observing him return as if nothing had transpired, Bailey stammered. Most individuals who hang themselves tend to close the door. When the door is pushed open or someone enters, it instantaneously disrupts the air balance within the room. Consequently, when a person is suspended by the neck, they may slowly rotate due to the air currents, creating the illusion that the deceased has turned to face him. Thus, everything that just occurred was merely coincidental. This rational mind continued to attempt a scientific explanation for the bizarre events that had unfolded, yet no one was willing to listen. The thought of sharing a space with a corpse in the forthcoming hours was undeniably unsettling. Perhaps we should return to our rooms as soon as possible, Luwaning suggested, rubbing her arms to stave off the goosebumps. After Fang Chen emerged, Yanxian casually closed the door, acknowledging that it was indeed too late, and that deliberating further could wait until the morrow. According to the carpenter's advice, remaining inside tonight should pose no danger. His voice was melodious, deep, and languid, managing to instill a modicum of calm. This proposal garnered numerous agreements. People were apprehensive about encountering any more terrifying spectacles during their exploration. Once each individual received their room key, they collectively proceeded towards the second-floor lodging area. It was not long before the once crowded corridor lay utterly deserted. Fang Chen was assigned to the first room closest to the stairway. The amenities within were fully equipped. It was more akin to a quaint guest house than a mere hotel room, complete with air conditioning and a computer. However, both appeared to be of exceedingly outdated brands, encrusted with a thick layer of dust. The computer screen, facing the head of the bed, gaped open like a dark, hollow mouth, evoking an unsettling anticipation that something might emerge from within at any moment. Surely, the horror of the ring has long since faded into obsolescence. Out of sight, out of mind. Fang Chen stared for a moment before retrieving a cloth to cover it. Yet, at the very instant he withdrew his hand, he felt a gentle tug on his pocket. Chapter 6. The message of regret. He abruptly turned around, yet found nothing in his surroundings to cling his garments to. It was precisely midnight, and a few scattered messages appeared in the group chat. Luwaning, are you all asleep? I cannot find rest. Ming Qiyan, who can sleep after what has just transpired? Luwaning, I keep hearing the computer buzzing. It's so bothersome. Bai Li, it's just an auditory hallucination. Lu Ming, as soon as I entered the room, I immediately unplugged the power cord. Li Duo, thank you, my brother. Brilliant idea. Luwaning, how are that couple doing? Why is it so quiet? Zhang Bin, thank you for your concern. I am in my girlfriend's room keeping her company. Fang Chen cast his phone aside and reclined back on the bed. Closing his eyes, he felt an unsettling sense of having overlooked something significant. In the realm he had constructed, he replayed the events of the night, scrutinizing each scene and every utterance with meticulous precision. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it flourishes unchecked within the heart. As time elapsed, the vibrations of his phone gradually subsided, yet Fang Chen remained wide awake. He tossed and turned on his bed until he finally sat up and gazed out the window. The radiant moon hung in the night sky, its silvery light cascading upon the ethereal mist, while a gentle breeze wafted by, resembling ethereal figures draped in white. This night seemed no different from the ordinary world. Suddenly, a faint clatter echoed. A heavy object fell to the floor above, muffled, and then silence returned. Fang Chen calculated the position and realized that directly above his room was precisely where the body had been found hanging in the attic. His heart leaped into his throat. He shot up from the bed, holding his breath, listening intently to every sound around him, the rustling of leaves, the faint chirping of insects, the whisper of the wind. Then, amidst these myriad sounds, a knock at the door came unexpectedly. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks punctuated by a pause. Fang Chen remained silent, stealthily approaching. The door was wooden, lacking a peephole. He scanned the surroundings and noticed only a sliver of space at the bottom of the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, mechanical in its rhythm, imbued with an unsettling insistence for a response. Fang Chen knelt down, squinting his eyes, pressing his face to the floor to peer through the crack beneath the door. The empty corridor faded into darkness. Everything appeared eerily normal, save for that drumming-like sound. Outside the door, there were no footsteps. The figure was not standing on the ground. Fang Chen could not fathom what manner of being this uninvited guest employed to knock. If someone were to knock, one must ascertain. The carpenter's final admonition echoed in his ears. He resolved to disregard the current predicament and return to bed. But just as he was about to rise, a sudden tingling sensation coursed through his neck. It felt as though a soft, elongated object had brushed gently past him. At this very moment, his body stiffened. The gaze of the woman in red, filled with animosity, flashed through his mind. He was certain that his hand merely rested on the doorknob and had not yet turned. It was impossible for anything to enter. An immense pressure descended upon him from above. A chilling wave cascaded down, drenching him entirely. He dared not contemplate what he might see if he were to look up. Fang Chen discreetly flexed his muscles, his palm subtly forming a fist as he mentally counted down, just as he was prepared to confront the situation head-on. That oppressive force suddenly dissipated, as if it had never existed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking outside grew rapid and urgent, accompanied by a familiar feminine voice. Fang Chen, are you there? Meng Qian. Fang Chen cautiously peered through the gap beneath the door, relieved to find a normal person on the other side. What is it? Upon speaking, he realized his voice was unusually hoarse. Her tone carried a hint of awkwardness. Brother Fang, are you scared? Not scared. Then can I sleep with you tonight? If fear were the only concern, shouldn't the first priority be to seek comfort in one's own company? Fang Chen continued to inquire, what about Lu Wanning? I've looked for her. I knocked on every door, and you were the only one who responded. This girl had a personality that was both timid and audacious. Primarily, seeing that Fang Chen remained silent, she hesitated before adding, I think I just heard a heavy object fall from the attic, so I didn't dare to stay alone. So she had also heard the commotion upstairs. This confirmed that everything had indeed occurred. Had Meng Qian not arrived unexpectedly, he might have found himself engaged in a physical confrontation with an unknown entity. Fang Chen silently expressed his gratitude as he opened the door, only to find Meng Qian huddled outside, clutching a blanket. Thank you, Brother Fang. Her eyes brightened as if she had seen a savior, and she swiftly darted inside, as if fearing to linger in the corridor for even a moment longer. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand suddenly pressed against it. I'm scared too, Yin Xian said expressionlessly, following closely behind. Who would believe you? Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, noting that she was slightly taller than him. Why can she come, but I cannot? A lone man and woman sharing a room. I must supervise you both. Well, that's a plausible excuse. It would be morally indefensible to refuse her further. Fang Chen slightly turned aside, tilting his head toward the room as the two brushed past each other. The scent of sandalwood lingered at his nose. Yin Xian parted her lips silently, forming 3 words with her mouth. Be careful. It was evident that Meng Qian truly did not dare to be alone. Upon entering the room, she instinctively chose a corner, turning her back to the 2 boys, grabbing a blanket to cover her head and beginning to sleep. Fang Chen gestured to Yin Xian to make herself comfortable, then resumed his position on the bed. After this commotion, his already restless mind became even more alert. He glanced at his phone. It was now nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Fang Chen interlaced his hands behind his head, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the ceiling. Behind the thin wooden panel, a corpse of a woman, who had succumbed to despair, was suspended from the beam. It was a lifeless shell that still retained its human form, a vestige of a being that once existed in this world. The vibrant flame of life, which could have burned brightly for decades, had been extinguished abruptly. What fate awaited the energy that now found itself in limbo? Would it forever harbor resentment? Lingering in the shadows of some dark corner? Was she still hanging there? As Fang Chen turned, he was met with a pair of elongated, phoenix-like eyes. The owner of those eyes smiled and inquired, What are you pondering? The hanging woman's corpse is rather peculiar, he replied. Yin Xian moved closer, his warm breath brushing against Fang Chen's ear. You noticed it too? Yes, but I still can't quite grasp what exactly is amiss. It's the feet, came the assured response from his companion. In that instant, it was as if 2 wires had suddenly connected, sending a jolt of electricity through Fang Chen's body. He recalled the details. No wonder Fang Chen redirected his gaze to the ceiling, where the most crucial aspect of a hanging corpse lay. The feet pointed towards a person. If the corpse was a result of suicide, the deceased would instinctively struggle, toes pointing downward, and upon death, would naturally hang limply. However, if there had been a murder followed by a staged hanging, the resulting rigidity of the corpse's body would have the toes aligned horizontally, or even arched upward. Fang Chen recalled the scene in the attic, where the body in red slowly rotated 180 degrees, its toes pointed directly at him. She was murdered. Chapter 7 The Message of Regret. Indeed, Yin Xian nodded in agreement. The malevolence and resentment evident in the murder were palpable. The suicide note must have been forged by the perpetrator, as it was printed rather than handwritten. The discordant elements finally coalesced at this moment. However, to unravel the enigma surrounding the woman, one would have to wait until the morrow. Fang Chen exhaled deeply, and his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a trembling figure in the corner. Qi Yin? Meng Qian, unable to contain her frustration, abruptly threw off the blanket. Must you both engage in such a chilling discussion at this hour? In that instant, she regretted her words, wishing instead to retreat to her own room for solitude. Is that so? Yin Xian, clutching her own blanket, sprawled at the edge of the bed. From my perspective, the way you pounded on the doors was quite fierce. Meng Qi Yin, now wide awake, decided to join the conversation. I specialize in live-streaming supernatural games, so I possess a certain resilience to these topics, but only within the confines of the virtual realm. Who could bear to encounter such phenomena in reality? As she spoke, she wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, revealing only her head. Yin Xian lay down, rapped her knuckles against the bedboard, and inquired about Fang Chen. And you? I merely deliver parcels. It's been our family trade for generations. Is the history of parcel delivery that ancient? My ancestors were bodyguards. Fang Chen paused, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. My grandfather once remarked that everything, whether deliverable or not, falls under the purview of the Fang family. I never quite grasped the meaning of those words until today. He continued, interestingly, I was abruptly transported here while in the midst of a delivery. I wonder if that order received a poor review. Fang Chen turned to glance at the man sleeping on the floor, resembling a statue of Jesus. I am completely innocent. Yin Xian blinked. At that moment, I was browsing the internet and stumbled upon an image of a sky bridge, and the next second, I was here. Isn't that tragic? No. If we're discussing tragedy, I fare worse, Meng Qi Yin declared, sitting upright. Time flowed slowly as they exchanged words, the bizarre occurrences having ceased. Eventually, the conversations within the room dwindled, intervals between words lengthening, until the sound of steady, tranquil breathing filled the space. Outside the window, the darkness dissipated, and the sky gradually brightened. All were alive this night. Fang Chen was roused by a beam of sunlight. The distinction between day and night was stark here. Just as terrifying as the night had been, the day was equally resplendent. If one were to overlook the events of the previous night, this place could almost be deemed a paradise. Realizing this thought, Fang Chen paused. Recognizing that perhaps he had slept too soundly last night, a sense of urgency was necessary. The two occupants of the room had vanished, and he activated his phone. Finding a message from Yin Xian, waiting for you in the hall. He was the last to arrive. The other 8 had already gathered around the central round table, with water and bread arranged in accordance with the number of attendees. Without exception, most individuals appeared lethargic, while Zhang Bin bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. Bailey had simply laid her head on the table, continuing her slumber. The timid Rong Rong had gradually adjusted to the current situation, upon seeing Fang Chen's arrival. She timidly managed to smile. Lu Meng was in a state of quiet contemplation, his fingertips drumming rhythmically on the armrest. Upon noticing Fang Chen, this young gentleman opened his eyes, curiosity and consideration glimmering within them. What transpired last night? The bridgekeeper. Fang Chen deemed it prudent not to impose undue pressure upon them. Thus the words that lingered on his lips were deftly diverted. Everything was normal. You truly can sleep soundly. Lu Wanting attempted to discern a trace of exhaustion upon his visage, yet her efforts proved futile. How long are we to remain here? Li Duo voraciously stuffed bread into his mouth, adding, and what does that title mean? I've pondered over it all night, yet I still do not grasp its meaning. Not grasping it is indeed correct. The clues are insufficient. Let us wait and see, Lu Meng interjected, delicately wiping his mouth. Seizing the remaining time, Fang Chen meticulously explored the dwelling. The first floor, aside from the central hall, housed several small rooms on either side, including a kitchen, a storage room, and a lounge, all exuding a musty odor that suggested long abandonment. Even with ample sunlight streaming in, the atmosphere remained stagnant and lifeless. At precisely 8 o'clock, the carpenter's figure appeared at the doorway, still adorned with that characteristic smile. It was perhaps an illusion, but he seemed considerably more robust compared to the previous night, even his clothing fitting him better. Fang Chen cast a keen glance at the carpenter's left hand, subsequently exchanging a knowing look with Yin Xian. Both discerned something amiss in each other's gaze. A ring now adorned the carpenter's ring finger, one that had not been present the night before. The carpenter beckoned everyone present to retrieve axes. Once they exited the hall, they realized that despite the clear weather, a dense fog still enveloped the horizon, resembling a gaseous wall that isolated them from the outside world. The strangeness persisted. 20 minutes later, a low, dilapidated building came into view, appearing far worse for wear compared to the accommodations, lacking even a lock, its door merely ajar. To the south lay a dense forest, scarcely the size of a playground. Yet the trees grew so thickly that their intertwining branches obscured the area from the light of day. In the midst of such intense sunlight, only a scant few rays managed to pierce through, rendering the place a realm of shadows. The carpenter led the group inside, and the first sight that greeted them was a wall lined with tools, 10 identical axes arranged side by side. With the 9 of them, plus the carpenter, there were precisely 10 axes to match their number. Yan Xian mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the row of axes, a rare flicker of confusion surfacing in his eyes. Chapter 8. The Message of Regret. What is the matter? Fang Chen inquired softly. The gentleman surveyed the surrounding individuals with a glint in his eyes, a slight smirk on his lips, indicating that there was a minor issue, but nothing of concern. The carpenter patted the tool wall, gesturing towards the darkened forest. Each of you will take an axe and head south to chop wood before nightfall. The timber you gather must fill this room to capacity. Fill the entire room? Are you jesting? Even capitalists would weep at such a demand. If it weren't for his glasses, Bai Li's eyes would have surely rolled to the heavens. Let us not forget we only possess a single axe. Even professionals with chainsaws couldn't manage such a feat in a day. Is this not an intentional setup against us? Lu Wanning whispered to Rong Rong. The carpenter disregarded their protests and continued, when night descends, I shall return to inspect. Should the conditions not be met, you guests will need to provide compensation with other items. What items? Li Duo sensed an underlying meaning in his words. As long as they are of superior quality materials, I shall accept them all. As he spoke, a sinister grin crept across his face. In the attic of that house lies the corpse of a woman who hanged herself. Do you know how she met her end? Fang Chen asked abruptly. The air instantly thickened with a palpable tension. The carpenter's smile faltered, and he slowly turned to Fang Chen, his eyes widening as if they might burst from their sockets. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his features, only to be replaced by his usual stoic expression. Time waits for no one. I urge you all to act swiftly. Once the carpenter departed, the tool room erupted with chatter. We can't possibly be expected to do as he says, Meng Qian exclaimed incredulously, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Shall we investigate? Yan Xian gathered her shoulder-length curls into a tidy ponytail. Fang Chen agreed. All right, since we have nothing else to do. The dense forest to the south revealed itself to be far more ominous upon closer inspection. As they stepped into the shadowy realm, the temperature plummeted several degrees. With branches and leaves intertwining above, only a meager few beams of light managed to pierce through the gaps, their feeble warmth dissipating swiftly. Li Duo was the first to take action, selecting a suitable tree before clearing away the branches and twigs. With feet firmly planted, he grasped the axe by its handle, drawing back before delivering a powerful strike that left a gaping wound in the trunk. The motion was fluid, decisive, and strikingly efficient. The others attempted to emulate his technique, but the results were rather dismal. Fang Chen weighed the axe in his hands, finding a comfortable stance before delivering a swift, forceful blow to the neighboring trunk. The speed generating a resounding crack as the air split. In an instant, the branches quivered and leaves cascaded to the ground. The axe proved formidable, a worthy instrument indeed. As he prepared to join the collective effort of lumberjacks, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure idling among the industrious workers. He stepped forward, mimicking Lu Meng's demeanor as he leaned against the tree. You seem to be rather enjoying your current situation, don't you? Why pursue a task that is inherently unattainable? It would be wiser to conserve one's energy. Merely feigning compliance with the carpenter's directives will not suffice. Matters are seldom this straightforward. Fang Chen cast a glance at the young gentleman chewing on a tuft of foxtail grass. His languid posture indicated he had never wielded an axe in earnest. I am not like you, he declared. Being here is something I have long desired. Why? It is merely a matter of family entanglements. I wish to prove myself, though you would not comprehend. As he spoke, Lu Meng draped an arm over Fang Chen's shoulder, leaning in and gesturing toward a distant spot. Do you see that beam of light? The Tyndall effect is quite beautiful. Fang Chen followed his gaze, discovering a grand tree illuminated by a slender ray of light amidst the dark thicket, with dust particles floating like glimmering stars, creating a serene and ethereal atmosphere. Indeed, such breathtaking sights are rare in the mundane world, and one glance was enough to captivate the eyes. If this were a game, given its conspicuous location, it would undoubtedly qualify as a side quest. What are you looking at? A deep voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Yan Xian emerged, axe in hand. He scrutinized Lu Meng and, with a slight lift of his gaze, said, Please move aside. You're obstructing my path to the tree. Why this particular tree? Yes, it must be this one. A subtle tension arose between the two. Observing the other's lack of intent to yield, Lu Meng shrugged and departed. Soon, the air was filled with the raucous banter from ahead. Hey, Lu Meng, do you really consider yourself a young master? Did we not agree that you wouldn't address me by name? Didn't you stress the importance of unity yesterday? Now you're slacking off alone. Exactly. Rong Rong has already chopped several. How embarrassing for you. All right. Oh, don't pull me. I'm joining you. Those wishing to consult Coach Li for techniques, please form a line. Raise your hands. Wan Ting, we are all adults now. Oh, the teacher's occupational hazard. Can I consider this a work injury? Their voices gradually faded, swallowed by the sound of the wind. Yin Xian, who had been so adamant about logging, tossed his axe aside, his gaze lowered. Have you discovered anything yet? Not yet, Fang Chen replied, pressing his foot into the soil. However, this place is quite suitable for burying things. Care to try your hand at chopping wood? I can teach you. You've chopped wood before? You hardly seem the type. Yin Xian smiled knowingly. I have plenty of experience. Nearby, Lu Wanting urged Lu Meng while curiously leaning towards Ming Chi Yin. You came with Fang Chen. Didn't you? What is your relationship? Encountered midway, she had only known them for a mere 10 minutes longer. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead, her waist aching so much that she could barely stand upright. At this moment, she was wholly absorbed in the tree before her, relentlessly striking it dozens of times. Yet it remained unyielding. Meng Jian silently wagered her reputation as a supernatural broadcaster, vowing to engage in a fierce contest with it until the very end. As time passed, the pace of her logging slowed, eventually nearing sunset. The group stood at the door of the tool shed, gazing at the meager pile of wood, which was less than a tenth of their goal, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding. They were all acutely aware of their own shortcomings and strength. Yet none anticipated it would be this inadequate. I truly can't bear it any longer. Just put me out of my misery. Zhang Bin collapsed into a chair as soon as he returned to the hall, wailing in despair. Rong Rong, feeling sympathetic, gently pulled his hand away, revealing it covered in countless blisters. Aside from Fang Chen, Yin Xian, and Li Duo, the others fared little better. After all, most of them were accustomed to the 9-to-5 office routine, their physical fitness already lacking, and after such exertion, they felt as if half their lives had been drained away. Fortunately, after a day of shared experiences, they had gained a preliminary understanding of one another. Exhaustion had dulled their previous grievances, dissolving much of the barriers that had existed between them. At this moment, they shared a singular enemy, as the sky succumbed entirely to darkness. The incandescent lights within flickered several times before plunging into complete blackness, mirroring the events of the previous day. The complaints that had been murmuring moments ago fell silent. The door was suddenly thrust open, and that familiar yet eerie figure re-entered. The carpenter, lantern in hand, shook his head in disappointment, expressing that they had not provided enough wood. This was nothing short of unreasonable. Rong Rong huddled in Zhang Bin's embrace, quietly protesting beneath him. According to their agreement, the guests were required to offer something else as compensation. The candle flames flickered nervously, elongating the carpenter's shadow, as something loomed in the darkness, eager to emerge. A visage seemingly sculpted from wax grew increasingly pronounced, grinning widely, its mouth stretching unnaturally to the roots of its ears, creating a most horrifying sight. Human bones, it seemed, were also of fine material. Chapter 9. The message of regret. A seemingly trivial remark stirred the most tumultuous waves within my heart. Each word was comprehensible, yet their collective meaning evoked a profound sense of dread upon reflection. My wife always advised me that one must not be insatiably greedy. Thus, I require merely a single human bone each day. As he spoke, the carpenter slowly turned his head, each movement accompanied by a crisp click. To ensure fairness, let us determine the offerings by lot. Observing the scene before me, an unsettling sensation washed over me once more. Earlier that day, Fang Chen had scrutinized the carpenter, noting that his movements appeared far less rigid than they did now. Moreover, his gaze fixated on the man's left hand, illuminated by the dim candlelight, revealing that indeed something was amiss. His ring had vanished. Stealing a glance at Yin Xian, I noted that he remained quietly seated, half his face shrouded in darkness, rendering him inscrutable. Lu Meng tightened his grip on his folding fan and spoke first, questioning the rationale behind drawing lots for fairness when those chosen had no chance to resist. Was that not fundamentally unjust? As he posed this inquiry, he abandoned his previous flamboyance, adopting an unusually calm demeanor, as if probing for something deeper. Oh, this esteemed guest makes a valid point. With a sharp crack, the carpenter struck his own head. Let us engage in a game. The one who draws the offering will also have a chance to survive. Should they refuse, damn it? What nonsense is this? I have tolerated you long enough. A loud roar interrupted the man's words, causing everyone to flinch. The normally gently duo unexpectedly stepped forward, his temperament transformed. An explosive energy crackling in the air. Fear, when accumulated to a certain threshold, often morphs into anger. Sometimes, violence is not merely a tool for intimidation but a means of bolstering one's own courage. The martial arts instructor charged forward, fist clenched, and pinned the carpenter against the wall, striking his nose without hesitation. The lantern shattered upon the ground, and the silhouettes of their struggle were magnified in the flickering light. One blow, two blows, no one dared intervene, nor could anyone restrain him. Ultimately, it was Li Duo himself who ceased his assault. Gasping for breath, he stepped back, trembling hands at his sides, staring blankly ahead. After venting his fury, an uncontrollable wave of terror engulfed him. The carpenter's head spun unnaturally due to inertia. Twisting several times before, with a sickening click, it slumped to one side. He reached out with both hands, frantically groping at his face, attempting to realign it. Yet it remained irreparably askew. Thus, his formerly upright head now tilted at a grotesque angle, drooping upon his shoulder, accompanied by that eerie smile. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, this spectacle sent a chilling wave through all present, threatening their sanity. Such an act was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary human. My wife had taught me the virtues of magnanimity, and I offered my guests one final opportunity, a warning not to be repeated. The hall fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. No one dared to speak, their eyes wide with terror as they bore witness to this unsettling reality. The carpenter picked up the fallen lantern and continued the discussion from earlier. If the chosen individual is unwilling to offer themselves as a sacrifice, they may, before the arrival of the next night, take the life of another in their stead. The murderer shall pay with their own life, and those who resort to such an extreme measure must once again endure the judgment of all guests. Allow me to reiterate the complete rules of the game. Who is the sacrifice? Game rules. The sacrifice is selected by drawing lots. Among all the lots, only one is marked as the sacrifice, while the others are blank. The person chosen as the sacrifice has one opportunity to survive. Should the sacrifice refuse to offer themselves, they may kill another during the day that follows, allowing that person to take their place. In such an event, a vote will be held that evening to determine who shall be the sacrifice. There are three possible outcomes. Outcome 1. If the sacrifice kills someone and successfully deceives everyone during the voting, they will survive, and the victim will become the wood for that day, initiating a new round of drawing lots. Outcome 2. If the sacrifice kills someone but is discovered during the voting, both the sacrifice and the victim shall become wood, and a new round of drawing lots will commence. As 2 lives have been sacrificed, there will be an extended period of 1 day, with the next voting scheduled for 2 days later. Outcome 3. Should the sacrifice willingly offer themselves, a new round of drawing lots will begin immediately. Additional rules. Murder is prohibited at night. The results of the drawing must not be revealed, and no one may gather in groups. Guests, have I made myself clear? The response was a lingering silence. What consequences would arise from gathering together? Fang Chen suddenly inquired. You may attempt to find out tomorrow, came the retort. A delicate, tremulous voice spoke up. If this continues, will we not all perish here? Rong hesitantly raised her hand, struggling to form a coherent sentence. If you wish to leave, please find a way to disperse the fog swiftly. Upon concluding, the carpenter gestured towards the wooden table, invitingly. At the center of the room, a round table had unexpectedly appeared, stacked with 9 folded slips of paper. A collective gasp resonated through the group, as the constraints of the rules sent shivers through their very beings. Under the watchful gaze that seemed to hold an eerie power, they found themselves unable to resist, tremblingly extending their hands. Fang Chen randomly selected one, inserting his thumb into the crease and gently unfolding it, only to reveal a blank page. As he lifted his gaze, he encountered several anxious stares. In the instant their eyes met, those gazes hastily averted. Even more disheartening was the realization that even Ming Qian regarded him with fear and wariness. This method was indeed cruel, sowing seeds of suspicion among those who had only just begun to familiarize themselves, leading them to be on guard against one another, fostering mutual distrust and potential self-destruction. Fang Chen instinctively turned his head towards Yin Xian. Beneath the flickering candlelight, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, with a glimmer dancing within them, reminiscent of a burning galaxy. He gazed intently at himself, his fingertips pinching a note, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After all the participants had completed their draws, the carpenter turned to leave. The hour was late, and he urged the guests to retire early, bidding them good night until the morrow. After taking just a few steps, his drooping head swayed to the other side, bobbing rhythmically with each stride, as if it were precariously tethered to his body by a mere layer of skin. Rome, unable to bear it any longer, covered her mouth and wept. In the face of the unknown and the bizarre, no one dared to defy the circumstances. They could only steel themselves and proceed according to the rules of the deadly game. A chilling wind seeped through the cracks of the door, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's side gently brushing against each person's neck. On the wooden table, a crimson diary was hastily flipped open, the pages rustling loudly. Upon noticing this, Fang Chen took it and paused on the second page, which bore additional content. August 16th, Sunny. My cousin from afar visited. He introduced me to a lucrative deal. Once I complete this transaction, I will be able to provide the dowry and hold my head high before my in-laws. She is a considerate and kind wife. For her sake, I must see this deal through, hoping for a smooth outcome. But where can I procure such fine timber? I need an abundance of it. Ming Qian leaned closer, swallowing hard. Was this the carpenter's story? Her voice trembled with emotion, and after much contemplation, she hesitated to add the words in life. Fang Chen nodded. It seems so. Wiley suddenly interjected. Who among you drew the offering? At this utterance, the atmosphere grew tense instantaneously. Chapter 10. The message of regret. Isn't it against the rules to reveal the draw? Li Duo questioned. It may be prohibited to display it, but it does not state that one cannot inquire, does it? Wiley adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a harsh light. He proceeded to call out names in a clockwise manner, intently observing each individual's expression, seeking any hint of deceit. Li Duo? Rong? Zhang Bin? The individuals summoned shook their heads vehemently, eager to dissociate themselves from any implications. Lu Meng scoffed, retorting that those who drew the offerings would never confess their true identities honestly. Damn it, how can we not probe? Are we to sit idly by and await our demise tomorrow? Wiley exclaimed in frustration. Upon seeing his name included in the list of suspects, Li Duo's face fell. Your agitation seems to suggest you are concealing something. Calm down. No one would actually kill over a game. Lu Wanting attempted to reassure, though her own discomfort was evident. Clearly, her words held little persuasive power, especially after witnessing the carpenter's inhumane existence. Who would sacrifice themselves for a complete stranger? Hostility spread insidiously, and the debate intensified. Even the slightest expression could be seized upon and relentlessly interrogated. The situation teetered on the brink of collapse. Infighting, a most sordid and macabre amusement, was indeed dismantling the fragile web of trust that had been painstakingly woven. Let us proceed step by step. Zhang Bin seemed to have entirely surrendered, resignedly leaning back in his chair, his eyes vacant, save for the faint rise and fall of his chest. Fang Chen tapped lightly on the table, but the sound was soon drowned by the cacophony of sharp exchanges. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table, the sharp crack effectively silencing the tumult. The room fell into an eerie stillness. Tomorrow morning at 8, we shall convene here. Ming Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Doesn't the additional rule state that we cannot gather? The original wording of the rule was, everyone is unable to cluster together. Moreover, the carpenter suggested that we could certainly give it a try. Are you certain that isn't a sarcastic remark? Fang Chen turned his gaze towards Lu Meng. The worst outcome for violating the rules is invariably death. However, the carpenter seems to delight in witnessing our self-destruction. If we were to wipe each other out entirely, that would hardly be his desired outcome. Yan Xian suddenly interjected, it is worth a try. Gathering should not trigger an instant death rule. That could be acceptable. Lu Meng rested his folding fan against his forehead, his brow furrowed slightly. Seeing that no one opposed, Fang Chen made a final summation. Tomorrow morning at 8, we shall assemble in the hall, endeavoring to remain as close together as possible. Should we need to disperse, we shall form teams for mutual support. We must remain vigilant against that one individual. If animosity prevails amongst us, it will merely provide an opportunity for the offerings, despite their discontent. This was the most viable strategy at present, as no one could guarantee that nothing untoward would occur should they find themselves alone. As everyone dispersed, each harboring their own thoughts, the hall soon became desolate. The doors to all the rooms in the second-floor accommodation area were firmly shut, akin to hearts that could no longer remain open and unguarded. Fang Chen paced restlessly within his room, reflecting once more on the carpenter's words. If he wished to depart from this place and cease the sacrificial game, he must discover a means to dispel the thick fog. This was the carpenter's domain, his territory. Could the fog perhaps be intricately linked to him? In every game, there can never be a deadlock. Surely, some clues remained undiscovered. The carpenter was notably concerned for his wife. With this thought, he resolved to ascend to the attic once more. However, just as he stepped outside, he perceived a tall silhouette poised at the corner. Xian leaned against the staircase, arms crossed, seemingly waiting for him. As expected, the next moment, his lips moved. "Are you the offering?" He was direct, a reflection of his usual style. "No. All right, I'll take your word for it." Seemingly satisfied with the response, Xian stretched lazily, ready to turn away, yet suddenly paused as if recalling something. He rested one hand against the doorframe, a smile playing on his lips. His eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a languid, yet dangerous aura. What thrill was he seeking at such a late hour? Do you know what follows the phrase knowing there are tigers in the mountains? Fang Chen refrained from answering directly. Xian tapped his cheek with his tongue. Pondering for a moment, "Do not venture into the known danger. Go back to sleep." Passing by Xian, Fang Chen gave his shoulder a light pat and continued upstairs. "I'm just wandering around." This seemingly casual remark carried a hint of purpose. The door to the third floor had remained unlocked since last night, slightly ajar. Fang Chen gently pushed it open, the door creaking in protest as it revealed the interior. She was still there. The figure of the woman in red hung motionless from the central beam of the attic, and from this distance, he could only discern her drooping form and disheveled hair. Instinctively, Fang Chen touched his neck, the soft yet chilling sensation from last night still vivid in his memory. A beam of moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a cold and mournful glow upon her. The last time had been urgent, leaving him without the opportunity to thoroughly investigate this space. "Pardon the intrusion," he murmured, bowing slightly toward the room, extending his hand to touch the attic wall as he began to explore its perimeter. Yet, what he saw was all that there was. He traversed the entire attic, examining even the smallest crevices in the floor, but still found no useful clues. Perhaps due to the prolonged closure of doors and windows, the air felt stagnant, and soon he began to feel an unusual heat. Reaching the innermost part, he opened a window, allowing his thoughts to drift as he gazed at the luminous moon. Today, both he and Xian had noted the peculiarities surrounding the carpenter. When he had first encountered the carpenter last night, the man's clothing had been noticeably oversized, the sleeves and pant legs rolled up, and his hands were devoid of any adornments. During the day, the carpenter was not only impeccably dressed, but also adorned with a ring on his left hand's ring finger. Yet, come nightfall, he reverted to the appearance from their initial encounter. What could account for such a transformation? Engrossed in contemplation within his own realm, Fang Chen failed to notice the subtle movement of the corpse's fingertips behind him. Lu Meng remarked that the key to victory in the game lay in unraveling the enigma. The suspended female corpse slowly turned back. "I gazed at you through the window, offering you everything. Why must you forsake me?" Discovering the reason for abandonment should dissipate the fog, one would think. The woman's entire body began to spasm. Her emaciated hands clutching the noose around her neck with ferocity, blood streaming from her features, and soon her head broke free. The carpenter's peculiar behavior was likely intertwined with the dissipating mist. Perhaps he would inquire tomorrow. Unaware of the peculiarities, Fang Chen continued to mutter to himself. His head bowed. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed behind him, prompting him to swiftly turn his head to the left. In the next instant, the corpse's hand smashed down, bending the window frame. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into countless fragments. Without affording him a moment to react, the corpse let out a harrowing scream, her sharp nails lunging towards his eyes. The threat grazed perilously close to his scalp. Fang Chen swiftly retreated, rolling into the center of the room, seizing a nearby stool and striking it forcefully. The crimson figure paused, momentarily frozen in place. Did this entity possess physical form? That made things a tad more manageable. With no time to contemplate further, Fang Chen took flight. His primary objective was the axe in the tool shed. Possessing a reliable weapon could provide a fighting chance, lest he be left to flee for his life. Adrenaline surged, propelling his speed to its zenith, and in a few strides, he leaped to the ground floor, racing towards the courtyard gate. This was an instinctual response from his very being. However, just as he burst from the house, a grotesquely contorted visage abruptly appeared before him. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the sensation of impending doom igniting every cell within him. A frigid nose grazed his cheek, sliding past. She bared her saliva-soaked teeth and lunged at him with ferocity. Chapter 11. The message of regret in a flash. Fang Chen tilted his head back and kicked out, sending the woman's body crashing to the ground, where it rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Had she truly leaped from the attic window? Did she not fear for her life? Yet, in her current state, perhaps she welcomed a different form of demise. The corpse quivered momentarily, suddenly lifting its head, mouth agape, blood frothing from between its teeth. 3 words formed upon its lips: return it to me. Return what? The urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. The adversary had blocked the sole exit of the courtyard. The only way out was to scale the nearly 3-meter-high wall surrounding it. Fang Chen assessed the distance in his mind. Bending his knees slightly, he gathered strength in his toes, and, while the woman was still approaching, surged towards the wall. Just as he was about to touch the surface, a hand appeared above him. Upon recognizing the figure, Fang Chen instinctively reached out. In the next moment, he was hoisted up as if he were a mere blade of grass uprooted from the earth. Fang Chen, what on earth has this person been feeding on? As his feet touched the ground, his balance not yet regained, he heard a rustling sound behind him, like something distorted and crawling. Let us go. With no more obstacles in their path, Fang Chen seized Yin Xian and dashed toward the tool room. The wind whipped past his ears, stinging his skin. He mused that if he maintained this speed in a physical assessment at the sports academy, he would undoubtedly secure first place. Minutes later, they found refuge in a low building, their breaths mingling in the stillness. After a considerable pause, Fang Chen took a deep breath, holding it as he listened intently to the sounds outside. The surroundings were eerily quiet. It seemed they had temporarily evaded danger. They likely wouldn't pursue, for this was not her territory. Yin Xian tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ears and raised her gaze slightly. Are you injured? Fang Chen shook his head, retreating a few steps as if shedding a heavy burden, leaning against the wall. Why scale the wall if you're just going to sleep? It's frightening to be alone. Speak plainly. I'm on watch. His words were particularly soft, a mere whisper that brushed against her ears with a tantalizing tickle. Besides, if I were to sleep, I would miss out on the spectacle. A spectacle? Try being the one being chased. Fang Chen's eyes met her dark, penetrating gaze. Who are you observing in the dead of night? What do you think? I saw someone leave with a grim expression. If he accidentally harmed someone, at least I could. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. Help dispose of the body. Yin Xian chuckled softly, resting her forehead against the wall, her eyes shimmering with warmth. You're quite bold. I watched the entire performance, and it was rather thrilling. Care to offer a critique? Judiciously assessing the situation, your reactions were swift. Thanks. I was praising that female corpse. Fang Chen. Indeed, one could not deny that the atmosphere had lightened considerably with his jest. Fang Chen gazed at Yin Xian, who had been sprinting alongside him, his attire somewhat disheveled. The silver moonlight filtered through his tousled hair, casting a soft glow upon his sharply defined features, endowing them with an almost fragmented beauty. It was quite a sight to behold, compelling Fang Chen to steal a few more glances. After having endured such a glaring spectacle earlier, it was only fitting to indulge in something more pleasing to the eyes. What are you thinking about? Yin Xian inquired, noticing Fang Chen's absent-minded stare. I am contemplating. Fang Chen averted his gaze, pondering their means of escape. Any leads? During their encounter with the female corpse, I observed a deep imprint on her right ring finger. Moreover, she seemed to be in search of something. Repeating the phrase, return it to me. If we connect these two observations, could it be that she is seeking a lost ring? Yin Xian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the reasonable deduction. Fang Chen probed further. Has she approached you? I can't shake the feeling that she is fixated on me. With a light chuckle, Yin Xian adjusted his garments. You are the bridge, naturally drawing more attention. As long as we abide by the rules, we are generally safe. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Bridge, what do you know? Time momentarily stilled before resuming its normal pace. Only the bridge holds the vital clues to unraveling the situation, Yin Xian mused, seemingly offering comfort, yet most remain oblivious. Have you experienced this? Like Lu Meng, I only know through hearsay. Is there a chance for a complete escape? Certainly. Among the accounts I've heard, some have managed to escape unscathed, while others have met with total annihilation. Fang Chen fell into a long silence, then suddenly spoke. Each word deliberate. If we can all leave safely, would you recount everything you know to me? Yin Xian was reluctant to make promises, as he had never failed to keep his word. Yet, gazing into Fang Chen's earnest eyes, he exhaled softly within. It is a deal. Once they had assured each other's safety, they returned to the lodging area and parted ways at the staircase. Upon entering his room, Fang Chen collapsed onto the bed. Glancing at his phone, it was 2 a.m. Despite the significant commotion he had caused, the group chat remained eerily silent. Since the carpenter announced the tribute game, no new messages had emerged. Even Meng Qian, the usually chatty girl, had not uttered a word. Ironically, the last message was from Rong Rong, expressing gratitude for their care that day, accompanied by a cute dog emoji bowing. The game had yet to commence, yet the internal dynamics had already begun to unravel. Tomorrow. Fang Chen gazed out the window. Tomorrow would arrive as scheduled. At 8 in the morning, Fang Chen arrived punctually in the hall. It seems as though everyone emerged from their rooms at precisely the same moment. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the once empty hall transformed into a gathering of all. Lu Wanting was absorbed in her bread, refraining from engaging in conversation. Lu Mang's folding fan opened and closed rhythmically, lost in his own thoughts. After a brief period of silence, Li Duo could no longer remain still. It felt as if nothing had changed. He had been restless throughout, his muscles taut, scanning the surroundings in a state of readiness, fearful that the carpenter might unexpectedly leap from a hidden corner. Indeed, it was stifling. While he loosened the top button of his shirt, his fingers fanning the fabric up and down, feeling the oppressive heat. Was it merely a little discomfort? Something was amiss. Rong Rong suddenly stood, covering her mouth and nose, her chest heaving, flushed, and on the verge of suffocation. The others began to feel their own breaths becoming increasingly labored. Realizing this, they hurriedly rose, rushing towards the exit. Yet, once they reached the courtyard, the overwhelming sense of suffocation remained unrelieved. Oxygen was being drawn from the air at a terrifying rate. Zhang Bin clutched his throat, tears streaming down his face, collapsing to the ground in agony. Scatter immediately. To a place where no one can be seen. Fang Chen shouted, struggling for his last breath. Chapter 12. The message of regret as the words fell. Everyone scattered in a frenzy. Fang Chen also managed to find a secluded corner, only allowing himself to open the group chat after his breathing returned to a normal rhythm. Fang Chen, how are you all? Before long, the vibrations of notifications filled the air. Lu Mang, it's quite difficult. Lu Wanting, I truly thought I was going to perish. Ming Qian, I believe I just saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Yin Xian, I am fine. Rong Rong, why are you fine? Yin Xian, because I never left the hall. Once you all departed, I was able to breathe normally here. Bai Li, Zhang Bin, Li Duo, you are all still young. You must strengthen your bodies. My record for holding my breath is 3.5 minutes. After a brief silence in the chat, a flurry of thumbs-up emojis began to appear. Fang Chen, shall we try again? Ming Qian, are we doing this again? Thus, they went back and forth attempting several times, and Fang Chen finally grasped the true meaning behind the phrase unable to gather in a group. In any given space. As the number of individuals increases, the air becomes increasingly scarce. While two can manage to converse and move about, prolonged interaction limits their mobility, requiring moments of solitude. When 3 or more are present, normal breathing becomes impossible, and exceeding half the group leads to a state of suffocation. With a clear understanding of the rules, Lu Mang proposed in the chat that they pair up for mutual supervision, meeting in the hall at the designated hour to show their faces before quickly dispersing. It was agreed that no one should remain alone in a room for extended periods. Merely enduring until evening would suffice. No one voiced any objections. Zhang Bin suddenly suggested that it would be best for pairs to consist of the same gender to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the teams were arranged as follows: Li Duo and Lu Mang, Zhang Bin and Bai Li, Fang Chen and Yin Xian, Lu Wanting, Ming Qian, and Rong Rong. Once the groups were established, they began to engage in their own activities. Given that there was one extra girl, Rong Rong took it upon herself to dart back and forth between the two teams. At this moment, it was precisely 10 in the morning. Everyone adhered to the agreed-upon schedule, successfully navigating through the majority of the day. At the designated time, they assembled, with teammates vigilantly monitoring one another. No one daring to let their guard down, fearful that a moment's inattention might allow the offerings to slip away. Due to the constraints of the rules, bizarre scenes occasionally unfolded. For instance, at this moment, Bai Li and Lu Mang had temporarily separated, intending to engage in solitary activities. However, as Bai Li pushed open the kitchen door, he was met with the sight of Fang Chen and Yin Xian standing by the window. With more than 3 people in a space, the chest constricted violently, cells began to stir. I'll leave now. You all continue, he gasped, his face flushed. And he turned to flee. There's no need for such a reaction. Fang Chen had just reached out when Bai Li had already vanished from sight. Ming Qian arrived just in time to see Bai Li, his face flushed, walking towards him. Don't go over there, he said, grabbing the girl by the sleeve. What's wrong? I observed Fang Chen and Yin Xian over there. Ah well, let us go. The hurried retreat of the young man paired with the girl's hesitant expression could easily be mistaken for witnessing an explosive and embarrassing scene. Throughout the day, when individuals inadvertently clustered together, they merely exchanged glances before swiftly turning away. Time flowed gently, and just as everyone believed they could successfully linger until nightfall by this means, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. The sound emanated from the low house at the northern edge of the courtyard. Upon arrival, Fang Chen beheld Rong Rong collapsed on the ground, her eyes vacant as she clutched an axe, smeared with a copious amount of still fresh blood, slowly descending from her grip. The vivid crimson was jarring to the senses. What to do? Rong Rong, in a state of panic, cried, "I was tripped, and when I looked down, I found this axe lying on the ground." He glanced at the time, 2:57. The gathering time was approaching. Inside the hall, individuals had begun to arrive one after another. Upon hearing Fang Chen recount the sudden incident, a flicker of terror crossed their faces. Whispers of unease filled the air. Li Duo began to count heads, then paused slightly. "Where's Xiaoming?" Fang Chen's breath caught. Could it be? Meng Qian is dead. This girl, who seemed so terrified yet bravely followed in his footsteps, appearing cheerful and optimistic, had vanished just like that. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Meng Qian appeared at the top of the stairs. "Sorry for being late," came her weak voice, her features twisted in discomfort. "I have a stomach ache." Now everyone had gathered, except for Zhang Bin. Bin Rong Rong's lips turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Bailey removed her glasses, pressing her fingers to her temple. "This guy said just 10 minutes ago that he wanted to be alone for some fresh air. I didn't think much of it." "You saw him just 10 minutes ago?" "I'm certain." Lu Meng snapped his fan shut, declaring loudly, "That person must be nearby. Everyone, split up and search quickly." At once, the group dispersed, preparing to conduct a thorough search of the vicinity. Just as Fang Chen was about to set off, he caught sight of Rong Rong standing dazedly in place, her expression lost and hollow, still tightly clutching the axe. Blood had stained her skirt, rendering her a pitiful sight. Holding the axe seemed akin to grasping a fragile thread of survival. Fang Chen felt a pang of compassion, and his advancing step faltered. "The axe is a sharp weapon. It can easily harm you. Give it to me." After a moment of hesitation, she released her grip, her delicate fingertips marked with blood and dirt. The situation had not reached a definitive conclusion. Perhaps there was still a chance for a turn of events. All right. Her murky eyes finally regained a flicker of life. Rong Rong stumbled out, her frail figure swaying precariously in the wind. After securing the axe, Fang Chen swiftly joined the others. The grand hall, the side chambers, the living quarters, the tool shed, and each individual's room. Time slipped away second by second, and every accessible space had been thoroughly explored. The weight of anxiety within me grew ever more pronounced. It seemed that the offerings had indeed found their moment to strike. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, this aimless search finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 13. The message of regret. Zhang Bin was discovered in the dimly lit woods to the south. His eyes closed as he leaned against a tree. If one disregarded the blood that covered his head, he appeared to be merely asleep, reluctantly confronting the harsh reality. The worst had indeed come to pass. After searching the vicinity for a considerable time without finding anyone, I decided to venture farther into the previously logged area. However, I had scarcely taken a few steps when I stumbled upon this grim scene. As Lu Wanting and the others gathered, I stammered out the details. The group huddled together, their expressions a tumultuous blend of disbelief. "It cannot be. It cannot be," Rong Rong gasped, her eyes wide with horror, her hands falling limply to her sides as she collapsed to the ground. Fang Chen noted that his breath was unaffected at that moment, suggesting that the victim's emergence had lifted the constraints of the additional rules. Li Duo arrived last, bringing with him the bloodied axe. Yin Xin took it, examining it closely. The victim was beyond saving. Zhang Bin bore a single wound on his skull, its shape matching that of the axe. "Is this truly so?" Lu Meng questioned skeptically. Yin Xin chuckled lightly. "What purpose would there be in deceiving you?" His tone hinted at a subtle animosity. "It's wise to have multiple witnesses to prevent any trickery with the offerings. Be my guest." Yin Xin stepped back, yielding the space. Lu Meng inhaled deeply, signaling to Li Duo. The two approached to verify the evidence once more. Moments later, Lu Meng returned with a grim countenance, confirming the dreadful truth. Rong Rong could no longer contain herself. Her soft sobs escalated into frantic wails. She could scarcely fathom that just hours ago, her boyfriend, who had accompanied her, now lay lifeless before her. Fang Chen felt a wave of pity for the young girl. As the most timid member of the team, She had initially shrunk into Zhang Bin's embrace, shunning any interaction. Now, having summoned a modicum of courage, the very pillar of her strength had vanished in such a tragic manner. Each person present felt a pang of sorrow. Luwaning opened her mouth. Yet no words of comfort emerged. In the midst of their grief, no one could offer solace, for they were on the brink of a far more pressing task, judgment voting. Zhang Bin's death was indeed painful, but the cruel reality was that his murderer lurked among this very group. Fang Chen surveyed the others, noting the suspicious glances exchanged, each face betraying a sense of fear. The remaining few were gripped by an instinctual terror, yet only one among them wore a facade. A distorted expression that was entirely feigned, the one responsible for this tragic event. As the sun descended slowly, casting an amber glow before the night enveloped the sky in darkness, the group made their way to the tool shed. There, neatly arranged, lay 9 axes. Zhang Bin had been struck down in a single blow. Who could have anticipated that the lumberjacking skills honed just the day before, shared experiences meant for survival, would now be weaponized for murder? Fang Chen mentally reenacted the scene of Zhang Bin's murder, such a deep wound, inflicted with such force that blood would surely have stained the axe thoroughly, even seeping into the wooden handle, rendering it impossible to clean. Yet, the other 9 axes on the wall remained pristine. It appeared that the weapon used to kill Zhang Bin was indeed the axe discovered by Rong Rong. The journey back was profoundly silent, each individual instinctively maintaining a certain distance, with Rong Rong resignedly trailing at the rear of the group. She bit her lip fiercely, her gaze directed at anyone exuding animosity and loathing. In the hall, the carpenter was already awaiting their arrival. He retained the same appearance as the previous night. His head not yet repaired, dangling from his neck, his sinister smile twisted at an odd angle, radiating impatience. Without granting any respite, the man rubbed his hands together, announcing that the guests were free to discuss, with voting commencing in 1 hour. Once everyone was seated, the trial began, with a sharp clap. Rong Rong abruptly leaped to her feet. "It's you, isn't it?" She trembled as she pointed at Bai Li. "You were in the same group as a Bin. You alone had the means to approach him openly." "What nonsense!" Bai Li retorted, his temper flaring. "Am I that foolish? I was in his group. Wouldn't I be the prime suspect if you were dead? Perhaps you are exploiting this reverse psychology." After losing her beloved, Rong Rong suddenly grew bold, her gaze resolute. Summoning her last ounce of strength, Fang Chen pondered deeply. Something was amiss. "No, this doesn't add up," Lu Meng interjected, perplexed as to why the offering would place the murder weapon so far away. If Zhang Bin was killed in the woods, the axe could have simply been discarded nearby. Why go to the trouble of bringing it back? It's almost as if it was intended for everyone to notice quickly. Li Duo quickly chimed in. Could it be that Zhang Bin was not dead at that moment? Perhaps after sustaining a blow, he feared being pursued by the offering and hid. Impossible. Lu Meng shook his head, continuing to explain. We've all confirmed his injuries. Such a deep wound would certainly be fatal. Moreover, the distance between the courtyard and the woods would undoubtedly leave traces on the ground. However, no bloodstains have been found around the courtyard. It seems that to uncover the identity of the offering, we must first understand why the axe appeared in the courtyard. Fang Chen crossed his arms, resting them on his chin. Let us first clarify the entire sequence of events. Due to the strict assembly protocol, the last time Zhang Bin was seen by everyone was at 2 p.m., followed by the discovery of the bloodied axe at 3 p.m., and then the body at 4 p.m. Zhang Bin died almost instantaneously, and the wound corresponded with the axe. Thus, it is inferred that the offering committed the murder between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. Everyone should recount their whereabouts during that time and whether there are any witnesses. Upon finishing his statement, Fang Chen frowned. It was all too convenient, almost as if the thought process had been deliberately guided. Meng Qian was the first to speak. "I felt unwell this afternoon, so I remained in the inner courtyard, and I have not been apart from Rong Rong for more than 10 minutes. Neither have I." Lu Wanning raised her hand in agreement. Rong Rong nodded, acknowledging their responses. Li Duo added, "I went a little farther with Lu Meng, to the north, further away from the woods. Mainly, this young master's physical condition seemed rather frail, so I taught him a set of martial arts. However, even during our separate activities, we never strayed out of sight for more than 10 minutes. Lu Meng supplemented his statement. Fang Chen glanced at Yin Xian. "We too." The group corroborated each other's alibis, confirming that no one had vanished from sight for over 10 minutes. The route to the tool room, given Fang Chen's physique, would take at least 3 to 4 minutes at the fastest pace, especially considering the woods further to the south. If the assailant had departed from the courtyard, murdered Zhang Bin, and returned, it would require no less than 20 minutes. Thus, everyone possessed a solid alibi except for Bai Li. Chapter 14. The Message of Regret Indeed. I have said it is not me. How could I possibly commit murder without an alibi? Would that not be digging my own grave? As he perceived the accusatory glances directed toward him, his face flushed with embarrassment and his voice strained to the point of breaking. Yet, the skepticism in the eyes of the crowd only intensified. Unforgivable. Li Duo clenched his fists. However, it is often the case that one is compelled to kill under duress. Is it not? Meng Qiyan turned her anxious gaze toward Bai Li. If we reveal the offering, does that not make us accomplices in the act of murder as well? How could you utter such words? Rong exclaimed, incredulous. Murder must be met with a commensurate punishment. It is the natural order of things. Faced with those tear-stained eyes, Meng Qiyan hastily apologized. I am sorry. I failed to consider your perspective. Let us vote. The conclusion is already evident. Lu Wanning sniffed. Vote? Really? Can you all wake up, please? Where is your reasoning? Bai Li continued to struggle. Is it not possible that the offering is entirely innocent of this crime? This entire situation may have been orchestrated by that despicable carpenter, inciting us to turn on one another. This esteemed guest, the carpenter interjected, shifting his gaze. Do not paint me with such a sordid brush. Within the hall, someone slowly raised their hand, pointing at Bai Li. It appeared that the outcome of the vote was nearing resolution. How peculiar. Fang Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He had discerned a distinct oddity about that individual, even uncovering an indirect corroboration. However, without conclusive evidence, he could not easily draw a definitive conclusion. Should the offering manage to wriggle out of the situation, the repercussions would be dire. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to voice his findings. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment before he began to speak. Yet, Yan Xian interjected, there are 11 axes in total. What? The hall erupted in chaos. And Fang Chen shot his gaze toward Yan Xian, fixated with intensity. The crucial evidence he had been pondering had finally emerged. However, why was there an extra axe when each person should have had one? In this bizarre realm, the carpenter was animated and articulate, thus initially categorized as human. So, whose was the additional axe? The hangwoman? No, she must have been deceased upon the arrival of the others. Fang Chen sensed that this 11th axe was not only pivotal in unmasking the offering, but also in dispelling the fog of confusion. His mind raced. Elusive as a slippery eel, he recognized its existence but could not seize it. Ultimately, Fang Chen relinquished the thought, redirecting his focus to the present. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Yan Xian recounted, I was the first to arrive here. Noticing that none of you were present, I ventured out for a stroll. I distinctly remember that when I reached the tool room, there hung 11 axes. Yet the next day, when the carpenter led us to chop wood, only 10 remained. No wonder Yan Xian had exhibited a look of perplexity in the tool room. Thus, someone must have sneaked in the previous night to steal one? And that thief was the offering. Lu Wanning suddenly grasped the implication. Thus, the previous reasoning must be entirely reconstructed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Bai Li felt both anger and annoyance, yet in the presence of his savior, gratitude overwhelmed him. Yan Xian dismissed the complaints, casting a deep glance at Fang Chen. As if to convey a silent approval. I understand now. The mystery of the murder weapon has been unraveled. The axe discovered by Rong at 3 o'clock is not the one that killed Zhang Bin. Meng Qiyan exclaimed, excitement lacing her words. The offerings employed misdirection to make us believe that Zhang Bin had died before 3 o'clock. His actual time of death must have been between 3 and 4 o'clock. However, after 3, everyone dispersed, providing each individual with an opportunity to commit the crime, complicating our investigation. Her fervor gradually diminished as she pondered. Moreover, if Zhang Bin was still alive at 3, why did he not attend the gathering? As Ming Xiaoyan grew increasingly animated, Fang Chen felt a sense of pride in her potential. Leaning back in his chair, he contemplated the absence of an alibi post 3 o'clock and considered where the other axe might be concealed. Turning to Li Duo, he beckoned, Coach Li, could you assist me and come over here for a moment? With a perplexed expression, Li Duo approached, and after a brief whispered conversation, he nodded emphatically and departed. What are they planning? Lu Wanting wondered, her mind filled with questions. Let us engage in reverse reasoning. Fang Chen continued once everything was arranged. If forward reasoning yields no clarity, perhaps we should approach it from the opposite direction, eliminating all erroneous options until we arrive at the answer. The group began to discuss animatedly. Lu Meng followed the line of thought. Zhang Bin was quite tall. If he were killed, and then the body moved, it would be easy to be spotted. Thus, the woods must be the initial crime scene. Once Li had calmed down, he joined in. Carrying a large axe would be too conspicuous. Therefore, between 3 and 4 o'clock, the assailant must have killed Zhang Bin with the axe hidden in the woods and then concealed it again. But where would it be safest to hide it? Bury it. Yin Xian spoke succinctly. Precisely, Fang Chen replied calmly. The perpetrator would need to bury the axe by hand, inevitably getting their hands dirty. Without a nearby water source to clean up, they would require a plausible excuse to avoid being seen in such a disheveled state upon returning. Upon hearing this, Rongrong's face turned pale. Fang Chen straightened up, subtly inching closer. So, she deliberately fell in front of me, holding the axe in public, covered in blood, making herself appear filthy. All eyes inadvertently turned towards one individual. Enough! Rongrong screamed, covering her head, her body swaying. You suspect me? How could I possibly harm a Bin? This is outrageous. After speaking, he turned to Lu Wanting beside him. Sister Wanting. Lu Wanting felt a pang of compassion, but this is merely speculation. To defame someone without evidence is unjust. Moreover, yesterday when we were chopping wood, she could barely hold the axe steady. That is evidence. With that, Fang Chen rose abruptly and strode towards Rongrong, an oppressive aura enveloping the space. Stirring a chill in the air, she shivered slightly and looked up, finding Fang Chen silhouetted against the light, his features obscured by shadow, rendering his expression inscrutable and instilling a sense of dread. It resembled a silent threat. I observed you stumbling while walking this afternoon. Initially, I thought it was merely the result of your concern for Zhang Bin, but it soon felt increasingly amiss. To fabricate a murder weapon like an axe would require considerable blood, and the wounds must be deep and painful, wouldn't they? Might I request you to reveal your left leg? Rongrong's face darkened as she clutched her skirt tightly, remaining motionless. Fang Chen shot a glance at Ming Qi Yin beside him. Chapter 15. The message of regret. In an instant, the other party comprehended the situation and rushed forward without hesitation, lifting the long skirt that brushed against her ankles up to mid-thigh. Beneath the rudimentary and hasty bandaging lay a shocking gash, with flesh visibly torn at the edges. Lu Meng was taken aback. How brutal one could be to oneself. After confirming the evidence, all the gentlemen present courteously averted their gazes. This is merely a scratch I inflicted upon myself. Rongrong stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment, her voice straining as if it were being squeezed from her throat. What kind of object could cause such a deep wound? Should we compare it with an axe? Lu Wanting instantly shifted her allegiance. Moreover, all of this was predicated on your assertion that there exists an 11th axe. Rongrong was still unwilling to concede. What if we don't find that axe? We have found it. A loud exclamation echoed from the doorway. Li Duo strode in, brandishing the axe. Just as you mentioned, it was hidden right beneath Zhang Bin's corpse. In that moment, Rongrong's lips drained of color. How did you know? He slammed the murder weapon onto the table, revealing 2 identical bloodied axes before the assembly. One bore Zhang Bin's blood, the other Rongrong's. The forest soil was firm and unyielding. If something were buried within, it would inevitably lead to loosened earth, leaving traces of disturbance. Fang Chen patiently elucidated. Li Duo scratched his head, enlightenment dawning upon him. Oh, so concealing it with the body is indeed the most effective method. Truly, the heart of a woman can be most treacherous. Previously, having been unfairly accused, Bai Li seized the opportunity to retaliate. However, Ming Qi Yin was left with even more perplexity. I still cannot comprehend how Zhang Bin was persuaded to comply. Would he not have reservations in such circumstances? That was a question she needed to ponder herself. At this stage, Fang Chen could not fully grasp all the intricacies involved, yet fortunately, uncovering the offering did not necessitate reconstructing the entire narrative. With all evidence laid bare, Rongrong opened her mouth, attempting to resist once more, yet after much contemplation, no sound emerged. Finally, she exhaled deeply, her earlier hostility dissipating entirely. Of course, Bin would cooperate with me. After all, this was his scheme. This statement fell like a heavy stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the atmosphere. Ming Qi Yin was left speechless in astonishment. No wonder, during the earlier pairing, Zhang Bin had suggested same-sex teams. It was all to fabricate a perfect alibi for Rongrong. The axe had been retrieved by Bin the night before, purportedly for self-defense. Little did anyone foresee that the axe intended for my protection would ultimately become the instrument of his demise. When I drew the offering yesterday, I was truly terrified. I did not wish for death. I confided in Bin about my fears. Yet he merely smiled gently and assured me that everything would be fine. Rongrong stared blankly ahead, as if peering through the transparent void, catching a glimpse of someone. Regardless of the circumstances, one of us must survive. The plan was his conception, and the lumberjack skills were lessons imparted by him. Last night, he grasped my hand, rehearsing the act repeatedly. I can scarcely recall how the axe was raised against him. Rong gazed at her trembling hands, overwhelmed by fear. Why had I become such a selfish person? I dare not face death, yet I am willing to take the life of my dearest. However, I was truly taken aback. I had thought that the incident with the axe would remain a secret. Rong turned her head, offering a bitter smile to Xian. You must be a deep diver, right? Xian responded with a gentlemanly smile, but remained silent. Abin remarked that from the moment he chose to become a deep diver, he prepared himself for the possibility of death at any time. His only desire was for me to survive. Otherwise, everything would be meaningless. Rong licked her parched lips, her voice hoarse from prolonged cries. Perhaps this is why I can never become a deep diver. I could never sacrifice myself for others. So, I must deserve to die. Is that so? She wiped her tear-streaked face, casting a glance filled with a hint of pleading towards the others. I am truly left with no choice. I will reflect deeply on my actions. After I escape, I will strive to perform good deeds and accumulate virtue. Please do not vote against me. Abin did not wish for my demise. We are all here voluntarily. I am not afraid of death. I have compelling reasons to survive. No, that is not entirely accurate. I am indeed frightened. Her thoughts became increasingly disordered, her voice dwindling, her head lowered. Her entire being curling inward, as if she would kneel before everyone at any moment. Meng Qian instinctively bit her fingertips, fully immersing herself in the situation. In such an extreme and twisted game, must one still adhere to conventional ethics? If one were to draw the lottery for the tribute, could one truly be noble enough to voluntarily sacrifice for another? No one could guarantee that. In truth, this judgment is not equitable, based solely on the voting results. Even if the tribute were to escape by chance, the others would not face punishment. Conversely, if the tribute were found and witnessed their demise at one's own indication, it would evoke the haunting question of whether one is a murderer. This vote serves not only as a verdict against the tribute, but also as a measure of human sentiment, a probing of the limits of compassion. The cries resonate within each heart, the atmosphere strained, even by Li, wrongfully accused, fell silent. Just as the scales began to tip, as you said, killing demands retribution. It is only just, Fang Chen interjected unwittingly. If we spare you this time, and you draw the tribute again in the next round, would you spare us? Although the situation elicited pity, the inclination towards martyrdom is perilous. Once selfish thoughts take root, they may breed malice, leading one to resort to any means necessary for survival. I am left with no choice. Who would act this way if not for this cursed game? You would all do the same. Rong's words suddenly grew fervent. She looked at everyone in disbelief, her grievances pouring forth like a flood. You merely did not receive the offering, possessing just a fraction more of fortune than I. And yet you feel entitled to stand upon the moral high ground to judge me? It is evident that Abin has exerted himself so diligently. The time for judgment has arrived. A sharp yet pleasing sound emanated from the carpenter, interrupting this lamentation. Chapter 16 The Message of Regret. Without exception, Rong received unanimous votes. The answer was correct. Due to the appearance of two wooden figures today, the next trial is scheduled for the night after tomorrow. The carpenter, lantern in hand, approached Rong and gestured for her to follow. This fresh timber, please come with me. As if abruptly yanked back into reality, Rong's expression began to contort into a grimace. No, if I die, I will have betrayed Abin. In a panic, she rose, only to collide with the edge of the table, her body crashing heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she scrambled to her feet and dashed towards the door. Ha! Abin, why did you have to die for me? The wretched wails gradually morphed into madness. You could have lived. I am the offering. The carpenter remained silent, watching Rong's fleeing figure, shaking his head, and slowly followed, casually closing the door behind him. The moment they left the hall, the lights extinguished. The only visible glimmer was a faint candlelight outside the window. Rong's frantic escape was cast upon the courtyard wall, magnified several times, nearly filling the entire surface. Suddenly, the shadow halted, freezing in place for a few seconds before convulsing in agony. At the same time, a heart-wrenching scream erupted outside. Through the small window, aided by the shadow on the wall, the onlookers caught a horrifically shocking scene. The shadow lifted into the air, its ends seemingly compressed by some unseen force. Slowly converging towards the center, then with a crack, it folded over entirely. Next came the folding. Again, it folded. Bones overlapped at such ghastly angles. producing a clear, chilling sound. Meng Qian and Lu Wanting screamed, clutching each other. The others, unable to bear the sight, averted their gazes. Yet that piercing sound resonated clearly in everyone's ears. This was the sacrifice, a living person transformed directly into a heap of cold timber. Minutes later, the hall was once again illuminated, and 7 slips of paper lay quietly on the wooden round table. The fog had yet to dissipate. This life-risking game of offering continued. I want to go home. Lu Wanting shrank back, wishing to meld into her chair. Can we not draw lots? The hall fell into an eerie silence. And Meng Qian, seated beside her, pressed her lips together, not daring to make a sound. No one responded directly to her. Lu Meng gripped his fan tightly, knuckles widening, and ultimately drew a slip of paper. Fang Chen, nearby, also drew one, unfolding the paper to reveal 2 bold characters, offering. Fang Chen quietly tucked the slip away, appearing unfazed as he continued to sit in his chair. At that moment, life began its countdown, 2 days remaining. The round table was filled with mutual glances, and Fang Chen returned each one with an air of confidence until he locked eyes with Yan Xian. In that instant of eye contact, for reasons unknown, their gazes instinctively shifted, landing on a nearby red notebook. It seemed that this moment of evasion had been captured, as Yan Xian slightly furrowed her brow. Fang Chen rose accordingly and retrieved the diary. According to previous conjectures, a page was updated each night. As expected, the 3rd page revealed new content, distinct from the previous entries, accompanied by a photograph. October 30th, overcast. Will there be such a hefty penalty for failing to deliver goods on time? How infuriating. I can no longer repay the loan. My cousin would never harm me. It is entirely my fault for not seeing clearly. My wife must despise me greatly. Unable to face her, I can only observe her through the window. I suddenly wish to listen to the music box my wife gifted me. How strange. Where did I place it? Immediately, Fang Chen examined the photograph closely. The background depicted a dark, foreboding forest, terrifying in its gloom, with only a few beams of light filtering through the gaps in the foliage. A carpenter and a woman in a vivid red dress stood together in the frame, sweetly nestled against one another amidst the lush greenery. On the back of the photograph was a neatly written note. My dear, my carpentry skills do not match yours. This is my first attempt, a wooden music box. Listen to it when you feel down. I hope it can dispel your sorrow. I will always be by your side. A music box? It seemed to hold great significance for the carpenter, and Fang Chen resolved to acquire it. He pushed the diary towards the group, tapping the table. Let us seize the opportunity to explore the logging forest tomorrow. We'll gather at 8. Wiley took the photograph, staring at it for an extended period, bewildered. There are so many trees in this area. How can you be certain it's the same one we visited? Lu Meng glanced over and interjected. Have you seen any forest so densely packed that it blots out the sun? There was some merit to his point, and Bailey retreated slightly. Perhaps everyone had begun to sense the importance of the music box as a vital clue, and they tacitly accepted Fang Chen's suggestion. Since the trial, each person had appeared somewhat distracted, and the sense of estrangement from the previous night had returned. I'm not feeling well. I'll take my leave if there's nothing else, Meng Qian said, rubbing her stomach as she stood up first. The others followed suit in succession. In contrast, the woman still seated, lost in thought, stood out remarkably. Teacher Lu? Fang Chen called softly. Lu Wanting jolted back to reality. It is noteworthy that she had been quite close to wrong, and given that language teachers tend to be rather sentimental, the scene had affected everyone profoundly. Fang Chen offered a comforting remark. It's all right. No one else will sacrifice themselves. Why do you say that? I am a bridge between worlds. If you do not trust me, whom else can you? Let us hope so. She managed a faint smile, dismissing the gravity of his words as she joined the group ascending the stairs. The hall fell silent, leaving Fang Chen alone. Time is running out. And for the past couple of days, he has felt an overwhelming sense of being led by the nose, compelled to take the initiative. Contemplating this, he strides towards the entrance. Nightfall, a period that inherently evokes a sense of peril, conceals all manner of malevolent entities lurking in the shadows of unsuspecting corners. To ensure the success of his endeavors, he requires a suitable weapon. Without hesitation, Fang Chen heads to the tool shed and retrieves an axe, which, like a magical buff, instantly bolsters his courage as he slings it over his shoulder. If memory serves him correctly, that object possesses physical heft. He harbors questions for the crimson-clad specter, wishing she might exhibit a more amiable demeanor. Returning to the small attic, he grips the axe firmly in one hand, while slowly pushing open the wooden door with the other. Having envisioned numerous scenarios, he is prepared for a fierce confrontation. Yet he is unprepared for the shocking scene that unfolds before him. Initially bewildered, realization strikes him like a thunderclap, sending a chill through his entire being. She is gone. Chapter 17. The message of regret. The small attic was eerily adorned with only a half-dangling rope, swaying vacantly from the beam above. The true terror lies not in the appearance of something, but rather in its disappearance. It evokes memories of childhood, when I once trapped a giant spider in a cardboard box, eagerly awaiting the return of an adult to handle it. Yet, upon their arrival and the box's opening, it was found empty. This signified that the creature could manifest anywhere, without restraint. Fang Chen held his breath, acutely attuned to the sounds behind him. The surroundings were cloaked in profound darkness, with the creaking of the wooden floorboards piercing the silence with an unsettling sharpness. He maintained a high level of focus, meticulously surveying the area, the accommodations on the second floor, the kitchen on the first, the storage room, and the grand hall. Eventually, he stepped into the courtyard. She was not here. Where else could she possibly be? Fang Chen stood in the yard, leaning against a grand tree, his gaze aimlessly scanning the vicinity. Apart from their courtyard, several similar houses were scattered about, resembling self-built homes within a village. They had never illuminated with light, their doors and windows perpetually closed. Standing silently in the night, having made up his mind, Fang Chen rose, intending to explore the uncharted territories. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, anchoring his steps in place. Bai Li, this is terrifying. There is something sinister on our floor. A murderer. Don't go outside. Upon this announcement, the chat erupted. Meng Qian, what are you talking about? Be clear. Bai Li, someone is lurking with an axe at our doorstep. Lu Wanting, is it a person? Bai Li, seems like it. The silhouette doesn't resemble a carpenter, nor that of a hanged woman. Li Duo, could it be the offering preparing to strike? Lu Mang, no, the rules state that one cannot kill at night. Meng Qian, how did you see this? Bai Li, I was hungry, planning to forage in the kitchen, and as I opened the door, I was startled back. Thanks to this fellow, I'm now quite full. Lu Wanting, help. This is terrifying. I can't sleep. Li Duo, is everyone all right? What about the two who have been silent? Yan Xian, I'm in my room. Fang Chen watched the rapid-fire messages with bemusement and hurriedly explained. Fang Chen, don't be afraid. It's me. This declaration only fueled further chaos in the chat. Bai Li lamented. Brother, which kind soul strolls about at night wielding an axe? Meng Qian, what are you doing? Li Duo, big guy? You're not the offering looking for candidates, are you? Fang Chen pondered momentarily. I felt uneasy and just sought a weapon for self-defense. Bai Li, are you feeling more at ease now? Fang Chen, fairly. Bai Li, feeling at ease doesn't just appear out of thin air. It merely shifted from me to you. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Fang Chen stowed his phone, grasped the axe, and ventured toward the other darkened courtyards. These yards were overgrown with weeds, devoid of any semblance of human presence. At the outset, Fang Chen maintained a semblance of politeness, knocking thrice before entering. If he encountered a locked door, he would circumvent it, scaling walls or windows. However, as time wore on, this approach proved labor-intensive and inefficient. Upon arriving at the next dilapidated courtyard, he first attempted to push the door, which remained unyielding. Subsequently, he grasped his axe and with a swift motion, commenced a vigorous assault. The door, unable to withstand such relentless destruction, splintered and collapsed with a resounding crash. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction and strode inside, feeling invigorated. It was high time he acted thus. He methodically searched each layer, mentally calculating shortcuts, proceeding in a straight line. When confronted with obstacles or locked doors, he employed the same technique, delivering powerful blows until the path bore little trace of its former integrity. After this whirlwind, a small villa captured his attention. This house, relatively isolated, had a brand new lock, and the courtyard appeared well tended, with neat arrangements and flourishing plants. It was the only residence that remained impervious to his destructive efforts. Was it necessary to possess a key to gain entry? Fang Chen remained vigilant, scaling the wall to continue his search elsewhere. After completing a circuit, his findings amounted to nearly nothing. It seemed that acquiring the music box was a pivotal juncture. Until then, further information was unattainable. Just as he prepared to return home, a faint, crisp sound erupted from behind him. It resembled the sound of footsteps on fallen leaves, yet he stood still. The moonlight elongated the shadow of an approaching figure, which seemed to smile, baring its teeth in a menacing grin. The soft hissing of breath reached his ears, brushing against his nerves. Had the moment finally arrived? As the distance closed, the shadow loomed overhead, engulfing his own. Now is the time, Fang Chen abruptly pivoted, hurling his axe with force, swiftly following up with an uppercut. Yet the newcomer seemed to anticipate his moves, effortlessly evading both attacks. A fierce gust of wind from a punch surged toward him from behind, and Fang Chen instinctively defended with his palm, countering with an elbow strike. His opponent emitted a muffled grunt, barely absorbing the blow, before overpowering him and pinning him to the ground. As the world spun, he finally discerned the identity of this unexpected visitor and found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to utter. "Were you known as the Shadow in your youth?" "Yesterday and today, the same," replied Xian with a playful wink. "I didn't have that nickname as a child, but it could apply now." He leaned in, his broad shoulders blocking the moonlight, creating a shadow imbued with the sin of agehood. Fang Chen felt an inexplicable warmth envelop him. "Move aside," he urged, turning his head. When he noticed Xian's reluctance to comply, he insisted, "Hurry." With a light laugh, Xian rolled over, lying beside Fang Chen, the two of them reclining together under the moonlit sky. Fang Chen, belatedly aware, finally realized that the earlier faint sounds of breath were, in fact, the barely contained laughter of this individual. It seems he had been lurking in the shadows, relishing the spectacle. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the person beside him, Xian turned slightly, propping his head with one arm, a gesture that spoke of lethal intent. His skills were commendable. "You are not without merit yourself. Let us refrain from this mutual flattery." Fang Chen cut to the chase, inquiring about the purpose of the following. "Are you curious to see what the murderous demon that Bali speaks of looks like?" His narrow, phoenix-like eyes squinted into slits, reminiscent of a cunning fox, with mockery unmistakably evident. "Now that you have seen, do you still dare confront the murderous demon head-on?" It was merely a whimsical desire for amicable discourse. Fang Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering that if he inadvertently caused a death at this juncture, the following day would likely see him under scrutiny. Realizing he had broached a sensitive topic, Fang Chen abruptly sealed his lips. The atmosphere descended into a palpable silence. "Are you a sacrificial offering?" Xian raised his gaze slightly, inching closer. "And if I were, what would you do?" Chapter 18. The message of regret, the words that Fang Chen longed to express lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet before they could take form, they dissipated into the ether. The offering, if it did not entail bloodshed, could only manifest as a sacrifice. Particularly after witnessing the tragic demise of Zhang Bin and Rong Rong, everyone became averse to the notion of offerings, fearful of becoming the next victim. And what of him? Would Xian adopt a similar attitude upon discovering that he was the offering? In the briefest moment of hesitation, Fang Chen arrived at a starkly contrasting conclusion. No. As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of desolation passed through Xian's gaze. "Very well, I believe you," he sighed, reclining once more to gaze at the heavens. "I initially thought you had been chosen as the offering and were hastily seeking a way to break the deadlock. Hence your solitary pursuit of the red-clad ghost with an axe." Fang Chen felt a jolt within. He chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? There was an undeniable sense that this individual possessed an uncanny ability to discern the human heart. What had prompted this sudden surge of positivity? It was merely a desire to witness no further sacrifices. Fang Chen stretched, cradling his hands behind his head. "Regardless of whether I am the offering, this game must come to an end." The image of Rong Rong weeping in desperation remained vivid in his mind. At that moment, all were shaken. And it was he who had decisively closed the door to mercy, the executioner who had driven Rong Rong to the brink. To claim he bore no guilt would be a blatant falsehood. "So you wielded your axe all the way?" The red-clad ghost would surely be frightened off by such audacity. "Indeed, you have struck the nail on the head," Fang Chen replied, clicking his tongue. He had braced himself for an ambush, spending a restless night in trepidation, only to encounter not even a specter. Reflecting on the blood-soaked words of "return it to me," could it be that the hanged woman had finally extricated herself from the attic, seeking the long-lost treasures of her heart? Where could she possibly be? Truly perplexing. "I find your fascination with perilous places rather intriguing," Xian remarked perceptively. "Risk and reward are inextricably linked. It is getting late. We should return." With that, Fang Chen rose, brushing the dust from his sleeves. In the next instant, his wrist was firmly grasped, halting his advance. "Now that we are here, do you not think the moonlight is splendid?" Following Xian's gaze, Fang Chen observed that the clouds had parted significantly, revealing the moon in its entirety, casting a cool, gentle glow upon the grass, instilling a sense of tranquility. It was a serene stillness, undisturbed by any external force. Beneath this expanse of sky, it felt as though all existence had faded, leaving only the two of them. Very well, he conceded. Although time was of the essence, he did not mind a moment's indulgence. Moreover, it hardly seemed like a waste. The following morning, Fang Chen arrived punctually at the hall, discovering everyone poised with diligence. Seated neatly around the table, as he pulled out a chair, Bailey subtly shifted to the side in a manner imperceptible to the naked eye. After all, following Zhang Bin's unfortunate fate, everyone harbored a degree of wariness towards those who dared venture out at night. "Brother, where's your axe?" Li Duo inquired, rubbing his hands together and craning his neck to survey the surroundings. As the words fell from his lips, a multitude of gazes converged upon him, each blink a testament to the attention he commanded. Fang Chen felt as though he were the moon, surrounded by adoring stars. "It has been placed in the room," Lu Wanting remarked, her mouth still full of bread, her words muffled as she pressed on with a question. "Must it be retrieved tonight? We could easily go together during the day. The sooner we obtain it, the more reassuring it will be." "Then why aren't you carrying it with you?" Bailey, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared as though he had not slept a wink. "It's not meant to defend against you," Fang Chen replied, his expression one of bemusement, accompanied by an inquisitive gaze that did not waver. Doubt and scrutiny lingered from that moment onward. Bailey muttered, "Perhaps I should acquire one as well." Fang Chen shot him a sidelong glance, casually retorting, "With your physique, it would be a miracle if it didn't turn against you as a weapon." Stunned by the retort, Bailey paused, mouth agape, seemingly poised to retaliate, yet found himself devoid of a counterargument, ultimately turning away in resignation to wrestle with the bread in his hands. "Do not be so tense," Lu Meng said, leisurely leaning back against the chair. Today should be uneventful. Indeed, he too had noted this peculiarity. Despite gathering for such a length of time, no one exhibited signs of breathlessness. It appeared that today was the grace period indicated by the carpenter. The additional condition of enforced camaraderie had been temporarily lifted, likely to ease the atmosphere, allowing everyone to relax and creating an opportunity for offerings to be made. Contemplating the possibility of returning to a state of suffocating tension the following day, a sense of urgency stirred within him. After managing to quell their hunger, the group proceeded in a grand procession to the southern thicket. Upon returning to this familiar territory, they immediately noticed a figure that was both recognizable and jarringly out of place. "Zhang Bin, why is he still here?" Meng Qi's voice trembled, clutching her satchel tightly. Having witnessed Rong Rong's tragic demise and come to terms with this supernatural phenomenon, it seemed as though she had accepted that his body would likewise transform into wood and vanish. After a long night, Zhang Bin had shifted from leaning against a great tree to lying contorted upon the ground, his body in an exceedingly bizarre position, his toes pointed skyward while his face was buried in the earth. "Perhaps the wind blew him this way," Lu Wanting said, rubbing her goosebumps. "Let us not dwell on it. We should search for the music box first." "Are we truly going to search in this environment? Doesn't it feel eerie? Especially within the dimly lit, shadowy thicket where she felt the need to glance back every few steps to ensure no one would rise from the dead. What tremendous psychological fortitude this required. "You agree, don't you?" Ming Qi sought affirmation, but as she turned, she saw Fang Chen extracting a photograph, engrossed in comparisons. He bore an expression that clearly conveyed, "Please do not disturb." She was compelled to seek another opinion. "What do you think?" "Yin, this gentleman had effectively erected an invisible barrier, hands in pockets, his demeanor nonchalant as he gazed up at the sun-dappled leaves overhead. A few golden rays slipped through the gaps, cascading into the depths of his seemingly bottomless gaze. What a saintly figure he presented. Meng Qian, fearful that her words might disrupt the tranquil atmosphere, quietly slipped away. Based on the contents of the diary and photographs, the music box they sought should be concealed somewhere within this expanse of land. However, the superficial clues provided little information regarding its precise location. Fang Chen, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the photograph, was abruptly jolted from his thoughts by a resounding clang that echoed nearby. Li Duo, huffing and puffing, approached with a pile of axes and tossed them down before the group, declaring, "Here, everyone take one." "What are we supposed to do with these?" Fang Chen queried, perplexed. "Dig. Are you jesting?" Meng Qian protested, extending her arms dramatically. "This vast forest. Our priority should be to locate the music box. Since the clues lead us here, it must be buried somewhere, right? But in the photograph, the carpenter wields a shovel, and we lack proper tools." Without hesitation, Li Duo seized an axe and demonstrated, asserting that with the right angle, it could serve as a makeshift shovel. With that, he plunged the axe into the ground and turned to the others, urging, "What are you all waiting for? Do you have a better plan?" Reluctantly, Lu Wanting acquiesced, and the group exchanged glances before gradually joining the excavation efforts. Li Duo kindly assigned each person a designated area. Before long, cries of despair echoed in succession. The inefficiency of their endeavor was a sight too disheartening to bear. Lu Meng shook his head at Bai Li, whose arms trembled in exhaustion. How can you still hold your head high? Bai Li tossed aside his axe, indignantly retorting, Look at you. Do you really appear to be searching earnestly? Lu Meng's demeanor mirrored that of a lumberjack. I am engaged in serious business, he insisted. What serious business could that possibly be? Sunbathing? You are merely slacking off. And let us not forget, there are 2 others over there as well. Do not single me out. Lu Meng gestured towards the distance, where Fang Chen and Yin Xian stood by a large tree, murmuring to one another. Bai Li, brimming with frustration and ready to confront them, was interrupted by a wave from across the way. Everyone, hold on, we found it. Chapter 19. The message of regret. The carefully cultivated emotions were extinguished by a single remark before they could even erupt. Bai Li, ever adaptable, scampered over with the others. Before them stood a grand tree, illuminated by a soft glow, exuding an aura of sanctity and tranquility, a scene imbued with profound meaning. Where is it? Li Duo inquired as he circled the trunk, seeing nothing of note. Up in the tree, Fang Chen replied, lifting his gaze skyward. Lu Wanting still seemed bewildered. She glanced from the photograph to the scene before her, scratching her head in frustration, perplexed as to how they could be certain it was in the tree. The Tyndall effect was stunning. The sunlight striking the tree trunk made it particularly radiant, especially in such a dim environment, akin to a side quest in a video game. Lu Meng abruptly snapped his folding fan shut, a sudden realization dawning upon him. So, the spot illuminated in the photograph is where the music box is hidden. Fang Chen nodded, recognizing that this site was reminiscent of Lu Meng's guidance when he first visited the dense forest. The shovel in the carpenter's hand was merely a ruse. The true message conveyed by the photograph was the tree behind the 2 figures in the snapshot, in the shadowy forest where sunlight scarcely penetrated. Only a few rays could break through, making it easy to compare the photograph with the illuminated tree and pinpoint its exact location. After roughly determining the direction, Li Duo volunteered to climb the tree. The leaves rustled and fluttered down, and Fang Chen's gaze trailed the swirling descent until it landed on Yin Xian. This individual had maintained a congenial demeanor throughout, showing no undue surprise even when discussing the whereabouts of the music box. The more Fang Chen pondered, the more uneasy he felt. He suddenly nudged Yin Xian. You must have discovered it earlier, haven't you? Just a few minutes before you. Yin Xian tilted his head, a smile unmistakably present. Found it. Indeed it exists. Li Duo's boisterous voice resonated, causing discomfort in everyone's ears. He excitedly descended, eager to reveal his discovery. The tree hollow was exceedingly concealed, shrouded by dense foliage. Without specifically climbing up, it would have remained undiscovered. To their astonishment, the search concluded so swiftly. The task accomplished in less than half an hour, and everyone gathered around, faces alight with exhilaration. Before them lay a very worn wooden music box, its edges marred by decay. Fang Chen placed it on the ground, winding the key on its side before stepping back. The mechanism slowly turned, and a soft hum emanated from within. All held their breath, straining to listen. What emerged from the music box was not a melody, but a recording. A woman's gentle whisper gradually filled the air, penetrating the depths of each heart. Though her voice was soothing, it carried an inexplicable weight of oppression. As the refrain continued, a tiny ballerina slowly twirled into view, cradling a key in her hands. A key? Fang Chen instantly recalled the courtyard that had eluded him the previous night. This was likely the next clue. He crouched down, but just as his fingertip grazed the metallic surface, the ballerina suddenly emitted a piercing scream, harrowing and filled with despair. The high-pitched voice pierced through the hearts of those who heard it, sending shivers down their spines, akin to the unbearable sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard. Enough to induce nightmares. Blood gushed from the crevices of the music box, trickling down the features of the figurine, which spun ever faster, its cacophonous cries growing increasingly jarring. Meng Qian furrowed her brows, and the crowd instinctively covered their ears and recoiled in terror, yet despite their efforts, they could not escape the chilling proclamation. It was a woman's lament, laced with sorrow and resentment. To those who hear the song, I shall come to find you tonight. At that moment, the music box's spring finally ran its course, barely managing one last turn before the figurine languidly retreated. In the final second of its descent, it executed a complete 180-degree rotation, its indistinct features now facing the onlookers, bearing an unsettling semblance of a smile. This scene held everyone captive for several minutes. After a brief pause, Lu Wanting licked her parched lips and, with a hint of despair, asked, "Did I just mishear that?" "You did not," Lu Meng interjected, her expression equally grim. "She said she would come for us tonight." "Oh, I'm familiar with this trope. It's a classic in horror games." Ming Qian felt her spirit drain away, leaving only a shell to voice her thoughts. "Where's the safe point? Please, where is it?" Not only they, but even Fang Chen stood in a daze for several seconds. It wasn't fear that gripped him, rather. It was the unsettling sensation of blood that had splattered onto his hands while retrieving the key, damp and warm, its texture repugnant. After such an ordeal, the desire to leave this place intensified among them. With the music box found and the next clue acquired, there was little reason to linger. Without a word, Bali took the lead and rushed towards the exit, but just a few steps in, Fang Chen suddenly spoke up. "Wait." He approached the body of Zhang Bin, standing solemnly beside his fallen comrade, who had just yesterday shared laughter and camaraderie, now lying in the dirt, alone, with tiny ants crawling over his sleeves. Death is irreversible, but one could at least afford him a dignified farewell. "You've dug so many graves, it would be a shame not to bury him properly." Fang Chen turned to the group and said, "If you would be so kind." Everyone shivered. They exchanged hesitant glances, unsure of how to respond. Seeing no one volunteering, Meng Qian raised her hand. "I'll do it." She closed her eyes like a brave warrior ready for sacrifice, but just then, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. And Yin Xian stepped forward with measured grace. Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback by his initiative, as this gentleman seemed to possess a certain fastidiousness. The others, feeling a bit awkward, spontaneously suggested crafting a tombstone for Zhang Bin. After making the necessary preparations, the two lifted the body, one at the head and the other at the feet, exerting a slight effort. At that moment, a clear, deep groan escaped from Zhang Bin's lips. "My goodness, has he come back to life?" The crowd erupted into chaos. Ming Qian's face resembled that of one who had succumbed to poison. Lu Wanting crouched down, cradling her head in despair, her eyes tightly shut. Li Duo swiftly retreated to a distance of several meters, seeking refuge behind a large tree. Revealing only half of his head, Bailey leaped onto the nearest person with great agility. Instinctively, Lu Meng caught her in a princess carry. Gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Get down." "No, don't let go." Bailey fervently shook her head. After a brief moment of waiting, observing that the corpse remained motionless, everyone cautiously peeked out. "Do not be alarmed," Yin Xian said, rolling up his sleeves with an air of nonchalance. "This is merely a phenomenon of the deceased expelling gas. The body contains certain gases, which may be released through the mouth during the movement of the corpse, producing a sound akin to a deep, mournful groan." Despite the series of shocks they had endured, this explanation did little to alleviate their unease. Fang Chen, feeling pity for Zhang Bin's tragic fate in life and the subsequent indignities in death, attempted to offer some words of comfort. "Consider this, that hanged female ghost will come seeking us at night. In comparison, isn't the corpse far less terrifying?" This remark succeeded in turning everyone's faces a shade of green with apprehension. Chapter 20. The message of regret after the bodies were laid to rest. Noon had arrived. As they prepared to depart, Meng Qian mysteriously procured a small bouquet of chrysanthemums to place on Zhang Bin's grave. A profoundly subtle feeling welled up within her. Under such extreme circumstances, anyone could easily become the next victim, meeting an untimely demise in the wilderness. This meager act of tenderness served as both a tribute to her companion and a semblance of solace for herself. In this cursed place, she fervently hoped never to return. Each visit left her shaken in varying degrees. The day was still young when Fang Chen recounted the events of the previous night, downplaying the gravity of the situation. After some deliberation, the group resolved to muster their courage and investigate the locked courtyard. This enclosure resembled their lodging, self-built structures scattered throughout the yard, with several small, low buildings arranged in a pleasing disorder. One by one, they stepped inside and began to survey their surroundings. Unlike other places, this space bore signs of life. Though simply furnished, it was orderly. Suddenly, faint barking could be heard from a corner. Fang Chen's ears perked up as he turned toward the sound. "What's wrong?" Li Duo asked, his anxiety palpable. "Did you hear a dog barking?" "No," came the reply from several voices. Yin Xian, with a look of skepticism, crouched down to investigate the farthest end of Fang Chen's line of sight, where indeed a doghouse was located. "Strange, I thought I heard something," remarked Bai Li, who had fallen to the back of the group, now on high alert, stepping back cautiously and retreating outside. "What have you not seen? Why fear a mere dog?" Lu Meng scoffed, swaggering through the door without a care, eager to see for himself. It was evident that he still held a grudge about the Princess Carrie incident. The interior of the house was utterly ordinary, comprising 3 levels. The first thing that caught their eye was the living room. To their surprise, the space exuded warmth. An unfinished sweater lay draped over the sofa, while a wooden table displayed a prepared lunch, steam wafting gently from the soup. Though the meal consisted of just a few simple dishes, it was enough to make the group, who had not eaten well in 3 days, salivate. Ming Qian wiped her mouth, tears nearly brimming in her eyes. Lu Wanting hurriedly urged her to head upstairs, preferring to keep the scene from sight. The second floor of the wooden house contained several bedrooms. Perhaps due to the lack of cross-ventilation, the atmosphere grew significantly dimmer and more oppressive as they ascended. Fang Chen entered each room to scan for anything amiss. But aside from the innermost chamber, where the door seemed sealed as if welded shut, he found nothing unusual. Regret washed over him for not bringing an axe. Outside the bedroom, a window provided a glimpse into the interior. The group gathered together to peer inside, their eyes adjusting to the darkness until their vision became clearer. "Isn't this just like the room we stayed in?" Bali exclaimed, noting the identical layout. An old wooden bed, a wardrobe, a computer, and the figure seated at the computer desk. Fang Chen's pupils constricted slightly. The person sat with their back to the door and window, arms limply hanging at their sides, appearing to be nothing more than an empty shell. This silhouette is familiar to everyone. It is that of a carpenter. Suddenly, the computer screen illuminated with a dim glow, and the man slowly raised his hand. Beginning to strike the keyboard with a mechanical and rigid rhythm, the archaic sounds of video games echoing through the cracks of the window. Fang Chen instinctively recalled a line from his diary, which expressed how immersion in the gaming world could provide a modicum of solace for the heart. The window seemed to sever the connection to time and space, the carpenter's daily life appearing before him like a vintage television, rendered in indistinct, pixelated fragments. Although only a silhouette was visible, it conveyed the weight of this man's crushed spirit, dejected, self-destructive, devoid of vitality. Many wore expressions of alarm, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. For the shadow cast by the carpenter loomed large. Yet, after a moment, they realized that the man merely sat vacantly before his computer, engrossed in gaming. Not even shifting his body. Emotions are contagious. A miasma of decaying souls hung in the air, and thoughts began to spiral into chaos. "Perhaps we should leave." Lu Wanting ventured to speak, her strength waning. However, after taking a few steps, she retreated slowly, terror spreading across her face like wildfire. Everyone understood the reason for her reluctance to depart. 2 distinctly different footfalls echoed. One belonged to Lu Wanting, while the other was faint and rhythmic, emanating from downstairs. The sound of shuffling feet, soft, scraping against the floor, indicated that someone had reached the staircase. Fang Chen quickly glanced around. All 7 teammates stood in orderly fashion, no one missing. Who could it be downstairs? Meng Qian opened her mouth, a silent scream clawing at her throat. The shuffling continued, ascending the stairs. The sole exit was obstructed by the sound of footsteps. This noise felt like an invisible hand, pushing forth an ominous current, forcing the crowd to retreat. Huddling at the end of the corridor, even Lu Meng taking a hesitant step back. Only Fang Chen and Yan Xian remained steadfast like 2 sentinels. The footsteps drew nearer, becoming increasingly distinct, yet when they finally materialized into view, a flicker of confusion crossed Fang Chen's eyes. There was no one. The sounds and presence could be distinctly felt approaching, yet no figure appeared before him. The footsteps halted in front of the carpenter's door, knocking 3 times. The man, wholly immersed in his gaming realm, exhibited no reaction. "Darling," a woman's weary voice suddenly called from beside him, "it's time to eat." The crowd held their breath. Fang Chen, closest to the door, could distinctly sense the breath released with her words. The wind stirred as she moved, and the tantalizing aroma of food wafting towards his nostrils. Though she possessed no concrete form, the reality of her presence was vividly conveyed through the feedback of his senses. The knocking resumed. "This is not your fault. The contract had issues from the start. Do not maintain contact with your cousin any longer. Money can always be repaid. I will find a way. Could you please open the door?" The carpenter remained silent, the door and windows resembling a closed heart, denying entry to anyone. Alas, the woman's tone grew bitter, revealing her disappointment. "Remember to feed the dog. It fears me." After a heavy sigh, the corridor returned to silence. The oppressive feeling that loomed above dissipated, and breaths echoed in a rhythmic pattern. Li Duo was drenched in sweat, barely able to stand. Who would have thought that someone of such imposing stature could possess such fragile psychological endurance? Fang Chen decisively stated, "You all should take a breath of fresh air." "And what about you?" Meng Qian inquired. "I'll head to the third floor for a look." The group split on this level, with one eager bunch rushing down the stairs, while the other two continued to ascend. Fang Chen glanced back at those following him, intentionally slowing his pace. Chapter 21. The Message of Regret. The third floor served as a storage room, strewn with disheveled wooden carvings. While a certificate for the grand prize of a carving competition hung precariously on the wall, missing a corner, Fang Chen rummaged through the drawers and discovered an accounting ledger alongside a stack of debt notes. The handwriting in the ledger mirrored that on the back of the photographs, clearly pinned by the lady of the house. From the ledger, it was evident that the family's finances were in disarray. They had sold off nearly all that was sellable, yet remained burdened with a debt of 100,000, which they could not repay. What was perplexing was that on December 11th, a conspicuous mark had been made next to the 100,000 in debt, as if it had been acknowledged. "What do you think?" Fang Chen inquired, glancing sideways. "She must have conceived a plan to repay the money," he mused. Yan Xian lowered her head. The dappled sunlight filtering through her lashes cast a fan-like shadow, but the following day she was dead, leaving behind a letter of farewell. It appeared as though she had succumbed to the unbearable actions of her husband. Yet Fang Chen knew otherwise. After she had secured the funds, she was murdered. Something sinister must have transpired. A chill ascended his spine as Fang Chen discerned the same thoughts reflected in her eyes. A crime motivated by greed. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from outside, followed by a cacophony of chaos, shouts, running footsteps, wails, and even the distant barking of a dog. The inexplicable noise sent a wave of foreboding through the two of them. Fang Chen dashed downstairs, and upon reaching the yard, witnessed a large black creature topple Li Duo to the ground. He rolled several times before crashing against the wall, spewing a mouthful of blood. "What on earth is that?" Lu Wanting shrieked as she bolted outside, only to trip and fall, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. It missed its mark, letting out a deep, guttural growl reminiscent of a dog's bark. Yet, it was too grotesque to be classified as a canine. It was more akin to a monstrous beast crawling on all fours. This abomination was terrifyingly misshapen, lacking eyes and a nose, possessing only 2 pairs of oversized ears and a jagged maw filled with sharp teeth. It appeared as though it had been infected by a virus, grotesquely mutated. Fang Chen quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted to the panicking crowd, "Silence!" As his words echoed through the air, the crowd instinctively clenched their jaws, freezing in place. In that moment of hushed stillness, the creature swayed its head, as if momentarily disoriented. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, it began to creep towards the entrance, moving slowly along the wall. If it continued on this trajectory, circling tighter and tighter, it would inevitably encounter someone. The first unfortunate victim appeared to be Bai Li, who stood in the corner of the yard, oblivious to the impending collision if the creature took just a few more steps forward. It huffed close by, the fetid warmth washing over her and tousling her fringe. Bai Li felt tears welling in her eyes as she cautiously attempted to distance herself from the looming threat. The creature's ears perked up, acutely attuned to even the slightest sound, ready to pounce. The sound of the soles of shoes scraping against the ground transformed into the fuse of an explosive. It lunged at Bai Li with a ferocious howl, as if it had discovered its prey, its sharp teeth akin to those of a meat grinder, sinking deeply into his arm amidst the struggle. "Be careful," Lu Meng called out, taking a few steps forward in an attempt to pull him away. A dull crack echoed as something hard was brutally severed. Bai Li pressed his lips together, the veins at his temples bulging, a wave of intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The dog shook its head violently, desperately tearing at him, emitting low whines as if intent on ripping his entire arm off. All of this transpired in an instant, too swift for any response. Fang Chen suddenly recalled the woman's earlier words and exchanged a glance with Yan Xian, exclaiming in unison, "The music box." This was dire. A complex expression flickered in both their eyes. This bizarre entity seemed beyond human control, and the only thing capable of restraining it was currently hidden within the dense southern forest. Yet, even so, Fang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, grabbing a nearby stick and striding toward the corner of the courtyard. Yan Xian, his expression unusually serious, loosened the collar of his shirt and followed closely behind. Just then, Meng Qian exclaimed, "Here!" She swiftly opened her satchel, and despite her uncertainty, she rummaged through it, finally tossing the object they had mentioned across to them. In Fang Chen's astonished gaze, the music box traced a parabolic arc through the air before landing securely in his palm. He wound it vigorously several times and swung it forcefully toward the creature. The woman's hum resonated above the courtyard, and as expected, upon hearing that sound, the dog immediately whimpered and released its grip, trembling uncontrollably. It backed away a few steps, reluctantly spinning in place, but ultimately fled, driven by an instinctive fear of its mistress. The crisis was finally averted, granting them a moment to breathe. Fang Chen, curious, asked, "How did you think to bring the music box?" He had refrained from taking it due to the blood on his hands, the sensation evoking a natural disgust. Xian had not taken it because of his obsessive cleanliness. The others had simply been paralyzed by fear. While Xian, this was an essential skill for a horror game streamer, just in case it was needed. Realizing her significant contribution, her tone lifted, tinged with excitement. Indeed, this girl was both timid and audacious. Even Xian looked at her in mild surprise. "Is my arm broken?" Bailey struggled to rise, only to collapse back to the ground with a thud. No. The young master seemed rather displeased. The group gathered to assess his injuries, discovering that although there were several gruesome bite marks on his flesh, they were not as severe as they had initially feared. It turned out that in a moment of desperation, Lu Meng had thrown his folding fan, which had lodged itself firmly in the dog's mouth. The earlier crack had actually been the sound of the fan being bitten through. Bailee's injury was serious, yet he had managed to keep his arm intact. He propped himself up, gazing at the shattered remnants of the fan beneath him, a mix of sorrow and joy washing over him. "It must have been quite expensive. I will compensate you. You would incur an insurmountable loss if you were to sell yourself. Well, why not sell me first, whatever the price may be?" Lu Meng's lips twitched as he spoke with irritation, suggesting that they should focus on safely exiting first. After such a tumultuous ordeal, nearly half of the group had sustained injuries. Fang Chen and Xian each supported the unconscious duo, while Lu Wanting, with her sprained ankle, limped back with the assistance of Xian. Just as they were about to leave, Xian turned back into the house. "Needles, band-aids, lighters, such valuable items," she murmured to herself, stuffing them into her small bag. The thermos, she weighed it in her hands for a moment before reluctantly deciding against it, deeming it too cumbersome. Fang Chen even felt that this young lady was merely there to stock up. After thoroughly rummaging through the living room, Xian finally left with satisfaction, her bag bulging. "Is that a pocket from Dormant?" Lu Wanting exclaimed in astonishment. She smiled slyly, claiming, "I possess a talent for storage." As the sun began to set, after a day filled with trials, the group was finally able to return. However, the little courtyard had suffered greatly. What was once an orderly home now lay in disarray. The homeowner would return in a furious state, having summoned a band of thieves, with the guard dog gone. Their possessions had been plundered, leaving them with losses both in property and personnel. Chapter 22. A message of regret upon returning to the hall. Xian temporarily assumed the role of a makeshift doctor. She first retrieved gauze to staunch Bailee's bleeding, then applied a cool, damp towel to Lu Wanting's forehead, and finally adorned Li Duo's myriad wounds with band-aids. After completing these tasks, she felt a sense of satisfaction as she headed to the kitchen to nibble on some bread. Observing her flurry of activity, the others began to feel restless. Lu Wanting, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up, "I truly appreciate your help." "No need to mention it," Xian replied, her hands clasped together. "Seeing the tools being utilized correctly fills me with an inexplicable joy." As the last rays of sunlight were entirely devoured by the clouds, the hall returned to its dim and eerie state, the overhead incandescent light flickering ominously. A gust of wind swept through, causing the diary to flutter audibly. Fang Chen had been waiting for quite some time and promptly picked it up to examine it. December 11th. The debt collectors have come again. Tomorrow is my birthday. I cannot continue in such a daze. From this moment on, I vow to refrain from touching the computer and to revive my spirit. But how can I obtain money to repay my debts? My cousin mentioned that a person has 2 kidneys. Losing one will not lead to death. Inside the pages was a note, the handwriting distinct from that of the diary and photographs, appearing to belong to a third party, scrawled in a haphazard manner. "I can grant your wish. If you have considered it well, wait for me by the tool shed." Surrounding this clue, the group began to discuss fervently. Lu Meng remarked from the suicide note, "It seems the wife harbored a deep disdain for the carpenter. This doesn't quite align with what we observed today. You fail to understand. Qualitative change arises from quantitative accumulation." Lu Wanting interjected empathetically, fully immersing herself in the woman's perspective. Against her parents' wishes, she married far from home, and with a husband drowning in debt and losing his ambition. Who could endure such a situation? It's entirely reasonable for her to have succumbed to despair. Bali chimed in, yet the carpenter is not beyond redemption. Judging by the diary, it appears he ultimately heeded his cousin's advice and resorted to selling a kidney to repay his debts. Meng Qian responded, "Wait a moment. Let me clarify the premise. I see you through the window," implying the carpenter's inability to face his wife's guilt. "I give my all to you," referring to selling organs to settle debts. "Abandoning me is the wife's suicide by hanging." This entire affair is a tale of a prodigal returning home, albeit too late. She tugged at her hair, her features contorting. Realizing that this encapsulated the essence of the riddle, what more was there to pursue? Struggling with her thoughts, Meng Qian cast a pleading glance towards Fang Chen, then glanced at Yin Xian. This gentleman had remained silent throughout, arms crossed, resembling a judge. Fang Chen, sensing the need for discretion before revealing the truth of the wife's demise, listened intently to the surrounding discourse, pondering a visit to the tool shed that evening. Seeing no progress, Lu Wanting decided to shift the conversation. "Do you think the woman who hanged herself will truly seek us out? Perhaps we should just stay here in the hall tonight. There is strength in numbers." The carpenter had mentioned that one should remain in their room at night. "Is there anyone who can share a space with me? Have you forgotten that we have a tribute among us?" Lu Meng interrupted coldly. "You wouldn't want to perish in a foreign land, would you?" He instinctively made a motion as if to open a fan, but, upon realizing it was futile, he scowled and cast a sidelong glance at Bailey. Indeed, for the others, the situation was quite precarious. After some contemplation, they deemed it prudent to take fate into their own hands and decided to return to their rooms, agreeing to notify the group immediately should anything unusual occur. As midnight struck, Fang Chen lay in bed, eyes closed in repose, his expression serene, yet a hint of impatience flickered between his brows. After such a lengthy wait, could it be that this specter would leave them in the lurch? Closing his eyes, the loss of sight heightened his auditory senses, capturing every sound around him, the whisper of the wind, the rustle of leaves, including the faint knocking that echoed in the corridor. It began from the innermost part, gradually advancing towards the staircase. The source of the sound seemed to be searching for something, each series of knocks accompanied by a hoarse, hollow inquiry, "Are you the tribute?" Suddenly, his phone emitted a series of beeps, inundated with messages. "Li Duo, did you hear the knocking?" "Meng Qian, I did. Someone outside asked if I was the tribute." After I replied in the negative, there was silence. "Lu Wanting, same here. It terrified me." "Lu Meng, everyone, send a message." "Bailey, does that mean we've escaped a calamity?" "Yin Xian, one Lu Meng. What about Fang Chen? Is he asleep?" Fang Chen, while responding, sat upright. "No, I can't sleep." The sound came knocking at each door, arriving abruptly at his own, ceasing all other commotion. He dared not let his concentration waver. Reaching for the axe at his bedside, his full attention focused on the thin wooden door. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto the floor, light, yet enough to jolt his taut nerves. How could there be a leak in the room? Just as he puzzled over this, he looked up to meet a pair of crimson eyes. The hemp rope creaked ominously. She hung from the ceiling, swaying like a death knell, resembling a suspended pupa. "I found you." Thick, viscous liquid oozed from her teeth. Blood surged in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the oscillating sanity returned to a semblance of stability. Fang Chen abruptly leaned back, creating distance, his long hair brushing against his neck, raising goosebumps. In the brief interval of retreat, the female corpse had opened her mouth and lunged at him. The sound of teeth clashing was unmistakable. Reacting swiftly, he seized the axe and swung it upward just before her next assault. The hemp rope snapped, and the woman in red fell heavily. In a heartbeat, he flung open the door and dashed outside. The spacious terrain favored counterattack. Yet, the corpse seemed to anticipate his intentions, lunging towards the staircase, forcing him to retreat 2 steps and turn back inside. The corridor resonated with the cacophony of footsteps and the frantic screams of a woman, startling everyone within the room. Mobile phones vibrated incessantly. He had not only to contemplate an escape route, but also to remain vigilant against the opponent's reckless assaults. Fortunately, he possessed a weapon for self-defense. Otherwise, he would likely have suffered a grievous injury by now. Each swing of the axe sliced through the air with a thunderous roar. Yet even such a fierce counterattack merely delayed her advance momentarily, failing to inflict any real harm. The chaotic noises continued unabated. Amidst their struggle, the specter's sharp nails grazed his clothing, causing his phone to clatter to the ground. The screen flickered with notifications as messages flooded in at an astonishing pace. "Bailey, does this mean the ghost has found the offering?" "Lu Meng, The commotion outside must be a fierce battle. Li Duo, who is the offering? Meng Qian, there's no peephole in the door. I dare not look. Lu Wanting, can someone sneak a glance and inform me? I would call them a hero. Things were becoming increasingly dire. If this continued, their concealment would be compromised. Should the identity of the offering be exposed, he would likely find himself bound and helpless by dawn. To avert suspicion, Fang Chen resolved to merge with the larger group. Sending a message during a moment of evasion, I'm unaware. If someone knows, please share. After dispatching the message, his gaze returned to the formidable corpse before him. The recent actions of the hanged woman confirmed a singular truth in his mind. The object you seek is with me, is it not? Chapter 23. The message of regret. Fang Chen dashed to the end of the corridor, gauged the distance, and leapt downwards, executing a graceful somersault before landing soundlessly. His formidable core strength rendered his movements utterly silent as he sought to avoid detection. However, the female corpse harbored no such reservations upon witnessing her target's flight. She clawed her way to the window's edge and, with a decisive step, plummeted from the second floor. The thud echoed ominously, stirring a cloud of dust as if the entire building trembled in response. Fang Chen's expression stiffened slightly. It was inevitable that he would be discovered eventually. The corpse convulsed as she rose, blood frothing from her mouth, muttering incantations in a fervent haze. Give it back to me. Fang Chen had long wished to conduct this test. During their initial encounter with the woman in red, he sensed something amiss. Her method of attack was peculiar. Her gaze and strikes seemingly targeting the same spot with intent. Just moments ago, it had been the same. He reached into the left pocket of his garment, where his phone resided alongside an undelivered parcel. He retrieved the envelope, tracing its contours with his fingertips. It slightly bulged, hinting at its contents. As a dutiful courier, he understood the impropriety of unsealing another's belongings, yet the notion of returning the item to its rightful owner seemed justifiable. Resolving to act, he tore open the letter and extracted its contents, tossing them towards her. Here you go. The ring tumbled to the ground, rolling to rest at her feet. The once grotesque visage of the corpse suddenly fell into silence. She trembled, extending her ring finger, where the ring matched the imprint on her skin perfectly. In that instant, Fang Chen comprehended the profound significance of the bridge keeper, bearing crucial clues. It was not something one could grasp after merely a few exchanges. The woman in red lifted her hand, the ring glimmering under the moonlight, casting a faint glow. She remained motionless in this pose, her features gradually acquiring a semblance of vitality, transforming her from an unrecognizable figure into one with a hint of humanity. Fang Chen approached, waving his hand in front of her, yet she remained unresponsive. Donning the ring seemed to have pressed a pause button on her existence, trapping her in the moment, as if engulfed by a sea of memories from which she could not escape. Unfazed, he had ample time to wait. Fang Chen picked up the letter once more, scrutinizing it from every angle, only to discover it contained nothing but a blank sheet of paper. Odd. The female principal had explicitly stated it was a letter. Where were the words? Had the intended message vanished? Suddenly, he found the silence unsettling. The once bustling group chat had fallen utterly quiet since he had sent a message. He glanced at his phone, intending to discern the latest antics of his companions. The revelation sent a shiver down his spine. In the heat of the earlier confrontation, he had mistakenly sent a message in a moment of distraction, inadvertently typing sleep instead of say. The context had thus led to the current predicament. Fang Chen, I can't sleep. Fang Chen, someone come sleep with me. Even more absurdly, a subsequent message followed. Yin Xian, I'm on my way. Fang Chen closed his phone, rubbing his temples as a throbbing pain enveloped his head. As he raised his gaze, a sudden chill coursed through him. The female corpse had inexplicably drawn near, now mere inches away. The fierce rage in her eyes had long since faded. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she struggled to articulate a few bitter syllables. Fang Chen. She could indeed speak coherently now. Fang Chen, thank you. How do you know my name? The woman furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought, battling with the specter of memory. Ultimately, she succumbed, frustratedly striking her head, producing a sharp sound. Then, with an awkward smile, she chuckled softly. Hee hee. The stark contrast in her demeanor was startling. Seizing the opportunity presented by her amiable attitude, Fang Chen probed. Do you remember how you died? I died. A flicker of surprise crossed her features, soon veiled by a gentle haze. Yes, it seems that way. In truth, her recollection was hazy. Her expression grew distant. Many memories eluded her grasp, save for the recollection of a lost ring and the overwhelming resentment and unwillingness that had consumed her in her final moments. Those emotions still influenced her, and she suspected that her current state would not endure for long. As she spoke, the luster of her ring dimmed slightly. Fang Chen raised the letter in his hand, gently waving it. "Is this yours?" Bewilderment washed over her face as she blurted, "A love letter." It was an unequivocal statement. Her unfocused gaze gradually sharpened, fixating intently on the white paper, her dark eyes suddenly sparkling with recognition. "Yes, on the eve of my birthday. I pinned him a love letter, indeed, a love letter. But he chose to betray me. How could he betray me? I am filled with such hatred, Fang Chen." She turned to him, trembling, clutching his arm as if it were a lifeline. "Where is my husband?" Though her grip was not particularly strong, he endured it, refraining from withdrawing his arm. "What do you intend to do?" "I seek vengeance. He orchestrated my murder." Fang Chen's expression grew grave, as this revelation starkly contrasted his earlier assumptions. The diary had only revealed the carpenter's profound guilt towards his wife. His self-destructive behavior, whether in isolation or avoidance, was a manifestation of remorse and evasion. How could a man so desperate as to sell his organs to pay debts possibly commit such an atrocity against his spouse? A whisper within him cautioned that something was amiss. "Is it possible you, too, stand with him?" The woman in red's eyes brimmed with incredulity. This subtle expression was peculiar, reflecting the sorrow and disappointment of someone who believed a friend would champion her cause, only to find him speaking on behalf of the other. Fang Chen sensed an unsettling dissonance. Do we know each other? He could not recall having encountered her before, yet her features bore a striking familiarity. However, he interacted with numerous customers while delivering packages daily, and perhaps she merely resembled someone he had met. The woman did not respond directly, murmuring, "If you choose to believe his words, then I truly have failed in life." "You are already quite remarkable," Fang Chen replied, striving to remain patient and gently coax her. "On December 11th, you devised a way to repay the debts, did you not?" "It seems so. I finally convinced my parents to allow me to bring the dowry back the next day to settle the debts. I was so happy. I wanted to celebrate his birthday. So I pinned a love letter and placed it where he would surely see it every day." Fang Chen continued to lead her. "When did you return on December 12th? "In the evening, very late. I waited for him at the agreed location, my heart brimming with joy, with the dowry in hand." "Did he come?" "No." The other party's eyes widened in growing terror, and he glared furiously, "But he sent someone to kill me." "For what purpose?" "That money was meant to repay him." The lifeless figure sat back down, contemplatively biting her nails. "Indeed, for what purpose? Perhaps there is some misunderstanding here." "If there truly is a misunderstanding, Fang Chen, please help me unravel it." She seemed to recall something, a sinister smile creeping across her face. "My time is running short. Now it is your turn to assist me." Chapter 24. The message of regret. The luster of the ring was gradually fading, as resentment gnawed away at her mind. With great effort, she turned her head. Her features contorted in agony, reverting to a form cloaked in hatred. As her sanity slipped away, the woman managed to utter, "I will avenge those who have wronged me." She howled, writhing on the ground, retreating like a serpent until her figure vanished among the grass. Fang Chen was certain he had not lost any memories. Yet, her words implied a prior connection between them, if they had once been friends. Witnessing her transformation into this ghastly semblance stirred an indescribable feeling within him. He gazed in the direction where the woman in red had fled, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. He did not even know her name. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. The tattered ring, rusted and stained with blood, lay quietly before him. He picked it up, grasped the axe, and turned toward the tool shed. The distance from the yard to the tool shed was short, yet Fang Chen found himself delayed. He encountered a more troublesome individual along the way, leaning against a grand tree with his hands in his pockets. The man appeared to have been waiting for quite some time, his garments billowing in the wind. With a steely resolve, Fang Chen approached and offered a casual greeting. "What a coincidence." "Indeed," Yin Xian replied languidly, straightening up and stretching his limbs. "It seems we often cross paths." He then took out his phone and, in Fang Chen's presence, typed a few words, half of his face obscured by the night, rendering his expression difficult to discern. The group chat chimed again. "Yin Xian, I've arrived. P.S. in the room." Lu wanting. "How peculiar. Who could the offering possibly be?" Others chimed in. But Fang Chen had lost interest in their conversation. At that moment, he felt akin to a student caught skipping class. Grateful to this gentleman for allowing him to relive a fragment of his school days, Fang Chen noted the enigmatic glimmer in Yin Xian's eyes, hinting at deeper currents beneath his seemingly casual demeanor. Is it not better to deceive one than to be discovered by all? He mused. Sensing that this individual would not be easily misled, I suddenly recalled that this note might serve as a clue, hence my visit, Yin drawled, his nonchalant tone implying skepticism about Fang Chen's intentions. Are you not here for a similar reason? Fang Chen retorted. Not at all. I am merely here to keep someone company who is unable to sleep. Yin Xian's comment struck a nerve. And Fang Chen finally understood the meaning of the phrase to shoot oneself in the foot. He realized that continuing this topic would only lead to further complications. He hefted the axe and pressed forward, deciding to proceed together, as he had already arrived. As he passed by Yin Xian, the latter suddenly whispered, "It's perfectly fine to tell me." Yet, the words were so gentle that they were whisked away by the wind the moment they left his lips. As Fang Chen gazed back in confusion, he once again assumed a languid demeanor adorned with a smile. I remarked, "No problem." This evening, the tool shed stood out conspicuously, its outline discernible even through the thick, heavy mist. The lantern suspended on either side of the low building resembled a pair of crimson, blood-like eyes, their flickering candlelight casting a rhythmic dance in the night, creating an illusion of a predator stealthily stalking its prey from a distance. The pitch-black door swung open, and the two entered without hesitation, akin to prey willingly stepping into a trap. Inside, the dimly lit room revealed a figure with his back turned to the entrance, diligently sanding a piece of wood. The abrasive sound of sandpaper against timber echoed throughout the space, almost deafening in its intensity. Two more guests arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, the man's head swung around 180 degrees, yet his body continued its task, an eerie spectacle indeed. The carpenter's iconic smile materialized before them, piquing Fang Chen's curiosity. Did this imply that others had visited before them? "Please, take a seat." He gestured towards a table within, his skin glistening under the candlelight. After exchanging glances, Yin Xian and Fang Chen settled side by side. The floor was cluttered with an array of wooden carvings, their faces grotesque, depicting bizarre and fantastical creatures. The man approached, placing a lantern on the table. His ill-fitting garments and the absence of a ring on his fourth finger were conspicuous. "Given that you have arrived here, I presume you have given this considerable thought," Fang Chen said, gently pushing against the table with one hand, leaning back into his chair. "Do tell." "I can fulfill your most fervent desire," the carpenter replied, taking a seat opposite them, extending a finger slowly, "and the price is merely a single kidney, a most advantageous transaction." Upon concluding his statement, as if to bolster his credibility, he produced a certificate. Previously, someone exchanged a kidney here for 100,000 yuan to settle a debt. A fair trade, no deception. Fang Chen closed his eyes, and after a moment, lifted his eyelids. "It appears I do not possess any urgent desires." "Surely not, dear guest." "Oh, no." The carpenter shook his head. "I should say, this esteemed offering. I have seen your wish. A single kidney could allow you to depart directly and return to your original world." Fang Chen tilted his head slightly, skepticism evident. "Surely, this cannot be mere fabrication?" The inquiry seemed less directed at the carpenter and more at Yin Xian. "Who knows?" The individual beside him interlaced his fingers, letting out a derisive laugh. Fang Chen turned back to the carpenter. "Am I to be the sole participant?" "Young man, do not be overly greedy." "Very well, then." The carpenter momentarily fell silent. Realizing his attempts to incite interest had failed, he composed himself and redirected his gaze. "And what of you, dear guest?" Yin Xian replied, "Unfortunately, I too find myself devoid of desires." "Impossible. In life, one encounters 7 forms of suffering: birth, aging, illness, death, the anguish of resentment and attachment, the sorrow of separation from loved ones, and the yearning for what cannot be attained. No one can escape these trials." The man stiffly rotated his eyes, fixating on Yin Xian, urging, "Let me take a look." The flickering flames cast shadows, yet this gentleman maintained a faint, elusive smile. The carpenter scrutinized for quite some time, but failed to discern any clarity in the matter. Eventually, a hint of frustration seeped into his tone. "Perhaps, sir, you should consider a different wish." "That's not an option," Yin Xian replied, narrowing his eyes and leaning slightly closer. "I want this one." This piqued Fang Chen's interest, though he recognized that this was not the moment for idle gossip. "I have a question for you." After sufficient probing, Fang Chen decisively slammed the letter onto the table and unfolded it, demanding, "What is written on it?" As his head slowly descended and his gaze met the letter, the carpenter recoiled swiftly, beginning to sway slightly. The nails clashed against one another, producing a sound reminiscent of something being triggered, creaking and trembling. "There's nothing, esteemed guest. It is entirely blank." Amidst the uniform smiles, an undercurrent of peculiarity emerged. Chapter 25. The message of regret in a desperate attempt to conclude the transaction. The carpenter unexpectedly spoke up. I shall add another offer, 1 kidney, in exchange for your safe departure. But what are the others? Let fate decide. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen rose to leave. At that instant, the door to the tool room slammed shut with a resounding bang, and the floor emitted a rustling sound. Is this not coercion? He paused, gripping the axe tightly in his hand. As the flickering candlelight danced, the lifeless wooden carvings seemed to spring to life, casting clear shadows of every object upon the wall. They grew wild, their forms expanding, extending claws and sharp teeth. This is your final chance, 1 kidney for both of you to leave. The carpenter swayed, rising from his seat. Think carefully before you respond, my guest. Very well. As he began to speak, Fang Chen raised his axe and swung it towards the carpenter's kidney, rendering him momentarily stunned. You never specified whose kidney it was. Without granting any respite, Fang Chen adjusted his stance and charged once more. Yan Xian stood steadfastly by, fending off the onslaught of the attacking wooden sculptures. Like a relentless tide, they poured forth in droves, yet despite their overwhelming numbers, Yan Xian ensured that none reached Fang Chen. Amidst the fierce assault, the carpenter retreated repeatedly. Finally unable to withstand the pressure, his head spun several times before it fell with a crack. The headless body knelt on the ground, groping in a frantic manner to reattach its head. Ordinary physical attacks appeared ineffective. This time, the carpenter was thoroughly enraged, his mouth curling into a sinister grin, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. A murky liquid seeped from his tattered garments. Not blood, but a strong scent of wood oil. Oil. Fang Chen's nostrils quivered as he dashed toward the lantern on the table. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the flame, the carpenter swiftly waved his sleeve, extinguishing it. The tool room was engulfed in complete darkness. The wooden figures chattered like mice, surrounding them, countless red dots flickering within the blackness. It was quite impressive to have survived this long. A sinister chuckle echoed within the room, but alas, this was the end. Then, in the next moment, a faint glow illuminated from behind. Is that so? I have some here. In the dimness, Yan Xian flicked a lighter, revealing the carpenter's bewildered and fearful eyes. Over time, wooden items tend to develop cracks, warp, and lose their luster, requiring oil for maintenance. With a slight curve of his brow, he tossed the flame forward. Though a smile adorned his face, Fang Chen felt as if he were gazing upon the visage of a demon. As the flame met the wood oil, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, and a wave of fire surged forth like a tsunami, consuming every inch of the floor. The approaching wooden figures were instantly incinerated. You scoundrels, setting fire to the mountains. Are you devoid of conscience? This action provoked an outburst of profanity from the individual. How peculiar it is that these two resemble formidable bosses. Can a callous merchant truly speak of conscience? Sparks flew, and a fleeting arrogance flickered across Yan Xian's visage. The door was forced open, and the man, shedding any pretense, scrambled out of the building in a frenzied rush, resembling a man engulfed in flames. As he ran, he cursed, a reckless madman. The lifeless wooden sculptures joined the chaotic escape, abandoning all semblance of order, carrying the raging fire onto the grassy expanse outside. Thick smoke billowed, and countless ashes scattered like dandelions, creating a scene of extraordinary grandeur. Fang Chen seized the moment to pursue, hurling a flying axe that sent the carpenter crashing to the ground. In truth, the instant he entered the tool room, he felt an intense burning sensation emanating from a particular spot on his body. His fingertips ventured to touch the source, discovering that the ring had grown unbearably hot. It urged him with impatience, restless and clamorous. Fang Chen approached the carpenter, squatting down and extending his palm. Upon recognizing the object before him, the man recoiled in sheer terror, as if he had encountered a specter. How about this? Just 1 of your kidneys, and I will let you leave unharmed. He imitated the man's earlier demeanor. The carpenter, taken aback for a moment, nodded frantically. Deal. I'll give it. Such lack of backbone. Fang Chen clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of ennui. I've changed my mind. Let us make it a heart instead. Wait, I can offer. There was no room for negotiation. He directly hurled the ring toward the carpenter's chest, and then raised the axe handle, plunging it fiercely toward the heart's location. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged. Return my life. The woman's anguished scream pierced through the flames, leaves swirling chaotically in the tempest. The figure before him was instantly torn asunder. The ring delivered the final blow. The carpenter's body was cleaved, his eyes rolling away, leaving only his mouth to open and close in disbelief. How is this possible? He gasped, utterly incredulous, before succumbing to lifelessness after a few futile struggles. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Silence fell once more, save for the crackling sounds of the burning wood. A gentle breeze passed, carrying a sigh. Once assured of the carpenter's demise, Fang Chen rose and rejoined the leisurely approaching companion. The flames illuminated the surroundings, and amidst the roaring inferno, the two stood side by side. The heat distorted their silhouettes. Do you carry a lighter? Do you smoke? No, but I'll ask Meng Qian for one. Fang Chen mused, contemplating a visit to her treasure trove the next day. Fang Chen's demeanor was straightforward and efficient, starkly contrasting with the casually dressed Yan Xian, who wore a coat and exuded a languid charm. The latter perpetually wore a faint smile, appearing amiable and indifferent to all matters, as if the sky were collapsing and he wouldn't even bat an eyelash. Yet, beneath this guise lay a formidable strength, concealed beneath an air of nonchalance, ready to unleash devastation and awe upon the world. At the moment of arson, in the instant of confrontation with the wooden sculpture, a ruthless demeanor inadvertently revealed itself, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression that seemed to be woven into the very essence of his being, a regal presence inherent to his nature. This incited Fang Chen's insatiable curiosity regarding the true nature of this individual. Yan Xian approached the charred corpse, casting a glance downward, his audacity remarkable. Thank you. He accepted the compliment with poise, shouldering the axe as he turned to depart, yet a sense of madness lingered in the air. You are mistaken, he replied. You came prepared this time, did you not? Indeed, but I encountered an unexpected delight. By the way, the carpenter asked you to choose a new wish. What wish is so difficult to fulfill? Caught off guard by the directness of the inquiry, Yan Xian halted. Do share. It seems rather intriguing, Fang Chen urged. Pausing to pursue the question once more. Are you truly that curious? A subtle smile played on Yan Xian's lips as he leaned closer. His breath as fiery and dense as flames. Despite maintaining his usual expression of mirth, his gaze became complex and inscrutable. You would not wish to know. Chapter 26. The message of regret, perhaps due to a restless night. Fang Chen slept until noon the following day. Upon entering the hall, he discovered that only Meng Qian was present at the wooden table. Fang Ge, you truly can sleep, she exclaimed, raising her thumb in approval. Though it was unclear whether it was genuine praise or playful teasing. If it weren't for Yan Xian's restraint, we would have barged in to find you. And the others? He inquired. The rule of being unable to gather has taken effect again. They must be outside, she replied. On Judgment Day, if no victims appear, it indicates that the offerings willingly choose to sacrifice themselves. This means that, regardless of the circumstances, one among them must inevitably face sacrifice. How absurd. Fang Chen stretched lazily, seemingly unperturbed. However, the others were not so indifferent. Burdened by a somber mindset, Meng Qian slumped despondently in her seat. He approached her and offered a bottle of water. Acting alone, aren't you afraid of being ambushed by the offerings? With a furrowed brow, Meng Qian lamented. It's not so much fear as it is a reluctance to confront the situation. Truth be told, the thought of any of us dying is distressing. Yet, having experienced so much together, if we can emerge safely, it will undoubtedly be an unforgettable memory for me. Just as Fang Chen intended to offer her some words of comfort, she rallied her spirits once more. But to witness such supernatural phenomena before my demise is a victory over 99 of the world's population. Achievement unlocked. 1. She rambled on, attempting to numb herself to the grim reality. So, it's fine. Since we are here, we may as well make peace with it. Before he could interject, Meng Qian managed to soothe herself. Your attitude is rather commendable, Fang Chen remarked lightly, his tone as clear and bright as the morning sun. He decided to check on the whereabouts of the others, but as he stepped outside, he collided with Li Duo, who appeared disheveled and sweating profusely. Goodness! The tool room has vanished, he exclaimed, clearly in a state of panic. What do you mean? Came Meng Qian's voice from within the room. Literally, it's all gone, Li Duo replied, taking a moment to collect himself and recalling the scene he had just witnessed. I happened to be strolling over there and found the once grassy area transformed into a vast expanse of scorched earth, blackened and littered with charred wood. It's a sight too tragic to behold. What on earth transpired last night? It's utterly horrifying. Fang Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. As they spoke, Lu Meng entered through the courtyard gate. The moment their eyes met, an unspoken tension lingered in the air. prompting him to click his tongue and walk away with a gloomy expression. Fang Chen's keen eyes noticed a wooden fan in Lu Meng's hand. Li Duo interjected. That's the interest Bai Li gave him, adding, it took quite some time for him to accept it. It was evident that Lu Meng was not particularly pleased with the gesture. By the way, where's Yan Xian? Fang Chen inquired. Not sure. He just instructed us not to disturb you, and then disappeared, Li Duo replied. After a moment, he lowered his voice and asked, did you two really sleep together last night? Fang Chen felt a headache brewing once more. Perhaps it was due to an excessive amount of activity the previous night that I did not sleep well. I stepped outside for some fresh air. He uttered a brief remark before striding away. Although I understood that he might merely be attempting to glean information about the offerings, it still felt rather peculiar to me as the subject of the inquiry. As I walked, I pondered the conversation I had with the woman in red last night. I had already surmised the underlying implications of the topic, yet I still lacked the most crucial clue, the love letter, that blank missive. I suddenly found myself regretting my hasty execution of the carpenter. I should have subjected him to rigorous interrogation, compelling him to divulge all he knew. However, this thought was quickly overshadowed by the urgency of the ring in my pocket. Unbeknownst to me, I had arrived at the locked courtyard. As I stepped through the threshold, I heard Lu Wanning's voice piercing the air. Did you sleep together last night? The timing was rather uncanny, and without a moment's thought, I outright denied it. Thus, two entirely different responses echoed forth. No. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still. The owner of the voice retreated a few steps, peering out from the entrance. It was then that I realized she was addressing Yan Xian in the courtyard. Lu Wanting glanced at the newcomer and then at those inside, and with a sudden realization, she exclaimed, oh, I see. I'll take my leave. You two should come to a consensus. She departed in a hasty flurry, nearly breaking into a run. I couldn't shake the feeling that today was off to a rocky start. A faint scent of dried wood wafted past me, and upon turning, I saw Yan Xian leaning against the doorframe, a smile gracing her features. Did you sleep well? Not too bad. What brings you here? Just a stroll. And I thought I might seek clues about that blank envelope of yours. Any new discoveries? Yan Xian spread her hands and shrugged, her gaze shifting lightly to the flower bed in the courtyard. The violets swayed in the breeze, blooming vibrantly. Whether inside or outside, every detail, from storage to decoration, was impeccably arranged. Clean and inviting. Even the corners were spotless, revealing that the lady of the house tended to it with love and happiness. I approached, crouching to tend to the delicate blossoms. I remember the language of violets, simple yet eternal love. You take special note of such knowledge? A customer I met while delivering liked them immensely. She orders one every week. But these flowers also symbolize regret, Yan Xian observed, her gaze following me, her voice softening. Do you believe the carpenter is innocent? I contemplated her question and replied earnestly. If placing undue trust in others is a sin, then he is not innocent. Should his folly also bring harm to others, his guilt would only deepen. A flicker of surprise crossed Yan Xian's eyes. I thought you would sympathize with such a fate. Indeed, it is pitiable, but a self-righteous heart is not to be desired. I gently righted a flower branch that had toppled in the mud, and then shifted the conversation. I cannot find him anywhere. How about you? Likewise. Well then, we shall wait until evening. After all, there is little else we can do but bide our time. In the distance, I heard a few voices in conversation, and soon two figures appeared at the entrance. Upon witnessing the occupation of this place, Bai Li tugged at Lu Meng, urging him to leave. However, Lu Meng pivoted on his heel, inhaled deeply, and charged forward. He bore a countenance reminiscent of an inquisitor, questioning how things had gone awry when all seemed well the night before. Could it be that they were the culprits behind the disappearance of the tool shed? Yan Xian chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Did you happen to be the first to arrive? Fang Chen recalled the carpenter's words from the previous night, mentioning that two more guests had arrived. Lu Meng did not shy away, admitting that the note claimed wishes could be fulfilled, which piqued his interest. Fang Chen remarked, surely you do not believe the carpenter's fanciful tales? Lu Meng replied, if it truly grants me what I desire, the cost seems quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, both Fang Chen and Yan Xian exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Could it be that he truly was so desperate? He waved his wooden fan, which emitted a brittle crack, nearly splitting in two due to the maker's lack of finesse. Lu Meng's tone soured further, stating that he had subtly probed and discovered that the carpenter was merely a charlatan. Fang Chen, intrigued, asked if Master Lu harbored any unfulfilled desires. It pertains to my brother, came the vague response, which was swiftly followed by a change of subject. What exactly transpired yesterday? Fang Chen pondered that the truth would eventually surface, rendering concealment unnecessary, and thus recounted the entire sequence of events. Lu Meng was taken aback, exclaiming, "You outright killed the carpenter?" To which Fang Chen replied, "Yes, and yet, not entirely." He intended to inquire further, but the confined space rendered the air scarce. Tightening their chests, one of them had to exit first. As Lu Meng prepared to leave, he muttered, "Two lunatics." Just as he stepped out, Bai Li's voice rang from outside. "Have you gathered any information? Is it a tribute? So, did you both truly spend the night together?" Chapter 27. The message of regret. The daylight often carries an air of deception. When illuminated by warmth, the night transforms into a hazy dream, akin to a fine rain in a parched land, rekindling a flicker of hope in those ensnared within. Fang Chen discerned that everyone shared this trait, gradually amassing the strength to rise anew, savoring fleeting moments of tranquility while anxiously anticipating the descent of night. Each breath felt like a stolen treasure. Beneath a facade of relaxation lay tightly coiled nerves. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began its westward descent. As the assembly reconvened in the hall, Lu Wanning discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. She had survived another day. So, this time, the selection of offerings was a voluntary sacrifice? Bai Li adjusted her glasses in disbelief. Li Duo clasped his fists and bowed earnestly. Regardless of who it was, he admired this friend's courage. Meng Qian, with tear-filled eyes, surveyed the surroundings, her voice trembling. "If conditions permitted, I would erect the grandest monument for you." "You're quite a decent person," Fang Chen silently mused. As everyone exchanged their farewells, gradually, all gazes converged upon a singular point. Yin Xian followed the collective gaze, slowly turning his attention to Fang Chen. However, his expression was one of keen interest, as if eagerly awaiting a spectacle. The incandescent lights flickered before dimming, extinguishing completely after a few flashes. Fear invariably accompanies darkness, and the familiar surroundings instantly recalled the harrowing events of that night. In the pitch blackness, some swallowed nervously, while others breathed heavily. A flicker of candlelight squeezed through the door, and with the approaching footsteps, the carpenter appeared punctually in the hall. He placed a lantern before Fang Chen, his countenance rigid, voice slightly off-key. "This willing sacrificial guest, please follow me." Meng Qian, in disbelief, covered her mouth, on the verge of tears. "I am indeed the offering." Fang Chen crossed his arms, unimpressed. "But I have committed murder." The weight of this declaration was akin to a game of red light, green light. Everyone stood frozen as if enchanted. Even the carpenter surveyed the room. The casualness with which he uttered the words "I have killed" seemed as ordinary as discussing meals. "But we have not lost anyone here," Lu Wanning remarked, perplexed. "This guest, resistance is futile." The flames danced as the carpenter mechanically reiterated, "If one axe corresponds to one person, then indeed, I have committed murder." To be precise, it was the killing of a false carpenter, devoid of a wedding ring and ill-fitting attire. Identifying this entity lurking beyond sight was the key to unraveling the mystery. "I killed your cousin." The carpenter's eyes subtly shifted, his head tilting slightly. The others wore expressions of utter bewilderment. An axe represents life, symbolizing the vibrant humans of this world. There were 11 axes, yet only 10 individuals appeared. The corpse of the woman in the attic was already in a state of death upon our arrival. Thus the extra axe corresponded to the one masquerading as your cousin's axe. I have chosen him to take my place as a tribute. Yet, before the judgment vote has even commenced, you have directly exposed my cards. Could this be deemed a violation? The bug within the tribute game has been unearthed by him. The carpenter struggled for quite some time before finally uttering 2 words. "This guest, you are cheating. You crafted the rules yourself, and yet they contain flaws." "Are you blaming the questioner?" "Incorrect, but it seems so." A wisp of white smoke emanated from his head, as if his CPU were overheating. Fang Chen seized the opportunity, spreading a blank sheet of paper before the man, upon which something was inscribed. The delicate paper quivered slightly, prompting the onlookers to involuntarily squint at it. The carpenter paused for an extended duration, shaking his head side to side, his mind blank. Indeed, the true carpenter had not received a love letter, having been impersonated for so long without realization. Casting a sidelong glance, Fang Chen wore a smirk, suggesting, "Is your brain made of wood as well?" Lu Meng seemed to suddenly grasp something, swiftly unfurling a folding fan, the already fragile handle finally succumbing to the strain, dramatically flying off and striking the carpenter on the forehead. The fan's life was but a day. It was evident that the man was now exceedingly perplexed. Rendered unresponsive by the blow, his limbs numb, leaving only his eyes darting back and forth before abruptly halting to fixate on the person before him. Why did my cousin impersonate me? Because he is greedy. Fang Chen inquired. On December 12th, where were you? I sold a kidney. Who else did you see that day? My cousin. Anyone else? No. This exchange felt akin to squeezing toothpaste, with each question met by a singular answer. Fang Chen's expression flickered with irritation. Akin to playing a lute to a cow. Listen closely. He exhaled softly, straightening his posture. On December 11th, your wife devised a method to repay your debts. She intended to celebrate your birthday after acquiring the funds, and, before leaving, specifically left behind a love letter detailing the meeting place. However, coincidentally, this letter was discovered by your cousin, who assumed your identity to attend the rendezvous, seeking to profit by committing murder, subsequently disguising it as a suicide in an attempt to deceive you. Your wife endured immense suffering, filled with joy, only to be met with betrayal. Believing until her death that you had orchestrated this, Fang Chen laid bare his deductions. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Meng Qian appeared to gradually comprehend the situation. Sighing in disbelief, she had suspected her cousin was not a good person, yet she had not anticipated that he was not even a true villain, deceiving both sides. This was utterly inhumane, thought Li Duo, seething with indignation. Any discerning individual could glean from the diary's descriptions that the cousin was questionable, yet there was one exception. The impact of these words was profoundly staggering for the carpenter, to the extent that he had maintained his posture since earlier, utterly motionless. Long enough for everyone to believe he had truly transformed into a wooden statue. Suddenly, the candlelight flickered violently. The hall oscillated between brightness and darkness, the air thick with a volatile tension. Guest, you are lying. Chapter 28. A message of regret. Lu Meng clicked his tongue softly. Had it not been for Bai Li's intervention, this young master would have likely rushed forth to pry open the man's skull, curious to see if it housed mere paste. Fang Chen remained silent, wearing an expression of utter despair. Bai Li, now anxious, glanced between his devoted wife and a distant relative, pondering if there was some damaging secret binding them. Impossible. My cousin would never harm me. You are all deceiving me. The carpenter continued to mutter. If she truly wrote me a love letter, why have I not seen it? Where did she conceal the letter? Why was it my cousin who discovered it first? His eyes began to glaze over, his speech quickening. No, this is not right. These thoughts shattered the carpenter's very beliefs upon which he relied for existence. As if every part of him had awakened to self-awareness, trembling uncontrollably, the screws connecting his joints clattering together in a dissonant symphony, reminiscent of a ticking time bomb. There was a pervasive sense that at any moment, his limbs would violently explode, breaking free of his body's control, lunging forth. Everyone sensed the impending danger and began to retreat. You guests are exceedingly disobedient. Uttering nonsense will incur consequences. The carpenter's voice grew increasingly shrill, akin to the shriek of a kettle boiling over. You have but 1 hour. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the love letter, and should you fail to find it, it shall prove you are deceiving me. High-frequency sound waves reverberated throughout the hall, ricocheting off the walls, causing the very cells within to quiver. It was unbearable. Meng Qian desperately covered her ears, on the verge of nausea. Indeed, Fang Chen had been contemplating this very issue, although he was confident in his deductions. He still lacked the crucial evidence, the content of the love letter. Yet, the only person who had seen the correspondence had met a tragic end just the night before. This posed quite the dilemma. Since you have slain my cousin, then leave one behind to take his place. The carpenter was now fully consumed by rage. Raising his axe high, his body swelling, his eyes glowing with a crimson light, the countdown thundered within his mind. Fang Chen instinctively glanced towards the door. Various escape routes flashing through his mind. This was a primal reaction when faced with insurmountable peril. The only way to rouse the carpenter from this madness was to locate that intercepted love letter. This unexpressed yearning was the key to his awakening. Suddenly, the sense of crisis surged beyond its threshold. Everything felt as if it had come to a standstill. Save for the echo of an enraged proclamation. Let the great battle royale commence. In the instant the axe descended, Fang Chen swiftly grabbed the two individuals beside him, hurling Meng Qian and Li Duo away. Yan Xian lifted the edge of the round table, hurling it towards the carpenter. Two forces collided, producing a resounding crack, barely shielding the others from the impending assault. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, the two working in perfect harmony. The once mighty table splintered into fragments. and a powerful gust of air surged from below, soaring skyward, forcefully lifting the roof. What the? Bailey was propelled from his seat. He erupted in a torrent of curses, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he promptly closed it again. The wind was fierce enough to render one paralyzed. With the shelter of the house gone, the horizon opened up before him. Under the eerie moonlight, the surreal scene was spine-chilling. It seemed as though he had triggered a nightmare mode. Yin Xian gazed into the distance. Dozens of tornadoes encircled them, forming an indomitable barrier that approached with alarming speed. Any object that came into contact with them disintegrated into fragments, leaving behind nothing but emptiness. The very ground was eroding away. At this rate, within an hour, this land would be entirely devoured. The carpenter launched an indiscriminate assault, his eyes ablaze with fury as he struck at anyone in sight. The cries for help echoed all around. In the chaos, everyone was scattered, fleeing in panic. Li Duo shouted, "Look for the love letter. Just one letter. How can we find something so small?" Bailey retorted, "Why not check the dense forest? Are you insane?" Lu Meng yelled, his voice cracking with anger. "It's surely at home. Then why aren't we moving faster?" Meng Qiyin dashed off, leaving a trail of urgency. "I'll hold him back." Yin Xin cast a deep glance at Fang Chen before pushing against the tide of fleeing people. Fortunately, although the carpenter's attacks were fierce, his movements were somewhat sluggish. Everyone surged forward with unprecedented speed, and in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the locked villa. Fang Chen reached the destination ahead of the main group and hurried straight to the living room. Though time was of the essence, he intended to search layer by layer. Convinced that some clue had been overlooked, the sounds of rummaging filled the air. Everyone was anxious, yet without direction. They felt compelled to act in order to relieve their inner turmoil. Thus, a scene unfolded where Li Duo was on his knees, digging in the flower bed. Fang Chen took a deep breath, and all the information that had appeared in this world began to arrange itself in his mind. The woman in red had said she placed the love letter in a spot her husband would inevitably see every day. However, since entering, he had meticulously searched the corridor. Guest room, wardrobe, wooden bed, computer desk, and even the storage room on the 3rd floor, examining every nook and cranny, yet found nothing resembling a letter. Time was slipping away, the raging wind tugging at everyone's nerves, while the carpenter's low growl echoed faintly. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated violently. Who could be messaging at such a critical moment? Fang Chen pressed his phone, his pupils widening in shock at the screen. Meng Qiyin had sent a frantic series of messages. "I see a person with glowing red eyes. He is not the carpenter. He is standing right in front of me. I'm hiding under the bed, too scared to come out. Requesting backup." In that instant, Fang Chen grasped the true rules of this deadly game and realized the specific meaning behind the carpenter's words about leaving one person to take the place of his cousin. They are required to search for love letters while evading pursuit within a specified time frame and simultaneously. There will be a traitor substituting for the cousin to join the carpenter's faction. It is no wonder that Yin Xian declares he has entered nightmare mode. Without time for further contemplation, Fang Chen inquires, "Did you catch a glimpse of who it was?" Meng Qiyin responds, "No, just a fleeting glance." Fang Chen asks, "Where are you?" Meng Qiyin replies, "On the 2nd floor, to the left, in the 5th room. Please help me." Just as Fang Chen intends to reply, someone else in the group chat chimes in. Yin Xian states, "I'm on my way. I happen to be on the 1st floor." Meanwhile, from the dark corner at the end of the corridor, the creaking sound of a board being stepped on echoes. Fang Chen raises his hand, gripping the axe behind him. Cautiously stepping outside, the noise seems to have abruptly vanished. A chill breeze seeps through his sleeves, stirring an inexplicable sense of agitation within him. His instincts compel him to pause and reopen the group chat. Fang Chen types, "How is it? Did you receive it?" He adds, "I'm on my way." After a brief moment of silence in the chat, he senses something amiss and asks again, "Yin Xian?" Yin Xian responds, "Do not move." Fang Chen, confused, replies. Yin Xian insists, "Go back, quickly." Yin Xian's messages rarely include punctuation, much like his personality, laid back and frugal with words. Yet this large exclamation mark appears strikingly alarming at this moment. Chapter 29. The message of regret. Fang Chen furrowed his brow, pondering what had transpired. His phone vibrated slightly, the glow illuminating his face, revealing the girl behind him. Wearing an enigmatic smile. On the dim screen, a line of text sprang to life. "Yin Xian, that room, apart from the bed, contained only a mirror." A chill crept up his spine. Almost instinctively, Fang Chen took a step back, the sharp edge of the axe grazing his nose before it came down forcefully onto the floor. The wooden planks cracked open under the impact, the force so vigorous that half the blade embedded itself within. Meng Qiyin chuckled eerily, her once clear eyes now replaced by a crimson hue. Gripping the handle with both hands, she exerted herself, swaying as she drew closer. Viscous liquid trickled down the axe handle, blooming into dark red flowers at her feet. Blood? In an instant, his mind grasped the gravity of the situation. If it were merely a carpenter, it could be overlooked, but against a teammate, he hesitated to retaliate, resorting instead to dodging her lethal strikes within the cramped corridor. The constraints were suffocating, rendering him passive. Fang Chen's expression grew grave, caught in a dilemma as their conflict led them to the staircase's turn. A fleeting glance revealed an unexpected figure, hanging silently from the handrail, their body bent unnaturally. Eyes wide open, devoid of any signs of life. Li Duo's massive, cumbersome form now resembled that of paper. A gaping wound at the crown of his skull spilling his brain matter, smearing his entire face. "Ha, Fang Ge," the girl's voice drifted from behind. Her laughter was breathless, yet when listened to closely, it resembled weeping. "Coach Li is so kind. He came to rescue me. You should come too. You are all good people." Meng Qian's breath trembled as her body involuntarily surged with wave after wave of attacks. Fang Chen pursed his lips, gripping the axe handle tightly, yet he still refrained from striking. This girl had expressed, just that morning, her sorrow at anyone's disappearance, all the while terror gripped her heart. Yet she always stepped forward, dreaming of leaving with everyone. This once cheerful girl now appeared as a ghoul, staggering as she raised the axe. "Fang Ge, don't worry about me." Blood and tears streamed down her face. A rigid smile twisted at her lips, embodying despair, helplessness, and a sense of release. Her muscles tensed suddenly, causing her block to falter. In that critical moment, a strong, aromatic scent of dry wood enveloped him. A bony hand reached from his shoulder, and Yin Xian stepped forward, slamming Meng Qian's head against the floor with such speed that she barely had time to utter a cry. It was swift and decisive. Devoid of hesitation, Fang Chen felt his heart clench violently. "I know what to do," he stated coldly, slightly turning his body. "You go find the love letter." Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating tiny dust motes dancing in the air. A gentle breeze rustled Yin Xian's flowing garments, yet it could not disperse the faint chill lingering in the atmosphere. Fang Chen perceived the individual before him as a quintessential embodiment of an emperor. Those who occupy lofty positions often present themselves as affable, yet once their boundaries are crossed, they exhibit no mercy, even towards those closest to them. Indeed, such is the nature of all. A wave of complexity washed over Fang Chen as he refrained from further words and swiftly descended the stairs. The carpenter had already pursued him into the courtyard, where chaos reigned and lamentations echoed relentlessly. A tornado loomed ominously nearby, uprooting towering trees and hurling them into the sky amidst the unceasing roar of the wind. Time waits for no one. On the second floor, Fang Chen once again entered the carpenter's room. His eyes narrowed as he scanned each object meticulously. With the husband refusing to meet, the couple had long ceased communications, compelling the woman to resort to written correspondence to convey her thoughts. To capture the carpenter's attention, the love letter ought to be placed in a conspicuous location. Closing his eyes, Fang Chen began to recollect the circumstances of his first visit. The man's daily life unfolded through that small window. He appeared lethargic and devoid of vitality, engrossed solely in one activity, playing video games. Playing games. It was as if a light bulb had flickered to life above him, sending a shiver coursing through his spine. Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes flew open. The object the carpenter inevitably interacted with each day was the computer. Everyone had been misled, fixated on physical forms, erroneously believing that love letters had to be tangible paper. Fang Chen suddenly recalled that the night prior, there had been a clue. Each person had sensed the old computer in the room emitting a crackling sound. Without a moment to spare, he pressed the power button. Moments later, the screen flickered to life. Prominently on the desktop was a document titled "A Love Letter to You." He had found it. It turned out that the letter was a blank page, merely indicating that the content of the love letter had not been conveyed to the recipient. But it did not signify that it was merely a physical piece of paper. After all, while the love letter exists in form, the sentiment itself does not. Fang Chen grasped the mouse and double-clicked the document. The final sentiments of the woman in red were vividly restored in that instant, dense text sprawling across the entire screen, revealing the wife's subtle affection at last. "Dearest, I must solemnly announce something. Starting tomorrow, we shall no longer endure this excruciating existence. My parents have consented to allow me to bring back my dowry to settle our debts. I have given you time to wallow in despair, and I await your resurgence. Our future will undoubtedly improve. Tomorrow marks your birthday. It has been far too long since we last spoke face to face. Knowing you always evade me. Reluctant to confront me, I devised this method. Remove your headphones, turn off the screen, and take a look back. I have always been here. Tomorrow night. In the small attic where we shall wed, let us not be absent. I have prepared a surprise for you. You must come. Words may be barren and insufficient. Yet at this moment, the gentle, serene smile of the woman vividly resurfaced in his mind. Behind him, he heard the sound of hurried breath. The carpenter found himself before the computer, his gaze vacant, fixated on the screen, and a sound of despair escaped his throat. His fingertips brushed over the characters on the screen, his mouth slightly agape, yet he could utter no syllable. The narrative flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. On December 12th, his wife returned home from her family, exuberant as she decorated for the birthday celebration. Blissfully envisioning the moment her husband would weep tears of joy upon reading her heartfelt letter. Little did she know, the carpenter had a sudden epiphany. He vowed never to engage with games again and intended to sell his computer to his cousin to settle debts. Thus, the love letter inadvertently fell into the hands of a third party. The greedy cousin not only seized all the dowry but also deprived her of the wedding ring upon her finger. Her lifeless body was suspended high, swaying gently amidst a sea of candlelight and flowers. Meanwhile, the carpenter, clutching the 100,000 yuan obtained from selling a kidney, awaited his wife's return with hopeful anticipation. The fragmented images coalesced into a complete tale, revealing the true essence of the title. I gaze at you through the window, having devoted everything to you. Why must you forsake me? At first glance, one might assume these words were spoken by the carpenter to his wife, yet they were, in truth, her final retort before her demise. Her cry transcended the screen, traversing time, and after much turmoil, it finally reached the carpenter, but he was no longer able to respond. The time lost can never return to its origin. When dawn breaks, only echoes remain in his ears. Resentment crystallizes here, piecing together a message steeped in regret. Chapter 30. The message of regret. End of copy. The tempest subsided, and the overwhelming pressure that loomed above dissipated. Fang Chen gazed at the blank letter paper as the words gradually emerged, contemplating that this task might indeed be considered accomplished. After all, his professional career did not permit the luxury of losing items. The fog lifted. It was unclear who started it, but jubilant cheers erupted in the courtyard, celebrating their survival. The dawn swallowed the night, thus bringing forth a new day. As Fang Chen descended the stairs, he noticed Yin Xian leaning against the banister. A smile graced his lips. Commending, well done. You were quite impressive yourself, came the response as their voices mingled, lightly clapping across the air. Is it all over? Indeed. Yin Xian cast a meaningful glance before turning to step out of the door, his silhouette gradually merging into the brilliant sunlight, vanishing from sight. In that moment, Fang Chen felt a surge of impulse, yearning to pull back that drifting coat for one last look. Just as he summoned the courage to speak, a soft voice floated on the breeze, so gentle he thought it might be a figment of his imagination. But we shall meet again. Meanwhile, the others congregated in the courtyard, each one as exhilarated as if they had won the lottery. I will no longer criticize the 996 work schedule. If I can survive this, I would gladly embrace the 007 lifestyle. Working overtime pales in comparison to this ordeal. Bai Li, exhausted from the recent escape, struggled to catch his breath, his voice barely above a whisper. No more rolling, Lu Wanting exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. I shall work twice as hard, and I will assign double the homework to the children in our class. The two wage earners began to amicably discuss their plans for life after this experience. In contrast, Lu Meng appeared remarkably composed, perhaps influenced by the jubilant atmosphere, his tone laced with a subtle lightness. Bai Li teased him, if you have the ability, retract that smirk that's harder to suppress than an AK. Yet, Lu Meng was not faring much better. The trio bore the marks of their ordeal, their disheveled appearance hinting at the thrilling chase that must have unfolded in the courtyard while Fang Chen worked on the problem. By the way, Lu Meng's gaze shifted to the girl standing vacantly nearby. I didn't see that coming. You're quite fierce. Huh, thank you, Meng Qian replied, rubbing her head. Her expression bewildered, though she sensed it was a compliment. Fang Chen and Yin Xian emerged from the building, and upon seeing the two, Lu Wanting executed a perfectly executed 90-degree bow, as if eager to present them with an award. She was keenly aware of her own shortcomings in the past few days, having taken a back seat, but it seemed these two prominent figures had successfully navigated the challenge, lifting her along with them. Only those with strong adaptability could survive. It was not merely about intelligence, but also responsiveness, resilience, physical strength, and a touch of luck. Each of these two individuals, when assessed individually, possessed capabilities far surpassing her own. "No need for such formalities, Teacher Liu," one remarked. "You are a promising talent, and it brings me great joy." As their conversation unfolded, the silhouette of a bridge appeared at the horizon. Meanwhile, the boundaries of this space gradually blurred. After bidding farewell with a wave, everyone began to make their way toward the wooden bridge, where the sun was slowly rising on the other side. Just as Fang Chen was about to set off, he noticed Meng Qiyan still standing in place, her head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. "We are still missing someone," she hesitated for a moment before inquiring. "What about Coach Li?" Just as Fang Chen was about to respond, Yan Xian interjected, "He perished in the battle." "Is that so?" She seemed momentarily dazed, gazing at the bloodstains on her palm, then shifted the conversation, asking, "How did he die?" A brief pause enveloped the air, and sensing that no one would answer, Meng Qiyan took a few cautious steps forward, gently probing, "Li Duo, how did he meet his end?" Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. Fang Chen had never felt such difficulty, even when facing a boss. He believed this answer to be of utmost importance, one that could very well endanger her life if miscalculated. "Forget it, I'll take a chance." It was the carpenter. Yes, the carpenter. He succeeded in his gamble. Upon hearing the unanimous response, the girl simply nodded, lost in contemplation. The boundary line drew ever closer, and Yan Xian took the lead, declaring, "It is time to leave." Meng Qiyan cast a lingering glance back. Amidst the desolation, a few dilapidated houses stood alone. She gently parted her lips, leaving behind the final words of this world, and then turned without looking back to follow. Coach Li was a good person, and so are you. As the three stepped onto the wooden bridge, darkness suddenly enveloped Fang Chen. The dispassionate voice reemerged in his mind, devoid of emotion or gender, as if it came from an ancient judgment. Number of participants, 9. Number of successful completions, 6. Humanity triumphs. The night in the Fuan community was eerily silent. When Fang Chen regained his senses, he found himself back in the familiar surroundings. The wooden bridge beneath his feet appeared rather ordinary, albeit somewhat unstable. He pressed his phone, and the time seemed to flow seamlessly, yet the missing items in his pocket reminded him that all of this was not a mere illusion. Without further thought, he retraced his steps and returned to the residence of the female singles champion. After knocking for quite some time, he was met with a response from the opposite side. "It's late. Are you trying to keep people awake?" The elderly neighbor across the hall shouted angrily, pointing to the door behind Fang Chen. "That place has been empty for ages," he muttered under his breath, slightly bowing. "I apologize for the intrusion. Has no one ever lived there? I have urgent business." He added, "I've already told you, there's no one. What is wrong with you?" With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, only to swing open again moments later. The elderly woman peered through the crack, her tone laced with disdain. "Well, 2 people came by today, claiming they were here to collect leftover documents. They rummaged around for a while, and then left, saying they would return tomorrow. If that is not feasible, you can come back then." After finishing her last statement, the corridor fell into complete silence. It seemed she had a bad temper but was, nonetheless, a decent old lady. To be candid, Fang Chen had, for some unavoidable reasons, activated his lockpicking talent. He secretly resolved that if he remained fruitless by the morrow, he would revisit this particular skill. However, how could a living person simply vanish into thin air? Upon returning home, Fang Chen disregarded the need for rest, quickly freshened up, and promptly opened his computer to search for keywords from his memory: deep diver and bridge walker. These were merely bizarre tales and folklore that seemed unrelated. With a spirit of experimentation, he created a post detailing his experiences online, and soon enough, a flurry of responses began to pour in. "How delightful. Please continue. I find this utterly captivating." Fang Chen chuckled softly to himself, deciding to close the webpage. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced out of the window. Strangely, ever since returning from that world, his once prized vision had suddenly diminished slightly. Fortunately, this decline remained within an acceptable range, preventing him from needing glasses. Chapter 31. A reunion the following day dawned drearily, shrouded in rain. Fang Chen took the opportunity to request a full day's leave from work, returning once more to the Fuan community. On the roadside, a myriad of individuals strode past, each navigating the unique trajectory of their own lives. Fang Chen was among them, holding an umbrella, quietly awaiting the traffic light at the intersection. From an outward glance, none would suspect the harrowing ordeal he had endured the previous night. What of the others? Might there be souls like him, burdened with uncertainty, continuing to masquerade as normal citizens in this world? His gaze swept through the incessant flow of the crowd, seeking any hint of concealed truths upon their faces. A news alert flashed on his phone. Strikingly prominent, a violent incident at the Blue Sky Sanatorium resulted in 2 fatalities and 2 injuries. Just as he contemplated delving deeper into the report, the green light illuminated. And with little time to scrutinize, he hurriedly joined the throng crossing to the opposite side. In recent years, public safety had become increasingly precarious, with violent attacks occurring frequently, igniting conflicts that could flare up at any moment, reaching a level of outrage. Announcements cautioning the public to exercise vigilance and safeguard their personal and financial security scrolled across the screens in shopping malls. When had this turmoil begun? Fang Chen struggled to recall. Was it 3 years ago or 5? Initially, people dismissed it as a mere riot, a trivial altercation, until it ignited like a flame in the wilderness, spreading virally. Conspiracy theories even suggested that the next world war was imminent, instilling a pervasive sense of dread among the populace. Though society appeared to function normally, with individuals adhering to their daily routines beneath this facade of maintained peace, something seemed poised to burst forth from its constraints. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Chen had arrived at the residence of the female protagonist. The front door remained resolutely shut, and he deemed it essential to uphold a modicum of courtesy, thus resolved to knock 3 times before proceeding. Just as he raised his hand, a gentle breeze stirred, accompanied by a faint creak emanating from ahead, leading him to realize that the iron gate was merely ajar. Moments before he had contemplated forcing entry, he hesitated, wrestling with the notion of propriety, yet in this scenario, an instinct to avoid alarming any potential occupants began to take root. He grasped the handle, gently pulling it open, and stealthily stepped inside. Perhaps influenced by the weather, a heavy scent of mildew assailed him, a palpable dampness that seemed to saturate every corner. The interior was simply furnished. An open book lay sprawled across the coffee table in the living room, while several articles of clothing hung on the balcony, and the kitchen sink was cluttered with unwashed dishes. Every detail exuded the essence of a life being lived, if one could overlook the thick layer of dust clinging to the furniture. A sense of dissonance emanated from these objects, seemingly caught in the midst of their daily routines, as if the occupant had abruptly embarked on an impromptu journey and simply forgotten to return home. Venturing further inside led him to the bedroom, where the door stood slightly ajar. Upon closer inspection, he discerned faint sounds akin to rummaging within. Surely, wouldn't he encounter another intruder? What kind of colleague is he? His current respectable occupation is that of a courier. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Chen stealthily approached, but upon seeing the individual before him, his confusion reached its zenith. He rapped lightly on the cabinet beside him, deliberately creating a sound. The girl sensed the movement behind her and turned with a grin. "Boss, you're back so soon?" Meng Qian's smile faltered upon locking eyes with the newcomer. "Brother Fang, what are you doing here?" "You stole my question," she remarked, rising from a heap of documents and brushing off the surrounding dust, momentarily at a loss for words. "Who were you calling boss just now?" Meng Qian opened her mouth, then closed it again, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Fang Chen silently observed her performance. After a moment, she shot him a sidelong glance. "How about we pretend we've never met? What kind of act is this?" Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Meng Qian spun around as if confronted by a formidable foe, resuming her previous task with stiff, mechanical movements. As Fang Chen stepped out of the room, he spotted Yin Xin appearing at the doorway, holding a black umbrella. He brought a chill from outside with him. Raindrops slowly dripping from his shoulders, the style of the umbrella perfectly matched his attire, making one wonder if he had come from a funeral. The newcomer initially wore a blank expression, but upon seeing Fang Chen, his dark eyes flickered with surprise, soon brimming with a smile. What a coincidence! Whether here or in the world across the bridge. Fang Chen instantly grasped the situation. Meng Qian had called him boss. Did they know each other from the start? Yin Xin paused momentarily, his demeanor growing serious, and with a slight nod amidst the girl's frantic head shaking, he confirmed it. Then why pretend to be strangers before? This gentleman chose to remain silent. Fang Chen turned his gaze to the other individual. Under such a piercing gaze, Meng Qian scratched her face and, after a moment of consideration, whispered to Yin Xian, "Can you say anything?" He shot her a sidelong glance, remaining quiet. His expression left her indecisive. "Qian?" Under Fang Chen's pressing inquiry, she closed her eyes and steeled herself. "The boss sent me to test you." Who would have thought he ended up being tested himself? After speaking, Ming Qian squinted one eye and discreetly assessed her superior, only realizing the temperature had dropped a degree after acknowledging her misstep. A suppressed inhalation escaped her, as it was the first time she had seen Yan Xian smile so warmly. Xiaoming, have you found the documents? Ming Qian shivered. I'm a bit cold. I'm going to bask in the sun. Without further ado, she grabbed the umbrella at the door and dashed into the pouring rain. Watching her hasty retreat, Fang Chen turned his gaze back, but before he could speak, Yan Xian preempted him. What are you doing here? Having shared life and death experiences as teammates, he felt no need to withhold the truth and poured out everything that had transpired. Yan Xian pressed his lips together, his gaze lowered, listening quietly. It is evident that he appears to be engaged in a fierce struggle with some issue, to the extent that Fang Chen had finished speaking for quite some time without eliciting a response. In this state, Yan Xian unconsciously emanated an aura that seemed to ward off strangers. After a prolonged silence, he finally emerged from his reverie, resuming a languid demeanor. The woman you mentioned, the solitary champion, was a member of the Deep Divers, but she perished in the game a few months ago. We are here to seek her remaining data. What exactly is the Deep Divers, and why are they probing me? Fang Chen exhibited a tenacious inquisitiveness, insisting, you promised that if we safely emerged from this, you would divulge everything to me. Yan Xian refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a question. Do you believe there are species in this world that exist beyond our comprehension? Delving into such profound topics right away? Aliens? Fang Chen rummaged through his understanding, envisioning the slender-limbed, large-headed humanoids characteristic of science fiction films, pondering if such entities were still a distant reality. Yan Xian fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly responding, his voice low yet imbued with an unusual seriousness. No, they are right beside us. Among each and every one of us. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating a corner of the room. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, akin to a colossal beast roaring, while the fierce wind battered the windows with a cacophony. The manifestation of human imagination can be a terrifying affair. The room was dim and damp, the sound of raindrops striking the eaves resonating loudly, capable of obscuring many subtle noises. It is invisible and intangible, yet it exists between us, he reiterated. Chapter 32, The Barrier. The implications of this statement were so profound that Fang Chen found himself at a loss as to where to begin his inquiries. He glanced around, raising an eyebrow, and remarked, you possess quite a talent for storytelling. Noticing the recent surge of unrest, Yan Xian's expression bore no trace of jest. This was a challenge posed to us, encompassing everything you experienced last night. The essence of this phenomenon is an anomalous invasion. It manifests as a higher dimensional entity, a mental force devoid of a specific form, which we term as the barrier. The method of attack employed by the barrier is cognitive manipulation, aimed at dismantling societal order in order to seize control. It utilizes bridges within the human realm as conduits, selecting individuals associated with these bridges and drawing them into a game. Only by maintaining awareness and completing the tasks, with more than half of the participants surviving, can humanity claim victory, leading to the dissolution of the anomalies in this area. Otherwise, should the barrier prevail, it will spread its corruption. Wait a moment, Fang Chen interjected, increasingly bewildered, signaling for a pause. He struggled to assimilate the information he had just received. His worldview, meticulously constructed over 26 years, was utterly shattered in that instant. Fortunately, he was quick to piece it back together. If this is an invisible entity, how did you discover it? A special magnetic field, Yan Xian patiently elucidated. Humans possess 5 senses, which grant us sight, touch, smell, hearing, and taste. Yet, in reality, there exist numerous phenomena that evade detection through these senses alone. Fang Chen found this notion comprehensible. Certain creatures possess vision superior to that of humans. For instance, hummingbirds and owls, endowed with unique photoreceptor cells, can perceive ultraviolet light and accurately identify infrared radiation. Thus, in the same location, the worlds seen by human and animal eyes are starkly different. Moreover, a rare subset of individuals experiences synesthesia, perceiving numbers as colors or sounds as scents, allowing them to sense a broader spectrum of reality. Therefore, for humanity, what is seen is not necessarily what is comprehended. The vastness of the world is filled with wonders. Existence itself is justification. Understood. My worldview has been revised. Fang Chen affirmed with a nod. Observing his capacity for acceptance, Yan Xian chuckled softly, remarking on his adaptability. Many who have become deep divers struggle to grasp such concepts. What are deep divers and bridge crossers? Lu Meng frequently mentioned them as well. To maintain societal stability and prevent the spread of fear, individuals of strong will organize themselves, voluntarily entering the game to combat the anomalies, referring to themselves as deep divers. Fang Chen regarded them with profound respect, but just as quickly, his admiration was interrupted. However, within the deep divers, numerous factions exist, a mix of intentions. Some are merely mercenaries driven by power and wealth, hence they cannot be entirely trusted. As for the bridge crossers, you should have first-hand experience of them. Yan Xian's smile deepening as if lost in reminiscence, leaving the thought unfinished. In each round, there is but one bridge person, the core instigator of the game, bearing the pivotal clues to unravel the conundrum. Encountering an utterly inexperienced bridge person can, to a certain extent, heighten the game's difficulty, significantly increasing the likelihood of total annihilation. However, your performance in the previous round was commendable, he added. Upon receiving this compliment, Fang Chen barely noticed the slight upward curl at the corners of his lips. What transpires with those who perish in the game? Have you caught wind of today's news? About the Blue Sky Sanatorium? Not yet. Yan Xian tilted his head slightly, urging him to take a look. You will understand. Fang Chen retrieved his phone, re-entered the article, and scrolled down the screen with his fingertip. As the horrifying images materialized before his eyes, he could not suppress the tightening of his brow. If you have time, do check it out. After all, they were once comrades. Yan Xian's tone was subdued, as if offering solace. In the photographs, Zhang Bin's visage was grotesque as he charged into the reception area wielding a kitchen knife, attacking anyone in sight, leaving the floor drenched in crimson. In the lower left corner, Rong, who accompanied him, was not spared either, clutching her abdomen while lying on a stretcher, her white dress stained with blood, gravely injured and unconscious. When Zhang Bin was apprehended, he claimed it was due to a quarrel with his girlfriend, expressing discontent towards everyone. Those who die in the game are subjected to brainwashing, transforming into puppets of the obstruction, descending into madness, where any friction is magnified exponentially, leading to widespread devastation followed by self-harm. This war, devoid of gunpowder, was ignited long ago but has only worsened in recent years. Fang Chen silently absorbed this information, extinguishing the screen. So, what is your purpose in probing me? We require formidable fresh blood. Yan Xian slowly extended his hand, inviting Fang Chen to join the deep divers. His fingers were slender and fair, with a slightly broad back of the hand, exuding warmth and strength, evoking an instinctive desire to reciprocate the gesture. How noble! Striving for the survival of all humanity, dedicating oneself to repel the encroachment of the bizarre, akin to a savior standing against the darkness. A sense of tragic heroism surged within him, reminiscent of the fantasies every child once harbored. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen provided his response. I refuse. That was a childhood aspiration. He is now a grown man. Upon hearing this, Yan Xian appeared entirely unperturbed. He retracted his hand, the smile undiminished, and perhaps with an undertone of intimidation, added, those who have ventured into the game once are more likely to be drawn in again. Fang Chen, hands in pockets, gazed at the ground. What if humanity faces repeated failures? Do you recall the Chiching earthquake a decade ago? Half a city was obliterated. The Seismological Bureau had detected no anomalies beforehand, nor was there any warning of the tsunami at Lanxia Water Town. In the years leading up to these catastrophic events, this region had been rife with negative news. The incidents of crime surged, and violent incidents proliferated. Just like here, Yan Xian caressed the silver ring on his index finger. As the deep divers in these two regions faced annihilation in a bizarre game, with the magnetic field of reaching its zenith, Fang Chen took a gentle breath. Fortunately, we currently exist in a state of precarious equilibrium, allowing order to barely persist. However, the number of deep divers continues to dwindle. And if no one is willing to step forward, he cast a fleeting glance at the weather outside. A fierce wind suddenly roared, seemingly poised to upheave the very heavens and earth. If we allow to run rampant, could this city, which has nurtured him and housed 26 years of memories, become another Chiching? It is of no consequence. I can comprehend your fear. I am not afraid, Fang Chen interjected. Just as your joining the deep divers was not for the sake of becoming a savior. A fleeting shock flickered across his visage. For the first time, Fang Chen witnessed such an expression on his face, a moment of astonishment, as if he had been seen through, yet it vanished in an instant, almost like an illusion. With the previously straightened line of his lips curving once more. Perhaps I do possess the heart of a compassionate celestial being? Chapter 33 The name of the deep diver. Though the reasons behind Yan Xian's transformation into a deep diver remain elusive, one can be certain it is not for the salvation of the masses. If one were to insist on a rationale, it could only be attributed to instinct. Yan Xian, despite his seemingly casual demeanor and amicable nature, exudes a palpable sense of detachment, viewing all matters with a cold indifference, as if he exists outside the fray. Fang Chen posed several inquiries, yet each time he approached the core of the enigmatic game, Yan Xian deftly rebuffed him, citing it as an internal secret of the deep divers, the implication unmistakable. Deciding to forego the subtleties, Fang Chen laid his cards on the table, stating he would reconsider Yan Xian's proposition, but first demanded clarity on one matter. What position do you hold in persuading me to join? He asked, revealing a hint of personal interest. Yan Xian responded candidly, to save a person. Is this individual significant to you? Indeed, someone of immense, immeasurable importance to me. His gaze met Fang Chen's, the tone of his voice light, almost a sigh. In that moment, the raspy timbre reverberated through the misty rain, and Fang Chen felt a surge of empathy, as if he could taste the bittersweet essence of those words, tinged with a touch of melancholy. Perhaps it was the rain that rendered Yan Xian's lashes damp, his hair gently cascading over his forehead. This figure, capable of pinning a carpenter to the ground with ease, seemed utterly drained by the mere act of uttering such a response. Fang Chen found it difficult to articulate the sensation that washed over him in that fleeting instant. An impulse to rush forward and embrace him surged forth. Startled by his own thoughts, he felt a jolt of nerves. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. Yan Xian glanced at his phone and handed Fang Chen a slip of paper. This is my number. Contact me once you've made your decision. With that, he opened his umbrella and stepped slowly into the storm. After departing from the Fuan community, Fang Chen did not head home directly. Instead, he reopened the report to confirm the location and proceeded toward his destination. The monotonous scenery mirrored his surroundings, yet following their earlier exchange, an unexpected sentiment blossomed within him. At the hospital adjacent to the Blue Sky Sanatorium, Fang Chen accessed photographs and inquired about the current condition of the two individuals. What is your relationship to them? The nurse asked, her demeanor cautious. He weighed his words carefully, opting for friends who have faced life and death. The male was deceased, and the female's condition was dire. Perhaps accustomed to such scenarios, the nurse regarded the case file with an impassive expression, but a flicker of sympathy crossed her face. If it weren't for the fetus, perhaps she could have been saved. What? The imagery of the judgment vote surged back into his mind. Rong Rong's frantic pleas echoed through time, once more assaulting his ears. It was no wonder she was so anxious and fearful. No wonder she claimed to have a compelling reason to survive, asserting it was Zhang Bin's wish. A mutual decision between them. Initially, he had thought this was merely an excuse to mask nefarious deeds. Fang Chen was uncertain whether, had she chosen to confront the truth by using the child as a shield to coerce others into a moral bind, he might have spared her a path. This was undeniably the most potent card to sway hearts. Yet, even so, she refrained from such actions. Why, at the critical juncture, did she suddenly relinquish her resistance? Was it the act of taking her beloved's life that filled her with regret, or was it the sheer cruelty of facing the remainder of her life alone? Perhaps it was simply an inability to withstand the torment of this bizarre world. The reasons had become utterly inscrutable. Zhang Bin and Rong Rong, each in their own way, were upholding the essence of protection in the world across the bridge. In a certain light, it was indeed courageous. Fang Chen slightly lifted her gaze toward the hospital room at the end of the corridor. Do not even think about visiting. The nurse swiftly positioned herself in front, signaling with her eyes that it was time to leave. Upon exiting the hospital, the weather had cleared. The air was fragrant with the earthy aroma following the rain, and the warm sun generously cast its light upon the land. A group of children, undeterred by the dampness of the court, soon gathered excitedly. A little boy received a pass and executed a stunning volley, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The children radiated vitality, their smiles overlapping with many faces, including a couple tightly embracing in a corner of the hall and Li Duo precariously swaying on the staircase. Lives had separated the world behind the bridge. The laughter and joy of this city were surely what the deep divers aimed to protect. Yet, he possessed no one he felt compelled to safeguard with unwavering resolve. Nor did he carry the conviction of saving the masses as his mission. He merely wished to live this life in the ordinary manner his grandfather had advised. However, should this momentum continue, his tranquil existence would soon be disrupted. In truth, the moment Yan Xian extended his hand, Fang Chen had already made her decision. Yet, Upon seeing the confidence gleaming in his eyes, she found herself reluctant to acquiesce too readily. What was the purpose of becoming a deep diver? Although he could not conjure a suitable response at that moment, it mattered little. He intended to join and gradually discover his reasons. He was uncertain whether this responsibility would conflict with that of a courier. Fang Chen sat on a park bench, watching the sun gradually dip below the horizon, listening as the surrounding noise faded back into serenity, and then unfolded the paper. Just before dialing, the phone rang, shattering the silence with a sudden burst. Hello? He pressed the answer button. It's me. The caller, without introducing himself, invoked a sense of arrogance, leading one to instinctively believe the other knew who they were. This feeling was somewhat unsettling, yet Fang Chen indeed recognized the voice. He was puzzled, having not yet called. But you were about to. Have you installed surveillance on me? Look behind you. A faint, elusive chuckle emanated from the other end of the line. Xuan approached against the cold wind, the ample fabric of his coat swaying gently with his strides. He came to a halt before the bench, casually leaning slightly as a smirk played upon his lips. Changed your mind so swiftly? Wasn't he exhibiting a resolute refusal to join this morning? We, who fear death above all else, seldom make such solemn vows. Fang Chen rose to stretch, his limbs stiff from prolonged sitting. As he lifted his arm, his wrist was unexpectedly seized. I shall take you to a place, Xuan declared, unceremoniously thrusting him into a parked private car by the roadside. With the door slamming shut, the engine roared to life, surging forth like a wild stallion finally released from confinement. The entire sequence transpired with a fluid grace, were it not for Xuan's exuberant demeanor. One might have suspected an encounter with human traffickers. Once seated, Xuan instructed the driver with a destination, then closed his eyes to rest while the streetlights flickered outside, casting a silvery glow on the wolf's tail emblem, exuding an air of elegance. The vehicle journeyed for approximately half an hour, the trees blurring past as they transitioned from the bustling city center to the serene outskirts, finally halting before a solitary villa. Nestled in a remote mountainous area, dilapidated and desolate, it presented an ideal locale for sinister deeds, a chilling first impression for Fang Chen. Xuan navigated the path with the ease of familiarity. The surroundings engulfed in darkness, devoid of any illuminating presence, relying solely on instinct to traverse. As the grand door swung open, Fang Chen could no longer contain his thoughts. Your demeanor resembles that of a pyramid scheme operator, he remarked, following the man ahead. Yet, as he stepped inside, the words barely escaped his lips before evaporating into silence. The moment he entered the dwelling, he was overwhelmed by the stark contrast within, the scent of wealth enveloping him like a palpable presence. Chapter 34. About to begin, the villa was brilliantly illuminated, adorned with what appeared to be expensive decorations on either side, and at the entrance, a life guide was affixed. It outlined several points of note, indicating that this four-story building was divided into various functional areas, encompassing living quarters, leisure zones, and workspaces, with an elevator installed on the left. This must be a small marketplace, your home? How extravagant. Fang Chen marveled. No. You can tell that Xuan was in remarkably high spirits, his tone involuntarily lifting. It's the stronghold we seized. As he spoke, he pushed open a door. Boss, I was just about to head back. Meng Qian's voice floated over, and upon seeing the newcomer, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Fang Ge. She immediately grabbed a generous handful of snacks from a nearby shelf and offered them as a token of welcome. Where's Tianyuan? Xuan casually removed his trench coat. He took on a mission and just left. The cross-sea bridge at Hunko is said to have an exceptionally high magnetic field, nearing S-level. Zheng Jie's hand hesitated slightly as he buttoned his shirt. Didn't Ti Luochuan accompany him? No, didn't they have a falling out? Xuan's brow subtly furrowed as he turned around. Unfortunately, the other members are not present. I'll introduce you to them when they're S-time. Fang Chen nodded, surveying his surroundings, feeling as though he had arrived at a remarkable place. Let us get you registered first. Certainly. Upon receiving instructions from the superiors, the girl began typing away on the screen. The webpage that popped up caught Fang Chen's attention. He leaned closer to inspect. The Deep Diver official website. You have this. Not at all. Meng Qian crunched on her chips. You'll be able to browse the forum later. Many people share their insights on crossing the bridge there. As she spoke, she handed him a manual, an introductory guide. Take a look at this first. This truly is a comprehensive service. It was filled with various rules presented with utmost seriousness. Had this been before, he would have probably laughed it off and tossed it into the trash. The deep diver organization has a clear division of labor, with designated personnel responsible for detecting the magnetic field fluctuations of barriers. Based on the amplitude of these fluctuations, danger levels are categorized from D to S, and tasks are subsequently issued. Deep divers can accept tasks within their designated areas and proceed. If they manage to survive, they will be compensated according to the difficulty level. Of course, this is contingent upon humanity achieving victory. Here you go. Fang Chen handed over a card the size of half a palm, an identification proof, embedded with a special chip that recorded information regarding the crossing. It can be placed anywhere, discreetly. Furthermore, possessing this card enhances the probability of entering the barriers after accepting a task due to frequency resonance. Fang Chen accepted it, tucking it behind his phone case, and logged into the official forum using his identity as per the procedure. In an instant, a plethora of diverse information flooded his mind. The number of active users in the global deep diver community exceeded 10,000. People were fervently sharing their gaming experiences, and among these posts, he sensed something amiss. The clues regarding the bridge dwellers predominantly consist of ephemeral memories, fleeting phrases, or songs devoid of tangible forms. The more I ponder, the more peculiar it seems. Fang Chen inquired, "Is there a connection between the world beyond the bridge and our reality?" Fang Chen mused for a moment, casting a beseeching glance toward Yin Xian. The latter, reclining on the sofa, leisurely lifted his gaze from the book. "There is no connection." Fang Chen pressed further, "No exceptions?" In the recorded 14,823 instances of copy games on the official site, without a single exception, the methods of the obstacles merely involve cognitive manipulation, inciting chaos through the mentally shattered, which cannot directly affect the world we inhabit. Fang Chen found this increasingly astonishing. Then how could a letter I sent in reality transform into a critical clue within the game? Furthermore, the very individual who handed me the envelope, the female lead, according to you, has been deceased for several months. Perhaps you are somewhat unique. Yin Xian contemplated, snapping the book shut with a decisive sound, placing it aside for further examination. His gaze, imbued with a myriad of emotions, curiosity, inquiry, and an indefinable yearning, traced slowly over her skin, ensnaring her in a web of sensations. Examination? Fang Chen mused, feeling an unsettling sense of being bound for experimentation. Just then, a notification chimed from her phone. Both Fang Chen and Fang Chen instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. Yin Xian, focused on the screen, pressed his lips into a straight line. "Prepare yourselves. The next mission is tomorrow." "So soon?" Fang Chen nearly leapt up in surprise. "This time it's an A level. It will present a slight challenge." He offered this warning, adding, "By the way, yesterday's bridge had a danger level of B." "Oh." Fang Chen dismissed it nonchalantly. A rustling noise emerged from behind, and turning around, she noticed Fang Chen frantically stuffing items into her backpack, as if preparing for battle, only then realizing that the warning was not intended for her. "You can skip anything above B level. A gentleman never coerces others." "It's no trouble," she replied lightly, though her tone betrayed a hint of unease. "Bringing me along might spare an innocent bystander and increase our chances of success." Fang Chen leaned in. "If you're so frightened, why continue as a deep diver? Who doesn't he have someone they wish to protect?" Fang Chen replied vaguely, lowering her head as she diligently organized her belongings. In truth, her bag contained many items that had never been utilized, merely occupying space and adding weight. Yet, each time, she meticulously examined them before placing them back. What if? She pondered. What if a teammate requires just this tool to survive? Indeed, this city is beautiful, yet the person she longs to protect perished long ago within the game. When Fang Chen first entered the bizarre game, she inadvertently broke a rule, landing in a nearly fatal situation, only to be rescued by a formidable deep diver who turned the tide. At that moment, she was profoundly shocked. Admiration and yearning took root within her heart. Their exchanges were sparse. All she knew was that the elder sister had chosen to become a deep diver out of a profound affection for the city. Just as some resort to desperate measures to cling to life, there are those who truly burn themselves in pursuit of their unwavering beliefs. It was akin to the enchanting warriors battling against the forces of darkness, radiating brilliance. Alas, the world she inhabited was far more unforgiving. Upon her emergence, Fang Chen barely had the chance to express her gratitude before being informed that the other had permanently remained on the other side of the bridge during a mission. This gratitude would forever remain uncommunicated, Pondering this, she realized that the debts of kindness could only be repaid in this manner. It dawned on her for the first time that deep divers could indeed leave a legacy. She had embarked on several quests, though she barely managed to scrape the passing mark alongside her comrades. Yet, she was always the most fervent member of the team. It remained uncertain what propelled her across bridge after bridge. Perhaps it was the thought that as long as I continue to burn, you shall never extinguish. Chapter 35, Blood Red Island. On the following dawn, Fang Chen arrived at the designated location. In the distance, a stone arch bridge stood serenely over the lake's surface. Yin Xian and Ming Qian had yet to arrive. During the interim, he accessed the Deep Diver official website once more. Although the barrier had existed for quite some time, it was said that the website was established merely a few years prior. By clicking on the ID codes, one could navigate to individual profiles. Some individuals were remarkably active, managing to cross a bridge every few days, while others had remained stagnant for years, never logging in again. The website's original intention was to prevent catastrophic scenarios akin to the Great Earthquake in Qiqing, where an acute shortage of deep divers led to the annihilation of the entire city. When the number of registered deep divers in a certain area fell below a critical threshold, the official website would activate its alert mode, prompting individuals from neighboring cities to voluntarily rush to assist, exemplifying the essence of communal support in times of distress. It resembled a large family united in mutual aid. No one had ever laid eyes on the founder. They only knew him by the code name Z. While humanity was in a state of retreat, he single-handedly rallied the deep divers, restoring a precarious balance to the ongoing conflict. This led to Z, who had yet to reveal himself, amassing numerous admirers, with rumors about him circulating widely. Just then, something in his peripheral vision shifted. As Fang Chen lifted his gaze, he spotted an individual standing on the bridge. The distance rendered their expression indistinguishable, yet an aura of desolation enveloped them. Their head hung low, swaying slightly, as if even breathing had become an arduous endeavor. More alarmingly, one of the person's legs had already crossed over the railing, poised to leap down. Is this a suicide? Fang Chen thought, sensing urgency. He was about to rush forward to intervene when a dark object surged from behind him. Suddenly, his vision was engulfed in darkness. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The land morphed into a tumultuous sea, and simultaneously, a voice devoid of emotion, referred to as the topic, echoed in his mind. Under the setting sun, the horizon was stained crimson, reminiscent of the bridal gown worn by my sister. I wish to be buried alongside her, never to part. Has this begun? If memory serves me right, the topic is typically revealed only after everyone has assembled, re-entering the world of the barrier. Fang Chen felt a sense of familiarity. He slightly tilted his head and surveyed the fog-shrouded sea, finding no sign of others. Yin Xian? Qian? He called out tentatively, but his voice was swiftly swallowed by the fierce wind. The waves crashed against the narrow wooden bridge beneath his feet, creaking in response to the gusts, with no railings on either side, creating an unsettling sensation that a misstep could send him plummeting into the depths. The wooden bridge extended straight ahead, disappearing into the fog, with the same scenery repeating on both ends. Fang Chen resolved to walk forward. However, the moment he took a step, a low chant emerged from his left. Ethereal and haunting, mingling with the sea breeze and the waves, each phrase caressing his nerves. It resembled some form of ritualistic incantation. Before long, a rectangular sign emerged in the line of sight, standing sideways by the bridge like a door. It bore a haphazardly scrawled warning: danger, deep water, please do not play. Fang Chen scrutinized it from every angle and even bent down to peer behind it, where he discovered a line of small text: you will lose something if you close your eyes. After pondering for a moment, he slowly closed his eyelids. In the absence of sight, his other four senses were magnified infinitely. The sound of chanting became crystal clear, and the sticky sea breeze seemed infused with a whiff of foulness. Aside from this, nothing else transpired. Choosing to temporarily disregard the sign, Fang Chen continued forward. However, after a short distance, the identical scene reappeared before him. The same sign, the same warning. Before departing, he marked the wooden board with a line scratched by his nail. The sea surged almost against the surface of the bridge, unfathomably deep and shrouded in darkness, evoking a sensation that should one fall in, there would be no way to climb back up. Under such circumstances, one must tread carefully. After a while, the same scenery appeared once more ahead. Fang Chen felt he had traversed quite a distance, yet every so often, this sign would manifest again. The dense fog rendered visibility low, and whispers emanating from the left side persisted without pause. Despite the length of his journey, the chanting showed no signs of abating. A person of lesser resolve would likely have succumbed by now. Fang Chen speculated that this phenomenon was likely intended to create an illusion of an endless loop, leading those who arrived here to lose their will in an infinite cycle, ultimately stepping off into the sea. However, he was not one to be deceived. Returning to the sign, Fang Chen took 2 steps back, gathered his strength, and forcefully kicked the precariously balanced sign down. Simultaneously, something stirred beneath the surface of the water not far behind him. There was no endless loop. All of this was a logical occurrence. The path beneath his feet was not a straight line, but rather a circle. When the circle was expanded, coupled with the interference of the thick fog, it created the illusion for a traveler that they were walking in a straight line. The slightest deviation in such a tense environment was exceedingly difficult to detect, thus producing the effect of an endless loop. The fallen sign floated on the water's surface like a raft. Fang Chen gauged his position and aligned it with the direction from which the sound was emanating, that is, the center of the circle. As soon as one foot stepped onto it, the wooden plank sank slightly and swayed, while seawater surged forth. The icy water made contact with his skin, and something seized his ankle, pulling him down with great force. Furrowing his brow, Fang Chen withdrew his foot, bringing up whatever had clung to his leg. It was dark and thick, resembling dense strands of seaweed. The hair, deprived of the nurturing sea, instantly lost its vitality, emitting a series of sharp cries before languishing helplessly on the wooden bridge. Meanwhile, the slender entities beneath the surface of the water rose and fell with the waves, gathering and dispersing, seemingly waiting for a hapless soul to fall in, at which point they would ensnare and strangle their prey in an instant. Fang Chen's eyes brightened. This was indeed a fascinating find. Just as he was troubled by the lack of a suitable tool, he observed the thickness and resilience of this object. Realizing it was perfectly suited to serve as a makeshift rope, Fang Chen replicated the process, forcibly pulling up several strands, which he then used to reinforce the wooden board before testing it once more. It felt significantly more stable, indeed, a success. Subsequently, he ascended onto the signboard, gradually drifting towards the center of the circle, guided by the ocean currents. Witnessing this scene, the seaweed was taken aback. They flailed anxiously, attempting to reach the raft, yet found themselves unable to ascend, merely circling around it, their high-pitched cries incessantly ringing in the air. As time passed, a small island gradually came into view. Amidst the friction of his hair, a question echoed. What is lost by closing one's eyes? In truth, Fang Chen could have disregarded it, for he was on the verge of reaching his destination. However, the voice persisted with an intensity that suggested if it could not kill him, it would surely drive him to madness, growing increasingly insistent, embodying an unwavering determination to seek an answer. What is lost by closing one's eyes? The sharp, urgent shrieks pierced his eardrums, a relentless torment. Frustrated by the incessant noise, Fang Chen coldly retorted, prejudice, perhaps. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Chapter 36 Blood Red Isle 2. As the dense fog began to dissipate, a small island emerged on the horizon. From afar, Fang Chen noticed several lines of bold letters strung across the shore on a crimson banner. Welcome to Mingxi Town, esteemed visitors. The beauty of the island beckoned, promising a delightful weekend escape. A few uniformed individuals stretched their necks, eagerly awaiting at the port. As soon as Fang Chen set foot on the land, they hurried over, offering towels and refreshments. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he replied, "It's no trouble at all. I received word that our tour group's boat capsized midway, so I imagine my journey here was quite the endeavor." "Not at all," Fang Chen stated candidly. The attendant's smile faltered momentarily before returning with renewed warmth. "As long as you have arrived safely, please follow me." Fang Chen inquired, "Are there others with our group?" "There are 8 of us in total. One has already arrived. You may join your companion first." Following the attendant, Fang Chen entered a nearby lounge. Upon pushing open the door, he spotted a familiar figure seated by the window, squinting in the sunlight. He approached and took a seat across the table. "How long have you been here?" "Just arrived," Yin Xian replied, blinking sleepily. His relaxed demeanor indeed resembled that of a tourist. "And Ming Chi Yin?" "At this moment, she is likely still battling the water ghosts," he said, stretching lazily into a more comfortable position. Nearby, a few travel brochures lay scattered, and out of curiosity, Fang Chen perused them. Mingxi Town thrived on tourism. After a period of renovation and closure, it had recently reopened. The first batch of visitors during this trial phase received complimentary access, and they had fortuitously timed their visit. Each attraction was accompanied by detailed descriptions, alongside various public amenities such as schools, hospitals, and supermarkets. The map depicted a stark contrast to the previous game. Yet the island's peculiar geography, with its distinctly defined square borders, piqued his interest. Moments later, the door swung open, admitting a man adorned with lip piercings and a rather nonchalant demeanor. His expression was grim, and his clothing bore several rips and tears. Their eyes met, and he nodded in greeting before selecting a table to sit at. As time elapsed, several more individuals trickled in, each bringing with them a potent scent of brine and the sea, looking exceedingly disheveled. One even tumbled in, shrieking in terror while clutching a body entangled in seaweed. The 3 men and 1 woman who followed appeared to be acquainted, and they wasted no time in recounting their harrowing experiences. A young man with naturally curly hair, visibly shaken, clutched his chest as he recounted, "That thing asked me right away, 'What will you lose if you close your eyes?' Without a second thought, I blurted out sight, and to my shock, I could no longer see. Escaping was purely instinctual. Merely reaching this place feels miraculous. Am I not impressive?" He nudged the person beside him. "Boss?" The lip-pierced man offered a nonchalant mimicry. However, the cold-faced young man next to him interjected with a disdainful "Pfft." The curly-haired fellow, clearly agitated, retorted with disdain, "You're no better off." The other party remained silent, wearing a cold expression and letting out several contemptuous huffs, until, finally expelling the remnants of seaweed from his mouth, he murmured, "Apologies, it's not directed at you." At that moment, the girl with long black straight hair leaned forward, suggesting that, since there were 8 players this time, they should wait until everyone had arrived before introducing themselves. Her tone indicated she was an experienced participant. Fang Chen had no objections and found it amusing to observe their chatter. Each individual had arrived here through diverse means, employing wit and courage, yet, regardless of their tactics, they either bore injuries or were drenched, all appearing rather disheveled. In contrast, Fang Chen and Yin Xian stood out as the only ones in pristine condition, which prompted curious and probing glances from those across the room. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, 2 hours passed without the arrival of the 7th participant. The atmosphere in the waiting room shifted not only with the fading light, but also with an unspoken tension that seemed to ferment silently. Gradually, the murmurs subsided, replaced by a restless unease that filled the air. Should we start our introductions?" The girl with long black hair tentatively proposed. Yin Xian, without lifting his eyelids, succinctly replied, "Wait." While Fang Chen had felt no trepidation during the earlier trials, he now sensed a slight tightening within him. He gazed expressionlessly out the window, where the neon lights of the dock flickered against the backdrop of churning waves. His long fingers rhythmically tapped the table, the sound echoing clearly within the confines of the room. With the nightfall casting its charm, the sea appeared even more menacing than during the day. Yin Xian lowered his head, absently toying with the ring on his finger, the metallic clinking sporadic and intermittent. The chatter ceased completely, all eyes drawn to the source of this suffocating atmosphere. Despite the silence from the 2, who remained quietly seated, their presence was impossible to overlook. One was clad in a trench coat, calm and amiable, while the other sported a crisp tactical jacket, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, the juxtaposition of these 2 figures, especially under the current circumstances, seemed to spark a chemical reaction, each radiating a more formidable aura than the last. The curly-haired fellow opened his mouth, fidgeting uncomfortably, even his breathing appearing labored. Just as the quartet was on the verge of losing patience, the door swung open once more. Meng Qian stumbled in, breathless. At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped them dissipated entirely, and a collective sigh of relief echoed in their hearts. She was panting, her hair matted against her face, soaked through, yet her spirit remained intact. "Boss, Fang Gu," Meng Qian greeted, pulling out a chair and collapsing into it. "How did you get here?" Fang Chen inquired, as the ears of the 4 at the adjacent table perked up with keen interest. Chapter 37, Blood Red Island 3 on the Bridge. I engaged in a back and forth with that entity, clashing for what seemed like 800 rounds. By chance, I inadvertently activated my flashlight and discovered that it recoiled from the light. Meng Qian gestured, maintaining that posture as she gradually maneuvered closer. "The quartet, is this even possible?" The others envisioned the scene and chuckled at the image of the Statue of Liberty wielding a flashlight. The atmosphere lightened slightly, allowing the curly-haired young man to seize the moment and extend an invitation. "Ladies and gentlemen, Our numbers are nearly complete. Let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves. Seeing no objections, he continued, I am Xuan, and the four of us are on the same team. He indicated the piercings-adorned tough guy. This is our team leader, Xuan. Then, he clapped the shoulder of the youth clad in white. This is Xiao Xiaobai, but you can simply call him Bai. Although he may appear difficult to approach, he possesses a kind heart and is quite shy. The pale-faced boy shot him a glare, deeming the last remark unnecessary. The long-haired young man, with a friendly demeanor, stood up and introduced himself. I am Tang Ning. None of us are novices at crossing bridges. I assume you are not either? Perhaps sensing the presence of a female apart from herself, she appeared slightly exhilarated, casting a particularly amiable glance at Meng Qian. Fang Chen also introduced himself succinctly, and the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly congenial. This ambience was markedly different from before, in the absence of newcomers. Everyone seemed more inclined to collaborate and share rather than remain guarded. Those who had successfully navigated the water ghost's gauntlet surely possessed considerable skill. During the exchange of words, Fang Chen suddenly sensed something amiss and interjected, Are any of us bridge crossers? I am not, Meng Qian replied, shaking her head vigorously. The air fell silent. Tang Ming bit her lip. We thought the bridge crosser was among the three of you. Upon uttering this, the group exchanged glances, collectively turning their gaze toward the shore. The night was dense, and the waves crashed against the dark corners with a hissing sound, leaving everyone in uncertainty about what lay beyond the horizon of the sea. Having once been a bridge crosser, Fang Chen understood the pivotal role this position played within the narrative. It could virtually dictate the course and progression of the game. Currently, this frail hope rested solely upon the yet-to-appear eighth individual. Yin Xian, however, remained utterly unfazed, even rummaging through a shelf to find a novel. Engrossed in its pages with an air of leisure, Fang Chen tapped the table lightly, pulling him from his literary reverie. Only the bridge crosser possesses crucial clues. Wouldn't that be an unfair advantage? In a game coerced upon them, what semblance of fairness could there be? Yin Xian did not lift his gaze, continuing to turn the pages, yet, it is precisely because humanity possesses nothing that it holds infinite possibilities. Carving a sliver of hope amid absolute adversity is the very essence of the deep dweller's existence. His tone was calm, which only served to unsettle the others. As the weather grew increasingly severe, the chill seeped through the cracks of the door once night fell. Xuan leaned against the window, pressing her face against the glass. Yearning, surely we won't begin with a reduction in numbers? Are you not aware of your own jinxing? Wang Huan finally spoke, his mood seemingly quite dismal. No sooner had the words left his lips than the lounge door swung open once more. Look, I'm not a jinx. Xuan turned around, her smile radiant. Just when everyone presumed the competing players had finally gathered, the obsequious visage of the receptionist came into view. I sincerely apologize, but I just received word that the eighth participant has gone completely missing. Xuan's unfinished words lodged in her throat as she struck herself across the mouth, her heart overshadowed by a gloom deeper than the sea itself. How are we supposed to proceed now? The team of 8 had dwindled to 7 before they even had the chance to convene. Fang Chen suddenly recalled the figure standing on the stone arch bridge before being drawn into the barrier world, teetering on the brink, poised to leap. With a countenance of death and eyes devoid of hope. Such occurrences were not entirely uncommon. Yin Xian finally deigned to close his book. Yet there was no situation in the game that was guaranteed to end in defeat. This statement extinguished any lingering hopes among the group. Isn't this clearly increasing the difficulty? Tang Ning exclaimed in disbelief. A catastrophic start was something no one wished to witness. The receptionist rubbed his hands together, wearing an ingratiating expression. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting late. Please follow me for a meal, as our mayor has been waiting for quite some time. With that, he pushed the door open with his body, gesturing for them to enter. Just as everyone prepared to move, the previously silent Wang Huan suddenly rose, an expression of impatience clear upon his face. His volatile temperament laid bare. Amidst gasps of surprise, he seized the receptionist by the neck, ignoring the latter's cries and struggles. Dragging him to the shore and without a word, began to push him into the water. What sort of joke is this? The words emerged from him with a harshness that seemed to be squeezed through clenched teeth. We signed up for an A-level difficulty, not an S-level. His lips curled downward, reflecting a cold gleam in the moonlight. Gurgle, I'm merely the messenger. Gurgle, you should ask the mayor. The receptionist flailed his arms helplessly, his voice trembling with despair. Perhaps the chaotic crossing through the water spirits had left him in a foul mood, leading him to unleash his frustration on this shivering individual. The grip on the receptionist tightened. Enough, Chief, Xuan hurriedly intervened. Tang Ning also tugged at their leader's sleeve. Let us first ascertain what tasks we are to undertake. The three were at an impasse, and after a few seconds, Wang Huan finally took a half-step back, snorting disdainfully, his shoulders shaking as he forcefully pushed aside the two who had intervened. Su Ran, caught off guard, fell to the ground, while Tang Ning lost his balance and nearly toppled into the sea. As they hailed from different teams, Fang Chen refrained from intervening, silently positioning himself at the back of the group. A casual glance revealed Xiao Xiaobai beside him, her brow furrowed, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze as she regarded Wang Huan. Chapter 38 Blood Red Island for esteemed guests. Without further ado, please follow me, the receptionist uttered, his face pale with fear. Nevertheless, he dutifully maintained his post, deliberately keeping a distance from Wang Huan. The island's natives appeared no different from ordinary people, a stark contrast to the unsettling carpenter who had initially instilled a sense of dread among the visitors. Deep within, everyone harbored a sense of caution. For the more seemingly benign a situation, the greater the peril it often concealed. As they traversed the path, the receptionist respectfully introduced the island's renowned attractions. Despite the enveloping darkness of night, the well-implemented conveniences featured streetlights positioned at regular intervals along the main road, ensuring a reasonably broad field of visibility. A few small dogs wagged their tails as they darted out from the underbrush, while a 24-hour convenience store at the street corner radiated a gentle glow, creating a tranquil and serene atmosphere. We have two most famous landmarks here, the Cliff of Sacrifice and the Temple of Cicada Fragrance. The Cliff of Sacrifice is situated at the highest point of the island, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath when viewed from the side. It is a unique natural wonder. The Temple of Cicada Fragrance is renowned for its efficacy in granting wishes. Pilgrims flock here in droves, and a grand sacrificial ceremony is held each month, creating a vibrant spectacle. These are two must-visit sites, and you are fortunate to have arrived at this time. The receptionist's pride was palpable as he spoke of his homeland's attractions. Currently, you are the only group of tourists on the island, so you may explore at your leisure. After a moment's consideration, he added, however, please remember, do not visit the Cliff of Sacrifice at night, and refrain from going to the sacrificial altar during the day. The reasoning behind avoiding the cliff at night was understandable, given the potential danger of missteps in the dark. But why would the temple be off limits during daylight hours? Why is that? Tang Ning inquired, clearly enamored with Meng Qiyan, as the two girls had linked arms, exuding a sense of kindred spirit. That is the custom of the island, the receptionist replied ambiguously. The group followed their guide to a dining hall. Upon opening the door, an enticing aroma enveloped them, instantly awakening their appetites. The round tables in the hall were laden with sumptuous dishes, and an elderly man sat upright, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Dear guests, please eat while we converse, the elder said, his kind eyes softened by a hint of authority. He was likely the mayor, as indicated by the receptionist. The two groups separated and took their seats across from one another. When can we leave? Xiao Xiaobai asked bluntly. 5 days from now, a sacrificial ceremony will take place on the island. It would be best to depart after the event concludes. You are the first guests to arrive post-renovation, and we shall ensure you are well fed and cared for, so you may enjoy your stay with peace of mind. His words were sincere, akin to a tonic for the spirits, and he assured them that after their meal, arrangements would be made for their accommodations. It appeared they were indeed required to remain in this place for a full 5 days. Amidst the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, the mayor leisurely recounted the history of Mingxi Town. Yan Xian meticulously selected a dish, observing it from various angles before slowly bringing it to his mouth, displaying an air reminiscent of a culinary connoisseur. Fang Chen, after confirming the absence of any unusual characteristics, also picked up his bowl, looking across at the quartet. I declare this to be the best meal in the realm. Su Ran devoured her food voraciously, the rice in front of her nearly depleted. Beside her, Xiao Xiaobai took a sip of porridge, her cool gaze sparkling with approval of the chef's skills. The group feasted with fervor, having learned to savor moments of enjoyment amidst the thrill and danger. Sensing the rare joy in the air, I instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dish. The mayor beamed with delight, inviting the server to bring forth a platter of meat. The quality of the meat was unmistakable, glistening and vibrant, standing out amidst the array of dishes. Fang Chen instinctively raised a cautionary flag. Many indulged eagerly, exclaiming, "What kind of meat is this? I have never tasted such a delicate texture." Su Ran, with her characteristic boldness, complimented the dish and inquired about its ingredients, expressing her desire to try it someday. It's a specialty of Mingxi Town, the mayor remarked, his satisfaction evident as he observed the guests dig in. Yet, this subtle smile from the mayor struck Fang Chen as peculiar, prompting him to silently set down his bowl. Yin Xian, seemingly oblivious to the centerpiece dish, reclined leisurely against his chair, hands folded, eyes closed in meditation. Observing that her companions had refrained from tasting the dish, Ming Qi Yin swallowed hard, retracting her outstretched hand, her gaze darting nervously across the table. The others, noticing their hesitation combined with the mayor's remarks, began to grasp the underlying tension. Their chewing faltering as they found themselves caught in a dilemma, swallow or spit. Ultimately, they struggled to gulp it down. Forget it, we've already eaten, Xuan huffed, taking another couple of bites with a hint of indignation. Enlightenment and regret flickered across their faces, faced with this intentionally enigmatic response. The diners affixed a label of uncertainty to the mysterious dish. Human nature tends to lean towards habitual thinking. Seasoned diners would typically exercise caution if presented with such ambiguous fare from the outset. Yet, with a plethora of appetizers preceding it, those who had indulged would instinctively reach for more. This revealed the mayor's cunning nature. If everyone fell into the same trap, a sense of collective complacency would prevail. However, when only a select few suffered the consequences, the experience became rather unpleasant. Consequently, among the quartet, only Xiao Xiaobai remained unperturbed, while the others bore expressions of frustration. Wang Huan's facial muscles twitched as if he were on the verge of overturning the table, while Su Ran coughed, choking on her food. Xiao Xiaobai remained steadfastly focused, muttering, "I should embrace Xiaobai's vegetarianism." Tang Ning, lamenting his earlier choices, expressed regret. Inquiries arose regarding the origins of this dish, yet the mayor evaded a direct answer, his cryptic demeanor only heightening their unease. The fate of those who recklessly indulged remained uncertain, akin to the suspense of a dripping faucet. Each drop a reminder of the impending consequences, a torment upon their nerves. "It's all right, Meng Qian attempted to offer some words of comfort, but was abruptly interrupted. "How about you take a bite?" Wang Huan smiled as he pushed the meat toward her. His tone was gentle, yet his fingers remained tightly gripping the edge of the plate, an unspoken pressure evident in his posture. At that moment, he resembled a ticking bomb, where any utterance could be misconstrued as a trigger. Meng Qian became acutely aware that she was perhaps speaking from a position of comfort, detached from the reality of the situation. Yin Xian lifted his eyelids, and as Fang Chen was about to rise, Tang Ning decisively stood up. "We have 3 of us who have eaten. Averaging it out, it should be 50-50. Surely, there is no rule that eliminates half the participants right from the start." She jested, winking at her team leader. After several attempts to persuade him, Wang Huan's expression finally softened, and he resumed his seat. Meng Qian cast a grateful glance at Tang Ning. Humans, in fact, often exhibit a herd mentality. It's akin to nearly being late for class, only to encounter the class monitor and the academic committee member along the way. Suddenly, a sense of reassurance emerges, even instilling a shared sense of collective honor and facing potential failure together. At this moment, Su Ran, Tang Ning, and Wang Huan were like grasshoppers bound together by a common thread. Chapter 39. Blood Red Island 5. As the townsfolk ceased to take the bait, a subtle hint of regret flickered across the mayor's face, prompting him to beckon the receptionist to bid farewell. The night on the island was eerily tranquil. Even the soft rustle of shoe soles against the ground reverberated distinctly. Fang Chen and his companions arrived at an area reminiscent of a residential neighborhood, and upon entering, he immediately sensed something amiss. Although it was still evening, and not yet the hour for slumber, the streets were devoid of any human presence. Just hours prior, he had witnessed a bustling crowd along the shore, yet now, it seemed as if the townspeople had vanished into thin air. The surrounding silence was excessive, an unsettling feeling akin to the abrupt cessation of normal life, as if everyone was deliberately concealing themselves, evading some unseen threat. As Fang Chen walked, he remained observant of his surroundings. His gaze swept over the tightly shut doors of the homes, with only the faint glow of light filtering through curtains suggesting that life persisted within. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a face. In one of the low houses, a child was perched at the window, half of their head visible, their hollow eyes fixed intently upon them, only to retreat moments later. Fang Chen inquired, "Do the residents of your island truly lack a nightlife?" At this, the receptionist hesitated, pausing before stammering a response. Not long ago, a family experienced an inexplicable demise overnight. causing widespread unease, which has led everyone to refrain from venturing out after dark. He forced a nervous chuckle, the laughter tinged with trepidation. Could you elaborate? Fang Chen pressed. I am not well versed in the particulars, the receptionist replied, unwilling to divulge further details, quickening his pace and lowering his voice significantly. Most residences here were structured as duplexes, with two families sharing a courtyard, two modest houses standing side by side, enclosed by a fence. The receptionist guided the group through a labyrinthine path until they reached a courtyard, gesturing towards the house on the right. Esteemed guests, this is your lodging. The dining hall provides 3 meals daily. Please enjoy your forthcoming vacation. The words seemed to burn his tongue as he spoke hastily and, without granting anyone the chance to inquire further, turned to flee. Observing his hasty retreat, Fang Chen felt an ominous premonition stir within him. He scrutinized the modest dwelling before him, pondering for a moment before stepping into the courtyard. At that very instant, an unexpected welcome startled everyone, prompting them to instinctively huddle together and glance around. Xuan even assumed a defensive stance, mimicking a mantis stance. Xian approached the source of the sound, brushing aside a withered branch that obstructed the door, revealing a small doorbell shaped like a dog's head. It contained a sensor that emitted a friendly welcome upon anyone's entrance into the courtyard. Upon realizing it was merely a false alarm, the group exhaled in relief, crossing the threshold amidst a few self-deprecating chuckles. The doorbell was remarkably sensitive, its repeated welcomes sending shivers down their spines. Once inside, they noted that 10 meters to their left was another household, while to their right lay their accommodation for the night. Yet, as they surveyed their surroundings, the initial sense of ease tightened once more. Only upon entering the courtyard did one discover that a mourning banner hung on the wall opposite, a stark reminder of sorrow. The white wreath swayed gently in the night, inscribed with the words of a family of 4, its sign askew and precariously balanced on one corner, creaking ominously in the wind. The bright red characters on the white background were glaringly conspicuous. Good heavens, did we truly reside directly across from the household of the deceased? Tang Ning gasped, then indignantly pondered whether this was intentional. No wonder the receptionist dared not approach, merely gesturing from a distance. Thus, the task at hand was to uncover the truth behind the demise of the family of 4? Ming Qi Yan's expression darkened, yet he steeled himself to analyze the situation. It was likely more complex than that. Xiao Xiaobai interjected sharply, recalling the ominous phrase, I wish to be buried with my sister, never to part. Tang Ning continued, emphasizing the need to locate the separate resting places of me and my sister. The residents of the island exhibited suspicious attitudes. Wang Huan's tone always carried a hint of bravado, as if he could readily pick a fight with anyone. The seasoned professionals were already adeptly unraveling the threads of this mystery. As the discussion reached a fever pitch, Xuan suddenly fell silent, his face pale with terror, trembling fingers pointing toward the opposite house. The group followed his gaze to find Fang Chen standing before the door of the deceased's home, hand raised. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the knocking resonated deeply within each heart. Xuan hesitated, daunted by the prospect of retrieving this brave soul, instead shrinking back into the crowd. Craning his neck, brother, let us explore this tomorrow. After all, the night is inherently unfavorable to human endeavors. Fang Chen turned back, a look of confusion on his face. I didn't intend to enter tonight. I merely wished to pay my respects. Pay respects? To whom exactly? After all, a death had just occurred across the way, and the location alone would unsettle anyone. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. The group was on edge, every whisper of the wind sounding like a lament. Under Tang Ning's urging, the majority finally made their way into the house. This lodging comprised 2 levels, equipped with a kitchen, a living room, and various amenities, featuring a total of 8 bedrooms. The 4-member group occupied the ground floor, while Fang Chen and his companions resided on the second, with one room at the end of the corridor left unoccupied. Perhaps that room would remain forever vacant. The accommodations were quite satisfactory, furnished with a desk, a shower, and even an old-fashioned landline on the bedside table, accompanied by a helpful booklet detailing contact information for the dining hall and convenience store. After pondering for some time, Fang Chen picked up the receiver, attempting to dial Xian's door number. In the next moment, a faint ringing resonated from the adjacent room. Indeed, they could maintain communication while staying in the house. Beep, beep, the rhythmic waiting tones echoed in his ears. Seconds ticked by, yet no one answered. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The ringing grew increasingly urgent, and Fang Chen's fingers tightened around the receiver, ensnared by an inexplicable emotion that gripped his throat. Patience was gradually eroded by the jarring sound. Just as he was about to investigate personally, the call was finally answered. "Who is it?" Those two words emerged, shrouded in a misty, deep timbre that resonated with dampness. The moment the familiar essence reached him, Fang Chen let out a barely perceptible sigh. "Why so slow? I was nearly on my way to find you." A light laugh floated from the other end. "I was in the shower, just stepped out naked." He hesitated. "If you want to come," before the other party could finish. Fang Chen abruptly hung up the phone. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, amplifying the sound of his heartbeat as faint noises drifted from the wall. Upon closer listening, he discerned a subtle sound of flowing water. The soundproofing in this room was rather inadequate. Fang Chen flipped over and lay back on the bed, shutting his eyes in an attempt to distract himself. The incessant splashing dominated his auditory senses, and for the first time, he tasted the bitterness of failure. Despite priding himself on his self-control, damn it, was the sound always this loud? Surely she hasn't left the shower door open after hanging up? Just as his mind was in turmoil, there came a gentle knock at the window. His eyes flew open. After all, this was the second floor, chapter 40. Blood Red Island 6. The sound was calm, yet powerful, echoing briefly before fading into silence. Seemingly crafted to capture the attention of those within the room, akin to Fang Chen knocking on the door of the opposite house. A faint moonlight filtered through the crevices of the curtain, illuminating a corner of the room, where something behind the thin fabric swayed gently. They were merely separated by a pane of glass. Fang Chen approached the window stealthily, his alertness heightened to its zenith. Without any forewarning, he yanked the curtains apart with a sudden motion, accompanied by a rustling sound. Yet, before him lay nothing. Only a broken branch protruded from the side, swaying up and down with the wind, brushing against the window frame. However, he was certain that the earlier noise was not a figment of his imagination. Resolutely, Fang Chen pushed open the window and leaned out, his gaze sweeping downwards before gradually extending into the distance, scrutinizing every minute detail. The dilapidated fence, a toppled wooden stool, withered flower seedlings. Then, his pupils trembled abruptly. There was someone in the courtyard. Judging by the figure, it appeared to be a child, half concealed in darkness. Standing before the door of a four-member household, head bowed, arms dangling limply at his sides. From this angle, he could only see the child's back, his shirt, washed clean and faded, and beneath his loose three-quarter pants, two slender calves were exposed. And then, that head suddenly turned 180 degrees to face Fang Chen. With eyes filled with intense emotion, the child looked over, and in that instant of eye contact, it felt as though a searing sword of fire pierced straight into his mind. The child slightly parted his lips, murmuring inaudibly, the words indistinct yet seeming to flow rapidly. As if reciting an incantation, Fang Chen instinctively closed his eyes to avoid the gaze, taking 2 steps back before darting out of the building at his utmost speed. But when he arrived in the courtyard, it was utterly deserted. The entrance to the four-member household stood vacant, and the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the distant cries of solitary seagulls. At that moment, Fang Chen yearned deeply for his axe. It seemed that possessing a reliable tool at any time could instantly bolster one's sense of security. Just as he pondered where to procure a weapon, a familiar figure collided with his line of sight. His heart, which had been beating steadily, suddenly quickened. Xuan was moving hastily, as if pressed for time. His tall frame blending into the moonlit night, the wide hem of his coat swaying rhythmically with each stride. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, almost instinctively. He took a step forward, resolutely following without hesitation. There was no glancing around, no cautiousness. They traversed the residential area with an unrestrained haste. The figure ahead, in silhouette, physique, and even demeanor, mirrored Xuan, the only incongruity being his presence in such a place. Fang Chen was compelled to see the person's face, and with that thought, his pace involuntarily quickened. Strangely, as Fang Chen accelerated, so did the figure. When he slowed down, the other followed suit. He began to suspect whether this person possessed eyes at the back of their head. The two maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far, even pausing deliberately at turns to ensure the other kept pace before continuing their walk. It resembled a silent suggestion and seduction. Unbeknownst to them, the smooth path transformed into a muddy trail, and the low houses on either side gave way to dense woods, leading them to the edge of a cliff. During this time, Fang Chen contemplated whether to call out, yet he felt that breaking the silence might shatter not just this tranquility, but also something else entirely. Shadows danced among the trees in the mountain, branches reaching out with a menacing grasp, so densely packed that not a sliver of moonlight could penetrate. Yin Xian's silhouette perfectly melded with the darkness, and in such an environment, keeping pace meant relying solely on sound to discern his position. The crashing waves, rustling leaves, and the cries of seabirds created a cacophony of sounds from all directions, mingling with other peculiar noises. Fang Chen endeavored to focus his attention on the footsteps ahead, dismissing the surrounding clamor. Navigating in complete darkness, compounded by the overgrown underbrush, caused his clothes to snag on protruding branches, occasionally bringing him to a halt as if someone had suddenly tugged at his hem. Strictly speaking, this was his own forced explanation, as that tug held a hint of resistance, unlike a fragile branch easily broken. Unfazed, Fang Chen shook off his coat and pressed on. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the view finally opened up, akin to emerging from a cave of dense foliage. The radiant moon hung overhead, luminous and enormous, casting a gentle glow. Before him lay a narrow, protruding cliff, devoid of any railings, resembling a drawn sword extending straight into the distance. Not far ahead stood a signpost, abruptly escaping the darkness. His eyes were still adjusting. Through the haze, the word Xishan Cliff abruptly caught his gaze. In an instant, he recalled the receptionist's warning, never approach Xishan Cliff at night. Observing Yin Xian nearing the precipice, a wave of urgency surged within him, prompting Fang Chen to call out, "Stop!" To his astonishment, the other indeed halted obediently. He turned leisurely, their gazes locking, as the faint light danced upon his silver hair and illuminated his dark, deep-set eyes, as if they were absorbing the very light. Stretching his arms wide, Yin Xian unexpectedly leaned back, his smile swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A heavy thud echoed ahead, sending a tremor through Fang Chen's heart. He froze for a moment, then pressed his lips together and cautiously moved forward. On the rocky reef lay a figure, limbs contorted, devoid of life. His throat suddenly felt parched, and in that moment, an overwhelming urge to confirm with his own eyes surged within him, an impulse growing wildly and fiercely, clawing at his insides. By the time he regained his senses, half of his body had already leaned over the cliff's edge. The waves, mingled with the briny sea, surged into his being, a clammy sensation that both suffocated and abruptly awakened him. In that fleeting moment, Fang Chen awakened from his stupor, inhaling deeply as a bead of sweat trickled down his brow. The thought of leaping from such a height, with just one more step leading to certain demise, sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he pondered the reason behind this predicament. A derisive snicker escaped his nostrils. How could he nearly fall for such an overt trap? His mind spiraled through countless scenarios, and he realized that had it been another in his place, he would have remained indifferent, never jeopardizing his rhythm for the sake of another. Yin Xian. Fang Chen whispered this name that had nearly led him to his grave, then contrasted it with another, Meng Qian. Yes, it must stem from a sense of responsibility and concern for his comrades. He resolutely convinced himself of this notion, for emotions were the bane of one's journey. Suddenly, his spirits lifted, and he averted his gaze, retracing his steps. Below the cliff, the figure on the ground waited momentarily before rising unsteadily, fixating on the direction in which Fang Chen had departed. Those eyes, devoid of white, were a void of darkness, an abyss capable of devouring all that existed. Chapter 41. Blood-Soaked Island 7. The following morning, Fang Chen was roused from his slumber by a piercing scream that echoed through the air. The sound was intermittent, fluctuating in pitch, occasionally trailing off into haunting echoes that grated on his nerves and nearly provoked his morning irritability. With tousled hair, Fang Chen descended the stairs, in search of the source of the cacophony. At that moment, Xuan was sprawled on the sofa, her face a portrait of despair as she continued to wail. The others had already gathered, their expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions. Wang Huan sat silently on the couch, hands clasped, and upon seeing Fang Chen, hurried over. "Did you see a child yesterday?" No sooner had the words left his lips than 6 pairs of eyes fixated on Fang Chen. Indeed, he responded candidly. "That's it. We're doomed," Tang Ning muttered weakly, leaning against the wall, her lips pale. The atmosphere in the room was palpably strange. Wang Huan cursed under his breath, pacing anxiously before abruptly halting and lifting his gaze. "When you saw that child, where was he?" Fang Chen recalled, at the door across the way. "Huh," Xiao Xiaobai sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ran. "I warned you about your gluttony." A few sighs wafted through the living room. Yin Xian appeared to be the most composed among them, seated at the table with his chin resting on one hand, observing the chaos like an outsider. His faint smile, juxtaposed against the gravity of the situation, could easily be misconstrued as mockery. Such a person, lacking any prowess, would have been swiftly subdued. Wang Huan attempted to unleash his frustration several times, only to rein it in, finally muttering, "Don't celebrate prematurely. Your turn will come." "What is going on?" Fang Chen asked, perplexed, as he joined Yin Xian at the table. "I shall elucidate," Ming Qian interjected, moving closer. The three formed a small circle, and she lowered her voice, wary of reigniting their anxiety. "Last night, everyone saw a child. The four of us did not touch that plate of meat." The child appeared at the door across the way, while the other three saw him progressively closer. Tang Ning spotted him in the middle of the courtyard. Wang Huan at the staircase corner. The most outrageous was Su Ran, who, after indulging the most, claimed that in the dead of night, he groggily sought to open a window for fresh air. Instead, he inadvertently opened the door and found a child standing silently outside, his mouth moving rapidly as if reciting something, yet the words remained indistinct. What a sight it was! It frightened him so thoroughly that he cocooned himself in blankets and quivered all night, and he has yet to recover. Fang Chen nodded, and upon grasping the sequence of events, he mimicked Yin Xian's pose, propping his chin in his hand and gazing at the distraught individuals before him. Meng Qian discerned a shared sentiment in their eyes, an air of exaggerated alarm. She admired their composed demeanor. Yin Xian had always been a hidden anchor, and with Fang Chen joining him, they seemed capable of shouldering any calamity together. Witnessing their indifference, her own anxiety began to ease somewhat. Indeed, in this peculiar game, anxiety is the least desirable state of mind. However, the four opponents did not share this sentiment. Negative emotions are contagious. They not only lost crucial clues from the bridgekeeper, but also felt the mounting pressure of time. The quest had only just begun. Yet the entire team exuded an aura of retreat. A series of discontented murmurs echoed through the air. "Stop your wailing," Wang Huan exclaimed, striking Su Ran's back, his irritation amplified by the sound. "Boss, I only have until tomorrow. Can't I let out a few cries?" he protested, a look of grievance etched on his face, as he sank deeper into the crevice of the sofa, as if seeking solace therein. Given the current distance, it was likely that the child would enter Su Ran's room tonight, while she lay in slumber, utterly defenseless. What would transpire thereafter remained shrouded in uncertainty. This sensation was akin to that of a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, acutely aware of their impending fate yet bereft of any means to alter it. Teetering on the brink of despair. Others had at least 4 or 5 days to spare, but he was out of time. Su Ran gritted her teeth, resolving to forego sleep that night, confronting her fears head-on. Wang Huan, relying solely on his own fortitude, felt that this quest was riddled with obstacles. His frustration was nearly spilling over, his lips muttering incessantly, the piercing stud in his lip swaying with his agitation. "Stop scaring yourself," Fang Chen remarked, lightly tapping the table before being the first to step out the door. "Let us go check on the others. After all, the fears within one's heart often loom far larger than actual dangers." Xiao Xiaobai was the first to rise and followed suit, effortlessly pulling Su Ran from the sofa, reasoning that the time spent in hesitation would be better utilized in searching for clues. Tang Ning quickly followed, her ability to adjust herself impressively swift. After a few slaps to her face, she regained her composure. Wang Huan, however, trailed at the back with a dejected demeanor. The group ambled toward the home of the four-person family. Under the cover of darkness the previous night, they had only managed a fleeting glance, neglecting many details that now demanded closer inspection under the light of day. To their surprise, the area was rather crowded. The communal courtyard was nearly bisected. The right side was barren, while the left brimmed with signs of life. This household exhibited notable planning. One side was meticulously tiled into a vegetable garden, while another corner was enclosed with a fence, seemingly designated for raising poultry, as evidenced by the scattered rice and corn on the ground. Near the entrance, there lay a doghouse, shaped like a small wooden cabin. Though dilapidated, its craftsmanship and detail suggested a once happy canine, treated as a cherished family member. Yet now, the essence of life that once thrived here was veiled beneath a fine layer of dust. Fang Chen grasped the doorknob, and before he even exerted pressure, the door creaked open like an aging sentinel relinquishing its shield, resigning from duty with honor. The latch fell away at the slightest touch, allowing the entrance to crack open. This was a remarkably ordinary household, retaining its original appearance. The balcony was cluttered with unwashed garments, and a few pairs of slippers were neatly arranged in the foyer. Unintentionally, an elusive aura permeates every corner, reminiscent of the unique scent that arises from unearthing a long-forgotten tome, aged yet nostalgic. Everyone disperses, diligently inspecting each room. leaving no stone unturned. Only Fang Chen squats before the shoe cabinet, rummaging through its contents, murmuring in perplexity. "What's the matter?" Meng Qian inquires, leaning in. "It's clearly a family of 4, yet why are there only 3 pairs of slippers?" Chapter 42. The Crimson Island 8. At this moment, Xuan in the living room suddenly summoned everyone to gather. With palpable excitement, he pointed at the wall and inquired whether this could be considered a clue. The team moved closer, forming a semicircle. On the wall hung a whiteboard specifically designated for messages and notes. Prominently inscribed at the top with bold and striking letters, Niu Zhuang's schedule. 8 o'clock breakfast. Mother says milk is good for health. 8:30 feed the dog. 9 o'clock school. 1700 hours dismissal. 1800 hours go to the supermarket to help mother buy groceries. 2000 hours drawing. 2100 hours bathing. 2200 hours bedtime. In the lower left corner of the schedule, a countdown indicated that there were 5 days remaining until the ritual. Upon seeing this, Tang Ning raised his hand, declaring that he had discovered a breakfast in the kitchen and was about to mention it. Strictly speaking, it was a freshly prepared breakfast, the bread clean and soft, with a glass of milk that still emitted steam upon close inspection. Could this possibly imply that we were to dine here? Those who had previously suffered from food-related mishaps displayed strong aversion. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Chen stepped forward, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised the cup and took a sip. The warm liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, radiating throughout his body, suddenly gripping his heart. While a powerful conviction erupted within his mind, he did not wish to attend school. This was not merely the childish mischief and rebellion. It was a fear that emanated from deep within, causing every cell in his body to tremble. The overwhelming dread mingled with his blood, boiling within him. And wherever it coursed, his nerve endings twitched subconsciously, making each breath feel as though cold air was piercing his lungs. Fang Chen lifted his hand, observing the slight tremor in his fingertips, then clenched his fist with determination. Merely contemplating the notion of attending school triggered a visceral reaction. This resistance could be described as an instinct for survival. This suppression sought to suffocate him. Fang Chen closed his eyes, gripping his chest as he battled against the tidal wave of despair. Fortunately, his mental fortitude remained stable. Once the sweetness of the milk dissipated, everything returned to normal. He exhaled softly, wiping the corner of his mouth with his fingertip. As he turned back, he found everyone staring at him in astonishment. "What's wrong?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. No one spoke. Some even took a few steps back, their scrutinizing gazes filled with suspicion. Yin Xin crossed his arms, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Where did you go?" "What do you mean, where?" "I've been standing right here. You suddenly disappeared for a while." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen set down the milk, slightly perplexed. To dispel his teammates' wariness, he recounted his experience verbatim. "I must have experienced Niu Zhuang's feelings at that moment." Fang Chen swallowed hard. This suffocating sensation was not something anyone would wish to endure a second time. Yet, it was the daily reality for Niu Zhuang. Why does this child face school as if it were a battlefield? Then why did you suddenly vanish? Xiao Xiao's distant demeanor softened. Fang Chen was also puzzled. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he returned to the living room and examined the schedule with great care. Indeed, a mark had been placed next to the 8 o'clock meal time. Xuan realized that it was imperative for them to adhere to the tasks outlined in the schedule according to their designated time slots. To verify this hypothesis, Fang Chen began rummaging through the pet food cabinet in the living room. After a prolonged period without cleaning, a gust of air surged forth as he opened the cabinet door, sending a cloud of fine dust swirling into the air and revealing a multitude of hidden affections. The cabinet was filled with an array of snacks, canned goods, and toys specifically designed for the amusement of small dogs. From the furnishings of the room, it was evident that the family of 4 was not affluent, barely scraping by as an average household. Yet, these parents treated their pet as an integral member of the family. Logically, Niu Zhuang should be living in a harmonious and joyous environment. Fang Chen stepped into the courtyard and attempted to place the food bowl in front of the doghouse, but to no avail. He tried several different positions. Yet there was still no effect, and the schedule remained unmarked. "I'll give it a try," Yin Xian said as he took the dog food. In that moment of exchange, Fang Chen sensed a subtle shift in the surroundings, and suddenly, a living person vanished before his eyes. He finally understood why everyone had been so horrified moments earlier. It appeared that there were currently 2 temporal realms on the island, one with the normal flow of time and another dictated by the schedule. As long as someone acted according to the plan, They would briefly enter that time frame through Niu Zhuangzhuang's perspective. Before long, Yan Xian reappeared in his original position, displaying the empty bowl, indicating completion. It seemed that a change of person was necessary to proceed. What about you? Did you experience anything just now? Tang Ning inquired eagerly. It was quite delightful, Yan Xian replied, his tone noticeably lighter, and a radiant smile spread across his face, momentarily captivating everyone. Niu Zhuangzhuang enjoyed playing with his dog, and this gentleman was evidently in high spirits, his face glowing with joy. Isn't this task a blatant reward? As Fang Chen and Yan Xian successfully completed the challenge without incident, the tension among the group gradually eased. If they continued to follow the schedule sequentially, the truth behind the family's demise would likely come to light. Xuan clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What a relief! I thought it would be far more difficult. Then shall you go next?" Yan Xian slightly tilted his head, gazing in the direction of the school. "Sure, I didn't ask." He began but suddenly fell silent, his expression turning grave. It was then that the group realized a serious concern. The school hours were from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, which meant that those 8 hours might all be spent in the task's temporal realm. That was a full 8 hours. Anything could happen. Perhaps we should decide on the person once we arrive, Xuan suggested, backtracking with a hint of trepidation. As a group was preparing to depart, Yan Xian seemed to be captivated by something, breaking away from the formation to approach a patch of grass by the gate. Lowering her head, it appeared that something lay there. Upon closer inspection, a line of small characters emerged on the ground, the kind that one would undoubtedly overlook if not previously aware of their existence. "Are you a seer?" Wang Huan marveled in disbelief. Fang Chen crouched down, squinting to discern the jumbled script, managing to glean the essence of the message. "I dislike school. I prefer playing with my sister." The group silently committed this clue to memory before stepping through the gate, only to be startled by an unexpectedly cheerful welcome. The doorbell always caught one off guard. "You'll get used to it," Meng Qian reassured herself, clutching her startled chest. From the map, it was evident that the school was not far from the residential area, and a few children could be seen carrying backpacks in the vicinity. Along the way, Fang Chen slowed his pace to walk beside Yan Xian and inquired, "Did you go out last night?" "No. And you?" "I played a game of cat and mouse with you," he replied, tapping the ground with his toe. "Right here." Cat and mouse. Yan Xian exhaled lightly, finding it quite amusing. Her elongated, almond-shaped eyes crinkled into a smile. "Did you catch them in the end?" "Guess." Chapter 43, Crimson Island 9. Today, the sky remained a brilliant blue, and the warm morning sun enveloped everyone in a comforting embrace. As they approached the school, the throng of people grew denser, and amidst a cluster of children, the atmosphere seemed to vibrate with newfound vivacity. Fang Chen and his companions came to a halt at the school gate. He and Yan Xian had completed the first 2 tasks, leaving the daunting 8-hour challenge to the remaining 5 individuals. Each one bore a troubled expression, hesitant and uncertain, for none could predict what the lengthy duration would entail. As the time for school drew near, just as Tang Ning contemplated using a lottery system to select a volunteer, Meng Qian timidly raised her hand. Her voice, though faint, carried a resilient determination, and her countenance suggested an acceptance of fate. "I will go." Fang Chen was not surprised. Yan Xian had anticipated this as well. However, this gesture left the 3 remaining gentlemen feeling somewhat embarrassed. While it is commendable when someone volunteers in such dire circumstances, it felt akin to receiving a slap to the face. Caught in a dilemma, Wang Huan scratched his head in frustration, while Su Ren hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. "Never mind, I will take on the task," Xiao Xiaobai interjected matter-of-factly, shaking his head in Meng Qian's direction. Given that Fang Chen and Yan Xian were unable to participate in this mission, and the 3 of them had already enjoyed their share of the spoils, it was prudent to select someone from between the 2 of them. After a brief pause, he lowered his head, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Allowing a girl to take the risk seemed rather unreasonable. Indeed, he possessed a rather shy disposition. It was a rare sight to see Xiaobai take such initiative, causing Tang Ning to widen her eyes in surprise. Fang Chen nodded slightly, advising caution. Xiao Xiaobai responded affirmatively, adopting a facade of nonchalance as he stepped through the school gate, seemingly to ease his teammates' concerns. As he passed by, Meng Qian suddenly sensed a long-lost familiarity emanating from him. Although they were 2 entirely different individuals, the sensation was strikingly similar. Reminiscent of that sister who had once bravely rescued her from peril, she gazed at his receding figure, her eyes seemingly glued to it. Yet, mere seconds later, nothing transpired. Xiao Xiaobai turned back, his cold gaze blinking in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. This oscillation continued several times, yet they remained unable to enter the scheduled timeline. Meng Qian hesitated, concluding that merely stepping through the school gate did not signify the commencement of school for Niu Zhuangzhuang. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the bustling crowd of teachers and students at the entrance, and he suggested, "Let us go inside and take a look." Though the school was not large, the surrounding mountains and forests lent it an illusion of spaciousness. The main gate faced two adjacent teaching buildings, with the playground and flag-raising platforms situated behind them. Despite the impending class time, some students were still seizing every fleeting moment to shoot a few hoops and indulge in play. As everyone wandered about, they eventually found themselves at the equipment room in a corner. With no clear direction in sight, their schedule remained stagnant, perhaps due to a restless night. Su Ran felt a twinge of fatigue, hesitating momentarily as he leaned against the wooden door of the equipment room. In this casual posture, the door swung open, and he stumbled forward, tumbling inside. Oh no, quick! Before he could finish, his voice was swallowed by the darkness. The spectacle of a vanishing act unfolded once more. It seemed that this task, after all its twists and turns, had ultimately landed upon Su Ran's shoulders, a true chosen one. Although the task was accomplished, a flicker of peculiarity crossed everyone's eyes. This also implied that the dim and cramped equipment room was, in fact, the starting point of Niu Zhuangzhuang's daily school journey. What purpose did he have in coming here? At precisely 9 o'clock, the school bell rang. Some students, anxious to avoid tardiness, dashed forward, while others joyfully burst from their classrooms. The sandbags, shuttlecocks, and badminton rackets they carried indicated that they were headed to physical education class. On the playground, students clustered like colonies of bacteria in a petri dish, each forming their own little groups. Time flowed as usual, and Fang Chen and his companions sat quietly on the lawn, observing these seemingly tireless children. They appeared to possess boundless energy. Their swings of the rackets, though lacking in technique, were full of vigor. Additionally, some students were rehearsing performances, with dragons and cheelants leaping across the field, the rhythm of drums resonating. This should have been a scene brimming with vitality and exuberance, yet Fang Chen noticed an exceedingly discordant element. With a smile, he waved to a passing student. The child paused, pointing to himself, and upon receiving an affirmative response, eagerly approached. Fang Chen first posed a probing question. "Have you had any recent activities? I saw some dragon and lion dances over there." "It's a program prepared for the festival," the child replied candidly, with no hesitation. "The grandest one is at the end of this month." "What is the festival primarily for?" Fang Chen inquired further. The child scratched his head. "To bless the island's tourism industry, ensure prosperity, and bring smooth sailing, among other things." The conversation flowed smoothly, with the child being exceedingly cooperative. Fang Chen then ventured to ask his true curiosity, "Are there no female students here?" Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that the entire school was composed solely of boys. They had reached this day without having seen a single girl, as if the island's females existed only as adults. Although he had noted this discrepancy the previous day, he had merely assumed that girls were scarce. However, if even the school with the highest concentration of children had no girls at all, that was truly unsettling. "Ah, yes." The student nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "because my parents say people here cannot give birth to girls." At this revelation, the others were taken aback in silence. If that were indeed the case, then where did the girl mentioned in the question arise from? After all, Niu Zhuangzhuang did have a sister. How do women come about in your area? Fang Chen pressed on. The boy curled his fingers, hesitating for a moment. "I don't know. They just appear suddenly, like magic." He did not appear to be lying. Rather, he was genuinely oblivious. While the analogy of performing magic may not be entirely apt, Fang Chen discerned a chilling truth from this statement. Although still in the realm of suspicion, it was sufficiently unsettling to provoke deeper contemplation. "What do you think?" Fang Chen patted Yan Xian, who had, since his arrival on the lawn, activated a state of photosynthesis. Reclining leisurely with his hands cradling his head, attempting to merge with the grass beneath him, he opened one eye, perhaps in agreement. The others inquired, "What on earth are you discussing?" Children possess an innate curiosity. Once one approached, a second and a third soon followed. In no time, a sparse crowd of students encircled them. Though they were strangers, the students were quite sociable, eagerly interrogating anyone they could engage, predominantly about the captivating wonders of the world beyond the island. Among them, Meng Qian and Tang Ning garnered the most attention, as the girls exuded a natural warmth. effortlessly mingling with the group, and even receiving invitations to join in a game of beanbag tossing, a rare exception into the realm of childhood play. The young boy summoned by Fang Chen seemed particularly fond of the two girls, persistently inviting them to visit his home, in an attempt to elicit information. Ming Qian readily agreed, casually inquiring, by the way, which class is Niu Zhuangzhuang in. The lively chatter abruptly ceased. Chapter 44. Blood Red Island 10. One student randomly pointed in a direction and turned to leave, prompting the others to follow suit, dispersing without a word. It was as if they had stumbled upon something ominous, instinctively avoiding it. The mere mention of the name Niu Zhuangzhuang seemed to trigger a visceral reaction among the students. Ever since Meng Qian had uttered it, they had resolutely declined to respond and began to distance themselves, deliberately taking detours to avoid the lawn where Fang Chen and his companions were gathered. Did I do something unnecessary? Meng Qian lamented, her face a picture of despair as she engaged in self-reflection. Don't worry, your inquiry was quite appropriate, Fang Chen reassured her, correcting her perspective. As time drifted towards noon, several hours remained until the end of school, and the agonizing wait was particularly challenging for the other three, who frequently found themselves concerned about Xuan's well-being during the task. Realizing that lingering here yielded no fruitful conversation, they decided to explore other areas to lighten their spirits. It must be said, the daytime scenery at Xishan Cliff was a splendid sight, especially on such a cloudless day, with calm winds and an expansive view. Standing at the summit brought an overwhelming sense of harmony with nature, allowing one to temporarily forget their troubles. Perhaps staying here isn't so bad, Tang Ning murmured, closing her eyes and inhaling the salty sea breeze. Almost immediately, she startled herself with her own thought, spitting out a few pa sounds in disbelief. Fang Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the pristine reefs 100 meters below, devoid of any human presence. What are you so intently watching? Yan Xian half squatted, resting his arms on his knees as he leaned forward, his body dangerously close to the edge. A posture that could easily lead to a catastrophic fall if he lost focus. Be careful, Fang Chen gently pulled him back upon noticing his precarious position. Are you worried about me? After all, I witnessed you leap from here last night. Yan Xian pondered for a moment, a look of regret crossing his face. Your expression at that moment must have been quite something, he remarked, a hint of wistfulness in his tone, as if lamenting the fact that he hadn't seen it firsthand. Is that a normal response? The island was not particularly large. One could traverse it completely within half a day. However, establishing sufficient and comprehensive facilities on such limited land made it feel somewhat cramped. During this time, Fang Chen, undeterred by danger, suggested they visit the temple during the day, only to be stopped by the receptionist upon arrival. With genuine regret, she explained, this is the island's rule, should you wish to pay your respects. We welcome you to return in the evening. After wandering for a while, some of the group began to show signs of fatigue. Yet with time still remaining before school ended, they collectively decided to return to their lodging to rest. At the back of the line, Meng Qian and Tang Ning were chattering away, hand in hand, and soon reappeared bearing 4 large bags filled with produce. We spotted fresh fruits and vegetables at the supermarket we passed earlier, Tang Ning exclaimed, joyfully waving her spoils. We plan to cook dinner tonight, striving for self-sufficiency. After all, the ordeal of being deceived in the cafeteria last night is an experience she wishes to avoid repeating. They piled the dishes high on half the kitchen table, clapping their hands in a display of overwhelming accomplishment. Xiao Xiaobai silently gave a thumbs up. Once all was completed, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, and Fang Chen and his companions awaited Xuan at the school gate. As the dismissal bell rang, throngs of students surged from the building, creating a dark sea in the distance. Laughter, chatter, and the sharp sound of benches scraping against the floor echoed faintly. The bell resonated like the whistle of a boiling kettle, stirring the once tranquil campus into a frenzy. The flow of students was swift, arriving and departing in an instant. 6 pairs of eyes watched intently, but Xuan was nowhere to be seen among the bustling children. Within half an hour, the school was utterly deserted. The lights in the classrooms flickered off one by one, and the mood of the crowd sank with the setting sun. Perhaps at that time, Niu Zhuangzhuang had not yet been dismissed, Yan Xian speculated. Tang Ning, feeling anxious, paced in circles, stamping her feet in frustration. Waiting idly was not an option. Fang Chen led everyone on a round of the campus, ensuring that all had left before returning to the equipment room. This place was quite concealed, half shrouded by dense foliage, and situated far from both the teaching building and the playground, making it unlikely for anyone to venture here. As the rusted iron door creaked open, a wave of damp, moldy air rushed out, mingled with a nauseating, foul stench. The interior was devoid of light, illuminated only by a dust-covered window. Several high-jump mats lay scattered on the floor, while deflated basketballs rested on the shelves. A large pool of deep crimson stains marred the ground, its composition indeterminate. Yet Fang Chen couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that it resembled coagulated blood that had not been promptly cleaned. It was evident that this place had been abandoned for some time. Enduring even 2 minutes in such a cramped space was a challenge, let alone with 6 individuals squeezed together. Wang Huan's face flushed as he struggled for air, ready to step outside for some fresh air. But just as he pushed open the door, a sliver of blood-red light seeped in through the crack. In an instant, the room transformed into a hellish nightmare. Wang Huan slammed the door shut, leaning against the wall, breathless. What was that ghastly thing? No one responded. The scene had left them momentarily frozen in shock. Outside, something was quietly brewing. Fang Chen raised his hand to signal Wang Huan to step aside, then grasped the doorknob, summoning his courage to push it open. When they stepped back into the campus, everything had changed. The sky was painted a deep red, not the hues of sunset, but a vivid crimson from which one could almost squeeze out water, resembling a sea of blood suspended in the heavens, slowly flowing. The surroundings appeared eerily distorted in this light, the entire campus suffused with a stifling atmosphere, as if they had entered an entirely different realm. The teaching building loomed darkly, with only one classroom on the 3rd floor flickering dimly. The ambience was reminiscent of a game-infested swamp, where stepping in would inevitably lead to a continuous drain of sanity points. Fang Chen and Yin Xian stood at either end, surveying their surroundings, while the others kept their heads down, some even closing their eyes, as the group moved forward at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a familiar wail pierced the air. Help! Chapter 45. The Blood-Red Island 11. Not far ahead, Xuan was ejected from the teaching building, crashing heavily onto the ground. His face was marred with bruises, his clothes tattered, and a conspicuous gash on his thigh oozed blood profusely. Despite his injuries, he was still alive, prompting a sigh of relief from the team. However, that relief was swiftly replaced by dread upon the emergence of a colossal figure pursuing Xuan. It was a teacher, or perhaps more aptly described as an automaton resembling one. Quite literally, he seemed to be a grotesque assemblage of teaching tools. The man was a patchwork of components. His left arm was a ruler, his right featured a giant compass, and 2 rows of teeth were replaced by chalkboard erasers, spewing dust with every utterance. Nice Wangzuan, come back. You can only leave after the exam. The words carried a psychological assault, each syllable akin to the sharp, jarring sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard, resonating painfully within the very core of those who heard it. The scene evoked an immediate sense of the uncanny valley effect. The monsters called to Xuan as Nia's Wangzuan signified their collective descent into a world dictated by a schedule, where Xuan had not only failed to complete his task, but had unwittingly ensnared everyone else as well. Everywhere Xuan looked was a manifestation of Nia's Wangzuan's perspective. In his mind, teachers in school were inherently terrifying and absurd. Upon spotting Fang Chen and the others, he felt akin to a savior, overwhelmed with joy and rushed toward them, inadvertently bringing the pursuing monster along. The group recoiled in shock. Wang Huan, paralyzed by fear, found himself the closest to Xuan. Boss, save me. You pestilence, stay away. Wang Huan, regaining his wits, kicked out in panic. Xuan stumbled a few steps, taken aback by such treatment, his eyes wide with terror as he neared the sharp point of the compass. In a moment of peril, Xiao Xiaobai swiftly pulled him back. With a resounding crash, the monster's right arm became lodged between the tiles, missing its target and beginning to writhe in an attempt to free itself. Realizing he had perhaps overreacted, Wang Huan instinctively sought to justify himself. Xiao Xiaobai fixed a steely gaze upon their leader, jaw clenched tight, forming a rigid line. Tang Ning remained silent, averting her eyes. Forget it. It's nothing. Xuan managed to rise awkwardly, forcing a smile. Fang Chen had already sensed the peculiar tension within their quartet. Just as the monster prepared for its next assault, Yin Xian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. Teacher, we are here to pick up Nia's Wangzuan after school, he stated casually, as if engaging in small talk. He failed the exam. He is not allowed to go home. The man erupted in fury, dust swirling around him. But we had an agreement to meet in the equipment room after class. The fact that they could intrude at such a critical moment indicated that Nia's Wangzuan had been fervently hoping for assistance. And it was possible he had been rescued from one hell only to be thrust into another. The equipment room? Oh, the teacher understands. The man suddenly realized. You must be the friends that Niu Zhuangzhuang spoke of, right? Stop being so idle and frivolous. Which class are you from? You are from the neighboring class. Yan Xian speaks without hesitation. He seemed to be lost in thought, the tools and parts on him clinking together. After a while, he finally managed to force out a sardonic smile. Since you are friends, let us collectively retake the exam. Those who fail shall not return home tonight. He offered no room for hesitation or refusal, as a hefty ruler struck the ground, pointing towards the teaching building. Clearly, this creature could not be vanquished through direct physical confrontation, and after a moment of hesitation, everyone could only muster the courage to follow along. Xuan, nestled in the middle of the line, lowered his voice and lamented his day as tragic experiences. I nearly perished. Had I not dodged quickly, you truly would not have seen me. The teachers here resort to corporal punishment. For every mistake I make, I am struck with the ruler. It's not just the teachers. The atmosphere among classmates is peculiar, imbued with a sense of isolation. Is the school secretly abusing students? Tang Ming felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing him, biting her lip and analyzing. You are currently viewing things through Niu Zhuangzhuang's perspective, from his school experiences. It is evident he is quite unhappy, targeted by classmates and tormented by teachers for some reason. Xuan clutched his heart and erupted in anger. It's more than just unhappiness. Even I, an optimistic person, have been driven to the brink of suicide. After fleeing for an entire day, his curly hair had turned into a tangled mess. Did anything happen in the equipment room? Fang Chen was quite concerned about this matter. Speaking of which, I fainted. Fainted? His voice rose slightly. Xuan replied with certainty, yes, but upon waking, my entire body was sore, and then I went to class. Just as he was about to inquire further, the teacher in front suddenly turned around, barking, no whispering. Fang Chen quickly crouched down. Thus, the dust spewed from the creature's mouth fell upon those behind. Wang Huan wiped his face, feeling an impulse to kill. My apologies, it was purely instinctive. Fang Chen said earnestly. You did that on purpose, didn't you? This was a statement. The remaining members of the quartet exchanged glances filled with complexity. Yan Xian, at the end of the line, couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. Upon entering the classroom, everyone was individually escorted to their seats as the announcement of instructions began. Attention candidates, the mathematics exam will commence shortly. Please stow away all unrelated items and refrain from whispering during the examination. Accompanied by the stuttering electronic voice, the male teacher distributed the exam papers while shouting. Last time only Niu Zhuangzhuang failed. How could he not solve such simple problems? He is nothing but a fool, truly embarrassing. A few muffled chuckles arose from the surroundings. Though the seats were empty, one could paint a vivid picture of eager faces waiting to witness the spectacle from those sounds of laughter, some gleeful, others laden with significance. The mocking gazes felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, rendering one incapable of lifting their head. The once bright and clean classroom transformed into a sealed ceramic jar, where the echoes of laughter reverberated, creating a deafening, muffled sound. This was a cage specifically designed for Niu Zhuangzhuang. As the exam papers were passed from the front, Fang Chen initially pondered how challenging could the questions for elementary students truly be, until he laid eyes upon the content of the paper. In that moment, the expressions of everyone varied widely. Xuan, staring at the pages filled with limits, sine, cosine, tangent, and symbols of infinity, was left bewildered. Was this even English? Stop whispering amongst yourselves and focus on your own papers. The ruler struck the podium, and the teacher's sharp, bell-like gaze swept across the room like the aim of a machine gun. It was possible that the teacher was deliberately making things difficult, or perhaps in Niu Zhuangzhuang's eyes. Those seemingly simple math problems appeared as incomprehensible as a foreign language. Who could possibly solve these questions? Fang Chen lowered his gaze, using his peripheral vision to scan the surroundings, and indeed, he caught sight of a figure whose pen danced across the paper with remarkable fluidity. Chapter 46. Blood Red Island 12. As the examination bell rang, a profound silence enveloped the classroom, the sound of pens swiftly gliding across paper resonating clearly. Yan Xian wrote with an effortless grace, his movements fluid and unbroken, resembling a teacher diligently grading papers from a distance. His nonchalance stood in stark contrast to the rest of the students, who were fidgeting and displaying signs of distress. The examination, a memory etched in the minds of many. Even those who had been in the workforce for several years still found themselves haunted by nightmares of the college entrance examination, akin to a recurring ritual, thus casting an invisible debuff upon everyone present in the classroom. Find the Maclaurin series expansion of the following function. Fang Chen twirled his pen while reading the question, his furrowed brow deepening with concern. Suddenly, a faint snore emanated from the front. The invigilator had dozed off against the podium, reminiscent of his university proctor. The scene felt strikingly familiar, feeling a surge of mischief. Fang Chen rested his chin on his hand and glanced sideways, just as Xian completed his last stroke and, with a shared understanding, looked back. Their eyes met. And this gentleman signaled discreetly, pointing to the snoozing invigilator, followed by a paper ball landing softly on the desk. Upon unfolding it, Fang Chen discovered it contained the complete answers to the exam. He tilted his head, silently mouthing, "Is it reliable?" Xian raised an eyebrow. "Do you not trust me?" At this moment, half of the examination time had elapsed, and despite the difficulties, the students had no choice but to press on. Ming Qian retrieved a six-sided die from her bag, casting it without hesitation, writing down whatever the dice showed with glee. Xian was solving problems, Fang Chen was cheating. While she opted for the path of action between the two, the remainder was left to fate. Xuan toiled over the draft paper for an eternity, ultimately scribbling a single character for solution. Tang Ning transcribed every formula she had ever memorized, while Xiaoxibai wrote extensively, only to discover at the final step that the number of individuals was under a square root and the age was marked with a negative sign, leading her to erase her answer with a scowl. Each student exerted their utmost effort. The examination hall resembled a battlefield, with chaos erupting around them. Shifting focus back to his palm, Fang Chen unfolded a note, but before he could make any marks, a furious roar suddenly erupted. "Caught you." The explosive outburst startled everyone, sending a shiver through the room. The invigilator charged down from the podium, striding directly towards him, each step echoing ominously against the classroom floor. The ominous drumroll of impending doom quickened, ultimately halting before Meng Qian's desk. "What is this?" The ruler pointed accusatorily at the extraneous object. "A die. The presence of unrelated items during the examination is prohibited. You have violated the rules." "Who says so?" Meng Qian retorted defiantly. "This is related to the exam. My passing hinges upon it." She clung to her words tenaciously. The two faced off, the teacher visibly irate, struggling to conjure a reasonable justification. Finally, in exasperation, he spat out, "Don't let me catch you again." Immediately following, the broadcast added a rule. The authority to interpret this examination belongs to the invigilator. After this brief interlude, the male teacher ceased his drowsiness, roaming the classroom, scrutinizing any student who caught his disfavor, stooped and glaring intently at their test papers. His fearsome appearance would render even the most prepared candidates at a loss, stifling their thoughts under the weight of his oppressive gaze. If this continued, Fang Chen's notes would surely be rendered useless. With 20 minutes remaining before the papers were collected, anxiety and sighs permeated the classroom. As the monstrous figure passed by Fang Chen, he seized the moment, standing up without warning, resulting in a slight collision between them. "Report, I need to use the restroom." "Hold it." Fang Chen shrugged and sat back down. Ming Qian, puzzled, glanced between the two, then suddenly understood. Upon turning, the back of this tool bore the note handed by Xian. Thanks to the multitude of items on his person, it could easily be affixed. This was not merely an examination. It seemed more akin to a practical demonstration of cheating techniques. Grateful glances were cast towards him, as the others fervently copied down the answers. Observing the previously distressed candidates now writing furiously, a hint of confusion flickered in the male teacher's eyes. It appeared that with just one prodigious student and one intrepid warrior, miracles could be achieved, with the rest eagerly awaiting answers to be copied. Thanks to these two, the team's performance soared to unprecedented heights. "You must have cheated." Faced with 7 perfect test papers, the male teacher struggled to articulate his disbelief, his ruler trembling as he called upon a student to answer a question. Ironically, it fell upon Xian. He responded fluently, even correcting the teacher's mistake, leaving the monster momentarily incapacitated under a disdainful gaze suggesting he ought to be re-educated. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Chen swiftly beckoned his teammates to escape the teaching building. Heading straight for the equipment room, the sky remained a blood-red hue, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to bear a few cracks. The iron door loomed closer, and the impending joy of rescue dispelled all fear. I felt an overwhelming sense of strength. After enduring 8 hours of torment, Xuan's eyes reflected a surreal indifference to life and death, his demeanor relaxed and composed, much like the two of them. Xiaoxibai gestured towards the 2 formidable figures at the front of the line. "You're like a dead pig that fears not the boiling water." Fang Chen's hand had nearly grasped the doorknob when suddenly, the surroundings began to recede rapidly. A sense of suffocation surged like a tsunami. Behind them, the monster had resumed its pursuit. The notes were rattling against the compass. Who stuck this? Who is it? The man, furious beyond measure, opened his mouth to an alarming extent, resembling a monstrous vacuum trying to swallow the entire school. All objects twisted, powerful resistance tearing at their bodies. As they swam against the tumultuous currents of an unforgiving ocean. Hold on tight. Fang Chen grasped Yin firmly by the side, and in that instant, everyone reacted. Those in front grasped the hands of those behind, transforming the group into a precarious, swaying string of a kite. At the rear, Xuan had already been lifted. Crying out in a frenzy, the agony was palpable. As the words left his lips, they were drowned in the cacophony around him. Fang Chen held his breath, his fingers straining against the doorframe, yet dragging 6 individuals proved to be exceedingly challenging. Under the relentless pull of the tempest, his fingertips began to slide backward. Adrenaline surged to its zenith, and his lungs felt as though they might burst. Suddenly, a force propelled him from behind. Yin, defying the current, took a determined step forward. With his muscles momentarily relieved, Fang Chen seized the opportunity, his forearm veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to pull. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, the group tumbled through the door like beads from a broken necklace. In an instant, silence enveloped them. All threat sealed beyond the confined space. A wave of soreness coursed through his arm, suggesting a possible strain. Yet Fang Chen paid it no mind as he swiftly began to account for the numbers. 6. There were only 6 individuals present. Xuan was missing. Chapter 47. Blood Red Island 13. A faint call for help emerged from the corner of the room. Upon bursting into the equipment room, everyone was filled with determination, and the force was so overwhelming that they could not halt their momentum in time. A few individuals collided directly with the walls, resulting in sports equipment cascading to the ground in utter disarray. Xuan found himself trapped beneath a thick high-jump mat, with one of his arms awkwardly protruding from the mat's crevice, flailing helplessly. Tang Ning, noticing this, hurriedly pulled him out. The poor fellow looked utterly pitiful. His face as black as coal. He coughed up a few clouds of dust, slumping to the ground to express his gratitude for being rescued, exclaiming, "I detest school." While an ordinary person would struggle to endure such a day, Niu Zhuang, however, faced this arduous life daily. This mission could be considered uneventful, albeit nerve-wracking. As the clock approached 6, Yin leaned against the doorframe, glancing at his watch. The agenda for 6 o'clock was to assist his mother in grocery shopping. Prompted by Xuan, he rose to his feet, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against a deflated basketball nearby. The peculiar tactile feedback felt oddly rigid, almost solid. Observing that the main group had already set off, he ceased his contemplation and hurried to catch up. With no time to catch their breath, the group, weary yet determined, made their way to the supermarket. The task of shopping was ultimately entrusted to Tang Ning. After all, this was a public place, under broad daylight, crowded with people, thus posing minimal danger. In no time, she emerged from the entrance. This time, the endeavor went quite smoothly, except Tang Ning gestured slightly, indicating that the quantity of groceries purchased seemed insufficient to feed 4 people. This raised suspicions in Fang Chen's mind, who quietly noted the inadequacy of the supplies. With some time remaining until the next objective, they finally had a moment to rest. Upon returning to the living room, the group collectively collapsed onto the sofa, sprawled in various directions. Ming Qian suddenly sat up, a frown etched across her face. "Oh right, the groceries we bought for lunch." After the earlier commotion, most individuals had lost their motivation to act. Merely catching their breath was a feat, let alone having the energy to prepare a meal. With no refrigerator available, letting the food go to waste was disheartening, lamented Tang Ning. At this mention, Yin, who had been resting against the chair with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up. His interest piqued. "I'll go see what we bought." As he spoke, he made his way toward the kitchen, brimming with eagerness. However, after just a couple of steps, he was abruptly pulled back by Ming Qian. "Boss, there's no need to make things so complicated. We can just grab some bread from the convenience store to make do." As she attempted to deter him, she turned and began to frantically signal Fang Chen with her eyes, making exaggerated expressions. Fang Chen, puzzled, thought, "What does that mean?" A second later, interpreting it in his own way, he approached and patted Yin on the shoulder, saying, "If you can't manage alone, I'll lend you a hand." Internally, Ming Qian sighed. "That's not what I meant." She watched the 2 figures depart together, silently praying. The duo spent a brief moment in the kitchen assessing their inventory, with Yin emerging bearing an expression that seemed to ask, "Are we really going to eat this?" It is a rare sight to witness this gentleman in such high spirits. even fastening his apron with an air of nonchalance that carries an undeniable authority. The ingredients are commendable, and I have resolved to showcase my culinary skills. Fang Chen, seizing the moment before anyone else, hesitantly interjects, "Actually, we are not hungry." At this juncture, Fang Chen, even if he were as dense as a wooden fish, has comprehended the underlying meaning. He casually unties Chen's apron and dons it himself. "Tonight, I shall cook." A sigh of relief wafts through the living room as the tension dissipates. The thought of having to endure another taste of her superior's cooking is unbearable, and she would rather fast for a day. Fang Chen asserts, "I am rather skilled in the culinary arts." Chen, with utmost seriousness, counters, "So am I." It is absurd. Fang Chen is on the verge of an internal crisis, yet dares not openly defy his superior, placing all his hopes on Fang Chen. The two are unwilling to concede, locked in a stalemate, before they simultaneously re-enter the kitchen. And shortly thereafter, the sounds of chopping and igniting the stove can be heard. Amidst the clattering of pots and pans and the eager anticipation of the onlookers, faint arguments waft through the air. Fang Chen, feeling uneasy, tiptoes over and peers around the doorframe. "I'll take over. With that coat on, you clearly cannot maneuver well. Is your arm injured? Don't force yourself. It's nothing to worry about." Inside the kitchen, it appears they are competing over who will wield the knife, each eager for the other to sample their culinary prowess first. Despite being two formidable figures, they are quibbling over such trivial matters, which strikes Fang Chen as both amusing and intriguing, causing him to move more conspicuously. Upon noticing the figure peeking from the doorway, both men direct their gazes toward him, intending to delegate the decision-making to a third party. "Xiaoming?" Chen questions flatly. "Qian," Fang Chen interjects with a sense of authority. Startled, she retreats, leaving behind a vague comment about how Fang Gu reassures her, reminding him to keep an eye on their superior before she makes her swift exit. "You two can squabble. Just don't involve me." Watching Fang Chen flee in disarray, Fang Chen grows increasingly curious. After all, in his mind, gentlemen are paragons of perfection, especially someone like Chen, who surely cannot produce anything less than palatable cuisine. Thus, he unties the apron and resecures it around Chen's waist. "Very well. I shall assist you." With the answer he sought, Chen turns with satisfaction and begins to arrange the mound of ingredients before him. He rolls up his sleeves, revealing strong, well-defined arms. As he wields the knife with elegant precision, the rhythm is fluid, the thickness of the cuts uniform, each piece handled with impeccable accuracy, showcasing his mastery over strength. Fang Chen finds watching him cook to be a sheer delight, to the extent that he unwittingly relinquishes all control to Chen, neglecting the supervisory duty Fang Chen entrusted to him. Half an hour later, the living room is enveloped in a delightful aroma. The crowd had long been ravenous, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the two, who had consistently delivered delightful surprises since their first encounter. The table was adorned with a lavish spread, visually enticing, yet lacking in flavor. Xuan, unable to contain his excitement, took a bite, only to retract his wide grin in disbelief. His expression shifted from eager anticipation to bewilderment, and ultimately to existential doubt, as if questioning his own taste buds. He sampled another dish, and the facade he had been maintaining finally shattered. The group went from indulging in their meal to setting down their chopsticks in under 5 minutes. Soon, someone managed a smile that was more pained than joyful and tentatively suggested, "Shall we check if the cafeteria is still open?" Chen shot a piercing glance in response. Fang Chen silently wept within, realizing that Fang Ji's culinary skills were not particularly impressive. It seemed the elite had refined their palates beyond ordinary fare. Fang Chen also tasted the food and concurred. It was indeed rather unpalatable. Such a flavor was unlikely to be replicated by anyone else on this planet. Yet, after a few bites, it became somewhat tolerable. Outside, the setting sun hung precariously, swallowed by the rolling waves of time, staining the tide of vivid crimson reminiscent of blood. Night had finally descended. After satisfying their hunger, Fang Chen calculated the time and proposed, "Let us visit the temple." This place had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. Entry was forbidden during the day, only to be permitted at night. His intuition suggested that something unusual was afoot. Chapter 48. Blood Red Island 14 Cicada Fragrance Temple is situated at the heart of the island. From the exterior, it appears no different from an ordinary temple. However, once one steps inside the precincts, an inexplicable sense of foreboding envelopes the atmosphere. The darkness is profound, devoid of any illumination, light sources, candles. Symbols of modern civilization have vanished without a trace. All that meets the eye are low, looming structures and gnarled thickets, possibly accompanied by other unseen entities lurking in the shadows, watching with predatory eyes. At the entrance of the Buddhist hall, the attendant methodically recites the temple's regulations. Dear visitors, please adhere to the following order during your worship. Light incense, make your wishes, and after 3 prostrations, gaze directly into the eyes of the Buddha. He will judge whether your soul is worthy of his protection. After completing these rites, draw lots from the offering table, remembering that each person is allowed only one chance, and only one individual may enter at a time. To ensure clarity, he speaks deliberately, his tone reminiscent of a eunuch announcing a royal decree. As Ming Qian listens, she rummages through her bag for a flashlight. Just as she flicks it on, a sharp exclamation pierces the silence. What are you doing? The attendant rushes to her side, snatching the flashlight away and extinguishing it with a swift motion, his demeanor suggesting he believes she is attempting to start a fire rather than illuminate her path. Once you enter the Buddhist hall, the carrying of any light source is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Meng Qian is left bewildered, questioning why visiting during the day is forbidden, and now even the use of a light is disallowed. Fang Chen also finds this peculiar. Although he understands that places of worship often have numerous taboos and customs, the restriction on light is a first for him. This is a great disrespect to the divine. He exclaims. Very well, she concedes, realizing that whether this is a rule or not, it is wiser to avoid any unnecessary risks. Just give me back the flashlight. I won't turn it on. The attendant, however, remains unmoved, his gaze slowly descending to fixate on her handbag. Are there any other light sources within? None at all. She replies, feeling the weight of the situation. That bag will be confiscated. You may retrieve it upon your exit. Faced with such high-handedness, Meng Qian instinctively wishes to protest. But after weighing the pros and cons, she decides that losing face is a small price to pay. This bag is akin to her lifeline, and parting with it leaves her feeling unsettled. What kind of deities cannot withstand the light? Yin Xin chuckles lightly, offering a casual tease. Even in the darkness, one can sense the attendant's expression stiffen, yet adhering to his duty, he forces a smile, remarking that every place has its own customs. In truth, the dimness is but one aspect. Another point of intrigue arises. Fang Chen candidly states, your temple's environment is rather serene. Within a several-mile radius, no other structures exist. And even during daylight, not a single devotee is in sight. Although it is a renowned attraction, the island's limited area sacrifices too much space for the temple. The receptionist discerned the underlying meaning. Typically, we pay our respects only on the day of the ritual. In a few days, more people will gather. As the island's residents congregate on the front terrace, singing and dancing in fervent supplication for divine blessings, a vibrant spectacle indeed. After all, even elementary school children participate in the performances, highlighting the significance of the ritual to Mingxi Town. Once the precautions were thoroughly explained, and with the others' repeated reminders, the group entered the Buddhist hall in succession, led by Fang Chen. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of intense fragrance rushed to greet him, permeating his nostrils and filling his lungs, seeping through his pores to envelop his entire being. It was a pungent aroma, a blend of sandalwood and ash, almost overwhelming. As if crafted deliberately to mask other scents, Fang Chen stifled his breath. Staying here for too long would likely leave him steeped in the scent. The hall was darker than the outside, with the lower regions shrouded in utter blackness. In the 20-square-meter room, there was but a single window, positioned high near the ceiling, serving merely as a small ventilation port. The design of this room was perplexing, utterly airtight, which explained why the odor lingered so persistently. At the center of the hall sat a benevolent statue of a female Buddha, her face illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. With closed eyes and a gentle smile, her features radiated serenity. The Chanqiang Temple is renowned for the efficacy of its wishes, yet when confronted with the divine, Fang Chen pondered for a long time and could not conceive a wish worthy of utterance. Before becoming entangled in this peculiar situation, it seemed he had nothing he desperately desired. Moreover, he doubted that a wish for the bizarre game to vanish could ever be realized. To worship the Buddha is, in essence, to venerate one's own avarice. He believed he could rely on himself. Fang Chen bypassed the preliminary steps and proceeded directly to the final act. On the offering table lay a box akin to a lottery container, featuring a circular opening large enough for an adult's arm. From the outside, its contents were entirely obscured. Slowly, Fang Chen extended his arm inside, Feeling around, a rustling sound echoed through the cardboard, suggesting a pile of paper within. After discovering nothing particularly remarkable, he casually pinched a piece. In that instant, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Startled, Fang Chen looked up to find the female Buddha still gazing at him with a loving expression, her eyes fixed intently upon him, unwavering. Yet, if memory served him correctly, her eyes had been closed just moments ago. As they locked eyes, a slight pain throbbed in his eye sockets, as if flames were igniting within. Hastily, he averted his gaze, lifting the object in his hand to the moonlight for closer examination. It was a yellowed talisman, and in the faint light, 3 red characters were inscribed in cinnabar, substitute life talisman. Below the talisman was a symbol resembling a coin, encircled with a square within. Having secured the slip, Fang Chen did not linger, retreating from the Buddhist hall. The others had long awaited his return outside, seeing him emerge so swiftly and completely unscathed. Everyone gathered around Fang Chen, eager to learn from his experience and replicate his success. After several rounds, all 7 participants had completed their draws. However, while the others received life tokens, only Wang Huan drew a card that simply read, "Thank you for your patronage." Chapter 49, Blood Red Island 15, Substitute Life? Whose life is to be substituted? What does it mean? Although Xuan appeared somewhat boisterous, she maintained a semblance of composure. After all, panic was a luxury reserved for the most peculiar individual within the group. Wang Huan swallowed hard, utterly perplexed. He even felt an urge to exchange his drawing. It's nothing. Thank you for your patronage is a rather neutral phrase. While it may not yield any tangible benefits, it also incurs no losses, he mused. Tang Ming's approach to consolation was refreshingly novel. The receptionist, noticing that they had completed the drawing process, approached from a distance. Upon realizing that they had drawn 6 life replacement talismans, her incredulity was palpable. Despite her best efforts to conceal it, Fang Chen discerned the air of disappointment that surrounded her. The receptionist was not keen on witnessing this scene. What is the purpose of these life replacement talismans? Meng Qian inquired while reclaiming her handbag. Xiao Xiaobai examined the talisman, turning it over and over, noting its fine craftsmanship. It serves little purpose, merely a token for good fortune, akin to a favorable omen, he remarked, gesturing towards a nearby trash bin. If carrying it proves cumbersome, esteemed guests may dispose of it. The receptionist was aligned with the mayor. Thus the group understandably interpreted her words in reverse, clutching the talismans even more tightly. Then what does my thank you for your patronage signify? Wang Huan questioned, his anxiety palpable. It is quite literally the meaning, the receptionist replied with a glance that confirmed its straightforwardness. After leaving the temple, Wang Huan felt somewhat disoriented. The hostility that had once enveloped him had diminished significantly, revealing his anxiety and confusion. Do you not find that statue rather peculiar? No one responded. Everything on this island is peculiar. The kind-hearted Xuan ensured that no word went unacknowledged. No, what I mean is that statue of the Buddha is frightful, with a grotesque visage and bared teeth. What kind of temple is maintained in such a manner? As Wang Huan's words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the group. They all understood something through each other's gazes, yet none dared to break the silence. Upon returning to the courtyard, it was precisely 8 o'clock, the designated time for Niu Zhuang's artistic endeavors. The group gathered in the children's room of the 4-member household, rummaging through the desk to uncover an art book and a box of crayons. Meng Qian volunteered, while the others settled in the living room to await her return. Approximately half an hour later, she emerged, her expression a tapestry of complexity. How should I put it? Meng Qian's brow furrowed. It appears this child has no friends. The illustrations in the book are filled with various animals. Ducks encountered on the way to school, cats seen at the market, seabirds perched by the shore. It seems he regards animals as his sole confidants. I attempted to draw people, but during such times, my mood becomes exceedingly anxious. Only redrawing cats and dogs can alleviate it. Listening to Meng Qian's reflections, Fang Chen shifted his gaze to the cabinet in the living room. Within, numerous toys of small dogs and an array of snacks were stored. Could it truly be that even in such a household, with such parents, Niu Zhuang remained unable to open his heart? It is precisely because he lacks friends that he finds companionship everywhere. What a suffocating sensation this is. The schedule for bathing at 9 p.m. fell upon Wang Huan. To be exact, it was a task he requested himself. Had it not been for the fact that it was rather unsuitable for girls to handle the tasks of sleeping and bathing, he would have eagerly seized Meng Qian's painting duties. However, if he were to relinquish this task, He would be left only with the prospect of going to bed at 10 p.m. In the realm of slumber, one is most vulnerable, diminishing their awareness of the outside world, and with the lengthy duration of the task, unforeseen circumstances could arise, much like in school. Wang Huan felt he had already suffered enough misfortune and was reluctant to engage in such a venture filled with uncertainties. Everyone was well aware of his calculations. Hence when Wang Huan proposed the choice of bathing, all eyes turned to Xiao Xiaobai. The latter's lips curled into a faint smirk, indifferent to the matter. Ming Qian had long harbored the desire to privately inquire with Tang Ning about how this individual had come to be their leader, lacking both responsibility and capability, yet ultimately it was a personal matter of their team. She hesitated several times and still refrained from speaking. The lights in the bathroom flickered on, and the sound of running water seeped through the crack of the door. Wang Huan's reputation had plummeted to an all-time low, yet they were teammates, and unity was paramount. Su Ran and Xiao Xiaobai stood unwaveringly by the door, guarding it like sentinels. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Chen returned to Niu Zhuang's room once more. Curiously, in the entire household of 4, there were only 2 bedrooms. One appeared to be for a couple, while the other was the one beneath his feet. Where did the sister sleep? In this corner, there was only a nondescript children's bed, barely the size of a hard sleeper on a train, where even an adult would have to curl up tightly, and it was impossible to fit 2 children, if the children were still small enough to share a bed. At the very least, there ought to be 2 beds prepared. Moreover, being siblings, with the younger brother already attending elementary school, there should be some decorum. Regardless of their good relationship, the slippers and the room itself also hinted at the sister's presence, yet her traces were conspicuously absent. Just then, a scream erupted from the bathroom, followed by an unending, heart-wrenching wail, devoid of breath. When Fang Chen dashed to the door, Su Ran was frantically twisting the doorknob. Anxiously, he shouted, "Boss, are you all right? Open the door. Why are you locking it?" If it was locked from the inside, then the 2 standing guard outside would be rendered useless. The cries continued for a brief moment before abruptly ceasing, plunging the entire house into an eerie silence. As if the scream had been abruptly cut off, Fang Chen sensed that something was amiss. He seized a chair from the living room and smashed it against the door. Fortunately, the furnishings in the house were somewhat aged and not particularly sturdy. After a few strikes, the door could no longer withstand the assault, shaking violently until it finally collapsed with a resounding crash. With the door no longer a barrier, the damp mist from the bathroom surged forth. In a hazy moment, Wang Huan lay bare against the corner of the wall, a copious stream of crimson blood oozing from his forehead. Above him, the shower head continued to pour forth water incessantly. The cascading water spread like a gossamer web, staining the surrounding area with vivid scarlet, saturating the entire expanse of the floor. Chapter 50, Blood Red Island 16. No one knew what had transpired within. What had begun with vigor turned into this state merely minutes later. Ming Qian and Tang Ning, the 2 young women, stood outside, trembling with trepidation. They found themselves unable to enter, yet the grave expressions on the faces of the others hinted at the unfolding calamity. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock. Just as Su Ran was preparing to weep, Fang Chen stepped forward to check for signs of life. And to his relief, there was still breath. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to provide assistance, and moments later, Wang Huan finally stirred slowly on the couch. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a wall of faces, 6 individuals leaning in from different angles. Fang Chen inquired, "What just happened?" Wang Huan paused, his teeth lightly grinding as he attempted to recall the events, and then, as if a connection within his mind had snapped into place, his pupils trembled as he muttered a curse. "Damn it, someone was peeping at me while I was bathing." With that, his gaze flitted across the faces of his teammates. Their expressions a complex mix of unspoken words, fear mingling with the desire to erupt, akin to confronting a specter. Fang Chen pressed on. "Did you see who it was?" "No," Wang Huan replied. "I just remember those eyes, terrifying, bulging, and bloodshot." The atmosphere in the room fell into a heavy silence as everyone awaited Wang Huan's next words. But after a lengthy pause, none came. "Is there more?" Fang Chen prompted. "That's all." "Then how did you end up in this state?" Fang Chen felt as though he was squeezing toothpaste from a tube. "Well, while I was bathing, I sensed a piercing gaze upon me. A feeling of unease enveloped me. When I turned my head, I saw a face pressed against the window, eyes bulging and bloodshot, and then..." He hesitated, his expression peculiar, abruptly closing his mouth mid-sentence. Yin Xian took a few steps back, resting one hand against the doorframe, casting a slow glance into the bathroom before speaking. "So, You were so startled that you slipped, and in your fall, you knocked over the rack, causing a towel to drop and obscure your vision. In your frantic flailing, you toppled the potted plant on the countertop, which fell and struck your head, rendering you unconscious. His account impeccably mirrored Wang Huan's recent actions based on the chaos strewn across the floor. Yin Xian was unhurried. Yet Wang Huan's visible panic indicated he had indeed hit the mark. Wang Huan's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. The embarrassment was palpable. This was beyond mere humiliation, it was social death. Then why did you lock the door? Xuan felt a sense of betrayal, wondering if he was wary of them. I didn't lock it. Wang Huan raised his voice, relying on bravado to salvage some dignity. It locked itself. It seemed that even bathing was not a respite for Xuan. The need to lock the door to enter the bathroom suggested there was something he desperately sought to avoid. Fang Chen could scarcely fathom the kind of oppressive environment this young man endured. Are we done? The previously silent Xiao Xiaobai suddenly spoke. It is time we addressed our own matters. He pinched a piece of yellow paper between his fingers, the words life-saving talisman glaringly prominent. Just now, I discovered this within your garments. Tang Ning, in disbelief, covered her mouth. Is it not rather unscrupulous to take my talisman without permission? Xiao Xiao's eyes reflected a sense of detachment. His interaction with Wang Huan had always resembled that of strangers, lacking the intimacy shared by the other two. At this moment, he looked down upon Wang Huan as if observing ants. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence following his words. Not only Xiao Xiao, but the gazes of the others towards Wang Huan were also tinged with wariness and disdain. Realizing he had become the target of scorn, Wang Huan forced a smile and attempted to explain. I merely borrowed it. Borrowed? Look, it's still in good condition. When it's your turn to undertake a task, it will naturally be returned to you. His tone bore no trace of guilt or remorse, provoking indignation in others. Over the past few days, they had shared numerous adventures, instinctively believing they were an inseparable unit. Yet, in this bizarre game, the most formidable barrier is human nature, especially when faced with choices regarding self-interest. The first to be wary of is always one's own kind. The feeling of betrayal is profoundly unsettling. Observing that the crowd remained unmoved, Wang Huan laughed awkwardly and headed towards the door. It's almost bedtime. We should hurry back. Indeed, after such turmoil. Less than a quarter of an hour remained until 10 o'clock. Meng Qian felt an oppressive breath lodged in her chest. A desire to not let it end this way clashing with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. However, since the theft had not directly affected her and the rightful owner had yet to voice an opinion, she refrained from saying anything. As Wang Huan reached the doorway, he noticed the group still standing idle and, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, Why are you still dawdling? The others all turned their gazes toward Xiao Xiao, as if anticipating that his words would prompt them to rush forward and subdue Wang Huan. Xiao Xiao slightly bowed his head, his fringe obscuring his eyes, and after a moment, let out a mocking snort. Forget it. He waved his hand dismissively and retreated into Xuan's bedroom, shutting the door behind him. This action sent Meng Qian into a fit of anxious pacing. A palpable sense of disintegration began to spread from that moment onward. Upon returning to the guest house's common area, the atmosphere remained exceedingly tense. The two factions sat in stark contrast, even Tang Ning and Xuan subtly distancing themselves from Wang Huan. Unable to endure the cold shoulder any longer, Wang Huan abruptly stood and beckoned his teammates, Come to my room, both of you. With a resounding thud of the door, the erratic tension in the living room was finally extinguished. The walls of the guest house were not soundproof, and soon, a series of conversations flowed through the cracks of the door. Yin Xian was tending to the flowers on the windowsill, while Fang Chen rested one hand on his knee. Observing Yin Xian's actions, neither seemed affected by the unfolding events. Although Meng Qian sat beside them, she was in a heightened state of concentration, straining to hear. So much so that she did not respond when Fang Chen called her name. Qian? After calling out several times, he finally regained his composure. What is it, Fang Gu? Do you have any handy tools in your treasure bag? Anything sharp will do. Meng Qian obediently lowered her head and rummaged through her belongings, soon emerging with a multifunctional knife reminiscent of a Swiss Army knife. Will this suffice? Yes. She then observed Fang Chen producing a pair of scissors with the tip of his finger, moving beside Yin Xian as they both began to deliberate on how to trim the branches and leaves. Meng Qian felt as though she was merely a bystander, lending a flower to someone else's offering. Intermittent snippets of conversation floated in her direction, although much of it was indecipherable and required conjecture. She could discern frequent phrases such as complete this task, withdraw, and no debts owed. suggesting that discord had arisen among those within. She listened intently as the two prominent figures engaged fervently in their discussion. Suddenly, a distinctly forceful shout reverberated through the air. "After all the effort I put into cultivating you, you say you want to do it?" Wang Huan appeared exceedingly enraged, the walls vibrating with the impact of his fury. "But I truly cannot. Shut your mouth." A sharp slap followed, abruptly halting the argument. Almost immediately, the sound of stifled sobs filled the air. Meng Qian sprang to her feet. She recognized that it was Tang Ning's weeping. Chapter 51. The Blood-Red Island. 17. Meng Qian and Tang Ning shared an effortless rapport, feeling as if they had known each other for ages. Upon hearing the commotion within the room, her temper flared, and she was about to confront the situation when a hand unexpectedly blocked her path. Fang Chen stood in front, his gaze fixed on the closed door, his expression somber. Meng Qian turned to seek guidance from her superior, Yin Xian, who also shook his head slightly. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her frustration. She understood the necessity of restraint. A gentle heart cannot prevail in the face of thunderous wrath. Moreover, this was an internal matter of others, and outsiders had no right to interfere. Yet, with Xiao Xiaobai having once come to her aid, and Tang Ning, her good friend, both now being bullied, the embodiment of justice in Meng Qian felt an unbearable urgency. What sort of individual had they aligned themselves with? It was truly unfortunate. Perhaps realizing the ruckus had become too pronounced, the conversation from Wang Huan's room fell silent after the sound of slapping, leaving no further echoes. As tranquility returned to her ears, Fang Chen exchanged glances with the other two, and then ascended the stairs. The trio in the living room disbanded, retreating to their respective chambers. With the ritual only 4 days away, they meticulously adhered to the schedule, attempting to reconstruct Niu Zhuang's life. However, as the task progressed, a sense of clarity eluded them, instead giving rise to a multitude of suspicions. The disappearance of the sister within a family of 4, the absence of any young girl across the entire island, and the pervasive sense of unease despite existing in what appeared to be a harmonious and open household. All these elements contributed to a growing atmosphere of wariness. Even within the confines of school, where malicious targeting from teachers and classmates transpired. What had this child done to become such an anomaly, a unique presence on the island, and a thorn in the side of certain individuals? As Fang Chen lay in bed, his mind raced with countless thoughts. A sudden insight struck him, and he slowly opened his eyes. Or perhaps it was the opposite. Maybe Niu Zhuang was the most normal person, and the entire island was awry. Just as he embarked on this mental unraveling, slow footsteps echoed from around the corner. The sound alone conveyed the profound weariness of their owner, each step deliberate and labored, as though dragging their body across the ground. The heavy footsteps passed by his door and halted next door. Fang Chen's room was situated between the two others, with Yin Xian on the left and Meng Qian on the right. At that moment, a knock resounded from the right, accompanied by Tang Ning's faint inquiry. "Qian, are you asleep?" Fang Chen suddenly recalled the shadow he had seen the previous night. This island was rather eerie. During the day it seemed perfectly normal. Yet as night fell, all manner of demons and ghosts emerged, and those encountered in the dark were not necessarily true allies. The knocking persisted, punctuated by pauses, creating an impression not of inquiry but of an urgent summons for the occupant inside. Fang Chen mused that since this girl was indeed Yin Xian's subordinate, she must have developed some sense of crisis awareness and judgment from prolonged exposure. Thus, he relaxed and stretched. However, just as he turned over, he heard the next door creak open. "Apologies for my tardiness. I was just engaged in my morning routine." The individuals within the room appeared somewhat anxious, hastily moving about, causing the floorboards to creak beneath their steps. Fang Chen clicked his tongue and sat up, ruffling his tousled hair. Leaning against the wall at the head of his bed, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, adopting a posture that allowed him to better overhear the conversations within the room. As Meng Qian opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Tang Ning standing outside, her face drawn and weary, with reddened eyes that suggested she was valiantly holding back her emotions. Without a word, she pulled Tang Ning inside and quickly retrieved a handful of candies from her bag, believing that a touch of sweetness might lift her spirits. "I apologize for the spectacle we must have caused. We couldn't tea quite here, as the soundproofing in this room is rather effective. Uttering whatever comes to mind is merely an attempt to comfort a friend, regardless of the circumstances. It is truly a blessing to encounter you." Tang Ning managed a weak smile, tinged with self-mockery. "Would it be possible to have a moment of your time for a discussion?" Meng Qian immediately straightened, adopting an attentive demeanor, exuding a sense of companionship. To be candid, I have long desired to inquire about the nature of your relationship with your team. We cannot truly be considered comrades. At best, we are individuals bound together by mutual interests. A hint of melancholy clouded her eyes. No wonder. I have 3 younger siblings. Tang Ning twirled a strand of hair around her finger, offering a fleeting smile. I harbor no grand ambitions. My pursuit as a deep diver is not to save the world, but rather a simple necessity for financial gain. Aside from Xiaobai. This sentiment resonates with the rest of our team. The instigator is Xuan, who has traversed the bridge the most times. Thus it is only fitting that he assumes the role of leader. However, being tethered by interests naturally breeds conflicts as well. Xiaobai and Su Ran are not ones to quibble, which has emboldened Xuan to become increasingly domineering. Our journey has been fraught with challenges, and I have found myself on the brink of returning empty-handed on several occasions. Though Tang Ning spoke lightly, the wistfulness in her tone hinted at a path laden with trials. Why not simply expel Xuan and form your own team? It's not that easy. We have entanglements in reality as well, and Xuan is aware of the whereabouts of my siblings. Ming Qian's realization struck her, and she rose in excitement. Is he threatening you? Her breath quickened, and the sigh that escaped her lips was laced with confusion and helplessness. No further words were necessary, as her reaction spoke volumes. Companionship wields great power, even if it manifests in the form of seemingly insignificant listening. Ming Qian gazed at her unwaveringly, her gentle eyes akin to hands that patted Tang Ning's back with tender reassurance as the pent-up grievances within Tang Ning were finally released. Until I met you all, I had no understanding of what a true team should be like. A flicker of envy danced within Tang Ning's reddened eyes. Our leader maintains a rather stringent selection process. I will inquire on your behalf. Her expression bore no semblance of jest, and at the very least, I can assist you in freeing yourself from the clutches of that scoundrel. No. Tang Ning hastily waved her hand. This may very well be my final mission. During this period, I have been preoccupied with earning commissions, living in a state of constant anxiety, leaving me little time to spend with my family. Once this endeavor concludes, I yearn to truly embrace life anew. Thus I have resolved not to continue as a deep-sea diver after this assignment. Can Xuan truly allow you to leave? Indeed, we have just reached an agreement, albeit with some sacrifices to be made. Chapter 52, Blood Red Island 18. Tang Ning hesitated for a moment, and after a long pause, she still could not articulate the price she would have to pay. That's fine, Ming Qian replied, not wishing to press further. She returned to her seat, determined to maintain contact even after they returned to the real world. Of course, the other party extended her pinky, her expression tinged with a hint of anticipation, and they sealed their pact with a pinky swear. As their thumbs intertwined, Meng Qian felt a sense of déjà vu. It reminded her of the time when that formidable deep diver sister had made a similar agreement with her. This time, you must not break your promise. They conversed extensively afterward. Ming Qian showcased her treasure pouch while Tang Ning recounted the thrilling escapades of her previous quests. The two girls, united in camaraderie, seemed to possess an endless supply of conversation, and the atmosphere shifted from tense to relaxed. As fatigue crept in, Fang Chen yawned and, lulled by the conversation, gradually succumbed to slumber. It appeared he had worried unnecessarily. As the night deepened, he was abruptly roused by a jarring welcome. The adjoining room had fallen silent, and he had not even noticed when Tang Ning had departed. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen leaped from his bed and flung open the window. In the pitch darkness, a ghastly pale figure stood in the courtyard, closing the distance between them to less than 5 meters. This gradual encroachment bore an oppressive weight, akin to a countdown to death. The child's face was ashen, devoid of color, tilting his head to fixate on Fang Chen with an unblinking stare. His mouth moved rapidly, reminiscent of a fish stranded on land. Gasping for breath, his lips flapped incessantly, yet no sound reached Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen averted his gaze, scanning the surroundings until he pinpointed the source of the doorbell's disturbance. Outside the gate stood Yin Xian once more. However, this was not the most bizarre aspect. Even more astonishing was the fact that he seemed to be pursuing someone. As he focused intently, recognition dawned upon him, and his hair bristled in alarm. Wait, wasn't he the figure ahead of him himself? If it had been just Yin Xian like yesterday, he would not have acted, but given the current scenario, Fang Chen instinctively gave chase. His feet propelled him forward without pause, his pace quickening as he rounded 2 corners, whereupon he overheard snippets of conversation. The voices were strikingly identical. This is why I suspect the cliffs of sacrifice are problematic. Indeed, it is quite suspicious. Shall we go take a look? Let's go. I will accompany you. Wait, Fang Chen shouted, hastening his steps as he rounded the corner, when the three figures were fully revealed in the same vicinity. Yin froze, a rare look of confusion etched on his gentlemanly face. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment before he comprehended the situation and slowly retreated to stand between the two others. Upon witnessing this, Fang Chen's expression darkened, his brow furrowing slightly. Stay back, he is an impostor. Fang Chen stepped forward, his fists clenched tightly. He is the false one. Come back. In a flash, hostility erupted. Upon encountering another version of oneself standing before them, an unsettling sensation akin to gazing into a mirror on a bustling street arises. The demeanor, appearance, and even the aura of the other seem to be forged from the same mold. In the narrow, inky corridor, an astonishing scene unfolds. Yin stands between the two, caught in a stalemate, rendering the distinction between authenticity and imitation nearly impossible. At this moment, there appears to be no solution in sight. Fang Chen discerns an even more perplexing predicament. Not only is the child's proximity gradually closing in, but this entity also seems to be evolving. What was merely an empty shell last night now exhibits the ability to imitate with astonishing precision. A dryness grips his throat, and impatience wells up from deep within, leaving him pondering how to prove that he is indeed himself. Just as Fang Chen resolves to recount their entire encounter as a means of self-verification, Yin suddenly lets out a light chuckle. Indeed, it is intriguing. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he ponders for a moment, glancing to the left and then to the right. Finally, he adds, this situation is, in fact, quite easy to resolve. Before Fang Chen can fully contemplate the implications of this statement, Yin strides forward without hesitation, seizing him and making a swift retreat. Fang Chen is left trailing far behind, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, his eyes narrowing with a myriad of fierce and brooding thoughts. A slightly domineering aura creeps up his wrist, the skin where they touch igniting with an intense heat, akin to molten lava. Upon their return to the guest house, both lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Though the reason eludes them, there is a certain comfort in the feeling of being resolutely chosen. Amidst their heavy breaths, Fang Chen tilts his head slightly, observing the figure beside him. Perhaps due to the vigorous movements, Yin hair has become somewhat disheveled, a few strands occasionally brushing against his cheek, dancing with the gentle breeze, accentuating his already exquisite features with an air of languid elegance. Fang Chen is captivated. This individual seems intent on luring him to the precipice of self-sacrifice. Perhaps something significant occurred there. He resolves to seize an opportunity to inquire tomorrow. Yin gazes towards the end of the street, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind his ear, mirroring Fang Chen's thoughts. An unspoken agreement forms between them. The air falls silent for a moment, and observing that the other shows no intention of explaining, Fang Chen can no longer contain himself and speaks first. How did you discern the difference? I don't know. I just randomly picked one. Such a dismissive response. Fang Chen takes 2 steps forward, positioning himself in front of Yin, compelling his gaze to rest upon him. Do share. He is intensely curious, almost to the point of madness. I truly am not deceiving you. After a considerable pause, once he assures himself that the surroundings are completely safe, Yin finally returns his gaze, a smile dancing in the corners of his eyes, for in any scenario, it is all right. If my choice is correct, we are both safe. If I am wrong, at the very least, you are safe. He speaks with an air of nonchalance, his soft voice gently scratching at the depths of Fang Chen's heart, conveying that, in the end, everything is indeed all right. This response took Fang Chen by surprise, as he genuinely wished to engage in a discussion about the techniques for discerning one's true self. However, at that moment, Fang Chen took several deep breaths, brushed off the dust from his chest, and felt an incessant itch deep within his heart, akin to the repeated stings of a mosquito. It was irritating, bothersome, and impossible to shake off. That night passed without incident. The following day, when a sharp scream echoed from downstairs once more, Fang Chen had become somewhat immune to such disturbances. Rather, he found joy in witnessing Xuan's exuberance. The previous night had not resulted in any losses. The living room was filled with people, all gathered in a circle around Xuan, whose focus was unwavering as he practiced vocal exercises, the sound of lamentation resounding continuously. Fang Chen descended the stairs, joining the audience. What calamity had befallen them this time? Chapter 53, Blood Red Island 19. Before Meng Qian could elaborate, Xuan hastily recounted the events once more. Oh my, it was utterly terrifying. Last night, I had no intention of sleeping. Yet I succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, I felt as though something was rustling within the room. Upon opening my eyes, I saw a child encircling my bed, head bowed, frantically searching for something in a state of distress. It appeared oblivious to my presence. I dared not breathe or move. We remained in that state until the child, after a prolonged search, left in frustration. When morning arrived, I discovered that the life-saving talisman had transformed into this. Xuan held up the talisman, its yellow paper marred by cracks, the vermilion characters blurred beyond recognition, seemingly rendered entirely useless. Tang Ning interjected. Thus we surmised that the life-saving talisman must have the capacity to withstand a single fatal blow. Xuan felt a mix of relief and dread. Last night, the talisman had afforded him protection, but what of tonight? Had he not possessed it, what might have been his fate? Waves of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to once again bury himself within the folds of the sofa. Observing his trembling demeanor, Xiao Xiaobai, seated nearby, suddenly suggested, "Why don't you undertake the sleeping duty tonight?" But his proposal was swiftly dismissed by Wang Huan. It was then that Fang Chen noticed the handsome youth sitting beside him, who appeared not only unscathed but rather invigorated, and inquired, "How did you sleep last night?" "Very well, I slept soundly until dawn," came the reply. Although responding to Fang Chen, Xiao Xiaobai's gaze remained fixed on Wang Huan, almost tauntingly adding, "It was quite comfortable." This posture infuriated the latter. After all, it was Wang Huan who had chosen the bathing duty, only to find himself humiliated while inadvertently benefiting another. How vexing. This indicated that there were two methods to evade the encroaching child. One could either sleep in Niu Zhuang's bedroom according to the schedule, or possess an intact life-saving talisman. However, the dilemma was that both Xuan and Wang Huan faced peril tonight, and the tasks outlined in the schedule could only be executed by one individual. Though Xuan appeared carefree and easily intimidated, he was not foolish enough to relinquish the opportunity for survival. Thus, an extreme choice emerged. Wang Huan fiddled with his lip piercing, attempting to muster a benevolent smile, but the effort resulted in a somewhat grotesque expression. "How about this? I will offer 500,000 for a life-saving talisman. I'll transfer the money immediately upon our exit." At the utterance of his proposal, a stunned silence enveloped the group, with Xiao Xiaobai even letting out a derisive laugh. Fang Chen was taken aback that he could utter such words. Those who had come this far were no fools. The perilous nature of the dungeon game meant that survival was the prerequisite for obtaining any monetary gain. No matter how desperate one was for money, it was not worth wagering one's life. The atmosphere grew tense. Regarding the question of who would sleep next door tonight, Xuan and Wang Huan remained at an impasse, each unwilling to yield, in light of the inability to devise a reasonable allocation scheme in the immediate term. The group resolved to first examine the day's arrangements at the household of four. As anticipated, a fresh page had been turned in, Niu Zhuang's schedule. Today's itinerary bore a striking resemblance to that of yesterday, the sole distinction being the replacement of the 8:30 dog-feeding entry with a dog-walking task. A mere word's difference could herald challenges of vastly disparate natures. Yin Xian voluntarily undertook the most arduous task of attending school. This academic prodigy had left the others in awe after showcasing his prowess. "Bro, I truly admire you," Xuan exclaimed, her hands clasped in reverence, her eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly overflowing with it. The gentleman returned her admiration with a smile. Wang Huan, feeling a touch of impatience, interjected, "Am I your team leader, or is he?" Yet Xuan continued to shower praise, seemingly relishing the moment. Due to the changes in the dog-walking task, uncertainty loomed large. Thus, this unpredictable endeavor was assigned to Fang Chen. Aside from bathing and bedtime, which were designated for Wang Huan and Xuan, the remaining individuals took on their respective assignments, and they commenced their tasks in an orderly fashion. The first on the agenda was Meng Qian's breakfast. The girl entered the kitchen with an air of calm, but moments later emerged with a distressed expression, clutching her chest and coughing incessantly. Appearing as if she had lost half her vitality, her gaze towards Fang Chen filled with trepidation. "No way, Brother Fang. You're incredibly resilient. I chose this task because you seemed unfazed yesterday." Her words stirred a subtle pang of guilt within Fang Chen. The second task was dog walking. The group ventured into the yard, scanning their surroundings until they finally spotted an inconspicuous dog leash in the corner. The moment Fang Chen grasped it, the atmosphere darkened abruptly, and his companions vanished without a trace. He found himself once again in Niu Zhuang's realm. A tingling sensation enveloped his ankles as a small dog toy affectionately nuzzled his pant leg, its tail spinning like a propeller. Fang Chen crouched down, gently patting its plush head, securing the leash to the fence. "You stay here and be good," he instructed before striding away. The wagging tail drooped, and the little dog's eyes filled with a large question mark. Fang Chen decided to exploit a loophole. Walking the dog for half an hour is still walking. Just as 2 minutes counts, it is the action that matters, not the duration. Thus, within the temporal confines of this household, he dashed off towards the temple without a second thought. Being of a shorter stature, children must look up to adults, and in Xuan's view, the diverse figures on the street appeared as elongated specters. All of them bore fearsome visages with sharp teeth and blood-red eyes, resembling predators brazenly scavenging the streets, exuding an aura of danger. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes locked onto him, and in that moment of eye contact, Fang Chen instinctively lowered his gaze. This reaction was not merely his own volition, but rather a response ingrained in the child's subconscious. One must not make eye contact with adults, nor expose oneself to scrutiny. This feeling is difficult to articulate. I feel akin to a rat in a gutter, perpetually on guard. Not only at school, but also at home, and even while walking down the street, I remain in a state of trepidation, curling in on myself. What prompts such a reaction? Throughout this journey, humanity appears grotesque, while only the animals seem normal and endearing. As a few seabirds swoop overhead, their melodious calls resonate, and a thought suddenly arises within me. Today, the seabirds seem quite jubilant, soaring high above. How I wish I could share in their freedom and venture beyond the islands. This is likely a reflection of Xuan's inner musings. Fang Chen suddenly recalls that during his perusal of Xuan's illustrated books, they featured exclusively small animals, even including brief dialogues. Each illustration represents a yearning. He detests and fears the islands, yet feels unable to escape. Just as these thoughts swirl in his mind, the 3 characters of Cicada Fragrance Temple come into view. Strangely, there is no one guarding the temple entrance, and inside, several islanders are engaged in worship. Chapter 54. Blood-Red Island. Fang Chen swaggered into the hall, surveying his surroundings. The windows of the temple no longer appeared as towering as they once did. In fact, they bore a striking resemblance to those of an ordinary temple outside. Everything seemed normal here, devoid of any restrictions against entering during daylight hours. Did this imply that prior to the tragic incident involving the family of 4, there was no such prohibition? Or perhaps this rule was established solely for their small group of visitors? Fang Chen sensed he had stumbled upon a blind spot. Resolving quietly to return to the temple once he was back in the rightful timeline, time slipped away as he wandered back and forth, and upon returning to the courtyard, he found the small plush dog waiting impatiently, squatting beside the grass pile at the gate, its large eyes scanning the surroundings. Fang Chen symbolically clipped on the dog's leash and strolled around the street for a brief 2 minutes, perfectly epitomizing the notion of an ending before the beginning. As he hastily concluded his task and departed from the scheduled timeline, the dog's eyes reflected a sense of incredulous astonishment. Upon his return, the group eagerly gathered around him, inquiring about the difficulty of the task. "Indeed, it was quite fruitful," he replied, offering high praise. Next in line was Xian. Fang Chen passed him the versatile knife he had procured from Meng Qian the previous day. "Take this, just in case. I excel in close combat." Despite his words, Xian accepted it with a smile. As he prepared to leave, this gentleman imparted a kind reminder to everyone when encountering anything on the itinerary. Do not succumb to fear. Regard oneself as an outsider. And as long as one is not led blindly by the whims of Xuan, a solution can be found. Such advice seemed easy to dispense, yet fear is an instinctive response, ingrained in carbon-based life forms. Those who can master their fears are, in essence, extraordinary beings. Fang Chen watched Xian exit through the door, only to notice more words appearing beneath the grass pile at the gate. "Sister praises me for being first at everything." He quietly etched this into his memory. Now, nearly 8 hours of free time lay ahead. If a large group were to head to Chanxiang Temple, the goal would be too ambitious. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Chen decided to let the others rest at the guest house while he ventured out alone to investigate. The scene remained unchanged from the previous day, with a drowsy receptionist dozing at the entrance, yawning and appearing utterly bored. The surroundings were devoid of any presence, starkly contrasting with the lively scenes of the scheduled timeline, now imbued with a sense of desolation and coldness. Yet this also meant the likelihood of being discovered was significantly minimized. He only needed to evade the lone guard on duty. The temple's walls were not particularly high, and the physical exertion of climbing over them served to strengthen his physique. Fang Chen scaled the wall with relative ease, timing his move to slip into the hall while the receptionist succumbed to slumber. Despite his preparations, the pungent incense still stirred a tumult within his stomach. All objects have shed the veil of night, laid bare under the glaring light of day. At this moment, Fang Chen finally comprehended the origin of that taboo. His breath momentarily halted, and the scene before him could only be encapsulated in 4 words: a hell on earth. Bloodstains were splattered everywhere, on the floor, the walls, the offering table, and even upon the Buddha statue. Yet, upon closer inspection, these blood droplets seemed to possess a certain trajectory. Fang Chen approached the threshold and half-crouched. This must be the inception of the inferno. A trail of bloodied footprints lingered at the entrance, alternating in hue, indicating that the owner of these prints was on the brink of death, requiring assistance to move. The footprints meandered inside, chaotic and disordered, halting before a nearby pillar. Upon the column, a crimson handprint, the fingertips notably deepened, revealed that this individual had desperately resisted, clinging fiercely to the edge. However, the 5 elongated blood streaks above suggested that the person ultimately succumbed, forcibly dragged away. The footprints extended to the offering table, its surface a chaotic mess, offerings askew, particularly the incense burner S-base, which bore large patches of congealed dark red. It was evident that a struggle had ensued, and this unfortunate soul had been struck unconscious by the incense burner, for from this point onward, the bloodstains lost their form, transforming into a dragging mark. The blood spread horrifyingly, culminating before the Buddha statue, halting at the serene visage of the compassionate female Buddha, who stood tall, nearly 3 meters in height. A sudden thought struck Fang Chen. Was this towering statue hollow or solid? What was it that they were venerating? No wonder such a pungent incense was employed to mask the stench, as every corner here was steeped in the scent of blood. It was no surprise that the windows of the Buddha hall were repaired to such heights. Otherwise, even at night, the moonlight would unveil the horrific reality. This island and its inhabitants were desperately concealing some unspeakable secret. His fingers instinctively grazed the statue's surface, the rough texture contrasting against his skin. And then his pupils dilated in alarm. Amidst the vast expanse of dark red, a few drops of vivid crimson stood out starkly, almost hidden within the sea of blood. Easily overlooked without careful scrutiny, this was clearly blood that had been reapplied after their arrival on the island. A dreadful suspicion began to take root, growing uncontrollably once it had sprouted. A weight settled heavily upon his heart. Before departing, Fang Chen glanced up deeply, the statue's features carved with such lifelike precision, as if it were gazing back at him. Upon returning to the guest house, only 3 individuals remained in the living room. Where were the others? Fang Chen inquired of Xuan, who was practicing mantis fist, attempting to strengthen her physique. Xuan ceased her movements, tempering her breath, her demeanor oddly serious. They had gone to the supermarket to purchase groceries, having learned from yesterday's failures, determined to prepare lunch without waiting for Yin Xian. Surely, they would finally be able to enjoy a proper meal. Fang Chen nodded and then leaned over the table, beginning to close his eyes and rest. At this moment, it was noon, and the light was just right, casting a warm glow upon him. Before long, a welcoming chime echoed from the entrance, and Tang Ning entered, carrying several large bags of groceries. Upon seeing Fang Chen, she paused, her expression one of surprise. "You're so quick?" He felt a sense of ambiguity in her words, as if she were not referring to his return from the temple, but rather hinting at an encounter from elsewhere. "Why isn't Ming Qian with you? I encountered a little child along the way, who insisted on taking us to his home for a visit. It was hard to refuse." Tang Ning replied as she placed the ingredients on the table. "He is the same male student you asked about yesterday on the playground." Fang Chen's brows gradually knitted together. So, she didn't foolishly agree, did she? Of course not. Qian mentioned that we shouldn't go without consulting the 2 of you first. Thankfully, she can be quite clever at critical moments. Then, Tang Ning shifted the topic, her tone laced with confusion. "But weren't you the one who asked her to investigate?" Meeting his bewildered gaze, she pointed into the distance and reiterated, "Just a moment ago, at the intersection ahead, you instructed her to go." Her seemingly light words reverberated in his heart, stirring up a tempest of unease. A strong sense of crisis erupted in his mind. Before anyone could react, Fang Chen had already dashed out. Has that creature evolved to the point where it can brazenly appear in daylight? Chapter 55 Blood Red, Al 21 Logically speaking. After enduring numerous instances of the dungeon game, Ming Qian would undoubtedly hesitate to accept a cryptic invitation. However, if someone were to meddle, the situation would be entirely different. This marked her inaugural venture into a world of A-grade difficulty, as well as her first task assigned by someone other than her superior. At that moment, they spotted Fang Chen around the corner. Ming Qian promptly recounted her recent encounter, eagerly awaiting guidance. With Yin Xin absent, Fang Chen had become her second pillar of support. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled lightly and replied, "It's fine. Go take a look. You might uncover some useful information." Ming Qian, a dutiful subordinate, regarded her superior's instructions as absolute. Without a second thought, she stood upright, solemnly thumping her chest, treating his words as a directive. "Brother Fang, rest assured. I shall handle this." With that, she turned and hurried after the young boy. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. Ming Qian found herself in a state of unease. Surrounded by a home that appeared unkempt and filthy, clothes strewn about haphazardly, and rubbish piled high upon the floor, with an almost palpable stench lingering in the air. Could anyone truly live under such conditions? To be honest, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, regret served no purpose in this world. Having arrived, she could only brace herself and proceed. She curled her body into a corner of the room, striving to avoid contact with her surroundings. In addition to the disarray, one notable feature of the home was the presence of a basement, which she had glimpsed while ascending the stairs. The entrance was secured by a robust chain, as if it held something exceedingly perilous within, provoking an unsettling curiosity. "My father will return shortly. Please, have a seat, sister." The young boy cheerfully placed a bowl of water on the table, extending a warm invitation. The bowl's rim was stained yellow and dark, rendering it quite repulsive. Ming Qian forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty." "Then let me prepare something for you," he said, turning to exit the room. As the door slowly closed, the last rays of light were entirely shut out. The crisp sound of the lock echoed ominously. A subtle noise instantly heightened her nerves, and her heart raced to her throat. "Wait, why is the door being locked?" Ming Qian hurriedly rushed to the door, twisting the doorknob with all her might. Yet the door remained immovable. A sudden wave of fear gripped her throat, rendering her breath shallow. She was trapped within this less than 10 square meters small bedroom. To make matters worse, it was located on the 3rd floor. A leap from such a height would surely result in death or serious injury. Ming Qian forced herself to regain composure, crouching by the door crack, vigilantly attuned to the sounds outside. Sweat trickled from her forehead, slowly descending and pooling on her eyelashes. Yet she dared not blink, fearing she might miss a clue for escape. After several minutes, faint voices from 2 individuals echoed in the corridor. A middle-aged man appeared in the line of sight, holding a small boy's hand. The child bounced with exuberance, animatedly sharing something in a high-pitched, excited tone. The man, resembling a father, knelt down and gently tousled the boy's hair, asking if he liked that big sister. "Very much," the child replied. A sinister smile crept across the man's face, his squinted eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Then let us keep her and have her become your mother, shall we?" The boy beamed with a sweet, blissful smile, nodding vigorously. "All right." Hand in hand, the father and son joyfully made their way toward the house. The reflection of a demonic visage loomed in their pupils, drawing ever closer. Ming Qian covered her mouth. What had she just heard? Surely she hadn't inadvertently implicated herself before extracting any information. The sound of keys rustling pierced her eardrums, each jangle striking like a drumbeat. Time for escape was dwindling rapidly. Suddenly, Ming Qian flung open the window and leaned out, the dizzying height of over 10 meters sending her mind reeling. Her breathing quickened in tandem with the commotion outside, punctuated by a hint of sobbing. Fear must not take hold, as her leader had said. Terror is the most futile of emotions. Yet, she found it impossible to control. At last, moments later, the door was thrust open mercilessly. "Sister, my dad is here." The words were abruptly halted, the smiles of the father and son freezing in place. Inside, the room lay empty. The window stood wide open, the gentle breeze causing the curtains to dance wildly. The man's expression twisted into a snarl as he hastened to the window, discovering several bed sheets twisted into knots, resembling makeshift ropes, one end tied to the window frame, the other dangling loosely. "Damn it, hurry and chase. They can't have gone far." Realization dawning upon him. He cursed as his footsteps receded, the sound echoing outward without pause. In mere moments, silence enveloped the room. Yet, even in the stillness, Ming Qian dared not make a sound. Her heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest as she curled up inside the wardrobe, firmly covering her mouth. After silently counting to 60 in her mind, she cautiously peeked out. Standing on tiptoe, she inched toward the door, twisting the knob, only to find it locked. Reluctantly, she returned to the window. Earlier, she had noticed a vertical drainage pipe on the outer wall, leading straight down. This would be the safest escape route, although it could take longer and risk making noise. Fortunately, she had managed to buy herself some time. She climbed onto the window frame, glanced down at the ground, then, summoning her courage, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around the drainage pipe, and began to slide down, inch by inch, under the pull of gravity. The pipe's surface was uneven, with protruding nails that demanded her full concentration. A moment's inattention could send her plummeting to the ground. Her palms were cut, blood oozing from the wounds, while the friction of her clothes created a notable racket. Fang Chen gritted her teeth against the pain, biting her lip hard. Fortunately, the father and son had already distanced themselves. Otherwise, she would surely have been discovered. Once the plane finally landed safely, the overwhelming terror that had been forcibly suppressed began to dissipate, and the emotions that had been pent up surged forth uncontrollably once a fissure had been opened. A sense of dread welled up in her chest, causing her fingertips to tremble. Fang Chen swallowed hard, trying to regain her bearings as she stumbled in search of a swift exit from this place. Her mind reawakened, flooded with thoughts. The conversation between father and son replayed in her head, particularly the middle-aged man's utterance of the word again. Again, she would be transformed into a mother. Before she could fully contemplate this, darkness suddenly enveloped her. A pair of powerful hands swiftly seized her from behind, firmly covering her mouth. At last, I have found you. Chapter 56, Blood Red Island 22 Shu, it's me. Fang Chen lowered his voice and gestured to the left. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fang Chen felt a surge of emotion, almost bursting into tears. Following the direction of his finger, she spotted a throng of 6 or 7 individuals milling about at the end of the street, casting furtive glances while brandishing makeshift weapons. How brazen of this father and son duo to rally the other islanders in search of someone. You go back with them first, Fang Chen said, taking a half-step back and tilting his head slightly. Hiding within the courtyard were 2 figures, Xiao Xiaobai and Su Ran, who were intently keeping watch. Fang Chen finally grasped the meaning of surviving a calamity. She didn't dare linger for a moment longer. After succinctly reporting her findings, she took off running. Lacking any extraordinary skills, and knowing she could not compare to Yan Xian or Fang Chen, she felt content as long as she could avoid being a hindrance and provide even the smallest assistance to the team. Hopefully, this time, they would uncover some useful clues. The crowd in the street dispersed and regrouped, perhaps aware that their actions were nefarious and thus hesitant to draw attention. After fruitless searches within a limited area, they ultimately returned empty-handed. The father and son returned home, cursing in frustration. What a surprise! That woman managed to escape. The young boy burst into tears, tugging at the middle-aged man's sleeve and shaking it vigorously. I want that sister. I haven't had a mother for so long. Next time, if I catch her again. What will happen if you catch her? A sudden voice pierced through the air from behind them. The tone was flat, leaving no clue to the speaker's current emotions. As the father and son turned around, they saw Fang Chen seated on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, one elbow resting on his knee while the other hand gripped a gleaming kitchen knife. The blade shimmered coldly, reflecting the unique glint of a weapon, and mirrored the faces of the 2 men, which were contorted in fear. What will happen if you catch her? He repeated, his expression inscrutable. The young boy screamed and fled, while the middle-aged man, regaining his senses, searched desperately for a weapon to defend himself. Pulling a fruit knife from the dining table and clutching it tightly against his chest. Where did you come from? What do you want? Put down the knife, he shouted. His voice strained, attempting to mask his inner panic with bravado. The island had only recently opened to outsiders. The residents were unlikely to be unaware of that fact. Premeditated crime is punishable by law. I asked first, Fang Chen remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. He truly did not wish to waste words on such individuals. I simply invited your friend over for a visit. My son likes him. The man, desperate and agitated, spat out his words. Put down the knife quickly. Inviting tourists from the island to your home for a visit. Fang Chen stood up, slowly advancing. You must have done this many times before. An invisible pressure accompanied his every step, chilling the atmosphere with each advance. The man swallowed hard. I don't understand what you're saying. Fang Chen's patience was nearing its limits. He charged forward, seizing the opponent's wrist and forcefully pressing it against the table. The man gasped, his face contorted in pain and fury, the knife in his palm slipping from his grasp. All right, you claim this is merely a visit. The pressure in Fang Chen's grip intensified as he remained steadfast, despite the frantic writhing of his adversary. My friend entered unscathed, yet departed injured. Your actions are rather unscrupulous. Lowering his gaze, Fang Chen cast a fleeting glance, his piercing stare akin to the scythe of death, slicing through every nerve in the man's body. Under such scrutiny, a profound fear surged within. I don't know. Please let me go. Her injuries are not my concern. This is your final chance. A dull thud interrupted his words, the sound of dislocated bones, the agonizing sensation of severed nerves. Without hesitation, Fang Chen severed 2 of the man's fingers. Blood gushed from the wounds, saturating the table in a matter of seconds. Without granting any respite, he wiped the bloodied blade on the man's clothing, ensuring it regained its gleaming luster before lifting it, poised at shoulder height. One arm, can you recall? The pain surged like a tidal wave, drowning out sound and cutting off any route of escape, beads of cold sweat dotting the man's face, his earlier bravado having vanished entirely. I remember now. He managed to stammer, forcing the words through gritted teeth. This is truly my first time. My previous wives were all assigned. Every household could have one. Just go to the mayor to claim it. He continued this confession for nearly 2 minutes, the agony causing his eyes to cross. As the pressure on his wrist loosened, the man collapsed, rolling on the ground while clutching his fingertips. One more question. Where is your basement? The man hesitated momentarily, uncertainty flickering across his features. Fang Chen discerned his thoughts and struck the knife's hilt against the table. No tricks. Otherwise, we both waste our efforts. I waste time, you waste your arm. The middle-aged man trembled, raising a shaky hand to point in a direction. It aligned with the route provided by Meng Qian, suggesting authenticity. Fang Chen nodded, turning towards the location of the basement. In the corner of the living room lay an exceedingly concealed iron door, embedded in the floor, measuring barely half a square meter, just sufficient for an adult to pass through. Multiple chains bound the door, showing signs of age, the metal rusted. With a few swift strikes, it was easily smashed open. As Fang Chen lifted it, the hinges emitted a prolonged creak, accompanied by the foul stench of decaying fish and shrimp wafting forth. Inside the cramped square space, darkness enveloped everything, obscuring any objects. Only a ladder leading straight down rested quietly beside the door. The iron gate opened at a wide angle of 120 degrees, resembling a monstrous maw poised to ensnare its prey. What manner of thing could necessitate such elaborate measures for concealment? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Chen resolved to first procure a source of illumination. Upon his return to the room, he discovered only a pool of blood on the floor. The middle-aged man had long since vanished without a trace. He rummaged through the cabinet and fortuitously unearthed a half-burnt candle and several boxes of matches. The flickering flame was not only capable of lighting his path, but could also serve as a weapon in dire circumstances. The vertical ladder in the basement was excessively long, seemingly designed by someone devoid of practical consideration. It felt as though descending meant one had no intention of ascending again. After approximately 5 or 6 meters of descent, he finally reached the bottom. Although the entrance was modest in size, the interior space was surprisingly ample. Fang Chen held the candle aloft, cautiously illuminating his surroundings. The flame danced, casting shadows in the dim, confined space, where cobwebs adorned the corners and an unidentified liquid pooled on the ground, mingled with remnants of uneaten food. Not far ahead, a chattering mouse scurried about, pausing intermittently as its tail brushed against several thick chains before settling near a mound of protruding shapes. A faint gnawing sound reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, it appeared the mouse was nibbling on something. The stench of decay and rot reached an unbearable peak at that moment. Fang Chen held his breath and directed the candle's light towards the damp, shadowy corner, where a woman lay shackled by iron chains. Chapter 57, Blood-Soaked Island to be precise. It was a woman's corpse, gnawed to an unrecognizable state. The eye sockets were sunken, the eyeballs long since vanished, leaving behind 2 shattered black voids that vacantly stared at the basement, fixated on the sole source of light. Fang Chen could scarcely fathom the horrors she must have endured in life. Yet, from the taut iron chains extending toward the exit, it was evident that she had clung to the hope of escape until her final moments. Although the dead cannot speak, her body, her gestures, every scar upon her flesh, and each tattered fragment of clothing desperately unveiled the concealed truths of the island. The flesh had long since desiccated, yet the despair, fear, and hatred that filled her final moments suffused this cramped space with an overwhelming cacophony of emotions. Such unspeakable deeds were akin to cockroaches, for every overt discovery. Countless others lurked in the shadows, perhaps already infesting the entire island, gnawing at every household. Perhaps, directly inquiring from someone might prove to be the most expedient approach. As Fang Chen emerged from the courtyard, he noticed that Ming Qian and her companions had not yet returned. They stood anxiously at a nearby street corner, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing him return unscathed, Xuan let out a sigh of relief and approached him. Expressing concern, "We saw a middle-aged man rolling out, covered in blood, and we feared you had encountered some misfortune. I told you, that blood is certainly not from Fang Gu," Ming Qian asserted with unwavering confidence. Despite her words, her demeanor visibly relaxed. "By the way, did you uncover anything new?" Reflecting on the earlier events, Fang Chen delivered a decisive conclusion. "This island is involved in human trafficking." Xiao Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Indeed. According to the middle-aged man's account, there are two primary methods of acquiring victims. The first involves abducting women directly from the outside, who are then delivered to the mayor and subsequently distributed as commodities to families lacking wives. The second method targets solitary tourists, preying on their naivety and inviting them to their homes under the guise of hospitality. Such actions are exceedingly vile and despicable. Although the number of women in Mingxi town was scarce, a few could still be observed on the streets, appearing no different from ordinary individuals, their movements and conversations betraying no hints of their plight. The four of them meandered around the island, intent on uncovering the truth. "Do you see that woman over there with the vegetable basket?" Xuan whispered, glancing furtively ahead. "She is approaching us." The secluded location and her solitary state made her an ideal target. They began to deliberate on who would approach her to extract information. "How about I go?" Being a woman, she may feel less guarded. Ming Qian volunteered once more. Before she could finish, Fang Chen gently shook his head, while Xuan vehemently gestured otherwise. Xiao Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "You should remain here quietly." In light of the revelation regarding human trafficking on the island, who would dare risk their teammate's safety, especially after narrowly escaping a perilous situation? "Oh." Meng Qian retreated a step, her fingers clasped, pondering whether she was causing trouble for anyone. As the target drew nearer, Fang Chen cautioned the others not to look in their direction, then proceeded directly towards the woman. Recalling Su Ran's earlier advice to approach indirectly and gradually, avoiding alarming the subject, he stood before her, and, under her friendly gaze, he broached the question with unvarnished directness. "Were you abducted?" The three eavesdroppers trembled at his words. The woman froze, as if taken aback by such an audacious inquiry. Her expression shifted from skepticism to a polite smile. "Of course not. How could you say that? We have discovered that someone is luring tourists, so we wanted to inquire about the situation." "Luring tourists?" She covered her mouth with her hand, feigning surprise. "Could it possibly be a misunderstanding? How did you come to be here?" She switched the basket from her left hand to her right, maintaining her habitual smile. "Though I am also a tourist, I chose to stay voluntarily. The scenery here is stunning, akin to a paradise, making it an ideal place to settle. Life on the island is devoid of pressure. The local customs are simple, and one can be self-sufficient. After visiting once, I simply didn't want to leave." Fang Chen remained motionless, maintaining the same demeanor from the very first word he uttered. His gaze was calm and steady. Yet, under his unwavering scrutiny, the woman grew increasingly anxious. "Every day I spend here is fresh and fulfilling. I can feel the pure sea breeze, bask in the most glorious dawn. And even the air I breathe is imbued with freedom. Strolling along the island feels like walking among the clouds. In my leisure time, I can watch birds, catch fish, and hike through the forests. No one wishes to depart from this place." Her speech quickened, her words tumbling forth densely, as if she were not merely explaining but fervently attempting to prove something, her desperate assertion that she had no desire to escape. Fang Chen subtly pressed his lips together, recognizing the familiarity of her words, reminiscent of a passage from the tourism brochure of Mingxi town. It was this subtle shift in demeanor that became the final straw. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks as she clutched the basket tightly, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. "Please, you must believe me. I truly chose to stay." Her words illustrated her contentment with life on the island, yet her expression conveyed a starkly different message, one of fear and terror that lingered in the air. As the tension reached its zenith, Fang Chen finally spoke. "Thank you. It's all right. I merely came to ask." The woman, unable to linger any longer, hastily excused herself, her footsteps quickening to a near run as she turned to leave. Upon rejoining his companions, the expressions of the four grew solemn in unison. This unusual behavior underscored a sobering reality. She was not only abducted, but had also been tested by the townsfolk masquerading as tourists. Xiao Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, a chill settling within them. No one would immediately accept the reality of their imprisonment upon discovering it. They are bound to undergo a harrowing process of resistance, a desperate struggle for freedom. They will exhaust every possible means and cling to any glimmer of hope in their attempts to escape this place. Even apparent submission may serve the ulterior motive of seeking assistance from the outside world. The inhabitants of the island, aware of this possibility, disguise themselves as tourists, deliberately probing the women's true intentions. Should they detect any inclination to flee, the benevolent smiles would swiftly transform into chains of torment, constricting them mercilessly and obliterating any thoughts of rebellion, dragging them into the suffocating darkness of a basement. Ultimately, only those women who have been tamed and resigned to their fate manage to survive in a state of despair. Conversely, those with fierce spirits who refuse to submit are condemned to eternal obscurity. Although feigned allegiance does not grant them freedom, it at least preserves a semblance of human dignity. Thus, they persuade themselves to root in Mingxi, merging their existence with the island. This explains the situation that had just unfolded. Suddenly, Fang Chen became aware of a more terrifying possibility. If all the women were abducted from the outside and then coerced into bearing children, it stood to reason that Niu Zhuang's mother had suffered a similar fate. Were those harmonious and cheerful familial surroundings merely a fade? Had she compromised, or was she merely biding her time for an opportunity to resist? Would she harbor a deep-seated hatred for the child born from her degradation? Furthermore, given that they had resided on the island for so long, why had this family of four met with an inexplicable demise overnight? No, this narrative was simply the receptionist's one-sided account. Upon delving deeper into the profoundly sinful town of Mingxi, he began to suspect that such claims were made to conceal a far more brutal and unspeakable truth. Fang Chen gazed in the direction from which the woman had departed, as the sun slowly sank beneath the sea, painting the waters a vivid crimson. Xuan suddenly pinched her nose and remarked, "I believe I can smell the scent of blood." Chapter 58. The Blood-Red Island 24. Mingxi Town is an island teeming with fish and shrimp, where the air is perpetually infused with the briny scent of seawater. A pungent, acrid odor intermittently invades the nostrils, carried by the fierce winds that sweep through, rendering one defenseless against its assault. As time passes, it seems that even the sense of smell becomes desensitized. Upon Xuan's remark, the others finally directed their attention to this peculiar aroma, which was far more potent than the sea itself, tinged with an underlying metallic tang reminiscent of rust. When the gusts from the mountaintop surged once more, Fang Chen felt even more convinced of the scent's nature. Distinguishing between the smells of the ocean and that of blood is not particularly challenging. The latter possesses an inherent ability to resonate with one's DNA, triggering the body's instinctual alert system to signal potential danger lurking nearby. "Let us investigate," Fang Chen proclaimed, not as a suggestion but as a declaration of his intent to his companions. The remaining three, initially hesitating, gritted their teeth and followed suit. Recognizing that strength lies in unity, or perhaps, more accurately, in aligning with Fang Chen's resolve. The island boasts its own intricate water cycle, with several freshwater rivers coursing through it, the most significant of which runs from north to south, traversing numerous regions. The faint metallic scent they detected originated from this very river. They followed the waterway upstream, and as they ascended, the odor intensified. At last, after rounding a bend, a familiar silhouette emerged within their sight, standing aloft against the light. The evening glow filtered through his silver hair, outlining a hazy yet resplendent figure. Although it was sunset, the brilliance was still blinding. Fang Chen suddenly perceived that the man appeared to be a landmark in his own right. The otherwise unremarkable black coat he wore resembled a tailcoat in its elegance. "Boss!" Meng Qian exclaimed, springing forward with fervor to recount the terrifying events of the day. Yan Xian listened silently, offering a reassuring glance before navigating through the throng, his gaze landing squarely on Fang Chen. What a coincidence! Indeed, it was quite serendipitous. How has life at school been? His gentlemanly smile was warm, the glow of the sunset reflecting in his eyes, akin to a blazing river of stars in the cosmos. The teachers and classmates here are quite intriguing. The 8-hour days are far from dull, though the school hours feel too brief. I genuinely look forward to seeing them again tomorrow. The corners of his eyes deepened with a smile, yet his nonchalant tone carried an undercurrent of frost. Meng Qian instinctively shivered, sensing a vague hint of displeasure from his leader. Still looking forward? Most would wish to avoid such encounters. "Let us be serious. What have you discovered?" Fang Chen urged. Yan Xian slightly reined in his smile, slowly articulating the word, bullying. It seemed he was allowing the group a moment to absorb the gravity of the situation. Moments later, he added, have students become so precociously mature nowadays? Their homeroom teacher, that mere facilitator, was aware of the situation but chose to remain indifferent, seemingly complicit in the matter. His ambiguous statement, tinged with a questioning tone, had already conveyed a significant amount of information to the others. Ming Qian's expression suddenly turned pale, a wave of nausea rising in his stomach. It is precisely because the island's inhabitants do not give birth to female infants, and there are no girls in the school, that even the young boys are not spared. Out of concern for her companion, Xuan hesitated for a moment before inquiring, are you all right? Although he stood there perfectly fine, seemingly unscathed, one could never tell if he had suffered a significant emotional blow. What do you think? Yin Xian cast a sidelong glance, his expression seemingly questioning the intelligence of her inquiry. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he turned to Fang Chen, only to find a similar look reflected in his eyes. Receiving a double blow, Xuan silently retreated to the side, falling into silence. Indeed, if one were to delineate the dynamics, it appeared that Yin Xian bore the semblance of the bully. This is the opposite direction from the guest house. How did you end up here? Fang Chen noticed Yin Xian observing the small stream at their feet and speculated, could it be you followed the scent of blood? I did not detect any blood. Yin Xian replied, standing by the riverbank with his gaze lowered. I came this way following the sound of crying, the cry of a baby. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere around them froze instantaneously, and everyone instinctively perked up their ears. Xiao Xiaobai held his breath. How come I did not hear it? It ceased 10 minutes ago. Yin Xian lifted his chin, and everyone directed their gaze toward the spot he indicated. Before them stood a low building, the very cafeteria they had visited the previous night. Fang Chen wrinkled his nose and crouched down, fixating on the rushing river. The evening glow had stained the water's surface a deep crimson, shimmering brilliantly. Yet, it was precisely this light that cloaked the water in a protective veneer. If one did not look closely, it would be impossible to discern the scarlet threads interlaced within the bubbling stream. The cries originated upstream, while the scent of blood emerged downstream. Converging at the very building before them, Fang Chen's mind began to sketch a vivid scene. A powerless infant cradled in someone's arms, callously handled, indifferent to the pain inflicted, leading the cries all the way to the cafeteria, where they abruptly ceased, followed by the blood flowing downstream, carried away by the wind. Suddenly, he comprehended the nature of the main dish served the night prior. Fang Chen cast a glance at Xuan, suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts. At that moment, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air, more potent than ever, emanating from the chimney, effectively masking the last remnants of the foul stench. Fang Chen was a man of action. Once an idea formed in his mind, he felt compelled to act immediately. With a firm conclusion in heart, he pushed open the cafeteria doors and headed straight for the kitchen. The sound of meat being chopped echoed in his ears. The chef, busy at the stove, paused in confusion as a throng of people rushed in. What is the matter? The man's hands were stained with blood, and even the cuffs of his sleeves bore red smudges, while the cutting board was marred with mixed crimson stains. Fang Chen stared at the ingredients sizzling with blood on the board. What kind of meat is this? Pork, freshly slaughtered. Would you like to try some later? A medley of various cuts of meat was mixed together, impeccably processed, rendering it indistinguishable as to which animal it originated from. No, Ming Qian pinched her nose. We shall prepare our own meal. When it comes to dining, there are indeed significant nuances. The chef casually dabbed the bloodstains on his apron. Adhering to the principle of you are what you eat, a tenet upheld by the people of Mingxi. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of freshly fried crispy meat from the oil, his features contorting into a smile. Would you all grace us with your presence? Just as Fang Chen was about to decline, a languid voice drifted from behind. Shall we pack it up? Yin Xian leaned against the doorframe, nonchalantly gesturing. Let us take a portion of each, perfect for further examination later. Oh, and make sure it's raw. Neither a direct acceptance nor a clear refusal was given. The man was momentarily taken aback, likely encountering such a situation for the first time, sensing that the individual before him was challenging his authority as a chef. After a while, amidst the murmurs of if you don't eat, stop causing a ruckus, they were ushered out. As twilight descended, Fang Chen and his companions returned to their lodging, reuniting with the remaining two teammates. Perhaps due to the experience of the previous day, today's progress was exceptionally smooth. In the blink of an eye, only the tasks of bathing and retiring remained. Wang Huan and Su Ren faced each other, embroiled in a dispute that could have escalated into a physical altercation had Tang Ning not intervened. The unresolved tensions from the morning flared up once more. Who would willingly relinquish their chance at survival? Both were reluctant to return to their rooms alone without a substitute life token. And the schedule outlined by Niu Zhuangzhuang had ironically become their lifeline. Fang Chen and Yin Xian, adhering to the principle of not interfering with non-team members, quietly observed the unfolding drama. As time inched closer to a resolution, it was ultimately Meng Qian who shattered the deadlock. Enough of the bickering. She rummaged through her handbag and produced a die. Each of you shall roll it. Whoever scores lower must obediently return. Chapter 59, Blood Red Island 25. This method is rather hasty, yet effective. Life is a game of chance. Wang Huan gritted his teeth, conceding to the idea. So, who among you will go first? Meng Qian forcefully slammed the dice onto the table, casually tossing her hair, exuding an air akin to that of a croupier. It felt as if she were declaring who among them would meet their demise first. Wang Huan stepped forward, licking his lips. Although he agreed with the approach, a tremor still tinged his voice. Just to be clear, no one can back out. The collective breath of the group slowed, their focus fixed intently upon the table. The dice slipped from Wang Huan's grasp, rolling several times before finally settling on 5. A wave of tension dissipated from his face, a smile creeping uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. However, when he saw Su Ran roll a 6 immediately after, he froze in place, his complexion paling. You two aren't conspiring against me, are you? Could you ever be the target of bullying? Meng Qian's words dripped with sarcasm. Although no direct conflict existed between her and Wang Huan, she relished the outcome. Boss, remember, no one can regret this. You said so yourself, Su Ran exclaimed, trembling with excitement, struggling to stabilize her voice. Wang Huan felt a chill settle in his chest. With so many eyes upon him, he found it inappropriate to lash out. Shifting his gaze to Xiao Xiaobai, how about I share a bed with you tonight? After all, we've crossed so many bridges together. There must be some bond forged. Right? His tone towards Xiaobai was far less domineering than with the other two, laced with a hint of flattery. Yet, the response came without even a glance. Are you hoping for a double kill? Rebuffed, Wang Huan's gaze swept across the gathering, ultimately landing on Fang Chen, who hesitated to speak. However, before he could utter a word, Yin Xian silenced him with a steely glare. In the face of such isolation, one might have expected Wang Huan to create a scene or even resort to underhanded tactics. Instead, he unexpectedly waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm the leader. I must bear the responsibility. With that, he shrugged nonchalantly and returned to his room. Fang Chen found this behavior perplexing. It did not align with Wang Huan's usual demeanor of quick surrender. After the task assignments were settled, the group began to disperse. Yet, one individual's departure was markedly distinct. Fang Chen called out to Yin Xian, who was on the verge of exiting. Where are you off to? To grab a late-night snack. Today's activities have been quite intense. The gentleman retracted his footsteps slightly, his posture suggesting a silent invitation. Contemplating the intense gaze upon him, Fang Chen pondered but ultimately swallowed the words. Do you want me to join you? All right, then take care. With that, the two parted ways. Fang Chen returned to his bedroom, watching Yin Xian depart from the window. The time for the ritual had surpassed the halfway mark. Although they had uncovered some clues regarding Mingxi Town, the whereabouts of the sister from the 4-member household remained elusive, especially after today's events. He even contemplated employing coercive tactics to pry information from a local resident, for when dealing with scum, there is no need for mercy. And then there is Wang Huan. It remains uncertain whether he can endure through the night. Though his character lacks integrity, he is nonetheless part of the united front. The more allies, the greater the chances of success. Just as Fang Chen was lost in thought, the phone on the bedside table suddenly erupted with sound. A cascade of rings echoing like a death knell in the stillness of the room. Who could be calling at this hour? Without hesitation, he answered. Who is this? A languid voice emerged from the receiver. There are many desserts at the convenience store. Would you like some? It's hard to believe you have a taste for sweets. Fang Chen settled onto the edge of the bed. The intake of sugar aids in cognitive function. He could almost envision Yin Xian retrieving various confections from the shelves, inspecting them. I do have a penchant for the sweet, he admitted. Then, bring me a slice of cake. All right, give me 10 minutes. Wait, Fang Chen interjected. Let's establish a safe word to avoid any surprises. Let us make it hexagram. Good idea, came a light laugh from the other end. The breath brushing against his cheek through the receiver. But why that? The logo on the multifunctional knife I gave you today is a hexagram. Yin Xian paused for a moment. Indeed, see you soon. The call ended. In the darkness, Fang Chen maintained his grip on the receiver, motionless. The convenience store was not far from the inn. 10 minutes should suffice. Yet, Half an hour passed, and the yard remained eerily silent. The air around felt uncomfortably warm. Even if the other party was Yin Xian, he was not invincible in this bizarre game. Every human possesses weaknesses. Although Fang Chen had complete confidence in his teammate, he doubted that Yin Xian would be the type to easily renege on a promise. Fang Chen sighed softly, realizing he would need to step out once more tonight. He donned his outerwear and quietly traversed the corridor, but as he descended the final staircase, a figure loomed at the corner, causing him to halt abruptly. It had entered. Standing in the living room, in the pitch darkness, that white form dominated his entire field of vision. Having encountered children before, Fang Chen had developed a degree of immunity. Yet, the proximity of this confrontation sent his nerves taut. They were mere inches apart. At that moment, Fang Chen finally comprehended why the entity had been mumbling incomprehensibly. It was utterly voiceless. Its hollow mouth bore no tongue. Nevertheless, Fang Chen held his breath, attentively following the shape of its mouth, gradually whispering, "Run, run, 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 run." A jolt coursed through him, a chill creeping up his spine. The child's eyes bulged, resembling the menacing fangs of a shark, opening and closing as if to express a desire to inflict 1,000 cuts upon the person before him. An overwhelming resentment permeated the air. Yet from his lips came a desperate plea, "Run." The dissonance was jarring. A searing pain once again assaulted his eyes, and prolonged gazing at the scene could easily lead to losing one's sanity. Fang Chen shook his head, averting his gaze, and strode out of the courtyard. The streets at night were already desolate, and under the moonlight, they appeared even more forlorn. A dim glow emanated from the convenience store. He felt his waistband and made his way directly to the entrance. Just then, a slightly surprised male voice called from behind, "What are you doing here?" The shadow of the newcomer stretched long, approaching against the light. Upon seeing Yin Xian standing before him unharmed, Fang Chen felt not a shred of relief. Instead, he grew increasingly vigilant, for there was an identical voice echoing ahead. A man clad in a coat stood in the middle of the street. His obscured gaze firmly locked onto Fang Chen, or perhaps penetrating through him, fixating on the figure behind. Two identical Yans stood, one in front and one behind. "Humph." One of them scoffed disdainfully. The other bore a mocking smile, retorting, "Another one of these tricks." What a spectacle, a replay of the previous night. The temperature around them plummeted, the cold air clashing violently. The presence of even one yin was oppressive enough, let alone two. Their gazes intertwined in a fierce battle. And moments later, both settled squarely upon Fang Chen. Can you tell them apart? Even at this moment, the demeanor of the other remained calm and unperturbed, laced with a hint of intrigue and anticipation. Fang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. What was the safety word? The yin behind him widened his eyes slightly, a look of suspicion crossing his face. The yin before him answered without hesitation, "Hexagram." Upon receiving the answer, Fang Chen did not hesitate, striding straight ahead. It was about time. Fortunately, a signal had been left, making differentiation much simpler. As the distance closed, a flicker of relief passed through the eyes of the person before him. He casually slipped one hand into his pocket, a smile gracing his lips. "I knew you wouldn't choose incorrectly." "Indeed." Fang Chen nodded, graciously accepting the compliment. In the next moment, he drew a kitchen knife from his waist and struck fiercely at Yin Xian's head. Blood splattered. Chapter 60, Blood Red Island 26. Everything transpired unexpectedly. The once smiling Yin Xian collapsed in disbelief. Fang Chen did not afford his adversary a moment to react, nor did he grant himself any opportunity for redemption. With swift precision, he wielded his knife, each strike mercilessly targeting vital points. This certainty transformed into the sharpest of weapons. Yin Xian finally registered what was occurring, unleashing a shrill cry as he retreated several steps in an attempt to escape. However, having been thoroughly unmasked, he appeared significantly weakened, unable to maintain even his most basic form. His features melted away like wax, revealing the visage of an unfamiliar man. Fang Chen found this countenance strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. He scrutinized the distorted face before him, his memory shrouded in a haze that he could not penetrate, until a breeze blew away the fog. This man's gaze mirrored that of the child in the living room moments ago. The figure writhed on the ground, gradually dissolving into a pool of blood, yet still desperately sought to flee toward the precipice, as if drawn by some obsession. It seemed that physical attacks alone could not vanquish him. Fang Chen halted his pursuit, turning back, confident that the apparition would not reappear anytime soon. Yin Xian approached with incredulity, demanding to know how Fang Chen could be so certain that the figure was an impostor. With an unwavering stance, he brandished his knife, striking with relentless ferocity, his eyes betraying no hint of hesitation. This riddle was indeed easily unraveled. Fang Chen mimicked his earlier demeanor, letting out a light chuckle. The gentleman's smile deepened, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Earlier, he had received a call from Xian in the room, at which point he began discerning the authenticity of the voice on the other end. He had established a clandestine signal, a hexagram, justifying it by the logo on the universal knife. However, as it was a counterfeit, he could not verify whether the handle bore the correct insignia. Just then, the genuine Xian retrieved the universal knife from his pocket, revealing it to be devoid of any pattern, only inscribed with the phrase "Made in China." No wonder. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, intensifying his intrigue. By the way, Fang Chen pondered aloud, do you not find this man strikingly reminiscent of someone? His gaze lingered on the retreating blood. Xian tossed the small knife back and forth, musing for a moment. Is it possible that the child we saw in the courtyard is Xuan? And he is the father? Though they have perished, their souls remain restless, trapped here by some force. The island's inhabitants fear them. The child, while urging us to flee, bore a gaze filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, this father seems intent on luring tourists to their doom at the precipice. The father and son of the family had been identified. Only the mother and daughter remained. The following day, Fang Chen arose early. He was the first to arrive in the living room, and Xuan appeared just as Xiao Xiaobai had described, returning from the four-person household unscathed and in good spirits. One by one, the rest of the teammates gathered, but to his astonishment, there had been no casualties this time. They surrounded the last arrival, Wang Huan, with a tight formation. In such extreme circumstances, every piece of intelligence was of paramount importance. Under the scrutiny of 6 pairs of eyes, Wang Huan stammered, visibly flustered. The child indeed entered my room last night, but did not harm me. He merely circled around before leaving. He evaded the question directly, skirting the issue and glancing at Xuan, suggesting it was his turn for the bedtime duty tonight. It seemed fair to alternate, though Xuan felt some doubt. He could not pinpoint any flaws and simply nodded. Fine, but I sense that child is quite dangerous. If found, it could be a matter of life and death. Boss, without a talisman to save you, do you think he would let you off so easily? I don't know. Surviving is all that matters. Why not ask him yourself? After this outburst, Wang Huan fell completely silent, wearing an expression of indifference. Fang Chen discerned a strong desire to show off in his eyes. The day's agenda did not include school. It was solely occupied by one task: rehearse for the program at school in preparation for the sacrificial rites. A small note at the bottom read, "Must not be discovered. Survive today." It seemed to be a weekend. Once again, it was a time-consuming task, and no one dared act recklessly. Thus, everyone turned their hopeful gazes toward the 2 prominent figures. Shall I go, or will you? Fang Chen sought their opinion, recalling that this gentleman had expressed eagerness to meet those teachers and classmates yesterday. I will. To be honest, I also quite wish to meet them. Especially after learning of Xuan's fate, Fang Chen had concocted 108 plans for revenge in his mind. We'll discuss it once we arrive. Xian did not provide a clear response. The 2 exchanged words, and the schedule, which others avoided, was surprisingly contested between them, a sight that appeared rather shocking to the onlookers. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Fang Chen paid special attention to the grass pile at the entrance. And sure enough, several lines of text had appeared again. Sister praises me for being first at everything. I was the first to find her homework. I was the first to discover the ball of yarn. And then, I was also the first to find Mother's body. Mother's body. Before he could ponder further, the once silent street suddenly erupted with activity. His ears were drowned in a cacophony of sounds. Numerous students had appeared around them, holding Xuan horns, their backpacks adorned with colorful ribbons, and some even carrying the heads of dragon and lion costumes. The expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat bewildered, but they quickly came to a realization. It seemed there was no need to dispute over candidates. The schedule had already commenced the moment they stepped out of the courtyard, drawing everyone into its timeline. Suddenly thrust into the task, Meng Qian's expression turned wary as she instinctively reached for her close-fitting handbag, her movements gradually slowing. Her face paled, and with trembling hands, she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. My life-saving talisman is gone. Chapter 61. Blood Red Island. Surely you haven't forgotten it? Tang Ning inquired, her eyes brimming with concern. I recall you mentioning you prefer to keep it beneath your pillow while you sleep. Meng Qian, as pale as a ghost, shook her head vigorously. I packed it into my bag this morning and even checked it meticulously. Upon hearing this, the gaze of those present inadvertently fell upon Wang Huan. Why is this my fault? he exclaimed, leaping up in frustration, cursing vehemently. Stop casting aspersions on me. It was hardly surprising that suspicion circled around him, given his prior indiscretions, making him the prime suspect. It cannot possibly be him. Adhering to a principle of objectivity, Meng Qian displayed a troubled expression. Following their previous conflicts, she was eager to maintain a distance of at least 3 meters from Wang Huan, keeping a vigilant watch over him, leaving no opportunity for mischief. The atmosphere froze, as if time itself had halted. In a mere half-hour since their gathering, a perfectly good talisman had vanished into thin air. Fang Chen's gaze flitted among his companions before finally resting steadily on one individual. His lips pressed into a thin line, his throat tightened. And after a moment's hesitation, he suppressed the truth clamoring to escape. We all possess a life-saving talisman. Xiao Xiaobai struggled to comprehend, but who could it be? He forcibly swallowed the words stolen back down. After all, only Su Ran and Wang Huan had a pressing need for that talisman. The former was above reproach, while the latter lacked the opportunity to commit such a deed. My resurrection coin is gone, Meng Qian exclaimed, her expression one of impending tears. Throughout their journey, she had remained listless, lamenting incessantly. Could it have accidentally fallen somewhere? Once we return, we can help you search for it. The trio offered in a relentless stream of consolation, though their efforts yielded little effect. Fang Chen, rarely indecisive, furrowed his brow. He glanced at Yin Xian, and upon receiving a nod of consent, beckoned Meng Qian over. It must be said that he was a remarkably competent subordinate, managing to muster his spirits even in times of sorrow. What is the matter, Fang Go? Do you have a task for me? She asked, her countenance revealing a hint of vulnerability. Despite his reluctance to add to her distress, he felt it imperative to disclose the truth. Directness was his hallmark. Leaning slightly closer, he wasted no time with preambles. It's Tang Ning. The 3 syllables detonated like thunder, shattering any semblance of rationality. Meng Qian stood frozen, momentarily unable to grasp the implications of the name. Fang Chen continued, I apologize. I inadvertently overheard your conversation earlier. I suspect that Wang Huan promised Tang Ning that he would leave the group in exchange for the life-saving talisman, and that is likely why he survived the night. None understood how Wang Huan had managed to live, yet Tang Ning knew all too well. There was only one slot for sleeping, and considering the timeline, it would be her and Su Ran facing peril that night. Tang Ning is responsible for 3 younger siblings, and she is acutely aware of the significance of talisman paper. Given her recent closeness to you, it becomes imperative. Fang Chen articulates this with remarkable clarity, as if they have already grasped the essence of the truth. Meng Qian remains silent throughout, seemingly devoid of all emotion. Even her breath appears to have ceased. She stands frozen, incessantly ruminating over the implications of these words, resembling a machine abruptly disconnected from its power source. After a prolonged silence, she finally bursts into an exaggerated laugh. Brother Fang, I never would have guessed you possess such a vivid imagination. Her laughter is light, yet it carries an undeniable tremor that cannot be concealed. Let us conduct a small test, Fang Chen says, his eyes shrouded in obscurity as he lets out a soft sigh before turning to face the group. I apologize, but I would appreciate it if everyone could present their respective death replacement talismans. Despite their confusion, everyone except Su Ran and Wang Huan complies. Tang Ning, perplexed, hesitates briefly before dutifully producing the small, folded talisman, giving it a casual shake. Seizing the moment, Fang Chen suddenly adds, just now, Meng Qian informed me that, as a precaution, she made a very subtle mark on her talisman, one that is hardly noticeable. May I examine the talisman you hold? Meng Qian blinks in confusion, but does not refute him. All right, Xiao Xiaobai responds readily. Everyone lays their talismans bare, except for one individual. Tang Ning's body instantly tenses, her head bowing as she fumbles with the small piece of talisman paper, folding it back and forth, yet it remains obstinately closed, though there is no wind. The paper trembles violently. Her long hair obscures half her face, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead as scrutinizing gazes sweep over her. She has become the center of attention. Her breath quickens, and those few seconds stretch on like centuries. Yet, someone is enduring a greater torment. Meng Qian suddenly slaps her thigh, exclaiming, Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to bring mine. It seems I left it at the sink while tidying up. With that, she pivots and rushes to the front of the line. Hurry, let us complete this task quickly so we can return. I must search thoroughly. Su Ran, believing her, breathes a sigh of relief. I knew there couldn't possibly be another thief here. The last 2 syllables are stressed, and Wang Huan, furious, retaliates. I've endured this far. What is there to fear? Tonight, it's your turn. If there's a thief, it's undoubtedly you. Boss, your words are quite unjust. Xuan counters, striking a pose, grounding himself, and turning back with a piercing gaze. I am the 18th generation heir of the Su family Manus Fist, even in death. I would never stoop to such a despicable act. The atmosphere around them gradually calms, though the argument persists. Ming Qian strides forward with great urgency. Fang Chen is lost in thought, captivated by her graceful figure. In truth, there are several hypotheses he has yet to voice, such as the notion that their late-night conversation was merely a fade. For instance, every Terran promise is merely a fade, crafted to foster connections and probe into the whereabouts of the talisman. In this bizarre game, trust is forever less dependable than self-interest. Within this peculiar realm, there are teammates and partners, yet none who can be called one's own. To embrace others unguardedly is the gravest peril. Throughout her arduous 26 years, Fang Chen has grown accustomed to a fade of warmth concealing a chill within, while she maintains her own benevolence. She has also prepared herself to interpret others with the utmost malice, anticipating the worst outcomes. She too must learn this lesson, and inevitably, she must take that step. Yet, as such thoughts crossed her mind, Fang Chen instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Yin Xian, her brow furrowing even deeper. Perhaps that notion is flawed. In truth, he himself could not ascertain whether such a person exists, one willing to wager life as a gamble, to use survival as collateral, defying the inherent selfishness to forge an unbreakable bond. If such individuals truly exist, they would surely be invincible. Xiao Xiaobai seemed to sense something amiss. Her gaze flitting between the two girls, a hint of confusion flickering in her cold eyes. The others remained silent, with only Su Ran and Wang Huan, two impetuous youths, still engaged in a heated exchange. The exuberant laughter of children echoed from ahead, filling the streets with joyful faces, as students appeared to find great anticipation in rehearsing for the ceremony. Despite the distance remaining, one could already envision the school bustling with life and fervor. Yet, in stark contrast to this liveliness, the girl who previously clung to her companion for support had not uttered a single word during the latter part of their journey. Chapter 62. The blood-red island. As Fang Chen stepped through the gates of the school, he realized that all the excitement and revelry belonged to others, utterly disconnected from Xuan. With each step deeper into the campus, his gait grew increasingly burdensome, as if his body were ensnared by chains, akin to trudging through a quagmire. On the playground, students and teachers adorned in bizarre masks congregated, moving in rhythm to the drumbeats and in response to the sounding horns, their limbs swaying in a spirited dance. There were dragons and lions symbolizing justice, as well as malevolent specters representing evil. The latter bore grotesque visages, with green faces and sharp fangs. At that moment, several dragons and lions encircled the specters, leaping and bounding, slowly closing in, creating an unmistakable scene of siege. It appeared to be a ritualistic performance infused with narrative. Suddenly, a gaze brimming with intense emotion pierced through from behind. Fang Chen turned to trace its source, discovering a woman in a flowing gown standing beneath a large tree at the entrance. Her entire figure was concealed behind the trunk, with only half of her face visible. Her somber eyes, hidden beneath her hair, fixated intently on the crowd. Those eyes were murky and enigmatic, pregnant with unspoken words. Just as Fang Chen contemplated approaching her for inquiry, a sharp reprimand erupted in his ears. Do not be lazy. A fearsome figure, the previously encountered automaton, strode forth. A male teacher brandished a ruler, pointing at the pile of masks beside the playground. Hurry and don your practice gear. Among the 7 masks, 6 belonged to dragons and lions, while one was that of a specter. Fang Chen casually picked up a mask adorned with a dragon's head, but refrained from putting it on directly. Instead, he merely rested it lightly against his face. In an instant, the world spun, and his features began to feel sticky, as if an overwhelming force sought to meld him with the mask. He hastily removed it. Ugh, why does it feel so difficult to breathe? The others merely held their masks, hesitating to act, but Su Ran, that foolish boy, immediately donned his. He flailed and tugged at the mask, and in that very moment, a child clad in a lion's head lunged forward. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted as Su Ran was unceremoniously flung 3 or 4 meters, completely caught off guard. Su Ran stood dazed. What is the meaning of this? Is this the strength expected of a primary school student? Onlookers gradually gathered, encircling them and cheering enthusiastically, as the drums heralding a duel began to sound. The absurdity of being randomly struck was already infuriating, and coupled with the rousing music, it ignited Xuan's competitive spirit. In response to the taunting child, Xuan assumed a hoarse stance, declaring himself the 18th heir of the Xu family's mantis fist. "Teach me," he exclaimed, summoning all his strength and charging forward, fervently muttering incantations as he ran. However, before he could even reach his opponent, he was swiftly knocked down by a single blow. Xian averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. "Have you truly practiced?" Fang Chen questioned with skepticism. "This was an accident." Xuan struggled to rise. But before he could complete his sentence, the student before him exhaled forcefully, a hot plume of white smoke billowing from the nostrils of the lion's head. "Now it's my turn." The young boy suddenly collided with force, a strike so fierce that it exuded a palpable intent to kill. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Xuan was immediately thrust out of the crowd. Had it not been for Xiao Xiaobai cushioning him from behind, he would have likely lost half his life. The two rolled on the ground several times, and their masks finally fell away. A suppressed groan of intense pain escaped Xuan's lips as he bit down, the veins at his temples bulging. One hand braced against the ground while the other clenched into a fist, hovering above his ankle. Torn between the urge to move and the fear of further pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. His knee had been scraped raw, likely damaging the bone. If not treated promptly, it could lead to serious complications. "Leave this to me," Xian signaled with his eyes. Fang Chen nodded and approached the male teacher who was directing the scene, reporting that someone was injured and he needed to take him for treatment. "What is going on?" The impatient assistant monster waved his hand dismissively, the chalkboard eraser teeth clattering together. "Hurry up and come back." Mingxi Town was small, with only one hospital on the entire island, conveniently located next to the school. Fang Chen helped the limping Xuan into the treatment room, and after explaining the situation, he settled in the corridor to wait. The pungent smell of disinfectant permeated the air. From behind a partially open door, the room echoed with cries reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. One could not help but remark that this unfortunate soul had sustained the most injuries since entering the instance, and the severity was indeed tragic. The shrieks rattled his ears, and amidst the cacophony, there seemed to be an incongruous sound that pricked at his nerves, a sharper, higher-pitched noise, akin to the wail of an infant. Fang Chen, ever perceptive, rose to investigate the sound. He walked down the lengthy corridor, turning two corners, until he was confronted by a door marked nursery. Due to the limited space of the hospital, many departments were crammed together, including the delivery room. Pressing his face against the glass, he peered inside to see several infants slumbering peacefully, each crib adorned with labels indicating their names and genders. The children were undeniably adorable, yet the more he gazed, the more peculiar the scene became. He halted a passing nurse to inquire, "Excuse me, why are there no female infants here?" Without lifting her head, she continued jotting notes, replying, "Female infants are unclean and would disrupt the island's feng shui." Fang Chen's heart sank. Why bother explaining? The child wouldn't he understand? Another doctor hurriedly approached, guiding Fang Chen into an adjacent room, wearing a facade of insincere cheerfulness. "Be good. No girls are born here. Just wait a moment. Don't wander off. You'll be done with the bandaging shortly." After issuing this advice, both turned and hurried back to Xuan's location. The once quiet room erupted again with shrieks, rivaling the sound of a whistling kettle, relentless and breathless. Truly, the heir of the Mantis Fist's 18th generation possessed remarkable lung capacity. This room resembled a secure archive, with cabinets neatly lined with rolls of records. Fang Chen would certainly not wait idly. Once the corridor fell silent, he promptly locked the door, casually took a few folders, and began to peruse them. The rustling of the papers filled the air as his gaze swiftly traversed the black frame text. Suddenly, his piercing eyes narrowed sharply, a striking annotation reflected in his pupils. Chapter 63, The Blood-Soaked Island 29. In the month of XX, 7 newborns were delivered, including 3 girls, 3 of whom were submitted. The frequency of his fingertips dancing over the pages quickened as he perused records that revealed similar summaries almost every month. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to thrust open the window and gaze into the distance. The largest river traversing the island flowed gently nearby. The hospital was situated upstream, the very place where Xian had heard the cries. Here, the sense of dissonance finally coalesced. The data was compiled in 10-year segments, chronicling the information of all born infants, densely packed in a way that seemed to suffocate. Countless murmurs of helplessness lay trapped within this flimsy sheet of paper. forever shrouded in darkness. The weight of the case file in his hands grew unexpectedly heavy, as if it required the sacrifice of many innocent girls' lives to continue turning its pages. Recalling the chef's assertion that the islanders believed in the principle of consuming what one wished to replenish, he began to grasp the implications behind the absence of female infants. The deep-seated preference for sons had evolved to a disturbingly sinister degree, manifesting as an unspoken rule passed down through generations. How could there be no births? It was merely a matter of prohibiting their existence. As he pondered, Fang Chen paused momentarily, retracing his steps through the past. If memory served him correctly, he had not encountered the child's name in the earlier search. He flipped through several more rolls, yet no trace of Xuan could be found, regardless of his efforts. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the corridor, gradually approaching. Fang Chen swiftly restored everything to order, opened the door, and took a seat. Upon seeing Xuan again, it struck him that this individual seemed to be holding his breath, appearing in a worse state than when he had been delivered. Recovery from severe injuries required 100 days of rest. With a shortage of staff and an abundance of patients, the nurse, after providing her instructions, turned to leave. Fang Chen suddenly called out to her, "Are all the island's babies delivered here?" The nurse, having taken a few steps back, hesitated for a moment. Puzzled as to why a child would pose such a question, yet she answered patiently, "Not all. Some Haven team made it to the hospital in time and were born at home." With that, the emergency room seemed to call for medical personnel due to understaffing, and she hurriedly replied before jogging away. Fang Chen slowly closed his eyes, a torrent of thoughts clashing and intertwining in his mind, gradually unraveling a possibility he had never considered before. A bold truth that overturned all prior conjectures. When the two returned to school, a pungent wave of blood suddenly assailed them. Just hours earlier everything had been well, yet now the lush green playground had transformed into a sea of crimson. The auspicious mythical creatures still danced to the rhythm of drums, exuding a festive air, but upon closer inspection, everything had changed. Dragons and Pichio leaped upon the ground, tearing into something, with blood splattering everywhere. The music was both eerie and exhilarating. One of the yellow lions leaped before a green-faced demon, opening its gaping maw to devour. The child masquerading as a ghost stumbled a few steps before his head was forcibly wrenched off, his body convulsing as he fell to one side. Yet, the surrounding crowd regarded this spectacle as entirely normal, even beginning to cheer in exuberance. Flags waved and shouts rose like the relentless surf, their fervent cries invigorating the atmosphere. What was meant to be a ritual of blessings had morphed into a veritable hell. Fang Chen's expression darkened as his gaze roamed across the playground until it settled on a familiar figure at the edge, his tightly knit brow softening slightly. A gentleman clad in a long black coat stood at the forefront of the line, observing the unfolding scene with an air of indifference, accompanied by a cluster of huddled individuals behind him. It appeared the shocking sight had rendered everyone speechless. As long as Yin Xian was present, there seemed little cause for alarm. Fang Chen quickly rejoined his group, inquiring, "What is happening?" Upon seeing another pillar of support return, Meng Qian managed a welcoming smile, though her body trembled uncontrollably. The rehearsal followed the program schedule. They had previously practiced the dragon and lion dance, akin to a wheel battle. Thankfully, their leader had been there to shield them. Otherwise, they would have all suffered the consequences. She swallowed hard, her gaze unwilling to meet the chaos on the playground. Now rehearsing a performance titled Exorcising the Rakshasa, reminiscent of a cat hunting its prey. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. The ghosts have all been devoured. We are victorious. The dragons and lions on the playground strutted proudly in a circle, raising their arms in triumph. The children jubilantly began to celebrate, while on the bloodstained grass lay several decapitated bodies, likely those of students portraying the Rakshasa. "Wait, there's still one left," someone shouted. Instantly, every mask on the playground turned to face Fang Chen and his companions, offering a simultaneous salute. As their gazes lowered, they spotted a mask resembling that of a Rakshasa nestled among the heap at their feet. "Why are you all slacking off again?" A male teacher pushed through the crowd, his compass arm slowly rotating, glinting ominously. Frustrated, he seized a ghost mask and thrust it forward, urging, "Quickly choose one. Who will play the ghost?" The air fell silent. Even the drumming ceased. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, carrying with it a sticky, briny scent. If the previous wheel battle had been a series of one-on-one duels, this time it was likely to devolve into a chaotic brawl. After entrusting Xuan to Xiao Xiaobai, Fang Chen limbered up without a moment's hesitation. "I shall do it." "You cannot," came the immediate dismissal. Then Yin Xian's words were cut short. Neither of you can. The male teacher brandished a ruler, as if haunted by some specter. Fang Chen inwardly sighed, realizing that Yin Xian's earlier performance had left quite an impression. This is unfair. Why can't they do it? Wang Huan protested loudly, arguing. What makes us any different from them? Is there a teacher like you? Your bias has reached the Pacific. He remained silent throughout. Yet when it came to discerning the pros and cons, he was more eager than anyone else. The monstrous tool seemed to have truly absorbed the moment. After a brief contemplation, a sinister grin spread across its face. Let us select by means of a game of passing the flower while drumming. The authority of the teacher brooked no second challenge. Under his direction, 7 individuals seated themselves in a small circle. Keep a close watch on those 2. They must not be allowed to cheat again. Dozens of dragon and lion heads gathered, with hundreds of eyes resembling brass bells, unblinking and fixated. Meng Qian had already been intentionally distancing herself from Tang Ning, yet due to seating arrangements, they found themselves facing each other. Throughout, she either kept her head bowed or glanced around, never daring to meet the gaze ahead. There were many questions she had intended to pose after calming her emotions. But now she realized that in the world of adults, actions often speak louder than words, rendering dialogue unnecessary. Her eyes grew heavy with unshed tears. Qian. Tang Ning hesitated, her fingertips dancing, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but with a sudden thud, the game of passing the flower commenced. The male teacher turned his back, his ruler striking the drum's surface, producing a rapid and deep rhythm. Other instruments joined in, the gongs and drums creating a cacophony, while the dragon and lion performers surrounded Fang Chen and the others, chanting and leaping, beginning to turn in a clockwise motion. The ghostly mask was treated as the flower, passed from hand to hand among the players. Under this intense pressure, hearts began to race and sync with the rhythm. The tempo quickened, laughter became increasingly wild, and the pressure intensified. The atmosphere left the brain feeling somewhat starved for oxygen. This sequence persisted for several minutes until the sound abruptly ceased without warning. The mask had reached Wang Huan's hands. In a swift motion, he tossed it to Tang Ning, who was momentarily stunned and bewildered. Meanwhile, the monster had already turned away. She was reluctantly thrust into the final round of passing the flower. It's you. The male teacher grinned as he placed the ghostly mask over Tang Ning's face. Chapter 64. The blood-red island. It was Timmy, she exclaimed, her neck flushed with indignation as she pointed at the true culprit, desperately attempting to defend herself. It was clearly him. Wang Huan averted his gaze, feeling guilty as he retorted, "Stop playing tricks." The male teacher disregarded their quarrel, pulling Tang Ning up and pushing her towards the playground, insisting, "Don't be shy, be generous." Once adorned with the mask, she felt an overwhelming heaviness envelop her, causing her steps to wobble slightly. Just as Tang Ning was thrust into the center, the music erupted once more. Through the eye holes of the mask, she vaguely perceived the grotesque faces of the dragon and lion, all aimed squarely at her. A paralyzing fear gripped her limbs, spreading through her veins like wildfire. "Exterminate the malevolent spirits," they shouted, charging towards her. At that moment, death materialized before her, transforming into a stampede of ferocious beasts. Tang Ning screamed in terror, retreating frantically, struggling to evade the onslaught akin to a raging storm. But before she could defend herself, she fell heavily to the ground. The dull thud of her bones rendered her mind momentarily blank, and soon after, excruciating pain began to gnaw mercilessly at her nerves. With no respite in sight, the next wave followed closely behind. She was left with no choice but to drag her battered body, her legs trembling, fleeing across the playground. Each time she managed to regain her footing, she was swiftly upended once more, rolling repeatedly in a desperate attempt to escape, her long black hair tangling with wild grass. Dirt and dust filling her lungs, making each breath a struggle. The jubilant drumbeats drowned out the girl's cries for help. Her piercing wails acted as a catalyst, heightening the excitement of the dragons and lions. "Kill the malevolent spirits," they proclaimed, striding forward, heads held high, roaring at the heavens. In that moment, the once auspicious creatures became eerily sinister and invasive. Fang Chen's jaw tightened into a straight line as his palms pressed against the earth, preparing to rise. But in the next instant, it felt as though he were nailed to the ground, immobilized by an unseen force. Only Tang Ning, now transformed into a Rakshasa, could move freely. The others could only watch helplessly as she was besieged by dozens of dragons and lions, slowly subjected to a cruel demise. The shrieks pierced through the air, embedding themselves in the hearts of all present. Meng Qian could no longer bear the torment. She cried out, her voice hoarse. "Why are you running? Use the life replacement talisman. Didn't you take mine? At this critical moment, why are you still pretending? I have forgiven you. Hurry and use it. It was uncertain whether her words penetrated the thick surrounding chaos, but Tang Ning momentarily faltered. Then, as if disregarding her own life, she charged back, accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry. Qian, actually her unfinished words were abruptly stifled in her throat. Her heart constricted suddenly, the metallic taste of blood surging in her throat. Behind her, a dragon lion opened its maw, its sharp teeth piercing through the girl's chest, and in an instant, blood sprayed forth like a fountain. Her body began to convulse, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Amidst Meng Qian's screams, Tang Ning's form became as light as paper, softly collapsing to the ground. The atmosphere remained stifling, and with a sudden flick of its head, the dragon lion flung her several meters away, causing her to crash heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, the ghostly mask fell to the ground. The oppressive weight that had enveloped her dissipated in an instant, granting her the freedom to move at last. Just as Fang Chen rose to his feet, a small, frail figure rolled and crawled towards him. Meng Qian stumbled and knelt before Tang Ning, tears blurring her vision as she gazed at the bloodied figure before her, bewildered. Why? Are you deceiving me? Stop pretending and get up. She yearned to rouse Tang Ning. But her hand trembled in the air, unable to find any point of support, for the sight before her was a gruesome tableau of flesh and blood, devoid of any integrity. After a soft cough, the girl, collapsed on the ground, mustered her last ounce of strength to open her eyes weakly. Her lips parting slightly as viscous blood filled her mouth once more. Unable to discern what was being said, Meng Qian grew increasingly anxious. She wiped her face and hoarsely called out to the approaching crowd. Boss, Fang Gu, she clearly had my life-saving talisman. Why is this happening? The buzzing in his ears intensified as Fang Chen clenched his fists, confident in his deductions. His gaze wandered across the ground until it settled on a blood-stained palm, half of a yellow talisman peeking out. Indeed, Tang Ning's peculiar behavior at that moment had been rather strange. Fang Chen cautiously crouched down, extracting the blood-soaked life-saving talisman and slowly unfurling it. When the talisman was fully revealed, Meng Qian's eyes widened in shock, powerful emotions constricting her chest, each breath transforming into uncontrollable sobs. The talisman bore only 4 large characters. Thank you for your patronage. In that instant, Fang Chen comprehended everything. Tang Ning, struggling to turn her eyes towards Meng Qian, managed to utter those 3 words before she could produce no further sound. Her lungs, ravaged and pierced, lacked the airflow necessary to vibrate her vocal cords. Her mouth moved futilely like a fish out of water, opening and closing in vain. Tang Ning had so much more to say, but her body seemed to deny her the ability. If only she could utter one more phrase, just one, before departing. She must apologize properly. She owed an apology. Indeed, Wang Huan's cost for Tang Ning's departure from the team had been the exchange of the talisman. Yet, having witnessed her 2 teammates survive the night thanks to the life-saving talisman, she too began to feel apprehensive. After all, it was now her turn. If she could not emerge alive, what significance did leaving the team hold? As she thought of the innocent smiles of her 3 younger siblings, she inexplicably reached for Meng Qian's backpack. Trusting one another, she was well aware of where the talisman lay within the compartments. However, in that moment of success, what surged within her was not relief or joy, but an overwhelming, profound despair. Tang Ning still regretted it. Collapse, doubt, self-disgust, and a myriad of negative emotions surged forth, tumultuously crashing through her veins, relentlessly lashing at her heart. They clamored for her demise. This talisman was unbearably hot to the touch, rendering it impossible to hold for even a moment. Its proximity to her skin ignited a searing heat that pierced her very soul. As long as it remained in her possession, her body trembled uncontrollably. The thin talisman felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, suffocating her, preventing her from lifting her head. Once clarity returned, Tang Ning resolved to discreetly return it, but it seemed she had missed the opportune moment. One by one, others began to gather, and the throng grew. With the departure time fast approaching, she was consumed by fear of being discovered, of her 2 trusted companions realizing her turmoil, of Meng Qian perceiving her distress. Once a crack appears in the facade of emotions, once doubt takes root, it becomes nearly impossible to mend. In a moment of hesitation, she surreptitiously discarded the talisman beneath the sofa, camouflaging it as an accidental drop. If she could just survive today, if she could convince them it was a mere accident, they would remain friends. Tang Ning's entire existence revolved around the peculiar game, earning commissions, and working tirelessly for money, leaving no time for herself. The life of dancing on the edge of a knife would inevitably grow tiresome. Meng Qian was a rare beacon of hope she had found in these past years. She longed for a day when they could stroll hand in hand like normal girls, attend pajama parties, and share secrets. There had to be a way, even without the talisman, to find a means of escape. As these thoughts consumed her, her pupils began to dilate. Regret and unwillingness crystallized into tears. Tang Ning opened her mouth, staring vacantly at the sky, the words "I'm sorry" ultimately failing to reach the ears of the other. Her life was forever frozen in that moment. Upon realizing that the person before her had ceased to breathe, Meng Qian sniffed, slowly raising her gaze to Wang Huan. Not just her, but all present fell into a heavy silence, their eyes fixed upon him. Becoming the focus of ire, Wang Huan initially appeared anxious, but then, as if struck by a thought, a disdainful smirk spread across her face. "What are you looking at?" She died as she wished. This single statement ignited an uproar among those gathered. Chapter 65, The Blood-Red Island 31. Meng Qian could scarcely believe her ears. Although she had witnessed conflicts among players before, encountering someone as shameless as Wang Huan, who not only shifted blame but reveled in it, was a first for her. Fury coursed through her veins, and the sight of his smug, conniving expression filled her with revulsion. In a moment of heated impulse, all her pent-up indignation coalesced into a single strike, her palm meeting his face with a resounding slap. "How dare you utter such words? Tang Ning would not have died if it weren't for your heartlessness." Though the slap was not particularly forceful, it stung intensely, igniting a fiery pain on Wang Huan's face and within his heart. He had not anticipated that a mere girl would dare to admonish him publicly. Enraged, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. But his fist was swiftly intercepted by Xiao Xiao, who was quick on the draw. "Why are you sticking your elbow out?" Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful punch landed squarely on Wang Huan's face, causing blood to gush from his nose and misaligning his lip piercings. Wang Huan, his features contorted in agony, clutched his nose and seethed. "It's all because I promised to give her brother and sister some money. I am not only Tang Ning's team leader, but also her employer. Is it not my duty to serve my employer? One life in exchange for the peace of 3 in her family. Surely that is a worthy sacrifice?" Absurd. Fang Chen felt his blood pressure rise. He did not believe Wang Huan was the sort to honor agreements. His words were merely a facade, an attempt to justify his morally bankrupt actions. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable, and no one dared to mediate. Even Su Ran, typically the most patient among them, had eyes ablaze with fury, ready to fight to the bitter end. Wang Huan had become akin to a fishbone lodged in the throat of the team, painful and impossible to remove, causing discomfort with every move. The team was fracturing, yet the rehearsal for the ritual had to continue. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the school gate. Fang Chen was taken aback to find that the woman in the dress was still there, her gaze fixated on Fang Chen and his companions, her expression fraught with anxiety. She had stood beneath the tree, unmoving for hours since the rehearsal began. Unbeknownst to them, a group of men had arrived outside, forcefully attempting to drag her away. The woman frantically explained, gesturing wildly, her excitement palpable. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears as they continued with their agenda. She resisted fiercely, unwilling to leave. In the ensuing struggle, the islanders resorted to brute force, staining her white dress with blood. In the moment she was being dragged away, her eyes remained locked on Fang Chen, her lips moving as if to speak, though her words were unclear. "Hide. Quickly hide, children." Before Fang Chen could fully comprehend the weight of her message, his body instinctively activated a warning mechanism. He reflexively secured the lion mask to his face. Simultaneously, the male teacher, accompanied by several menacing islanders, charged into the crowd. With a ruler raised high, he bellowed, "Listen up. Where is Niu Zhuangzhuang? Bring him out." Accompanied by a roar filled with murderous intent, the entire playground erupted into chaos. Faces contorted in rage, the dragon and lion figures darted wildly, pouncing upon their targets. The suddenness of this shift caught everyone off guard, forcing them into a desperate retreat, utterly flustered. After all, in this place, each of them was merely a cow, strong yet vulnerable. Amidst the cacophony, 2 figures stood resolutely, starkly contrasting with the surrounding turmoil. Fang Chen observed that ever since donning the mask, the students seemed oblivious to his presence, bypassing him entirely to attack their more distant comrades. It appeared that the dragon and lion headgear possessed a temporary concealing effect. Yet, it was as if it were alive, slowly writhing with every breath, attempting to meld with his skin. The longer it was worn, the tighter the bond became, making breathing increasingly laborious. necessitating brief moments to remove it for a breath of fresh air. Leave the rest to you. Yin adjusted her mask as she brushed past Fang Chen. Be careful. It's nothing, he replied. Yin took on the role of drawing fire, while Fang Chen systematically distributed the headgear to their remaining companions, their roles clearly defined. However, despite their efforts, a few were still injured due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers. This won't do, Fang Chen pondered. The upheaval had commenced the moment the woman was taken. Such a commotion, all for the capture of a mere child. He recalled her final gaze, an amalgamation of apprehension, concern, and anxiety, emotions that conveyed much, yet lacked aggression. The woman had not diverted her gaze from the cow, indicating that she might indeed belong to the same faction. It was imperative to locate her. As this thought lingered, more students flooded into the playground, joining in the frantic game of cat and mouse. The formation of the crowd shattered, and confronted with indiscriminate pursuit. They could only clutch their masks and flee in all directions, occasionally peeking out for breath, yet those who exposed themselves were invariably besieged. The playground had devolved into utter disarray. Xuan, closest to the equipment room, limped inside, believing he had discovered an excellent hiding spot, only to be swiftly chased out by several students, screaming. This unfortunate soul, already limping, could not sustain prolonged movement, so he hastily climbed a nearby tree. It is remarkable how boundless human potential can be in dire situations. He likely never imagined he could ascend so high in just 5 seconds despite his condition. Meng Qian stumbled and fell while fleeing, her mask rolling several meters away. The dragon and lion figures, akin to hyenas scenting blood, eagerly stomped their feet and grinned as they rushed toward her. Though they were meant to be noble and just, they exhibited a cunning surpassing that of malevolent spirits. Seeing her predicament, Xiaobai acted without hesitation, pulling out a life-saving talisman, wrapping a clump of earth within it, and hurling it toward her. Catch it. The talisman traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing squarely at her feet. Unfortunately, it ultimately proved futile. A series of dull thuds echoed in the air as bones collided. Chapter 66, Blood-Soaked Island 32. The figures of Fang Chen and Yin Xian arrived with swiftness surpassing that of the talisman, adorned with dragon and lion masks. They executed their movements in flawless synchronization, effortlessly toppling an entire dragon dance troupe. Ming Qian hastily retrieved her mask, donning it anew, and from a distance. She bowed with heartfelt gratitude. Cautiously, she stowed the life-replacing talisman away, shouting at the top of her lungs, "I'll return it to you." Xiaobai replied softly, later contemplating that at this distance, the other party likely could not hear her. Indeed, this girl belonged to Fang Chen's team, and with such formidable protectors, there was little for her to worry about. Rather, it would be more prudent to attend to her own teammates. While lost in these thoughts, Xiaobai began searching for Xuan's whereabouts. Suddenly, her heart sank as her gaze caught the figure suspended in the tree. Meanwhile, in an attempt to draw fire and afford his teammates as much time as possible to respond, Fang Chen temporarily removed his headpiece. However, the dragon and lion seemed to possess a relentless vigor, proving exceedingly difficult to manage, even when collaborating with Yin Xian. Furrowing his brow, he called out to the group, "Follow me. We need to leave this place at once." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Huan sprang to his side, exhibiting an alarming eagerness for self-preservation. Yin Xian had managed to bring Ming Qian along, but the remaining members were not so fortunate. Gazing toward the opposite end of the playground, two conspicuous figures caught their attention. Xiaobai found herself cornered, anxiously addressing Xuan, who was merely a few meters away. "Don't move. I'm coming to assist you." Xuan, on the verge of tears, clung to the tree trunk, trembling. "Xiaobai, which of your eyes saw me move?" "It's them that are advancing." Beneath the towering tree, a group of dragon lions began to gather, each snorting with anticipation, heads raised and teeth bared. It became apparent that during a moment of respite, Xuan had been spotted, rendering her the new target of the hunt. "Stay calm, just come down," Xiaobai shouted, instinctively grasping a clod of earth, only to realize that the sole talisman capable of sustaining Xuan had been given to Meng Qian just moments prior. Several dragon lions snorted forcefully, pawing the ground like bulls, before suddenly lunging forward with a thunderous crash, sending leaves cascading to the ground. The person in the tree swayed precariously. Utilizing all her strength, Xuan clung on, barely managing to stabilize herself amidst the violent onslaught. During the tumultuous clashes, something fell alongside her. When Xiaobai discerned what it was, her lips drained of color. She attempted to salvage it, but time was against her. The mask shattered upon impact with the ground within mere seconds. The dragon lions leaped and pranced, as if celebrating their successful hunt. Their assaults intensified, causing Xuan to grimace in pain. Xuan, Meng Qian and her companions rushed over, witnessing the scene unfold before them. Trembling, she fumbled through her backpack. Fang Chen shook his head, silently urging restraint through his actions. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the mask below, he spoke with a heavy heart. The life-replacing talisman is no longer of any use. In such an environment, the loss of disguise equates to exposing oneself to a multitude of merciless meat grinders. Perceptive of his companion's distress, Xuan managed a faint smile and offered a comforting word. "It's all right." "What nonsense," Xiaoxiabai retorted, drawing closer. "Hold on tight. I'll be there shortly." The area beneath the tree was densely packed, with an increasing number of dragon lions converging toward them. Xuan, seemingly unperturbed, turned his head towards Fang Chen and remarked, "By the way, there seems to be an issue with the ball in the equipment room. You all should investigate." He licked his lips and chuckled lightly. "Why so glum? Let us lift our spirits." Xiaoxiabai's voice trembled. "You're so annoying, quiet down. I want tea." Yet, despite his defiance, he was gradually succumbing to fatigue. The dragon lions awaited, their jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs as they voraciously gnawed at the tree trunk. In truth, this outcome might not be so dire. Xuan remarked coldly, "Sometimes I ponder if this is where it ends for us." Among our group, aside from Xiaobai, we all chose to become deep divers for the sake of money. Tang Ming sought wealth for the sake of his younger siblings. He paused, his gaze growing resolute. "I am here to seek treatment. Medicine is exorbitantly priced, and chemotherapy requires substantial funds. I have already depleted my family's resources. Why would a family of martial artists produce someone like me, riddled with illness? The legacy of the 18th generation of Man's Fist was destined to rest in my hands." Fang Chen's eyes lowered slightly, and he understood why. Xuan possessed the magnanimity typical of a martial artist, embodying moral integrity, yet lacked the physique characteristic of one. He exuded an air of acceptance, even when confronting Wang Huan. How could a practitioner endure such indignities? It turned out that it was not merely a gentle disposition, but rather a consequence of relentless suffering from life and illness. At times, I wonder if I am a burden. Would my family find solace if I were no longer here? The strange game offers little respite, yet it has shown me mercy. After all, in this world ruled by the mind, I can go days without medication, without hospital visits, free from the worries of my frail body. It is, in a sense, an extension of my life, is it not? The tree trunk swayed precariously, seemingly unable to withstand many more impacts. Xuan forced a faint smile, his shoulders twitching. He lowered his head, gazing at Xiaobai, whose eyes were bloodshot. "Xiaobai, survive. I will go keep Tang Ning company. Please, don't come looking for us." With a thunderous crash, the great tree slowly toppled, and Xuan found himself engulfed in a sea of mythical beasts. Despite his earlier nonchalance, an anguished sob emerged from the fore. The terror of impending death engulfed him like a fever. "But I don't want to die. I truly wish to live." Why, of all moments, the distinct sound of bones crunching resonated clearly as unuttered words were swallowed whole. They surged forward, a swarm eager to feast. In an instant, the air was thick with the sticky sounds of saliva. Xiaobai gazed vacantly at the towering tree, his chest heaving violently. None could discern the expression concealed beneath his mask. Having lost two companions in an instant, they had no time to gather their thoughts. The dragon and lion dancers on the playground were all drawn to the commotion. At this moment, the path to the school gate was unobstructed. Reluctantly suppressing his emotions, Fang Chen steeled himself and rallied the group once more. "Now let us move swiftly." His once cheerful voice now bore a hint of hoarseness. After a few strides, they realized Xiaoxiabai remained frozen in place. With no other choice, Yanxian hoisted him onto his back. The group continued to sprint toward the gates without pause. Yet, despair loomed larger, for even outside the school, a hellish scene awaited them. The streets were thronged with people, each seemingly searching for something, their expressions fierce and menacing. Not just students, but all the islanders had mobilized. Their singular aim was to capture a child named Niu Zhuang. Wang Huan trembled, retreating, wondering why they had not yet returned to their original timeline. The agenda had promised survival through today, to remain undetected, yet it seemed they might not endure this day. Xiaoxiabai appeared to recover swiftly, adopting his usual icy demeanor. He patted Yanxian, signaling to be set down. To not allow sorrow to tether one's emotions was an essential lesson for every deep diver. both a form of protection and a cruel necessity. Yet, in the unseen corners, a few crystalline tears slipped from beneath the mask. Fang Chen did not engage further. He returned to the position where the woman had stood, scrutinizing the scene with great care. The clearing bore marks of struggle. Long fingerprints had torn through the tree bark, crimson blood trailing in a sinister path. The woman appeared grievously injured, with droplets of blood marking the ground every few meters. Fang Chen lifted his gaze, following the direction of the bloodstains. At the horizon's end, an ancient edifice stood majestically, the characters for Chanshan Temple faintly visible. A shiver coursed through him. He seemed to grasp the origins of the tragedy that had unfolded within the temple under the normal timeline. Chapter 67, Blood-Soaked Island 33. May it not be too late. Fang Chen mentally prepared himself as he lifted his foot and set off towards the temple. Together, Yan Xian called out, a rare glimmer of concern flickering in his eyes. After the exhausting ritual rehearsal, everyone felt drained. Even a single school proved to be a formidable challenge, let alone an entire island mobilizing. As the two prominent figures prepared to depart, the three followers hastily trailed behind, fearing to be left alone. I can manage on my own. You take them into hiding. With a significant number of people, they would be an obvious target, making movement cumbersome. After giving his instructions, Fang Chen turned without a glance back, heading straight for his destination. The path was teeming with people wielding flashlights and torches, scouring every household and leaving no corner unchecked. To avoid drawing attention, Fang Chen was compelled to move stealthily, stopping frequently to find suitable hiding spots, transforming a journey of mere minutes into a prolonged ordeal of over half an hour. Fortunately, most of the crowd congregated around the school. Upon reaching Chanterelle Temple, the atmosphere quieted once more. The evening breeze carried distant noise, and although the surroundings appeared tranquil, the still wet bloodstains on the ground recounted a recent tragedy. Two guards stood at the entrance of the temple. Just as Fang Chen pondered whether to attack head-on or employ cunning, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby pile of grass. A small dog poked its head out, barking incessantly. Fang Chen instantly recognized it as the one raised by Xuan. The relentless barking drew the two men away, leaving the entrance completely unguarded. Good dog. A pang of guilt struck him for having only walked it for 2 minutes yesterday. Casting a quick glance around, Fang Chen swiftly slipped into the temple. The hellish scene unfolded once more before his eyes. His throat tightened, and the suspicions that had lingered in his mind finally crystallized. Just yesterday, when he had come here under the pretext of walking the dog, everything had seemed normal, yet now, the surroundings bore an unsettling resemblance to a timeline that should not have been. The deep and shallow footprints at the entrance, along with the 5 long bloodstains on the beams, perfectly matched his memories. The only difference was that the offering table remained intact, devoid of any chaos. Following the bloodstains, Fang Chen approached the statue of the Buddha, slowly raising his hand. The cool, bronze surface met his palm, and a faint warmth crept up his skin, stirring emotions within him. In an instant, his throat constricted as the feelings belonging to Xuan poured forth uncontrollably. Despair, sorrow, an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the anguish of isolation, negative emotions surged within him, taking over his entire being like a wild storm. Kill them all. A tidal wave of hatred threatened to engulf his reason. His sanity fluctuated wildly as a buzzing filled his ears. Fang Chen quickly withdrew his hand, stepping back a few paces, exhaling forcefully, and closing his eyes to gradually suppress and digest these foreign emotions. Just then, his instincts sparked to life, sensing a series of footsteps approaching from outside. With no time to hesitate, he decisively lifted the yellow curtain draping the offering table and crouched down to conceal himself within. Just as she had successfully concealed herself, footsteps echoed within the temple. The voices suggested there were 2 individuals present. One, a middle-aged man, spat dismissively, expressing his disdain for her prolonged evasion. It was no wonder the tourism industry on the island had been languishing in recent years. It was all due to this woman violating the island's customs. The younger man chimed in, expressing a hope that her sacrificial offering would appease the wrath of the spirits, granting forgiveness to Mingxi and ensuring our continued prosperity. Fang Chen's brows furrowed at their superstitious beliefs, which mirrored those of a cult. A faint scent of incense wafted through the air, indicating that the two had lit a stick of incense for their rites. They recited incantations, justifying their actions by stating that it was her fate to suffer the consequences of defying the island's regulations. Moreover, they claimed this was the mayor's decision, suggesting that any blame should be directed toward those who had divulged information. Listening intently from below, Fang Chen pressed his lips together tightly. The excuses of these executioners igniting the smoldering rage within him. All right, keep an eye on her. Don't kill her just yet. She must last until the day of the sacrifice. Rest assured, I've left her a breath, came the reply. Well then, I shall take my leave. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Fang Chen cautiously lifted a curtain, peering out at the ground, where he discerned a pair of feet turned away from him. One figure remained. Rubbing his temples, he felt a throbbing pain behind his eyes, bloodshot from the strain. Driven by a fierce determination, he stealthily maneuvered his way out from the other side. The young man leaned against a table, exhaling clouds of smoke, seemingly absorbed in his own world. Completely oblivious to the commotion behind him, Fang Chen crouched low, extending his hand towards the table. Then, in a swift motion, he seized the incense burner and hurled it at his adversary. The man emitted a muffled groan, unable to call for help before losing consciousness entirely. His body slumped uncontrollably onto the table before collapsing to the ground, blood splattering and creating chaos upon the altar. Realizing the man's substantial size could attract unwanted attention, Fang Chen gripped his collar and dragged him behind the statue, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Once he completed this task, Fang Chen paused, his gaze sharpening. It dawned on him that some of the hellish scenes he had witnessed were, in part, his own doing, with Xuan also complicit. However, ambushing an opponent was a feat even a child could accomplish. Weak breaths escaped the young man as he stirred back to consciousness, and before Fang Chen could utter a word, the man wore a mocking smile. No wonder. You couldn't be found, hiding, here. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Even though Fang Chen suspected he knew the answer, he yearned to hear the truth spoken aloud. You deserve your fate. And you can't escape, he spat before slipping back into unconsciousness. Indeed, Fang Chen recalled the anxious and worried gaze of the woman, a look that only a mother could possess when gazing upon her child. Even when abducted to the town, she never harbored resentment towards the child born out of coercion. Fang Chen paid no further attention to the young man, rising to knock on the statue and listening intently, yet no sound emerged from within. Whether it was equipped with a special mechanism or simply sealed shut, no flaws were discernible from its exterior. He needed to study it thoroughly. But time was not on his side for such contemplation. The cacophony that should have been gathered in the distance was slowly encroaching. Fang Chen had surmised the general idea of the matter, leaving only one final question to resolve. At present, he needed to check the equipment room. The route back to school would lead him past the inn where he was staying. In the distance, a group of individuals approached, radiating an ominous aura towards the four-member household. Initially intending to circumvent them, he recognized two familiar faces among the crowd. Swiftly, he scaled a nearby large tree and crouched down, using the dense foliage for cover as he boldly observed the movement of the gathering. The night was deepening, the bright moon hanging high, yet the island gleamed as if it were day, illuminated by towering flames. It resembled a frantic search, akin to turning the entire island upside down in pursuit of the elusive Xuan. The town mayor led the procession, leaning on a cane, his expression grave and appearing to be in the depths of despair. Accompanying him was a man, nervously bowing and scraping. Mayor, I was deceived by that woman. You must believe me. Please, grant me the chance to redeem myself. I will surely capture Xuan. His eagerness was so pronounced that one might mistake him for a traitor guiding the enemy. Fang Chen, however, found the man's appearance all too familiar. Chapter 68, Blood Red Island 34. It was none other than the father of Xuan, who had confronted them several times and could mimic the appearance of others. He was originally a father and a husband, but at this moment, he had assumed an additional identity as the executioner of his own wife and child. A group of individuals, brimming with bravado, stormed through the courtyard, rummaging through every nook and cranny, akin to invaders pillaging a village. Within mere minutes, they emerged in a frenzy, their efforts in vain. Who would be foolish enough to hide at home in such dire circumstances? Once the mayor and his entourage had departed, Fang Chen leaped down from the tree and continued his journey towards the school. From a distance, the campus, illuminated by the moonlight, radiated an inexplicable eeriness, while the equipment room had grown remarkably quieter than before. Just as his hand brushed against the iron gate, and before he could apply any force, a chilling gust of wind from a punch surged towards him. Instinctively, his body prepared to retaliate, when suddenly, a faint scent of withered wood wafted into his nostrils. Fang Chen quickly retracted his movement and whispered, "It's me." The attack abruptly ceased, and the iron gate slowly opened a crack. Yan Xian led the others to hide within the equipment room, while the remaining 4 teammates huddled together in a corner, using a high jump mat as a shield. The feet and hands protruding from around the mat illustrated their futile attempt at concealment. Concealing ourselves within the school? How dare you? Fang Chen raised an incredulous eyebrow. I thrive on challenges, Yan Xian replied with a smile as he gazed towards the distant flickering candlelight. That group had already scoured this area, and it was unlikely they would return anytime soon. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Yan Xian scrutinized Fang Chen from head to toe, satisfied that he was uninjured. He pulled him into the room and secured the door. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Did you discover anything?" "Indeed, I may have uncovered the identity of my sister." This revelation astonished everyone present. "You found her?" Ming Randan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It can't be the woman who stood at the school gate during the day, can it?" Fang Chen shook his head. "That is Niu Zhuang's mother." After sharing his findings, he paused for a moment before, under the weight of several eager gazes, delivering a direct conclusion. "Niu Zhuang is my sister. She is, in fact, a girl." A collective gasp resonated within the cramped room. Her mother had not gone to the hospital during childbirth and, upon discovering she had given birth to a girl, entertained thoughts of resistance. Thus, she devised a means to conceal this from the islanders, raising Niu Zhuang as a boy. The physical differentiation in children at such a young age is often subtle, and with deliberate guidance, it becomes easy to deceive. This also explains why Niu Zhuang had no friends, habitually shying away from crowds, and even fearing to meet the gaze of adults. The prevailing bias against females in Mingxi Town is deeply entrenched, with the belief that female infants symbolize impurity and disrupt the island's feng shui. The cause of the uproar was likely the revelation of Niu Zhuang's true identity. And who, then, is the mentioned in the title? Meng Qian pondered, increasingly bewildered. Logically, this family should have 2 children. Fang Chen refrained from providing a direct answer, remaining silent for a long moment, his expression complex. For some, pets are indeed cherished members of the family. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone instantly comprehended the situation. Wang Huan was taken aback, leaping to his feet. "Are you implying that my sister is Niu Zhuang, and I am merely a dog? At least you possess some self-awareness," Meng Qian retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, due to the fear of her female identity being exposed, Niu Zhuang was compelled to sever social connections and seal her heart, remaining ever vigilant even within her own home. Consequently, she appeared out of place at school and was subjected to bullying. In her extreme loneliness, she could only confide in animals. This is evident from her anthropomorphic references to them in storybooks, such as Brother Seagull and Sister Duck. This phenomenon exists in the real world as well, where many people regard their pets in a more intimate manner. For instance, when calling their dogs, they might say, "Good child, let mama give you a hug," among other endearments. Such indulgent tones are quite common, with numerous individuals treating their pets as family members. Fang Chen further elaborated, moreover, the information left in the first person only appears at the pile of grass by the courtyard gate, precisely where the little dog, chained, could reach the farthest. Each day, it eagerly awaited, wagging its tail, longing for its young master to return home to play. I detest school. The disdain was not for education itself, but rather for the school monopolizing the time Niu Zhuang could spend with her. Sister praises me for being the best at everything. I was also the first to discover Mother's body. The dog's keen sense of smell indeed led it to the temple before Fang Chen, while also helping to divert the guard's attention. All the irrational elements were concealed within subtle hints. After silently listening, Xiao Xiaobai's cold gaze shifted slightly as he uttered a remark that starkly contradicted his usual persona. Impressive. So, all we need to do is locate the bodies of Niu Zhuang and the little dog, and bury them together to complete the challenge? Ming Qian seemed to envision the goddess of victory beckoning. The atmosphere relaxed, and the game finally appeared to approach its conclusion. In the distance, a flicker of flame illuminated the dim room, and Wang Huan, closest to the window, instinctively leaned out to catch a glimpse. In that fleeting moment, he abruptly recoiled, his complexion paling. Fang Chen, sensing something amiss, hastened forward. "What did you see?" The other party remained silent, their expression erratic and guilty, reminiscent of someone who had made a significant blunder. Yan Xian, shedding his usual gentleness, seized Wang Huan by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Answer us." Under the pressure from the two, Wang Huan reluctantly spoke. "Just now, it seemed someone caught a glimpse of my face." "Fool," Xiao Xiaobai muttered under his breath. "Ineffectual in accomplishment, yet detrimental in failure." Ming Qian fumed, stamping his foot. Can we not dispose of this hindrance? Although the group recognized this as mere frustration, Wang Huan took it to heart. What do you want? Abandon me? We only have 5 people left. In the game of 8 players, only a few of us remain. If you fail to protect me, once the 4 of you complete the game, the best outcome will merely be a draw. Surely, none of you desires such a result? Do you? This peculiar game loses all significance if it is not won. Consider the stakes carefully. Meng Qian felt a pang of frustration. It must be said that his argument had indeed struck a chord. It's all right. Fang Chen suddenly chuckled, a chill flickering in his gaze. Huh? Why are you suddenly comforting me? This gesture left Wang Huan utterly bewildered. What I mean is, you need not worry. Even without you, we shall prevail, he asserted. His tone devoid of any fluctuation, yet exuding an unsettling confidence that sent a shiver down Wang Huan's spine. Impossible. Wang Huan's voice escalated abruptly, attempting to argue further. Clearly taken aback, Fang Chen gestured for silence, urging calmness. His ears perked up slightly. It seemed someone was approaching the equipment room. The sounds echoed from all directions, as if they intended to encircle this place. The flames grew brighter, illuminating the room, and each person could see the unease reflected on the others' faces. Find a place to hide. Yin Xian's expression darkened, his brow furrowing with a newfound intensity. After issuing his warning, he pulled open the iron door and stepped outside without looking back. Fang Chen intended to assist, but then he witnessed this gentleman raising both hands, slowly retreating. Instantly, tension gripped everyone's throats. In the next moment, several firearms emerged from outside the door, aimed squarely at each individual present. Chapter 69, The Blood-Red Island 35. So, it is here that you have chosen to hide. The mayor, surrounded by a few burly islanders, entered the room, his eyebrows arched with malevolence. Resembling a mantis poised to strike, he squinted, surveying the scene with palpable disdain. Indeed, it was tainted. No wonder the deities would be incensed. So, how do you intend to deal with us? Even with several guns aimed at him, Yin Xian remained unperturbed. Naturally, we shall proceed according to the rules. There are so many broken rules on your island. How am I to know? He even dared to provoke further. A stubborn duck, refusing to yield. The mayor stroked his bushy beard, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Such tough meat would surely make a delectable broth. And the girl's tender flesh would be perfect for sweet and sour pork. The old man's demeanor, combined with memories of the soup and meat dishes from the cafeteria, made Meng Qian feel a wave of nausea. Fang Chen exchanged glances with Yin Xian. There is both good news and bad news. The good news is that the cause of Niu Zhuang's death has finally been uncovered. The bad news is that this method of demise renders the recovery of the body utterly impossible, let alone burial. Niu Zhuang had narrowly escaped death as an infant, trading her childhood's endurance and trepidation for mere survival. Yet, upon the revelation of the truth, all debts were repaid in full, with interest. The mother was imprisoned within a statue, destined for sacrifice, while the child became a feast for others. Not even a corpse remained. It is no wonder that the islanders fear venturing out at night. They are haunted by the unclean specters of their own making. They harbor such loathing for women, oppressing them relentlessly, yet they still seek to abduct solitary travelers to take as brides, enjoying their care, the conveniences they provide, and their ability to bear children. Even infants are not spared from a fate of exploitation, dressed up in hollow justifications of impurity and sacrifice, reduced to mere ingredients, drained of their last vestiges of value. More terrifying than ignorance is prejudice. It looms like an immovable mountain, intertwined with the very essence of this island. Abandoned are the female infants, bullied are the girls, and abducted are the women. Here, individuals of differing genders exist, as though they were entirely different species, worlds apart. Will you walk away on your own? Or shall we drag you? The mayor's eyes glinted with greed, scanning the crowd. Suddenly, the distant barking of a dog drew near. Its paws struck the ground with an urgent, rapid rhythm. A small dog, growling fiercely, charged forward. Its diminutive size and swift speed allowed it to dart into the room, weaving through the throng, and sank its teeth into the mayor's ankle. Despite its frail appearance and trembling limbs, it bared its teeth, fulfilling its role as a protector. Where did this mutt come from? The old man yelped in pain, stumbling and falling to the ground. Accompanied by a low growl, the biting intensified. An islander nearby seized a shovel, bracing himself, and swung. In an instant, the frantic barking transformed into a whimper, disappearing entirely. With a dull thud, the fluffy head drooped. The puppy curled up, trembling incessantly. Its soft, collapsed snout twitched, and its moist eyes gazed at Fang Chen, filled with worry and remorse. It blamed itself for its feeble strength, for failing to protect its family. The dog remained motionless, staring at its young master, as its breath gradually ceased. Several islanders helped the mayor to his feet. After such a commotion, his mood was particularly dreadful. Indeed, it was a cursed affair. With a flick of his sleeve, several firearms were raised, their barrels aimed at the brows of the crowd. An increasing number of people surged forward, encircling the equipment room. Death had inadvertently tightened its grip around their throats. Fang Chen calculated the odds in his mind, rounding them to nearly zero. Engaging in mere hand-to-hand combat would have been manageable, but the adversary was armed, complicating matters. The current situation could not be resolved through brute force. There was no chance of victory. Midnight was fast approaching. Xian unexpectedly uttered a phrase. Fang Chen immediately grasped his intention. Silence enveloped the group, all appearing obedient and compliant, save for Wang Huan, who continued to shout nonsensically. "Don't shoot. I'll walk on my own. I'll go with you. Just don't come closer." "I'll do as you say." He attempted to push away the gun pressed against his forehead, but the islanders were unyielding, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Wang Huan struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Before I leave, could I at least have one last hearty meal?" It was unclear whether he was employing a delaying tactic or truly rendered speechless by fear. How irritating. The mayor visibly grew agitated, his mood plummeting to an all-time low. The wound on his ankle throbbed painfully, compounded by the raucous noise that made his head throb. Would cutting out his tongue bring him peace? The corner of Fang Chen's eye twitched. So this was how Niu Zhuangzhuang lost his tongue. Just as he thought this, the mayor commanded someone to fetch a pair of scissors. "Let's start with you." The one to take the first hit, Wang Huan, became the unfortunate scapegoat. No. I won't say another word," he stammered. Before he could finish, several islanders seized him, forcibly prying his mouth open. Their sinister smiles were sharp and chilling, expanding ominously within his pupils. A hoarse cry erupted from his throat, reverberating in the confined equipment room, merging into a deafening cacophony. In the next instant, flesh met metal, and a crack echoed as the air filled with the scent of blood. Meng Qian, terrified, shut her eyes, despite her disdain for Wang Huan. She could not bear to witness the unfolding scene. Heavy breaths and intermittent wails struck at her heart. Ah, as his mouth opened. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The mayor gazed contentedly at his handiwork, wiped his hands, and turned to the others. "Now, it is your turn." The sweltering elements crackled to life. And Fang Chen calmly reflected on the past, his eyes mirroring the flickering flames that danced with urgency. His thin lips parted slightly, and a contented sigh escaped his throat. Indeed, after being constrained for so long, finally, it is your turn. Chapter 70. The blood-soaked island 36. The elderly man leaned heavily on his cane, his palm clenched tightly. Though they were numerous and powerful, the gaze of the young man before him sent a shiver down his spine. The youth's smile was enigmatic, his eyes veiled in a thin mist that rendered them inscrutable. "Show no mercy, cut out their tongues." With the mayor's command, any sign of rebellion was met with immediate execution. The islanders, eager and ready, surged forward, but just as they were about to reach Fang Chen and the others, a sudden darkness enveloped them. It was as if they had been thrust into a vacuum. The cacophony of noise ceased abruptly, and the equipment room was plunged into blackness. Gone were the mayor and the encircling throng. The tense standoff dissipated. The world fell silent once more, succumbing to a deep slumber. The scene shifted almost instantaneously. Gasping, Meng Qian staggered a few steps, cold sweat pouring down his brow, collapsing onto the mat. Yin glanced at his watch. It was midnight. The conditions for Niu Zhuangzhuang's schedule hinged on the phrase "do not be discovered, survive until today," with emphasis on the latter. With the stroke of midnight, a new day dawned. They had returned to the timeline of reality. Only 4 remained in the room. Wang Huan was absent, forever trapped in the temporal confines of Niu Zhuangzhuang's schedule. This was perhaps the most agonizing and tormenting death in the entirety of the game. Experiencing the horrors endured by the young girl, waiting for the inevitable in despair and isolation. Fang Chen gazed at the extensive, dried bloodstains on the floor, remnants of Niu Zhuangzhuang's severed tongue. No one knew what transpired thereafter, but the devastation suggested the victim had undergone unspeakable cruelty. In a desperate struggle, shelves had been overturned, sports equipment scattered about, and in a frantic bid for survival, hands had clawed at the wooden walls, leaving behind harrowing scratches. Fang Chen recalled how, during his childhood, when faced with insurmountable obstacles, his grandfather would reassure him that dawn would eventually break, even without the sun. Yet, Niu Zhuangzhuang never witnessed the light of tomorrow. She remained forever trapped in that frigid night. The echoes of Wang Huan's wails lingered, reminiscent of the girl's own suffering, a fate that Fang Chen now faced. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a peculiar object that exuded an intense sense of dissonance, a deflated ball. Just moments prior, or rather, within the timeline of the schedule. It had been intact and swollen. Now, however, it lay limp in the corner, yet the center remained oddly protruded, as if supported from within. Fang Chen approached and lifted it, feeling an unexpected heaviness. Peeling away the deflated exterior, a pungent odor of decaying flesh surged forth. Inside, a small dog lay haphazardly crumpled, curled up in a state of utter stillness. Its bones had been shattered, flesh mangled. For a moment, breathing ceased. In the grim unfolding of events, my corpse has been discovered. It appears the mayor, in a fit of rage, exacted brutal vengeance upon the one responsible for Niu Zhuang's injured ankle, all while she watched. Meng Qian cast a fleeting glance before hastily withdrawing her gaze, the distant sight of her sister's lifeless body prompting a wave of despair. How could they possibly lay her to rest? Perhaps it would suffice to bury her, one step at a time. Fang Chen, cradling a small ball, ventured outside the school to find a patch of open ground. After hastily digging a shallow grave, he gently placed the puppy inside, erecting a modest marker inscribed with the words "Loyal Guardian," a fitting tribute to the dog's spirit. Yet, as he gazed upon the inscription, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. If only he had taken the time to walk it a little longer yesterday. After morning, Fang Chen turned to his companions, beckoning them to follow. The four made their way towards the residential area, heedless of the late hour, and rapped insistently on a nearby door. Sleepy islanders peered out, rubbing their eyes. "Travelers, what brings you here at such an hour?" Their tone was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to their earlier menacing demeanor when pursuing Niu Zhuang. Fang Chen requested to borrow some practical tools from the storage room. Although the islanders were puzzled, their hospitable nature compelled them to comply. Amidst an assortment of farming implements, Fang Chen sifted through items, indecisive. "What exactly are we planning?" Xiao Xiaobai inquired, gripping a stick and feeling perplexed. "Settling scores," Fang Chen replied, not lifting his gaze as he handed a hatchet to Meng Qian, recalling her impressive combat prowess in the carpenter's instance. "Are we really resorting to cold weapons?" Xiao Xiaobai questioned, fully aware of the firearms their adversaries wielded. "I never suggested a direct confrontation." Fang Chen continued to rummage for a weapon of choice. He finally unearthed a hammer, weighing it in his palm. Just right, perfect. In light of these bewildering actions, Xiao Xiaobai felt compelled to ask further. Yet Meng Qian had grown accustomed to the eccentricities of their leader. Unable to grasp his thought process, she resolved to adhere to her role and not impede their progress. Yan Xian leaned against the doorframe, a smile gracing his features as he observed them quietly. "Not particular at all." Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. He recalled that this gentleman had a particular fondness for close combat, an unmistakable mark of confidence. "Inadequate weapons would only diminish my combat effectiveness," Yan Xian stated, flexing his wrists as his knuckles cracked crisply. Meng Qian quietly added, "I suspect our leader believes these tools beneath his standards, not aesthetically pleasing enough." Fang Chen rubbed his nose, acknowledging the truth in her words. Meng Qian paused, her gaze flickering as hesitation crept in. "Speak your mind," Fang Chen urged, seeing through her uncertainty. "Brother Fang, you had a way to save Wang Huan, didn't you? Are you reluctant? Do you wish for me to protect him?" "Not quite," she replied, scratching her head, her expression one of conflict. "But we are only four now. I've faced situations like this before. It truly feels insurmountable." In her recollection, victory could only be ascertained if the number of survivors exceeded half. Otherwise, the grotesque would only become more rampant, unchecked in their spread of infection. Deep divers do not engage in the game with the superficial goal of mere survival. Rather, their ambition is to triumph. At any cost, they must prevail. "It's all right. We will win." Though these are two distinctly different voices, one languid, the other buoyant, they seem to possess an identical enchantment, instilling a sense of calm and reassurance. In the presence of their companions, they exhibit the utmost patience and kindness, a remarkable similarity between the two. Once preparations were complete, Fang Chen grasped his weapon and declared, "Let us proceed." "Where are we headed?" Xiao Xiaobai's head was filled with myriad questions. "To meet our yet-to-be-acquainted teammate." With determined strides, he stepped outside, gazing towards the direction of the temple. This game's Crossing Guide. Chapter 71. Blood-soaked Island 37. Within the temple, a towering statue, nearly 3 meters high, stood at the center. Its surface coated with a lingering, viscous scent of salt and blood. Fang Chen vividly recalled the fresh droplets of blood he had encountered upon stealthily infiltrating the temple the previous day. They were glaringly conspicuous. Unmistakably traces left since their arrival on the island. Gazing at the serene and benevolent visage of the female Buddha, he hesitated not a moment, raising his hammer and striking forcefully against the bronze shell. With a resounding clang, the sound reverberated through the chamber, bouncing off the walls and returning from all directions. Deafening in its intensity, Meng Xuan and Xiao Xiaobai were taken aback by this bold action, rooted to the spot, momentarily rendered speechless. Fang Chen pressed on, delivering several more heavy blows. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the bronze statue could not withstand the violent dismantling. A fissure slowly appeared, rapidly expanding like a spider's web, ultimately shattering into fragments. The 3-meter-tall statue was forcibly breached. In that instant, a piercing scream erupted. Countless strands of black hair surged forth, racing toward the outside, accompanied by manic, shrill laughter, vanishing into some shadowy corner of the island. In a heartbeat, the sky was cloaked in ominous clouds. Xiao Xiaobai, wide-eyed, pointed outside, exclaiming, "Have we unleashed something terrible?" Fang Chen paid little heed to such concerns, peering into the statue's interior under the dim moonlight, though his vision remained obscured. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he discerned the faint reflection of a girl, barely clinging to life. She was curled up with her arms wrapped around her knees, her lips pale and her body limp, were it not for the slight rise and fall of her chest, hinting at a heartbeat. One might have mistaken her for a corpse. Fang Chen recognized her as the very person he had seen before entering the bizarre game. On the brink of drowning herself in despair. Is this the 8th companion? Meng Xuan pondered, still in confusion. He was non-committal. From the dialogue of the 2 guards, it became evident that the ritual required a sacrifice, a female body to be offered and sealed within the statue, purifying her soul while cruelly sustaining her breath until the day of the ceremony. This suggested 2 conclusions. First, the sacrifice had been pre-selected, and second, it was highly probable that she remained alive prior to the commencement of the ritual. It seemed the initial ghostly ambush had been orchestrated to select the offering. Perhaps the commotion had been too great, for the girl weakly opened an eye. Her murky gaze held no vitality. She remained curled up like an infant, maintaining her original posture, her eyes vacantly wandering. Why am I still alive? Her voice rasped, dry and parched, like a riverbed that had long since run dry. Meng Xuan blinked, sensing the absurdity of the situation. Logically, one would expect her to express heartfelt gratitude for her salvation. What compelling reason could there be for her to wish for death? Fang Chen, seemingly anticipating her words, squatted down, his tone gentle and patient. You wish to die? His lips twitched at the irony. Meng Xuan lowered his head, rummaging through his bag for a small bottle of mineral water. Worry etched across his face as he offered it to her. The girl hesitated for a moment. Although she was consumed by a desire for death, the instinct for survival etched within her compelled her to accept the offering. She opened her mouth and gulped the icy liquid down, which coursed through her throat, igniting her internal organs and rousing her thumping heart, gradually restoring some of her strength. Wiping her lips, she spoke slowly. During the days of my unconsciousness, I had a dream. Your experiences unfolded before me. The girl furrowed her brow, pausing for an extended period, her lips parting and closing again, caught in indecision. The others refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting her words. In truth, Xuan and I share many similarities. I was born in a poverty-stricken county that heavily favored sons over daughters, where a daughter was regarded as a burden, and failing to produce a son brought shame to the family and disgraced the ancestors. The birth of a son was the foremost concern for all women in our village. A lifelong pursuit. The more sons one had, the higher the family as status and respect. After my mother gave birth to me, she could no longer conceive due to health issues, and as a result, I was raised as if I were a boy. Pain flickered across the girl's face as memories surged forth. It was precisely this circumstance that afforded me the opportunity to attend school. Throughout those years, I discovered that girls in our county were treated as mere statistics. Not only was their status within the household the lowest, but they were also the least valued in the educational system. Most teachers assumed that girls would drop out after a few years to marry and have children. And rather than nurturing their potential, it was deemed more prudent to invest energy in students who could yield tangible results. The skewed treatment and prejudice manifested in myriad ways. From a young age, I sensed the disparity between genders not in a physiological sense, but as a deeply ingrained distinction, a hierarchy steeped in the marrow of existence, destined to follow one throughout life. This mindset was too deeply rooted for me to uproot, and countless hands seemed to thwart my attempts. I feared that if I remained in such an environment, my thoughts would inevitably become tainted, leading to a wasted life. One's strength felt woefully inadequate. And I dreaded failing to embody the lotus that remains unsullied amidst the mud, as my teachers often described. Was everyone bound by such rules? Was the world beyond the village similarly constrained? With these thoughts compelling me, I found for the first time a yearning to explore the outside world. Perhaps I had revealed too much at once, for I gasped for breath, my chest heaving violently. Eventually, I devoted myself to my studies with fervor, managed to escape, and secured a job in the city. However, after only a few days, my parents insisted that I resign and return home, claiming they had arranged a marriage for me and received a substantial dowry. Naturally, I refused. Thus began their tirades of insults and relentless harassment. They even provided my address to the suitor's family, who came to confront me, declaring that I had only two choices: repay the money or return with them immediately. Fresh out of university, my monthly salary of $3,000 was hardly sufficient to cover living expenses, leaving me with little to spare. I considered borrowing from loan sharks. But the thought of spiraling into a cycle of debt was daunting. Borrowing would merely shift me from one hell to another. This is a deadlock. Life must ultimately be governed by oneself. I pondered this deeply, and though I may not determine how to live, I can at least decide how to die. This is my final act of defiance. Therefore, I implore you, do not counsel me further. After speaking, the girl exhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and assumed a posture of resignation. Her words were not a plea for assistance, but rather an outpouring of the pent-up frustrations she had accumulated over the years. She managed a sorrowful smile, finding solace in the notion that before her end, it was somewhat comforting to vent her grievances to someone. Fang Chen leaned slightly forward, his tone earnest, urging her not to think that way. As long as one is alive, there is always a way forward. If you truly find yourself in a desperate situation, you can seek out him. He gestured towards Xuan, adopting a serious demeanor, as if presenting a gift through borrowed means, for this fellow certainly appeared affluent. The latter raised an eyebrow and smiled gently, welcoming her at any time. The girl opened her eyes, her gaze filled with suspicion. What are your intentions? There is no such thing as a free lunch. I am aware of this fundamental truth. Of course, there are conditions. As expected, the light in her eyes dimmed once more. Chapter 72, Blood Red Island 38. You must leave with us and return alive. Fang Chen stipulated. The girl instantly raised her head, scrutinizing the four individuals before her, skepticism etched on her face. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Securing funds in exchange for a safe passage is a bargain too advantageous to resist. She licked her lips, withholding a definitive response, her doubts palpable. After a prolonged silence, she scoffed. Even if you assist me this time, once I am wed, I will inevitably be sold again. No matter how fiercely I resist, the outcome remains unchanged. You cannot rescue me for a lifetime. The standoff lingered in silence. Before Fang Chen could speak again, Meng Qiyan took the initiative to step forward, settling beside the Buddha statue. Noticing the girl's lack of hostility, she leaned in closer. Is this your first time entering such a bizarre game? Third time. While that's impressive, her genuine praise was evident. Having navigated such an eerie scenario indicated a strong desire to survive, for surely, reality could not be harsher than this. The girl lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Meng Qiyan, opting for a different topic, inquired, by the way, if you were the ferryman, what was the hint from the game? Dogs are family as expected. Without crucial information, the game's difficulty escalated significantly. Who could deduce such a clue? Most would hardly conceive of it. Brother Fang. Meng Qiyan clasped her hands together, admiration shining in her eyes. You've deciphered a clue known only to the ferryman. I hereby declare you my second most revered person in the world, aside from the leader. Fang Chen felt as though this girl had sprouted a tail, wagging it in delight. Your status is rising quite rapidly, Yin remarked dryly. The girl, with her wide, innocent eyes, quietly observed their interaction. Fang Chen redirected his gaze to her, extending his hand. After being cooped up here for so long, would you care to step out for some fresh air? His long, powerful fingers, likely calloused from enduring hardship, appeared exceptionally safe and reliable. It seemed that if she grasped his hand, she could truly escape this life of evasion and manipulation. In her moment of hesitation, a sudden commotion erupted outside the temple. Fang Chen furrowed his brow and stood to look, noticing throngs of people rushing towards the temple. It seemed the ruckus from the statue's destruction had alarmed the islanders. The mayor, flanked by numerous aides, hurriedly approached, his face pale with shock upon witnessing the scene. How dare you vandalize the Buddha statue? Do you comprehend the monstrosity you have unleashed? He nearly fainted from rage, his voice trembling with intensity. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern not only anger but also a tinge of fear interwoven within his words. How noisy! Fang Chen rubbed his ears. You are treated with the finest hospitality. Yet you wreak havoc on someone else's territory? Truly, a band of uncouth ruffians. They had even begun to place blame elsewhere. However, the more the other party harbored trepidation, the more they felt compelled to act contrarily. In truth, no one could ascertain precisely what would transpire, yet the ominous black clouds encroaching from the heavens hinted at dire forebodings. Suddenly, a man accompanying the mayor remarked, "Do you not feel an oppressive heat?" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir restlessly. The dark clouds descended like a heavy lid, and the temperature on the island rose, rendering it akin to a steamer. Someone shouted, pointing into the distance. A pale green flame ignited in the visible horizon, riding the winds and voraciously devouring the land, leaving a trail of ashes in its wake. The fierce blaze, with an unstoppable fervor, scorched the rivers and incinerated the homes. Initially, some attempted to douse the flames with water, but the ocean's brine only fueled the inferno, causing it to blaze even more fiercely. In an instant, the temperature across the island soared, and some islanders began to spontaneously combust, writhing in agony under the mysterious flames, collapsing to the ground, gradually succumbing to life as ebb. At a distance from the island's periphery, a faint green glow emerged, ethereal and elusive, encircling Mingxi town like the aurora borealis. Quick, prepare the boats, flee. The mayor had no time to spare for others and dashed toward the dock. The crowd surged toward the alley, fearful of being left behind. Strangely, despite the islanders' torment, Fang Chen and his companions remained untouched. A wave of heat emanated from his pocket. As he withdrew the life-saving talisman, he was astonished to find that the inscription was gradually fading from top to bottom. The base of the yellow paper bore the symbol of a coin, enclosed within a circle and a square. It was intended for this very place. Initially, Fang Chen was oblivious to the significance of this symbol. Reflecting back, he recalled feeling intrigued by the island's peculiarities when perusing the travel guide. Its boundaries were distinctly marked, resembling a perfect square. And during their initial encounter with the water ghost formation, they had crossed a circular bridge. The geography perfectly aligned with the design on the talisman. Niu Zhuang's mother, while alive, had feigned submission to her husband, embracing the life there and concealing the upbringing of her daughter. Even after becoming a vengeful spirit, she continued to mask her true intentions, praying for the day she might see the light again, enduring countless dark days under the mayor's coercion. She awaited the moment of escape when her pent-up resentment would erupt, ensnaring the island like the bridge, incinerating all evils like fire. Fang Chen and his companions finally grasped the true meaning of the riddle. Niu Zhuang's body had been devoured, and each indigenous inhabitant was complicit, having become a part of her remains. If prejudice was an immovable mountain, then it must all be obliterated. To be buried together was not merely to find the remains of the little dog or ascertain Niu Zhuang's fate, but to ensure the entire island was laid to rest. Do not let them escape. Gazing at the throngs rushing toward the dock, Fang Chen hefted his weapon and exchanged a knowing glance with Ming Qian. Understood. The girl nodded and, without hesitation, pulled the bridge dweller from the statue, dragging him along as she sprinted with the main group. At the harbor, dozens of fishing boats lay anchored. However, due to the limited number of vessels and the overwhelming crowd, many perished not by flames but by being trampled in the frantic rush to board, falling into the sea. Those who entered the water barely had time to flounder before being ensnared by a mass of dark hair, dragged into the abyss. The ensuing chaos was such that, despite the passage of time, not a single boat had departed. By the time Fang Chen and his companions arrived, they found one boat finally filled to capacity, poised to set sail. The islanders closest to the shore struggled with the fixed rope, attempting to untie it. Fang Chen offered no chance, hurling a hammer towards them. Yin Xin seized the opportunity to grasp the mooring line, his hands gripping tightly as he heaved with all his might. Under this external force, the boat rocked precariously. Even with a keel, it could not escape the fate of capsizing after a few violent tremors. Xiao Xiaobai's hand hovered in midair before awkwardly retracting. He had intended to assist, but it seemed the matter had resolved itself. The gentleman retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping the seawater from his sleeve before casually placing one hand in his pocket, resuming a languid demeanor. They positioned themselves at the dock, forbidding passage to anyone. As the melee proved ineffective, some sought out firearms, but before they could be properly set up, a green fireball, propelled by the sea breeze, approached, igniting everything in its path without exception. In an instant, half of the life tokens had been consumed. It appeared that as long as they remained, the strands and flames would not assault them. If they could confine these individuals to the island, allowing them to fend for themselves, perhaps the game would reach its conclusion. But wait, there was still, wait for me. Fang Chen suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to dash towards the residential area. Chapter 73, Blood Red Island 39. Amidst a throng of panicking individuals, Fang Chen's figure stood out conspicuously as he moved against the tide. Time was of the essence. Each second a precious commodity. Upon reaching the residential area, he forcefully breached the doors, meticulously searching each home with heightened senses. After a thorough sweep, he indeed discovered several women bound and helpless. These women had only recently arrived on the island, untouched by its insidious ideology, unwilling to submit and refusing to conform. Their exposed skin bore numerous wounds. If left in such a state, their fate would be dire. Initially, these women were timid, fearing yet another trap. However, upon perceiving Fang Chen's lack of hostility, they shed their defenses entirely and fled in a frenzy. They inhaled the air as if it were a lifeline. Tears streaming down their faces, their feet bloodied by the sharp stones beneath them, yet their pace never faltered. By the time they returned to the port, their talismans had dwindled to the last flicker of hope. Fang Chen and Yan Xian formed an impenetrable barrier ahead. Any native attempting to blend in would meet with swift retribution. Meng Qian and Xiao Xiaobai prepared the boats at the rear, aiding the women in their escape. The ferryman sat in a daze at the side, his eyes devoid of life, only coming to a semblance of clarity as he witnessed the victims successfully departing the island. Boarding the boats bound for the horizon, there was no time to linger. They had to move swiftly. Xiao Xiaobai urged quietly, having readied 5 small boats, just enough for each woman to have one. The once picturesque Mingxi town, renowned for its tourism, had transformed drastically. The vibrant streets were now strewn with charred corpses. Mingling with the acrid scent of burning flesh, blood, and the briny tang of the sea, flooding the nostrils and clouding the mind. They could not remain any longer. Fang Chen sheathed his weapon and began to retreat. The moment he stepped onto the boat, a wave of dizziness washed over him. As a memory not his own flickered through his mind like a strobe light. What would be lost by closing one's eyes? During countless agonizing nights, Niu Zhuang's mother had contemplated suicide. She gazed at her child in the cradle, watched the silhouette of her neighbor hanging lifelessly, and listened to the sound of her husband's drunken rages as he hurled furniture. How many times had she wished to escape it all? Without Niu Zhuang, she would have surely met her end in a foreign land. She understood her fate would mirror that of the other women. Resistance and struggle were to the island what malignant tumors were to decaying flesh. Only by severing them entirely could the wounds begin to heal. Yet, healed wounds would inevitably leave scars upon the skin, and Niu Zhuang was that very scar. While other women became dulled shells, tamed over the years, she remained different, secretive from her husband, discreet from the school, tirelessly protecting her only daughter. She yearned for the day when this growing reliance could, one day, help her escape the island undetected. However, because Niu Zhuang was a girl, the initial gender differentiation was subtle, but as time passed, her physical traits began to diverge from her peers, especially after entering elementary school. Her demeanor grew increasingly reclusive, while the thoughts of the children around her began to take shape, no longer in a state of innocent ignorance. Thus, Niu Zhuang was ridiculed as effeminate and subjected to collective ostracism, until the first classmate truly uncovered her identity. Mere bullying was already egregious, compounded by sexual humiliation. The perpetrators acted with impunity, for they believed the adults here supported their actions. After all, prejudice had been passed down through generations, deeply entrenched. The bullying took place in the school's equipment room, a dim and hidden space that became a terrifying memory she dreaded revisiting. Niu Zhuang had once harbored a glimmer of hope in confiding to a teacher, fantasizing that intervention would ensue. Little did she know that the teacher was already aware of the situation and had even sheltered the male classmate. This was due to the fact that the mastermind of the bullying was the mayor's son. Life continued in a haze of torment until one day, a male classmate inadvertently let slip the truth in front of the mayor. Thus began the ruthless targeting of the mother and daughter. The mother was confined within a statue of Buddha. Niu Zhuang met a gruesome fate, and their small dog was stuffed into a ball. In one night, 3 members of the family perished. Strange occurrences began the day after the ritual. Niu Zhuang's father suddenly descended into madness. babbling incoherently about being coerced and pleading not to be pursued, ultimately falling to his death from a cliff in a daze. From that day onward, the villagers were gripped by fear. There were reports of unclean apparitions at night, a child clad in white wandering the courtyard, inching closer each day once they entered the bedroom. The next day, that person would be found dead, blood streaming from all orifices, as if cursed. The deceased bore expressions of terror, as if they had witnessed something profoundly horrifying before their demise. This led to a widespread reluctance to venture outside after dark. The mayor summoned a geomancer, who revealed that in order to quell the strange occurrences, a living sacrifice was required to appease the souls of the deceased family. Thus, Mingxi Town advertised free tours, and Fang Chen and his companions were recruited as scapegoats. Although the mother detested everything on the island, Niu Zhuang remained a fundamentally kind-hearted girl, even after enduring inhumane abuse. Even after having her tongue severed, she instinctively urged the innocent players to flee. Fang Chen turned back, the island now engulfed in flames, and among them, 3 would forever remain in Mingxi Town: Tang Ning, Su Ran, Wang Huan. None who had consumed that dish could escape unscathed. Fortunately, the remaining 5 might finally. Wait, what about the ferryman? His throat tightened. His eyes searched the shore, cutting through the thick smoke, finally capturing sight of that slender figure. She had already stepped onto the boat, but for some reason, she withdrew her foot. The girl stood alone at the water's edge, tears streaming down her face. Behind her loomed the inferno that consumed the entire island. The fire illuminated her eyes, her delicate visage adorned with a sorrowful smile, the corners of her eyes stained red. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not wish to return. Chapter 74. The Crimson Island 40, completion of the second instance. Fang Chen yearned to forcibly pull her back, yet at this moment, the life-saving talisman had been utterly depleted, preventing him from moving an inch from the vessel. It was likely the fleeting images of the revolving lantern that had altered the girl's perspective. She gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of desperate tears. It's futile, they will not spare me. Despite all the efforts of Niu Zhuang and her daughter, they could not escape this fate. How could I possibly evade it? I do not wish to become like them. I do not want my wrinkled life to rot away at an uncontrollable pace. Before such unbearable despair arrives, I would rather end it myself. As long as I draw breath, they will inevitably find me, exchanging me for a bride price. In this world, devoid of family and support, living alone is exhausting. After 20 years of hiding, I am truly weary. She had completely surrendered to despair. Fang Chen pressed his lips together tightly. Look ahead with hope. There will always be a way, he urged, but these insipid reassurances fell flat, their empty comfort feeling more like a command in that moment. It would only backfire. After a brief contemplation, he inhaled deeply and shouted with all his might. Who says you have no family? The sound wave pierced through the tumultuous waves, dispelling the thick fog, striking directly at her heart, causing her to pause. But you still have a little dog, don't you? She gazed up in astonishment. How do you know? He had hit the mark, recalling the fleeting glimpse of a fluffy black figure upon entering the instance. Coupled with the unique clues available to the ferryman, he deduced that among the players, only she had a pet, most likely a dog. I saw it come to rescue you just as you jumped into the river. That's impossible. I locked it on the balcony. My home is on the 3rd floor. No wonder it appeared battered, bloodied, and limping. Fang Chen had mastered the art of weaving fabrications with ease. Indeed. The girl visibly tensed. He continued, if you do not wish to live for yourself, then live for it. If you hesitate, it might very well leap after you. The girl shook her head repeatedly. No way, my dog is terrified of water and cannot swim. Fang Chen's voice steadied, his gaze earnest and grave. Is it not more cruel for a dog that cannot swim to willingly abandon its life and drown? To it, you are family, its sole anchor in this world. But if it could speak, if it could express its affection directly, even in deciding to die, the little dog would surely wear a blissful countenance as it made such a request. It would undoubtedly say to you, I wish to be buried with my sister, never to be apart. The girl's eyes widened in shock as tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. She attempted to say something urgently, but the roaring waves severed their connection. Amidst the relentless tide, the small boat drifted further away. The once vibrant Mingxi town has gradually diminished to a mere speck. Do you think she will choose to emerge? Meng Qian anxiously clutched her chest. The 4 had drifted at sea for an interminable duration. Long enough for the island to vanish completely from sight. Long enough for them to begin counting the birds in the sky and the fish in the water. Each of them silently awaited the outcome. Suddenly, the world darkened, and a voice of judgment echoed in their minds. Participants: 8. Successful escapees. 5. Humanity victorious. The taut string of tension finally relaxed. Fang Chen exhaled, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Little girl, you have been extraordinarily brave. As long as you are alive, dawn will eventually break. Even without the sun, light will return. As the light returned, his thoughts slowly regained coherence. Having emerged from the bizarre game for the second time, Fang Chen had become thoroughly accustomed to this sensation. He shook his head and gazed towards a nearby stone arch bridge. A girl stood quietly by the bridge, cradling a small dog in her arms. The dog was damp, water still trickling down. In their silent exchange, their gazes intertwined. The girl cast him a grateful glance before resolutely departing. Fang Chen offered her a respectful salute until she melded into the lush greenery of the forest. At least in this world, the tragic fate of Xuan would not repeat itself. Good luck, bridge traveler. Ding dong. The notification sound from his phone broke the moment. Fang Chen unlocked the screen, swiping into the homepage of the Deep Diver official site, where a message awaited him. User information updated. Rank increased by 182. Global ranking now at 9061. Peak leaderboard. Not yet ranked. B-level and A-level mission rewards have been issued. Click for details. His fingertip grazed the screen, and upon seeing the balance, his eyes widened in disbelief. The rewards for A-level difficulty nearly doubled those of B-level. Furthermore, there were no delayed payments. It was immediate. For the first time, Fang Chen entertained the thought of resigning to pursue a side venture. No, the working class is most honorable. Yet, the official site had even established a leaderboard. Indeed. In places where rankings exist, competition intensifies. Surely, those who made the list would receive even more enticing rewards, and there must be deep divers competing for this honor. He felt a flicker of curiosity about how many missions one must undertake and what level of skill was required to secure a position on the leaderboard. What of Xian? Would he be among them? Leading an exceptional team of deep divers is no simple feat. He must possess a wealth of experience. Fang Chen found himself increasingly intrigued by this companion. Once a seed of interest is sown, it begins to grow unabashedly, teasing his inner thoughts. While this urgency was not apparent during the frantic missions, back in the safety of the real world, complacency dulled his senses, allowing his mind to wander. Like a spring. The more he restrained his thoughts, the more they rebounded and expanded, until they consumed his every consideration. Soon, a pervasive restlessness settled in. This simply would not do. Fang Chen mounted his beloved little motorcycle and returned home. Although he had only recently awakened from slumber, perhaps due to his immersion in the game, his mental faculties were somewhat dulled, and his eyes felt weary. He pressed his temples, glanced at the time, and reclined, collapsing onto his bed. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Xian had sent a message. Are you home? I'm coming to find you. Almost instinctively, Fang Chen concocted a flimsy excuse. Another day. I'm delivering parcels in Fuan community. Xian replied. What a coincidence. I'm nearby. A sense of foreboding crept into Fang Chen's mind. Soon after, another message appeared in the chat. I'm on my way. With a look of despair, Fang Chen clicked his tongue, sprang up from the bed, and hastily donned his coat. He finally understood the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. The Fuan community was still a bit far. He needed to call a taxi. Contemplating how to stall for time, he typed in the chat. All right, wait a moment, a little friend's balloon got stuck in a tree, and I'm helping to retrieve it. Regardless of the clumsiness of his excuse, he pressed send without a second thought. In a flurry, Fang Chen finished preparing and had just opened the door. His silvery hair danced in the breeze. The tall and slender figure of Xian appeared before him unexpectedly. Meanwhile, a message notification chimed from the latter's phone. Xian's gaze dropped, fixated on the screen, and read aloud each word. Retrieving a balloon? Did you manage to get it? A gentlemanly smile graced his lips. Fang Chen shut his eyes, experiencing for the first time the profound embarrassment of being utterly mortified. Chapter 75. New friends, is there something you need from me? Fang Chen inquired, seeking clarification. There's no need for explanations. They would only complicate matters further. Xian graciously refrained from probing deeper as the other two companions returned. He stepped aside, invitingly. Shall we go meet them? Fang Chen, aware of his own shortcomings, nodded in agreement, mimicking Ming Qian's demeanor, accepting the day's agenda as dictated by the leader. Indeed, this shall be the last time, Xiao Fang, the other party replied, maintaining a composed tone. Yan Xian exuded an air of elegance with every gesture, embodying the essence of high society, complete with a chauffeur for his travels. A private vehicle was parked beneath the apartment building, and the driver acknowledged their arrival with a polite nod. This treatment is quite exceptional, Fang Chen mused to himself. As the engine roared to life, the car glided smoothly towards the outskirts. Just as Fang Chen contemplated a moment of rest, a slightly exasperated voice pierced the air. There's no need to lie to me in the future. I respect all your choices. Oh, so you still remember, he thought. This individual, though appearing easygoing, surely harbored grudges. Fang Chen promptly straightened his posture, clenched his fist against his chest, and sincerely apologized, swearing by his heart that it would not happen again. Yan Xian cast a sidelong glance, dismissing the matter with a casual shift of his hand. With some distance still to cover before reaching their destination, Fang Chen gazed out the window while subtly stealing glances at his companion. Noticing him with his eyes closed in repose, Fang Chen grew bolder in his movements. The car was filled with classical melodies from the late 20th century, soothing tunes effectively muffling any minor disturbances. After several back-and-forth glances, the person beside him suddenly opened his eyes and spoke softly. If you have something to say, do so. In the moment their eyes met, Fang Chen internally mused. Does this person have an eye growing on his forehead? Ultimately, he merely wished to inquire about Yan Xian's ranking on the pinnacle list. Not only did he think this, but he also acted on it. I did not make the list, Yan Xian replied nonchalantly. How could that be? Fang Chen blurted out instinctively. If he wasn't on the list, how formidable must those who were be? What purpose would there be in deceiving you? Yan Xian countered, deliberately pulling up his personal information interface and turning the screen towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen pondered, stroking his chin. This is odd. It's not unusual. Rankings are influenced not only by the number of bridges crossed and their difficulty, but also by activity levels, Yan Xian explained coolly. I had not crossed any bridges for an extended period, which caused my ranking to drop. Oh. Fang Chen nodded, retracting his gaze. His lips parted slightly, ultimately releasing a sigh. Curse be it. I initially inquired about this to alleviate my concern. Now, my curiosity has not only remained unsatisfied but has also been piqued even further. After all, setting aside the time spent within the gang, they had only known each other for a mere 2 days. If one were to pursue inquiries into another's past, what they had been doing during that interval, why they had ceased to be a deep diver, and what had prompted their return, would it not seem excessively prying, perhaps even rather impolite? Would it not risk inciting aversion? Fang Chen pressed his lips together, inwardly wrestling with these thoughts, his turmoil evident upon his countenance. Yan Xian rested his chin on one hand, leaning against the car window, his dark, brooding eyes never straying far from the person beside him. The curve of his eyes deepened subtly, almost imperceptibly. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the entrance of the villa, they were greeted by the raucous sounds of a heated argument. A tie. How could it possibly end in a tie? I've never felt so frustrated in my life. Huh? If it weren't for your own foolishness, would it have ended this way? And you dare to speak? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even made it out alive. Is this how you address your savior? 2 men volleyed barbs back and forth, neither willing to concede. One was tall, clad in a well-tailored suit, exuding the aura of a successful businessman. The other, slightly shorter and appearing considerably younger, barely in his 20s, was dressed in an extravagant outfit that, at first glance, suggested a costume rather than formal wear. Yan Xian took a few steps into the hall, bemused by the early morning commotion. Oh, boss. The 2 men managed to greet him amidst their quarrel. Yan Xian cast a fleeting glance at the extravagantly dressed young man. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? If I don't go, who will retrieve his body? Retrieve his body? With that little frame of yours, what are you even dreaming about? Little frame? The flamboyantly dressed man erupted in laughter. Jumping up to press his hand on the other's head, playfully lifting his shirt to reveal his abs, look closely. APAC. The suited man squeezed his eyes shut, a look of pained disbelief crossing his face as he withdrew his hand. That's quite the eyesore. The other was evidently taller, likely the largest among them, measuring over 190 centimeters. Yet, he wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined, intellectual air, resembling not only a businessman but also a scholarly instructor, albeit one who might teach with a fist. Now, let us make introductions. Yan Xian interjected, beckoning to Fang Chen. This is a new friend I mentioned to you earlier. Upon hearing this, the 2 finally tore their intense gazes from one another, a mutual huff serving as a temporary truce as they turned their attention to Fang Chen. Welcome. The taller man extended his hand first, adjusting his glasses slightly. Lu Tianyuan, a businessman by trade. Fang Chen returned his handshake with a friendly smile. A cunning and mercenary businessman, a voice murmured nearby, laced with disdain, as if labeling him. When it came time for the flamboyantly dressed young man to introduce himself, he cleared his throat, elegantly removing his top hat and placing it across his chest, bowing slightly. His manner of greeting was remarkably unique, reminiscent of the courtesies of medieval nobility. Adorned with exquisite garments and accessories, possessing fair skin and striking features, he embodied the very essence of a prince. "I am a sorcerer," proclaimed Luo Xuan, though Lu Tianyuan corrected him, "merely an amateur magician." "A pleasure to meet you," Fang Chen acknowledged with a nod. Luo Xuan maintained a posture of humility, bowing his head, while a mischievous smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, hidden from view. Without granting any moment for reaction, in the next instant, a glint of cold steel, unique to bladed weapons, flashed through the air, diverting the gaze. A dagger materialized seemingly from nowhere, thrusting forward with unrelenting ferocity, swift and merciless. Almost simultaneously with the attack, Fang Chen instinctively tilted his head to evade, his fist tightening in preparation. The distance between the two was scarcely half a meter, the blade's tip emanating a chilling aura as it grazed past his eye, missing by mere millimeters. Immediately thereafter, a deafening explosion resonated in his ears. Chapter 76. Rumors. The reaction was quite remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the dagger before him transformed into a delicate white rose, its subtle fragrance lingering in the air. The tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. "Welcome to our group. Here's a little gift for you," Luo Xuan said with a beaming smile, extending the bouquet forward. Fang Chen blinked, just about to accept it when he saw Luo Xuan loosen his grip, and with a swift motion, the petals trembled and metamorphosed into a white dove, fluttering its wings and soaring away. He finally understood why this person was dressed so flamboyantly. Perhaps there wasn't enough space for all his props? "Well, what do you think? Impressive, right? Did it scare you?" Luo Xuan asked, his face brimming with self-admiration, clearly seeking praise. "Yes, it was quite impressive," Fang Chen replied candidly. He then added, articulating each word clearly, "but I wasn't frightened." Luo Xuan clicked his tongue, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Then let me show you something even more entertaining." "All right, enough of your show-off," Lu Tianyuan interjected, crossing his arms and rolling his eyes dramatically. "This is all for strengthening camaraderie with the newcomers, isn't it?" Luo Xuan retorted, though he began to tidy his attire and retreated to his previous position. Yan Xian had been half leaning on the sofa from the start, smiling as he observed their friendly sparring. His narrow eyes flitted between the three before settling on Lu Tianyuan. "What is the situation with this mission?" "Oh, don't even get me started," Luo Xuan answered, scoffing before he could even explain. "The intensity levels detected by the Deep Diver S official site are problematic. It was supposed to be a near S-level mission, but once we entered, it turned into an Ultra S level. Goodness, it was the hardest dungeon I've ever faced." Lu Tianyuan nodded in agreement, a hint of concern creasing his brow. "There are 10 of us players, all seasoned veterans. 5 of us are on the peak leaderboard, and 2 others recently dropped off due to activity issues. Even so, we barely managed a draw. This meant that just one game had cost them 5 elite-level deep divers. The toll sounded severe. It was difficult to fathom the bizarre nature of such a game. Boss, Luo Xuan leaned in closer. "I remember there was this phenomenon last year. It only started recently." Yan Xian remained silent, not even lifting his gaze, lost in thought as he stared at the ground. Noticing that his superior was unresponsive, Luo Xuan decided to voice his thoughts outright. "Do you think the rumors could be true?" At last, the gentleman stirred his lips slightly. The rankings Haven T improved. But the art of rumor-mongering has certainly been mastered. This statement piqued Fang Chen's interest, prompting him to inquire curiously, "What rumors?" "Well, it's like this. Thanks to the official site, deep divers have banded together over the past few years, and we haven't seen catastrophic events like those in Qiqing or Lansha Watertown. However, due to recent instability in ratings, it occasionally leads those accepting missions into dire straits, and even some seasoned players mentoring newcomers have found themselves ensnared. Thus, whispers have circulated that we may have an insider. Someone is intentionally seeking to undermine the strength of the deep divers." He found it utterly absurd. Deliberately diminishing one's capabilities? What could be the motive? Where there is demand, supply must follow. Rumor has it that the founder, Z, does not genuinely wish to annihilate the obstacle, but rather aims to maintain it in a relatively balanced state, exploiting its chaos to exacerbate conflicts, potentially igniting war, thus providing a pretext for arms dealing and profiting from it. From where did such gossip originate? It is widely circulated on the official website. Does anyone actually believe it? Perhaps a 1 in 10 chance, though the detractors are numerous, nonetheless. Around 10% of players who have been deceived have begun to turn against the tide and join the ranks of the protesters. Fang Chen recalled a similar incident during the Xuan dungeon, where players had perished upon crossing the bridge, losing vital clues. And the difficulty of the dungeon had nearly escalated a level. While pondering this, he opened the forum and casually browsed a few pages, indeed discovering several posts of complaints. C-level missions transformed into A-level. Does the official website still warrant existence? Numerous doubts. Why has Founder Z refrained from showing himself? Fang Chen clicked his tongue in dismay. Such titles deserved a media outlet to showcase them. What do you think? He tilted the screen towards Xian. She glanced down, chuckling softly. It was amusing how these individuals managed to find humor amidst their plight. Every situation possesses dual facets. Overall, when the advantages of a matter outweigh its disadvantages, its existence is justified. Indeed, if they were to heed the 1 in 10 defectors, abolish the official website, and revert to its most primitive form, humanity's defenses would undoubtedly collapse without a fight. Moreover, it was not merely these issues. Following the last dungeon, Fang Chen had discerned that a significant portion of individuals chose to become deep divers out of personal greed, those with principles like Tang Ning and Su Ran, and morally corrupt ones like Wang Huan. The existence of such individuals would inevitably incite underhanded conflicts. The entire deep diver community was not composed solely of allies. Oh right. Xuan snapped his fingers and began rummaging through his pockets, subsequently producing several entry tickets. My magic show, tomorrow night. Do remember to attend. The laser tickets were exquisitely crafted, shimmering, and possessing considerable collectible value. One could tell that the organizers had invested great effort into them. Fang Chen took out his phone and searched, discovering that Xuan was quite a well-known magician in the circle, boasting a fan base of 500,000. The online videos were gaining popularity daily, with every performance drawing a full house. He stood out due to his innovative format and humorous style. His strikingly handsome appearance had even led some female fans to suggest he consider a side career as an idol or hold meet and greets. The deep divers truly are a hidden treasure trove of talent. Before Fang Chen could finish his musings, a piercing scream filled with terror and despair suddenly emanated from the back room. That sounded like Meng Qian's voice. Chapter 77. The tour invitation. Just as Fang Chen intended to rush over to rescue someone, Xian raised her arm and halted him directly. Get used to it. Used to it? What is wrong with this girl? He frowned in confusion. Xian gestured toward one of the rooms, where a horror game was being live-streamed. Lu Tianyuan and Luo Chuan appeared completely unperturbed, indicating that they had grown accustomed to such scenes. Fang Chen retracted his step, his face a canvas of bewilderment. How could they play when they were so terrified? Wasn't the thrill of the bizarre game sufficient? It's for the sake of the show, Xian added thoughtfully. By the way, she has more fans than Luo Chuan. Oh, really? The deep divers truly were a treasure trove of hidden talents. After delving deeper, these individuals once again reshaped Fang Chen as perceptions. A highly popular female streamer, a moderately renowned magician, a seemingly affluent business magnate, and a gentleman team leader who appeared enigmatic and unfathomable. So, he was merely an ordinary citizen among them. No matter, the working class is the most honorable. Besides, he quite enjoyed his current identity. Luo Chuan distributed the admission tickets to Xian and Fang Chen, waving the extra ticket in front of Lu Tianyuan. Just as the latter reached out, the ticket brushed past his fingertips and turned back toward Xian. Boss, remember to give it to Xiaoming. I get along pretty well with this girl. Lu Tianyuan's hand, suspended in the air, moved upward as he strategically adjusted his glasses, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his lips. After all, you're the only one among us who would entertain her mediocre magic. Will you die if you don't take a jab? Yes. After a brief lull, the two resumed their verbal skirmish. Xian crossed her arms, her fingers tapping rhythmically. After witnessing their ongoing exchange, which had reached a stalemate, she finally spoke up. You both seem rather free today. Why not cross another bridge? Both men froze momentarily. Luo Chuan pulled out a pocket watch, glanced at the time, and said, I'll take my leave. I have a rehearsal to attend. I must also depart. There are many matters to attend to at the company, Lu Tianyuan remarked, picking up his briefcase. They exchanged farewells and turned to leave, both in a hurry. One was flamboyant and brash, while the other was understated and composed, a perfect complement. Given that Yin Xian had personally chosen these teammates, Fang Chen's acceptance of them soared to new heights. As the door opened and closed, the distant sounds of their quarrel faded away. Moments later, only the ticking of the wall clock remained within the quiet room. Suddenly, the silence settled in, and Fang Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. This was his second time entering this stronghold. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous, modest little house concealed such depths and hidden talents? Why are you just standing there? Feel free to sit. Yin Xian indicated the sofa with her gaze, casually picking up a book from a stack on the coffee table and flipping through its pages. Fang Chen, intrigued, leaned closer, eager to peruse as well. Upon glimpsing the title, the exuberant smile faltered. The cover, adorned in hues of blue and pink, boldly proclaimed, 100 Ways to Make Someone Fall in Love with Me. It was hard to believe. You were still delving into this? Fang Chen's gaze became intricately complex, his tone shifting in pitch during his inquiry. Yin Xian snapped the book shut with a decisive clap, her expression darkening as she cast a glance at the title before discarding it to the side. What a mess Meng has made. She then retrieved another volume, 100 Recipes for Souffle, and immersed herself in its pages with renewed delight. To be candid, it seemed rather similar. At that moment, Meng Qian, diligently engaged in her live stream, suddenly sneezed. She tightened the small blanket around her, wiping her nose, sensing something amiss. Fang Chen mimicked Yin Xian's posture, reclining against the sofa as a subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, evoking a sense of contemplation within him. The life of the affluent is truly enviable. Were he to abandon his previous profession and rely solely on delivering packages, he would likely never inhabit such a grand residence. It is no wonder that so many choose to become deep divers. Each game feels akin to a gamble. Though perilous, the rewards behind it are irresistibly alluring, even capable of facilitating a leap in social status. The founder adeptly exploits humanity's desire for wealth and reverence for power, rallying a legion of fearless mercenaries to labor for him. Fang Chen's curiosity regarding Zi's true identity intensified. As for the rampant rumors circulating, he refrained from commenting on the incomplete picture. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. Ah, Brother Fang. Meng Qian peered around the corner of the living room, her face alight with surprise. Have you met Tian Yuan and Xuan? Indeed. Both are exceptionally formidable teammates. Lu Tian Yuan ranks 58th on the peak leaderboard, while Luo Xuan is 91st. Previously, she had no concrete understanding of what formidable entailed. But the leaderboard rendered their prowess vividly tangible. No wonder Yin Xian chose them as allies. Fang Chen felt a surge of respect. And what about you? He inquired casually. Meng Qian's exuberance waned, her expression dimming. I am still striving, but that leaderboard is exceedingly daunting. I doubt I shall ever ascend it. He realized he ought not to have interjected, for that was not the intent. Nonetheless, her words slightly ignited a competitive spirit within him. Fang Chen opened his personal information interface, his gaze fixating on the digits, 9,061st. Ah, the road ahead is long. Meng Qian tore open a bag of chips. Crunching away. Brother Fang, before you arrived, Xuan was the second person I admired. Her eyes focused on a point in the air, solemn and earnest, as if revering a great figure. Clearly, this magician held a prestigious position within the team. Do elaborate, Fang Chen said, suddenly intrigued, sitting up straighter. He was prepared to hear about the remarkable achievements of her counterpart. To his surprise, she earnestly replied, one of the pockets in his clothing can hold more than my backpack. Incredible! How on earth was this accomplished? Chapter 78, The Magic Dinner After Returning from the Stronghold. Fang Chen diligently resumed work for 2 consecutive days, making up for all his previous absences. He then found himself lost in contemplation over 2 inexplicable negative reviews in his hand. Young man, in our line of work, one must not be complacent. If you continue this way, you may jeopardize your chances of being selected as an outstanding employee, his superior advised earnestly. The selection process is fiercely competitive. Each additional effort you put forth could elevate you above thousands of others. This rhetoric felt familiar. It reminded him of the relentless competition for college entrance exam scores he had once faced. The conversation continued, emphasizing the importance of ambition for young people, lest they find themselves unable to save for a future family. Taking a day off here and there. If everyone were to do as you do, what would happen to the company? If memory served him right, he had diligently worked for 3 years with only these 2 absences. As long as I follow the rules, that is sufficient, Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. Of course, deductions must be made, and missed shifts must be compensated, right? After laying the groundwork for half the day, his superior finally revealed the true intention. It's been quite busy lately. What if you were to come in tonight? Fang Chen interrupted before he could finish. I would like to request a leave for tonight. No, he suddenly realized, shifting his tone, I am not scheduled to work tonight anyway. Please find someone else. With that, he left, ignoring the ashen expression on his superior's face as he headed straight for the exit. His superior took a deep breath, trembling slightly. A single man without a mortgage, car loan, or family was indeed difficult to manage. The magic tour of Xuan was set in the city's most bustling district. At 7 o'clock, just as darkness fell and an hour before the performance, a throng had already gathered outside the venue, forming a long queue. Among them were a few scalpers eagerly selling tickets with loudspeakers, raising prices on the spot. By the time Fang Chen arrived, Xian and Meng Qian were already waiting at the entrance. Armed with VIP tickets, the trio bypassed the arduous queue and entered through the express lane. As Fang Chen surveyed the scene, he inquired, "Where's Lu Tianyuan? Is he really not coming?" Xian chuckled lightly. "He is unlike us. He has a VIP viewing seat." "Oh, even more VIP than us." Meng Qian looked perplexed, as if just realizing this distinction. The performance venue was vast, capable of accommodating thousands. With only a few minutes until 8 o'clock, the seats were filled to capacity amidst a cacophony of chatter. The three were seated centrally, affording them an excellent view of the stage. As the countdown commenced, a shower of rose petals cascaded from the ceiling, falling gracefully onto the audience. A gentle breeze swept through, and the petals, initially descending freely, seemed to come alive, swirling towards the center of the stage, gathering uncontrollably. They spun faster and faster, forming a small tornado. Amidst the flurry of red, a shadowy figure began to take shape. As the clock struck the hour, the rapidly spinning petals suddenly unfurled, and amidst the applause, the elegantly attired Luochuan emerged, reminiscent of a prince from another realm. The audience erupted in fervent excitement at this spectacular entrance. Indeed, the magician's arrival was nothing short of enchanting. Without a moment's pause, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Luochuan captivated everyone with a series of mesmerizing performances, levitating bodies, escaping from a water tank, and even conjuring a towering Christmas tree before the astonished gaze of the audience, all of which were a feast for the eyes. Every movement exuded supreme confidence. Each step and gesture was aesthetically pleasing, eliciting waves of ecstatic screams from the crowd. One might easily mistake this for a pop idol's concert. His exquisite artistry elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. As the music played, the stage curtain slowly ascended, and Luochuan took the microphone to engage with the audience. "Next, my partner will assist in presenting a breathtaking performance." He paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, as this is our first collaboration and we have not rehearsed together. I find myself rather nervous. Could you please lend us your encouragement? The moment his words fell, applause erupted once more. A few minutes later, as the curtain rose again, Lu Tianyuan was seen sprawled upon a wooden table, tightly bound in ropes, his expression one of utter despair, with a covered object beside him. Meng Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Fang Chen was utterly bewildered. Xian was speaking beside him, but the surrounding clamor drowned out any useful information. "What?" He could only shout in confusion. The gentleman leaned closer, his voice a whisper in Fang Chen's ear, explaining. Luochuan's original partner had to rush to the hospital due to acute appendicitis, so Tianyuan was hastily brought in as a substitute. This was, indeed, a VIP viewing experience, watching directly from the stage. Once the stage settled into a hushed anticipation, Luochuan stepped forward and dramatically lifted the curtain, revealing a genuine cutting machine. The stainless steel surface gleamed ominously, a gigantic serrated blade suspended above. Its edges adorned with sharply defined protrusions that sent chills down one's spine at merely the sight of it. Luochuan appeared exuberant, explaining in a light-hearted tone. "This is a live dismemberment act, which carries an immense level of difficulty. Success is the only option. To dispel any claims of trickery," he continued, "let us conduct a test." With that, he picked up a wooden board, aligning it with the cutting machine. The moment the power was activated, the gears whirred violently, emitting a sharp roar that resonated with the heartbeat of the onlookers. As the blade met the wood, the board was cleaved in two, sending wood shavings swirling through the air, the faint scent of pine resin wafting around. After the demonstration, Luochuan approached the table, aligning the gears with the defenseless Lu Tianyuan. "In a moment, this serrated blade will slice through my partner's abdomen," He draped a velvet cloth over Lu Tianyuan, leaving only his head and feet exposed. Let us all unite in prayer for him. Although the individual at the table appears relatively composed, beneath the surface, his tightly clenched fists betray a subtle warmth. Surely, you wouldn't seek personal retribution, would you? Luo Chuan leaned forward, a glimmer of mirth in his eyes, urging patience, as they had been comrades for so many years. How could one remain calm? The performance was about to commence, and he still had yet to grasp the underlying principles of it all. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Chuan pressed the switch. The serrated blades whirred into action, emitting a low, resonant hum as they descended slowly. The audience held their breath, their undivided attention fixated on the stage. Goodness, are you truly going through with this? Lu Tianyuan exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 79. Unexpected turn of events. Just as the blade was about to graze the blanket, Luo Chuan swiftly spoke. At the count of 3, let your waist sink down. What? Before Lu Tianyuan could react, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his lower back. It turned out that the mechanism for the living person's dismemberment was concealed within the table, which could split apart in the middle. If the person above bent their back and allowed their waist to sink, coupled with the obscuring velvet, it would create the illusion of the cutting machine slicing through. You have 3 seconds left. Damn it. Lu Tianyuan began to frantically shift his body, adjusting his position, appearing to struggle in a desperate dance of fear. A spectacle for the audience. Even Fang Chen was nearly deceived. The audience fell into an extreme silence, the hum of the cutting machine resonating throughout the venue. The serrated blade descended without hesitation, producing a piercing screech as it sliced through the entire tabletop. From the spectator's perspective, it appeared as though Lu Tianyuan's abdomen had been cleaved in two. Yet, from the perspective of the man twisting frantically on the table, the magic trick was undeniably a success. The venue erupted in fervent applause and exclamations of astonishment. Luo Chuan took a bow, lightly teasing. Who would have thought your waist was in such fine shape? The man on the table scowled, gritting his teeth. Just you wait. Once the thrill subsided, Lu Tianyuan gradually regained his composure, eyeing the cutting machine before him with a slight frown. At the moment the gears were about to cease their rotation, his abdomen gently pushed upward. His face darkened instantly. Damn it, I've been played. This was a reciprocating saw made from special materials, also known as a plaster saw. The teeth oscillated up and down rather than rotating, capable of slicing through hard stone and sturdy wood, yet incapable of piercing soft skin. This was due to the skin's ability to resonate with its oscillation, unlike rigid inanimate objects. Thus, even if he failed to sink his waist at the last moment, there would be no danger to his life. Having grasped the principle, Lu Tianyuan took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anxiety that had built within him. This was an extraordinary performance. The confident magician and his terrified, writhing partner were in perfect harmony. Luo Chuan's magic tour was immensely popular, with every seat filled. Not merely due to his formidable skills, but also because of the upcoming interactive segment. This marked another climax of the entire performance. When Luo Chuan announced, I will randomly select a lucky individual from among you to experience the human dismemberment, the audience erupted into a commotion, hands shooting up in eager anticipation, all yearning for a chance to interact closely with their idol. Among them, a young man in a deep blue t-shirt was exceptionally lively. His voice booming as he waved his hand, even standing up. He managed to overpower the surrounding noise with his fervor, making himself distinctly heard. However, Luo Chuan feigned ignorance, his gaze sweeping past the young man as he continued to surge through the crowd. Upon witnessing this, the young man's expression fell. At this moment, Ming Qian suddenly lowered her voice and hesitantly inquired, Boss, am I mistaken? Isn't this the same individual from before? Yin Xian cast a fleeting glance, affirming with a subtle nod. That's utterly outrageous. With this confirmation, she became indignant. Rest assured, Luo Chuan can handle it adeptly. Her tone remained languid, as though addressing an insignificant ant. Fang Chen leaned forward, questioning, is there an issue with that person? Jealousy among peers, Meng Qian elucidated. Luo Chuan is a burgeoning magician, and his popularity has surged in the past 2 years. With such prominence comes envy, especially when the opportunities are limited. The individuals opposing him were members of local magic associations who had deliberately sent representatives to masquerade as ordinary audience members during the interactive segment, aiming to sabotage the performance and sow discord, seeking to generate negative publicity. A similar incident had occurred previously, but it was deftly navigated, inadvertently enhancing the show's appeal, which left the rivals seething with resentment. Meng Qian expressed her disdain openly, particularly abhorred by those who resorted to underhanded tactics out of jealousy. After all, as a streamer, she had faced her fair share of obstacles. Fang Chen, reflecting on past experiences, regarded the situation with a hint of contempt. The young man in the navy blue short sleeve, feeling overlooked, voiced his dissatisfaction. Why wasn't I chosen? Are you looking for a plant? Upon hearing this, the audience, who had previously been raising their hands in a normal manner, fell into an uneasy silence. The atmosphere grew tense. A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Chuan's brow, but when he raised his gaze again, a smile adorned his face. On the contrary, your enthusiasm may lead others to perceive you as a plant. Hence I prefer someone a bit more subdued. That's nonsense. You simply lack the courage, claiming that the interactions are random when they are prearranged with accomplices. His words were laced with barbs, clearly intended to provoke. Noticing the brewing conflict, some audience members had already begun recording with their phones. It appeared that being a somewhat renowned idol was no easy feat, as one must navigate a myriad of unexpected situations. A single misstep in response could lead to the video being maliciously edited into something unrecognizable. Having successfully garnered attention, the young man grew increasingly audacious. I trust no one but myself. If you don't select me, then your magic is merely a facade reliant on deception, lacking any real skill. His demeanor exuded an air of determination that suggested he would not relent until his objectives were achieved. This declaration incited a stir among the crowd, prompting hushed discussions. A hater? No, perhaps an extreme fan seeking attention? Faced with such unreasonable rhetoric, Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Very well, then you shall be the one." Seeing this, the young man finally tempered his aggressive stance and swaggered onto the stage. He reclined on the wooden table, bound securely like Lu Tianyuan. The restraint artfully crafted to appear escape-proof while still allowing for some mobility, particularly in his waist. Keep your hands to yourself, if you wish to survive. Heed my instructions closely. Luo Chuan draped the velvet over the other person. Moreover, conceal your petty thoughts. Although a smile adorned his face, his eyes reflected an unfathomable chill. Under the gaze of such eyes, an inexplicable shiver coursed through his body. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering to himself, "What could they possibly do to me?" Even though he was confined to the table, he remained restless, peering around inquisitively. Remembering his employer's instructions to create as much disruption as possible and to leave the other party in an embarrassing predicament, he stealthily slipped his left hand into his pocket, armed with a Swiss knife for this very purpose. According to the program, the next act involved the passage of objects through solid matter, and he speculated that the ropes positioned at the side and rear would be crucial props. He pondered the opportunity to discreetly sever one as he exited the stage. Lost in thought, a sinister smile crept across his face as he eagerly anticipated the discomfort that Luo Chuan would experience. It promised to create quite a stir, and an accident would be even more delightful. The power was activated, and the cutting machine roared to life with a deafening clamor. The gears began their slow descent, poised to approach the man's lower abdomen. At that moment, the once fearless man suddenly froze, his gaze momentarily vacant. After a few seconds, he stiffened entirely, his lips trembling and his eyes wide with terror, fixated on a point in the air. Chapter 80. The Round Table Game. Stay away. Don't kill me. The man's emotions spiraled out of control as he shouted, his body writhing violently. Yet, bound tightly, he was rendered immobile, flailing helplessly in place, resembling a dismembered earthworm. The audience, mistaking it for theatrical effect, erupted in applause. Fang Chen felt an increasing sense of unease. The terror displayed was alarmingly real, as if he were genuinely being threatened by some unspeakable force. "Let me go." His screams pierced the air, blending with the roar of the cutting machine. His movements grew more frantic, shaking his body so violently that the entire wooden table trembled, causing the floor to thud ominously. Then, in an instant, as the gears penetrated his abdomen, his resistance came to an abrupt halt. The man collapsed onto the table like a deflated balloon, utterly silent. "Bravo! How riveting!" The audience cheered, their applause thunderous and unending until a crimson liquid began to drip from the edge of the wooden table. The once enthusiastic crowd fell into a stunned silence. The vast venue now enveloped in an eerie quiet. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood. Luo Chuan sensed something was amiss. He first checked the man's breath, and upon confirming he was lifeless, he swiftly lifted the velvet cloth. With the barrier removed, the man's entrails spilled forth through the torn skin, saturating the wooden table with a dark red hue. "Wait, he is dead." Someone's exclamation triggered chaos among the audience. Those eager for a spectacle raised their phones, their flashes illuminating the scene in a frenzy. Yin Xian's eyes narrowed. He immediately stood and strode toward the backstage, with Fang Chen and Meng Qian closely following. From the audience's perspective, this was merely a performance, a living person transformed into a corpse in the blink of an eye. Yet, in the shadows unnoticed by the crowd, Luo Xuan beheld a far grimmer reality. A Swiss army knife was deeply embedded in the man's side, the wound gaping and torn. The extent of the injury suggested multiple stabbings. It became clear that the man's frantic writhing had not been an attempt to escape, but rather an act of self-harm. Such behavior could only stem from a mind in utter disarray. What could drive a person to plunge to such depths in mere seconds, resulting in a complete transformation of character and actions incomprehensible to the sane? Luo Xuan was no stranger to such phenomena. However, this was the first time he had witnessed the dire consequences of failure in the game from such proximity. Fortunately, the ropes restrained him. His violent tendencies found no outlet, forcing him to internalize his rage, which manifested in frenzied stabbings of his own flesh. The chaos indeed stirred a tremendous uproar, but the cost was likely beyond what he could have anticipated. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed ahead. A few individuals raised their phones, drawing closer to direct their lenses towards the stage. Mr. Luo Xuan, might I inquire whether this narrative stems from an operational oversight on your part? Earlier, you were openly provoked. Did you seize the opportunity presented by the performance to seek retribution? The reporters in the audience, sensing the unfolding drama, converged with expressions of eager anticipation, as if what lay upon the table was not a lifeless body, but rather a stepping stone to promotions and salary increases. Language wields immense power, and Luo Xuan understood that anything he uttered at this moment would inevitably be sensationalized online. After all, while slander can be spoken with ease, dispelling it requires relentless effort. Speaking recklessly could lead to malicious edits of his words. Mr. Luo Xuan, why do you remain silent? Does your silence imply an acknowledgement of the aforementioned inquiries? An increasing number of onlookers surrounded the stage, their anticipation palpable, while flashes from cameras illuminated the scene without cease. Luo Xuan felt a twinge of disdain within. Although the situation was somewhat precarious, it remained within his control. He was acutely aware of the man's intention to disrupt and had long since prepared a contingency plan. Gazing into the multitude of eager eyes awaiting the spectacle, Luo Xuan was about to speak, when suddenly Lu Tianyuan, accompanied by a throng of black-clad bodyguards, stormed onto the scene. The bodyguards surged forward, creating a barrier between the stage and the unruly spectators. Lu seized Luo Xuan by the arm, urging him towards the backstage. The boss needs you urgently. Meanwhile, Fang Chen and his team awaited backstage, their phones vibrating incessantly. He unlocked his screen to reveal an urgent notification from the official website, detected an expansion of infection in Block X, requesting support from deep divers. The bold, flashing red text dominated his vision, with a small map indicating the affected area. This was a rescue alert specifically dispatched to nearby deep divers. Fang Chen scrutinized the game data. Number of participants, 10. Number of completions, 0. Human defeat, catastrophic. It was noteworthy that scenarios of total escape or total elimination were exceedingly rare, and even more astonishing was the fact that this was a mere D-class dungeon. Its level was utterly mismatched with the displayed difficulty. Quite peculiar indeed. Lu Tianyuan strode over with Luo Xuan in tow, while Yin Xian gestured at his phone, beckoning him to check the official information. Luo Xuan cast a cursory glance, exclaiming, "Goodness, Chief, I must be mistaken. This is exceedingly rare." The rescue alert continued to flash incessantly, a sense of urgency rising within him. The screen displayed that the contaminated area was steadily expanding, the red markers resembling bloodstains gradually spreading, infiltrating every corner of the city. Fang Chen hesitated before speaking. What might happen if we disregard this? His implication was clear. If there were no deep divers nearby, or if rescue efforts were delayed, what would be the worst consequence? The bizarre game would continually draw in newcomers. Yin Xian paused for a moment before responding. This could become the second Qiqing. Luo Xuan furrowed his brow. What are we waiting for? Let us move swiftly. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from the audience. Luo Xuan, come out. Luo Xuan, refund. A unified chant reverberated, as it remained uncertain whether it was the detractors or the puppets summoned by the Magic Association who had begun to incite the crowd. Demanding an explanation, Lu Tianyuan cast a glance, his eyes glinting with a hint of malevolence. It mattered not, for the task of suppressing public opinion would be entrusted to him. Normally perceived as refined and cultured, He exuded an air of intimidation akin to that of a crime lord in that fleeting moment. Huh, I have no concern for such trivialities. In the eye of the storm, Luo Xuan found himself rather distracted, dismissing those matters for the time being, confident in his ability to manage the situation. With this acknowledgement, the four individuals simultaneously directed their gazes towards the leader of the group. The atmosphere grew tense, and amidst the collective anticipation, Yin inclined his head slightly. Upon receiving the signal, Fang Chen unhesitatingly pressed the confirmation button. Proceeding to Special Rescue Instance, difficulty level D, number of players, 10. In a blink, the scene morphed into an abyss. The sensation of weightlessness tugged at the body, causing it to plummet downward. The surrounding scenery rapidly retreated, figures contorted, and a cacophony resonated in the ears. Time became indeterminate. When the soul and body realigned, the eyelids fluttered open once more, revealing a sealed chamber, with red and blue doors flanking either side. Before him stood a massive round table, graced by a roulette wheel. 10 individuals, including himself, encircled the table. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Fang Chen attempted to move his limbs, only to discover that he was bound to the chair, a tangle of wires ensnaring his waist. To be precise, all were restrained, rendered immobile. Chapter 81. The Round Table Game, as everyone gradually awakened from their slumber. An ancient and melodious voice resonated in their minds. Only the truth shall be spoken. Fang Chen waited for a moment, but no further words followed. Doubts began to surface in his heart. The question posed was merely 5 words long, so concise that he momentarily thought he had misheard. From the title alone, he could glean no information regarding their escape from the scenario, nor could he discern the game mode. Not only himself, but the expressions of the others reflected the same bewilderment and peculiarity. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across each individual, and his eyes widened in astonishment as a familiar face came into view. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, lifting his chin in greeting. Opposite him sat Xiaobai, whose stern countenance momentarily betrayed a flicker of surprise. "What a coincidence," he remarked. Yin turned his head, and upon realizing they were acquainted, the smile in his eyes deepened. "I didn't expect to see you here." The tension that had gripped Xiaobai dissipated instantly upon seeing these two, and a hint of relief graced his brow. This was reassuring. In addition to the 6 of them, 4 unfamiliar faces surrounded the round table. They were bound to their chairs, entangled in wires, some composed while others appeared anxious. The quartet consisted of a slender man, a young athlete sporting a cast and clad in sports attire, and a couple. The couple was easily identifiable, dressed in matching patterned jackets, their ring fingers adorned with matching rings. The male was a portly young man with a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of sincerity. In contrast, the female presented a vibrant appearance, her hair styled in a flamboyant manner, dyed a striking pink, embodying the spirit of a lively youth. Among them, the most composed was the slender man, while the athlete exhibited the greatest panic, and the spirited girl displayed the most agitation. Upon observing their surroundings, the girl rolled her eyes dramatically. "It's bad luck to be dragged into this, just for a date. Is there truly no other deep diver in this city?" The portly young man attempted to ease the tension, saying, "We aren't always on standby. Most deep divers are part-timers, after all." "All right, darling." She shrugged and blew a kiss to the plump man. "You all have it tough. Shall we introduce ourselves?" The young athlete in sportswear stammered, speaking in halting Chinese, suggesting he might be of mixed heritage. He was drenched in sweat, his left hand encased in a cast, and his words came out weakly, as if he might faint from the exertion at any moment. "Let us skip the introductions. Once we get out, there will be no further connections, so why waste time?" The slender man clasped his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a CEO in a meeting, yet it struck one as somewhat ludicrous, as if he were putting on an act. His gaunt cheeks accentuated his large eyes, which roamed the room. "Is there anyone among you who is a novice?" After a brief pause, noticing no one responded, a faint smile began to creep onto the man's face. "That is indeed reassuring. I find nothing more vexing than newcomers who disregard instructions and cause chaos." Fang Chen silently observed the interactions among the group, his lips pressed into a thin line. Over 10 minutes had elapsed since they entered the instance, yet he remained utterly bewildered by the proceedings. He could only surmise from the topic that it was likely a game involving linguistic strategy. The doors on both sides were firmly shut, with no sign of anyone emerging. Fang Chen pressed his tongue against his cheek, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. "Just to confirm, the premise we all heard is only the truth may be spoken, correct?" "Indeed." The group replied in unison. With the clues being scanned, he contemplated wandering about, but given the current circumstances, he could barely move his arms, let alone stand up. Suddenly, a loud clang reverberated as the round table before him began to shake violently, splitting apart to reveal a half-meter-tall flower mushroom that slowly rose from below. Yes, it was quite literally as it sounded. Adorned with vibrant patterns, it twisted its body while the table closed once again, striking a pose as if frozen in time. "Apologies for my tardiness," it said, its umbrella-shaped cap bending slightly, resembling a bow. By the way, the sound of the clang was self-generated. "Do you not possess any semblance of normalcy?" Xuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Speaking of appearances, the mushroom hopped over to him, examining him from head to toe before clicking its tongue in disdain. "You are even less normal than I." Indeed, while it was flamboyantly adorned, Xuan's attire was even more extravagant. At first glance, they seemed rather well-matched. After their exchange, the mushroom stretched its form and gently swayed its cap. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the poisonous mushroom." Fang Chen concluded that such colors were not only inedible, but would also be avoided in the wild. "Pests are of no benefit. I am the adjudicator for this round-table game." It sounded somewhat irate. Ming Qian had been fixated since the beginning, exclaiming, "What a peculiar little creature. You have an eye for talent." It is often the case that humanoid NPCs appear stern. We need a mascot to enliven the atmosphere. The mushroom deemed itself adorable as it waved its cap. Despite its self-proclaimed cuteness, the writhing, worm-like hairs combined with its blood-red scales imparted an air of eeriness rather than charm. How does it even produce sound? The spirited girl craned her neck for a better view. "This is the eye, and this is the mouth." The mushroom tilted its body, its two block-like patterns blinking in a disconcerting manner, creating an unsettling effect the longer one gazed. Lu Tianyuan could not bear to look at this creature any longer and averted his gaze. "How can we escape this place?" "A splendid question," the mushroom replied earnestly, clearing its throat. "Welcome to the Chamber of Moral Judgment. I shall now explain the rules. Before you lies a grand roulette, its pointer poised to rotate in a clockwise manner, successively directing its gaze upon each individual present. The person upon whom the pointer lands shall be designated as the accused for this round. The accused is tasked with advocating for their moral integrity in hopes of garnering the affection and trust of the assembly, thus establishing themselves as a paragon of virtue. Meanwhile, the other participants are permitted to pose reasonable inquiries. To prevent an endless exchange of questions, each individual may only present one question. The group must then render a moral judgment based on the accused's self-presentation and the subsequent 9 questions and answers, followed by a vote. Should the number of dissenting votes surpass the majority, the accused shall face repercussions. After 10 rounds, at the conclusion of this phase, all individuals will have been judged, leading to a renewed voting process. The individual who receives the highest number of votes will be eliminated from the proceedings. In the event of a tie, a debate will ensue until a candidate for elimination is determined. Concurrently, the second round of judgment shall commence. Let us strive, for the sake of survival, to ascend to the pinnacle of moral righteousness. The mushroom emitted a sharp, piercing laugh. Self-destruction. The phrase self-destruction immediately sprang to Fang Chen's mind. Chapter 82. Tabletop Game 2. Can we abstain from voting? A stout young man raised his hand. Absolutely not. There are 2 types of votes, for or against. All participants, except for the defendant in this round, must cast their votes. With 9 voters, a tie is impossible, and should the votes against exceed half, there will be repercussions. Fang Chen glanced at the wires entwined around him, easily inferring the nature of the punishment. Xuan then inquired, "How is the defendant supposed to garner support? Through self-introduction or sharing their good deeds?" Mushroom tilted his head slightly. "There are no strict regulations, as long as the prompt is not violated." "What happens if one violates the prompt or lies?" A youth clad in a sports uniform interjected. "Oh." Mushroom made a dramatic 180 turn, twisting his entire torso. "You have quite the imagination. Care to give it a try? Are you jesting with me?" "It won't be fatal," he replied, winking. "I'll turn a blind eye." I encourage players to test the waters. After a moment of hesitation, the young man swallowed hard and relented. "Fine. It is indeed rare to be eliminated before the game even begins." He closed his eyes, contemplated for a while, and then solemnly declared, "Actually, I am a pineapple." Nothing happened. The crowd exchanged glances. The spirited girl chuckled. "How foolish." Mushroom regarded him with a look of incredulity. "The prompt applies to uncertain matters for others. Your declaration, which no one would believe, does not count." The athlete pondered for a moment, then finally muttered, Forget it. I won't try. Such a coward, Mushroom murmured, then eagerly lifted his head. Unless there are further questions, the game shall commence. Wait, Fang Chen interrupted. After listening for so long, you still haven't explained how we are to leave. TSK, Mushroom rolled his eyes, an unexpected gesture from him. On either side of you are red and blue doors. One leads to safety, the other to peril. Each individual may only choose one door to enter. The safe door will merely send you back to the real world, while the perilous door rewards you with eternal companionship here with me. After the first round concludes, I will reveal which door is the safe one. Fang Chen found the explanation increasingly peculiar. So, you mean, as long as we play one round, you will directly inform us which door allows us to exit? Mushroom playfully pouted, but no one was interested. Speak clearly, Xiao Xiaobai added. Lu Tianyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Why do I sense a scheme? Not at all. Mushroom shook his head vigorously, denying the notion. How could the referee be unfair and still continue the game? At this point, they had no choice but to trust him. One could only hope that Mushroom would honor his promise. If merely one round suffices to reveal the correct answer, it implies that at most only one individual needs to be eliminated for them to depart securely. With 10 participants in the game, a minimum of 9 will inevitably prevail. Yet, why does this scenario still culminate in a total team wipe? Fang Chen harbored an unsettling premonition, sensing that this individual had covertly laid some traps. Surely, that cannot be right? Yin Xian leisurely twirled his ring, suddenly raising his gaze. If that were truly the case, why then would a second round of the game commence? What? Mushroom paused momentarily. You previously stated in the rules that after the participant with the highest votes in the first round is eliminated, the second round would commence simultaneously. He reiterated. Mushroom smacked his lips, falling into a prolonged silence. Goodness, he had managed to stump the referee. Could it be that they merely reveal the correct door without granting us any reprieve? Yin Xin cast a sidelong glance at the wires entwined around him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that there are additional conditions for breaking free from these constraints? Well, Mushroom's voice grew faint. I will give you time. Think carefully before responding. Yin Xian's tone was calm, carrying an air of command. He reclined casually, his eyes half closed, assuming a posture that transformed the unremarkable chair into a throne. Fang Chen seemed to visualize beads of sweat trickling down from Mushroom's cap. Because, perhaps, there are those who wish to continue playing, reluctant to depart. It attempted to provide an answer. Nonsense, the thin man exclaimed, cursing vehemently. If one must fabricate a reason, at least make it a credible one. Who would become addicted to such a wretched game? Very well. In truth, it is that all of you must choose the same door to exit. Dissenting opinions cannot arise. Mushroom answered, his resolve faltering. Oh no, it is fungus skin. It was evident he was feeling guilty. How could there even be disagreement? Did you not say? Fang Chen was about to press further when his words were abruptly interrupted. You will find out soon enough. Mushroom squinted, dismissing further inquiry, then stood tall and proud. So now, I declare, the moral tribunal is officially in session. His tone was spirited, accompanied by the sound of clangs as the wheel began to whirl vigorously. The pointer stirred the air, invoking a chill, causing the temperature in the room to drop noticeably. In games of this nature, the order of speaking holds significant weight. The first and last speakers wield vastly different levels of influence. Much like in Werewolf, the role of the vote is crucial, capable of stirring emotions, swaying moral judgments, and those with eloquence might even indirectly determine who is ousted in this round. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing uncontrollably. At this moment, the killing game finally infused a sense of panic. After spinning wildly for several rounds, the pointer gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt before the youth. The first round as subject of judgment has emerged. Witnessing the game progress smoothly, Mushroom leaped in delight. Leading the charge is the athlete. Facing clockwise, the designated speaker is the male partner of the couple, a seemingly robust and reserved young man. According to the spirited young lady, he appears to be a diligent and devoted deep-sea diver. Fang Chen and his companions find themselves scattered in the midst of the gathering. Frankly speaking, this order of speaking is rather unfavorable for them. The mushroom leaped before the young man, its umbrella-like cap bending down, resembling a microphone aimed directly at him. Come now, share your tale. This action startled him, causing an involuntary shudder. The view was dominated by slowly swirling patterns, vivid and crimson, as if dripping with blood. Merely being targeted by this object would cause one's sanity to plummet drastically. The young man contorted his features, taking deep breaths repeatedly, and after considerable contemplation, he finally began to speak slowly under the gaze of the audience. Thus, the roundtable game officially commenced. Chapter 83. Roundtable Game 3. As you can see, I am an athlete. The young man began his narrative. My family is rather impoverished. My father passed away early, and my mother suffers from a severe illness. Our entire income relies on the prize money from competitions, and after covering daily expenses and medical costs, very little remains. I dare not slack off for even a day. Since graduating from sports school, I have lived a life of unwavering dedication, diligently training every day. To date, I have amassed over 50 gold medals in my career. Managing to live a relatively decent life and providing my mother with the means to seek treatment at a major hospital, which has improved her condition somewhat. However, at this critical juncture, my rival, my bitter adversary, could not tolerate my stable and outstanding achievements. He sought revenge and deliberately drove his car into me one fateful night. After the accident, my legs and arms suffered from various degrees of comminuted fractures. The doctors informed me that even if I recover, I shall never return to the arena again. He shook his left arm and offered a weak smile. The young man appeared to be in his early 30s. Yet his eyes bore the weight of a century's worth of hardships, with heavy bags that betrayed a murky spirit, devoid of the vitality and vigor one would expect from an athlete. I am uncertain how I will navigate the days ahead. I shall take it one step at a time. It was evident that the young man intended to adopt a path of eliciting sympathy, leveraging his tragic experiences to garner moral support. Moreover, his narrative perfectly aligned with his current image, lending it considerable credibility. You truly have endured quite a lot, mused the spirited girl, twirling her hair with her fingertips. Did you receive any compensation? How much did they pay? The first moral judgment arose. What was the amount of compensation? The mushroom repeated the question. She looked up, somewhat bewildered. I merely wish to engage in casual conversation and gossip. Does that count? It does, the mushroom replied with a grave expression. Since I was at the peak of my career and the consequences of the accident were severe, the other party compensated me with over 3 million. The athlete answered candidly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and shifted his posture. Observing the athlete, it was clear that although he had sustained considerable injuries, he was not entirely incapacitated. It seemed unlikely he would even qualify for a level 3 disability if the legal proceedings were followed properly. How could such a substantial sum be awarded? Furthermore, the fact that such a large compensation was available indicated that the other party must be an equally matched and formidable opponent. To run someone over with a vehicle, if this were to be exposed, it would surely spell disaster for the perpetrator. What enmity could warrant such a drastic course of action? Just as Fang Chen was about to inquire further, Lu Tianyuan interjected, Did you settle this privately? The athlete hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yen Xian suddenly let out a light laugh, causing the young man to instinctively shudder. The chubby fellow rubbed his hands together, his expression one of understanding. Indeed, if this situation were brought to light, the repercussions could be dire, especially since he was considered a public figure. However, asking for 3 million seems excessive, does it not? Was there truly no intent to exploit the situation? No, the athlete replied. The athlete hastily denied it, asserting that the compensation was willingly offered by him and was his own initiative. But what was his motive? Did he intend to strike you and then settle privately, inflicting 1,000 losses upon himself? Ming Qian was utterly perplexed. He claimed that he originally intended merely to teach me a lesson. But upon realizing the magnitude of the situation he had caused, he feared the repercussions and regretted it at the last moment, pleading with me not to disclose the matter. Given that pursuing legal avenues would yield insufficient compensation, I reluctantly decided to settle privately. After all, one is often driven by the desire for sustenance, and human greed can be fatal. Moreover, my current condition precludes me from returning to the arena to earn a living. Wait, the thin man interjected. Regretting at the last moment? Fearing repercussions? He had not considered an escape route, which suggests this was not a premeditated scheme but rather an impulsive act of revenge. The athlete bit his lip, confirming this. Fang Chen felt increasingly uneasy. If this was not a meticulously planned act, but rather a result of impulse, there must have been a catalyst. Either the youth had provoked an uncontrollable rage in the other party, or the latter was constrained by their own circumstances. Xiao Xiaobai crossed his arms, resting his chin upon them. In what state was he when he drove into you? The implications of this question were evident. The athlete lowered his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the onlookers, his voice barely a whisper. He was driving under the influence. intoxicated in a moment of rashness. No wonder. Drunk driving is a crime. Not only could his career be jeopardized, but he could also face imprisonment. Hints. The opponent was terrified and begged for confidentiality, even offering $3 million in compensation. This clarified all the dissonance. A moment of silence enveloped the venue. Was that all? Fang Chen glanced around, noticing that no one else had questions, pondering how to proceed. Suddenly, a nonchalant voice echoed through the hall. Have you ever participated in match fixing? Have you ever used performance-enhancing drugs? The angle of the inquiry left the youth momentarily stunned. This participant could pose only one question. Mushroom shook himself. All right then. Yin Xian smiled at the youth, suggesting he choose one to answer. He tossed the question back to him. The athlete hesitated for a few seconds, his response emerging reluctantly, as if squeezed from between his teeth. As for match fixing, there were indeed a few instances at the beginning. He hastily added an explanation, acknowledging that it was wrong, but at that time, his mother was gravely ill, leaving him with no choice. Furthermore, after earning the money, he donated all the illicit gains. So, you have used performance-enhancing drugs. Yin Xian smirked, a look of profound inquiry crossing his eyes. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally reacted. This was a clever tactic. One question served two purposes. The youth would rather admit the former, risking a decline in moral standing, than discuss the latter. It seemed Mushroom also grasped the situation, bouncing up in a huff. Next time, it must be one question only. Yin Xian shrugged, refraining from expressing a definitive opinion. Isn't taking stimulants somewhat acceptable? Suddenly, the spirited girl interjected, only to retract her statement upon receiving incredulous stares from the crowd. What I mean is, both match fixing and the use of performance-enhancing drugs are unethical, yet they occupy a rather common gray area within the realm of sports. Moreover, he donated the ill-gotten gains to charity, an act that I believe outshines most people's intentions. The girlfriend's boyfriend, a gentle, hefty fellow, shook his head softly. My dear, your kindness is perhaps too naive. It's essential to observe not what is said, but rather what is concealed. What do you mean? She pondered. Consider this. If both actions yield similar consequences, why did he hesitate for so long before choosing to hide the fact of his drug use? Indeed, darling, why? It was evident that the spirited girl's acumen lay predominantly in the realm of intellect. However, this soft-spoken hefty man seemed to possess deeper insights. One could only hope he would uphold fairness and justice in the voting process. In this intricate verbal exchange, every question and answer was meticulously weighed on the scales of scrutiny. The truths he concealed would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in this matter and its moral adjudication. As the atmosphere grew tense once more, Fang Chen finally spoke up. Have you ever heard of a montage of lies? All eyes turned toward him. Every word he spoke was true, yet strung together, they formed a deception. Chapter 84. Round Table Game 4. As the words left his lips, the athlete's body visibly stiffened. Rearranging the truth into a different order transforms it into a lie. Every statement may be factual, yet the alteration in narrative sequence can invert causality, leading to an entirely disparate tale. Montage-style deception involves shifting one's role from a participant to an observer. I still find it somewhat perplexing, said the young woman, blinking in confusion. Allow me to provide an example. Fang Chen explained patiently. I witnessed the entire act of murder, yet I did not see the killer's face. However, the truth is, I am the murderer. Oh, the other party nodded, albeit half understanding. For instance, the stout young man interjected suddenly. If you present examples related to emotions, she would grasp the concept better. Fang Chen clicked his tongue thoughtfully for a moment. I told my girlfriend that I went out with others, both male and female. Yet the reality is, I was the only man, and all the others were women. Moreover, when my girlfriend threatened to break up with me, running off with someone else, I angrily struck her. But in truth, I was the one who hit her first, prompting her to initiate the breakup, after which she became involved with someone else. The young woman immediately comprehended, her face flushed with indignation. Goodness, how utterly despicable. A scoundrel. She then cast a flirtatious glance at her boyfriend. Darling, you truly understand me. Fang Chen averted his gaze once more. How nauseating. Thus, Ming Qiyan hesitated. How does this relate to montage lies? I still do not quite understand. Fang Chen replied. My suspicion began with the DUI incident, only solidifying upon the revelation of the doping scandal. After all, if the entire fault lay with the other party, the youth could have been straightforward from the beginning, without the need for deliberate concealment. As a public figure, one cannot be unaware of the grave consequences of driving under the influence. Not only did the individual knowingly commit the offense, but also encountered a person they loathed intensely at that moment, leading to an impulsive collision. Such a coincidence seems implausible. It's hard not to speculate that they had previously gathered together. Fang Chen pondered and posed his question. The DUI was a consequence of your framing, was it not? No sooner had he spoken than the athlete trembled like a leaf in the wind. No, that is not true. He suddenly erupted with vehement denial. You are lying. The cap of the mushroom flickered with a red light, reminiscent of an alarm signal, oscillating between brightness and dimness. Those who violate the rules must face punishment. You are not me. What gives you the right to determine whether I am lying? The youth continued to argue fervently. Listen, young man. Understand this. This is your internal realm. The patterns upon him swirled rapidly, coalescing into a vivid crimson eye, fixed intently upon the other. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. A flash of red light surged, and the chair emitted a series of thunderous sounds, akin to a beast belching in anticipation of a meal. The athlete wished to utter more, yet as he opened his mouth, the sounds that escaped morphed instantaneously into a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, as the current surged, a crackling sound erupted, and the young man began to convulse. The air was permeated with a charred odor. His nerves felt as though they were being stretched to their limits, the sensation akin to being torn apart by 5 horses, a searing pain radiating throughout his body. The thin man, positioned closest, bore witness to the entire ordeal and could not help but begin to retch. This continued for a full 10 seconds. And when the machine finally ceased its operation, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the athlete's head. Are you all right? Inquired the stout young man from the other side, leaning forward with caution. The other struggled to move his lips, and after a prolonged pause, his voice emerged. Hoarse and strained. Not good. It appeared as if he were teetering on the brink of death. The mushroom-like figure shook its body, declaring, all right. Let this serve as a warning to everyone. Do not defy the topic at hand. The moral judgment continues. Luo Xuan, adjusting the feather on his top hat, suddenly realized. Could it be that this person harbors resentment towards him because this fellow has repeatedly resorted to performance-enhancing drugs, employing unscrupulous tactics to seize the gold medals from his grasp? Is that not the case? He turned to the young man. If it is not so, then merely utter a sound. The man slumped in the electric chair opened his mouth, yet ultimately, he resignedly closed it again. Seeing that the athlete was incapable of responding in the immediate term, the others began to speculate amongst themselves. If this is indeed the case, I have toiled diligently to compete, while you consistently rely on drugs to suppress me, achieving victory. Anyone would feel a sense of injustice. Meng Qian began to empathize. If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose to expose him upon learning of this. Xiao Xiaobai chimed in. Thus, in order to prevent any disgraceful details from surfacing, the athlete would need to fabricate a more damning incident, leading to the drunk driving and hit-and-run incident. With this, it seemed that the truth of the story began to unfold. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Fang Chen delivered a final summation, articulating his deductions. Though still young, he has amassed over 50 gold medals. Performance-enhancing drugs must have played a significant role. This matter was inadvertently uncovered by a sworn rival, and to avert exposure, the athlete preemptively secured the rival with enticing propositions, subsequently orchestrating the drunk driving incident to have the rival collide with him. But why subject oneself to such a trial? Could he not have targeted someone else? The thin man raised a concern. Fang Chen shook his head. Observe his demeanor. The moment I laid eyes on him, I found it peculiar that, despite being an athlete, he appeared so lethargic, with hollow eyes and pronounced bags beneath them, a visage of someone half alive. The abuse of drugs inflicts irreversible damage upon the human body. Even if he were to continue competing, his physical state may not endure much longer. It would be wiser to undertake a grand endeavor, amass wealth, and gracefully retire. In this manner, he not only provides his rival with leverage for blackmail, thereby preventing scandal from erupting, but he also secures a rightful retreat. Reaping compensation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The depth of observation is astonishing. As the crowd marveled at the clarity of insight, Fang Chen turned to the athlete. Is there anything erroneous in my assertions? The young man had barely regained a modicum of strength, and he shakily raised his hand to give a thumbs up. The first round concluded. The mushroom bounded to the center of the round table, having answered 9 questions, and now the moral judgment segment was about to commence. Wait a moment. The athlete, struggling to speak, uttered, I truly am compelled by circumstance. I have also donated a portion of the compensation. Upon finishing this statement, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. If he were to be shocked once more, it was likely he would not survive. The mushroom disregarded his addition, twisting its fungal stalk. So, is this individual a paragon of virtue? Should he face a minor punishment? The judgment lies with everyone present. Raise your left hand for approval, and your right hand for dissent. No abstentions, no discussions, and only 3 seconds to deliberate. As soon as the words left the mushroom's mouth, the crowd hesitantly raised their hands. Fang Chen cast a cursory glance, and the voting results began to emerge. Chapter 85. Roundtable Game 5. The resistance votes amounted to a mere 2, cast by the Thin Man and Meng Qian. The outcome astonished even the athletes themselves, who could hardly believe it. One of them clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Meng Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she felt herself diverging from the main group. Her expression fraught with anxiety as she could not help but whisper to Fang Chen beside her, "Brother Fang, have I made a mistake?" "No, simply follow your heart." Fang Chen reassured her, aware of the trepidation that loomed over everyone. It was merely a punitive vote in this round. After 10 rounds, a final elimination vote would ensue. One that truly held the power to determine life or death. Each individual harbored secrets they preferred to keep hidden. Except for those whose lives were unblemished or who possessed absolute confidence in their ability to evade scrutiny, no one wished to openly cultivate adversaries. The votes cast could very well be returned unchanged after this round concludes. Furthermore, and most crucially, should this individual be voted out, it would signify their demise. Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? The Thin Man expressed his astonishment at the nature of the votes. Xiao Xiaobai's countenance darkened. Mind your own affairs. Look at him, barely clinging to life. Luo Xuan shut one eye, unable to bear the sight. Do you wish to end him directly? Is such a person not deserving of death? The lean man scoffed, pointing at the athlete. Simply because the victim does not concern you, you so easily absolve him of his transgressions? Does this matter pertain to you then? Lu Tianyuan retorted. Of course not, you lie. Mushroom brusquely interrupted, the red light on his cap flaring once more. What I meant was it is of no direct concern. There is an indirect connection, nonetheless. The Thin Man, frightened, hastily amended his statement. Mushroom hesitated for a second before begrudgingly conceding, very well. My brother is also an athlete. He has suffered greatly at the hands of a coach who misused performance-enhancing drugs. And he remains hospitalized, unable to move freely. Thus, I detest such unscrupulous behavior. With that, he shot a fierce glare at the youth. Voting in favor due to a principle of non-involvement differs fundamentally from voting in resistance due to a violation of one's own interests or those of people around them. Both are essentially the same, devoid of distinctions in status. Yet Fang Chen regarded the anxious Meng Qian, recognizing her as an exception. With the sound of clanging bells, the roulette turned clockwise, indicating the Thin Man. The second round of moral judgment begins now. Mushroom tilted his cap, directing it towards the next subject of scrutiny. Come forth. Share your tale. The man, seemingly well prepared, spoke with confidence. I am a philanthropist dedicated to charitable endeavors, currently sponsoring over a dozen Hope primary schools, assisting thousands of children in escaping the mountains. The children hold deep gratitude towards me, many of whom have excelled into prestigious universities, pursuing careers as doctors, teachers, and civil servants, with most possessing a bright future ahead. Learning from the missteps of athletes, he recognized that evoking pity would not succeed. Thus he began to extol his own virtues, his words imbued with pride. I have neither evaded taxes nor embezzled donations due to my position. As an employer, I ensure my staff receive comprehensive benefits, have never withheld their wages, nor have I exploited them as mere workhorses. Anticipating scrutiny, he proactively addressed potential inquiries, presenting an impeccable facade. Listening to this, Fang Chen felt a stirring within. In contrast to his manipulative superior, the disparity became glaringly evident. Oh, how the mushroom swayed. Its cap opening and closing rapidly with a clapping sound, akin to applause, truly befitting a philanthropist, each word veritably sincere. Yet, even so, the athlete struggled to turn his head. His gaze rife with skepticism. No one is flawless. The lean man smirked disdainfully, looking down upon others. The room fell silent for a moment, as if everyone were seeking a breakthrough. The man leaned back in his chair, his demeanor unruffled, exuding confidence in his words. After a lengthy pause, Meng Qian hesitantly inquired, "From where do the majority of your sponsored students come?" "From impoverished mountainous regions, welfare institutions, left-behind children, and many abandoned or homeless youth. I have created a second home for them." Luo Xuan inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing as he turned to his team leader, pondering how to proceed. Yin Xin remained silent, his dark eyes scanning the lean man, the scrutiny laden with an unspoken pressure that induced an involuntary tension. Subsequently, he parted his thin lips, uttering, "Sunflower Scholarship Network." This was a definitive statement, not a question. Oh, Lu Tianyuan elongated the syllable, appearing as if struck by enlightenment, suddenly recalling the familiarity. After scrutinizing for a while, he cautiously asked, "Have we met before? You may have forgotten, but we crossed paths at a charity auction." Seeing the lean man still appear bewildered, he introduced himself. "Lu Group, Lu Tianyuan." "Mr. Lu, now that you mention it, I do recall." The slender man awkwardly tapped his forehead, lowering his stance. What a coincidence to encounter an acquaintance here, though we are not quite familiar. Sunflower Scholarship Network? Fang Chen had never heard of it. After all, he was merely a courier, more concerned with the traffic conditions and weather of the day. Yet, inexplicably, upon the recognition of the company's name, the man's demeanor suddenly deflated. Clearly a stark contrast to his earlier haughty posture. Indeed, at that moment, I had begun to take notice. Lu Tianyuan leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on the other party. "That night, after the auction concluded, where did you take the children?" "I took them out for a meal." "A meal? Who was present at the gathering?" The plump young man pressed further. "Some prominent donors. After all, it is essential to show them the fruits of their contributions, isn't it? Meeting the children can also foster deeper connections." The man began to stammer. This explanation seemed plausible, yet Yin Xin suddenly interjected, "But you only brought girls. Why is that?" The thin man abruptly halted his breath, swallowing hard and falling silent. The crowd waited in vain for a response. Silence, too, must face consequences. Mushroom added quietly. The other party struggled for a moment, then suddenly looked up, a sense of desperation washing over him, his voice trembling. How? How could you possibly know? Were you also at the venue?" "I am unaware. I merely intended to test the waters," Yin Xian replied with a light laugh. Explaining nonchalantly, "I have reviewed the enrollment ratios from the Sunflower Scholarship website, 2 boys for every 8 girls, a severe gender imbalance." The interviewee indicated that girls from impoverished mountainous regions are often overlooked, thus they receive focused support. It appears there may be more to this than meets the eye. Yin Xian's few words painted a chilling and despairing truth. The thin man's reaction reinforced this notion. The spirited girl sensed a different atmosphere. You wouldn't, under the guise of scholarship, have sold them all. The weight of those 2 words hung heavily in the air, and after much contemplation, she chose not to voice them. Yet, all present understood the implications. Chapter 86. Roundtable Game 6. The athlete wore a smirk, embodying the essence of a scoundrel. "What do you know? This is a matter of equivalent exchange. Do you think funding students is an easy task? Is it not permissible for them to earn their tuition through their own efforts?" The slender man grew increasingly agitated, his words punctuated by spittle. It was a rare sight. Indeed, to hear someone argue that charity requires an equivalent return. Even the typically soft-spoken hefty fellow could not mask his disdain at that moment. The man continued to ramble on, attempting to justify his actions. "Moreover, I have discussed these matters with them beforehand and provided psychological guidance. Most of them are willing participants. Some children, having caught the eye of wealthy benefactors, have transformed from humble beginnings into something extraordinary, achieving a remarkable metamorphosis." He skillfully sidestepped the more troubling aspects of his assertions. Fang Chen found the entire discourse utterly ludicrous, particularly as the man earnestly expounded upon his abominable theories. This increasingly absurd debate, predictably, incited the ire of the audience. "So you are engaging in a dual form of psychological manipulation?" They seemed to collectively think. These were merely immature youths whose values had yet to mature. Was this truly a humane endeavor? As the tide of opinion turned decisively against him, the slender man began to stammer, "Can we not view this through a different lens? Through my assistance, many girls have indeed led better lives. Surely that suffices?" His sense of guilt and fear rendered him tongue-tied, and he was ensnared by both. Ming Qiyan, unable to contain herself any longer, slammed her hand on the table. "What do you mean by helping them lead better lives? You are merely offering these children fleeting moments of joy, hastening their demise. You allow lives that could flourish for decades to vanish like a firework in an instant. They may not worry about food and clothing now. But what about 5 years from now or 10? You have predetermined their paths, instilling in their minds a singular way of existence, survival through dependency on others. This is nothing but a sanitized form of begging, escaping the mountains only to fall into a deeper pit. What distinguishes you from those you disdain?" Her unyielding nature shone through as she unleashed a torrent of criticism, leaving the slender man at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, The man finally blurted out, his face flushed and voice hoarse. Regardless of the situation, I have indeed donated to numerous Hope elementary schools. My merits far surpass those of all of you combined. At this juncture, there seemed to be little left to discuss. The audience appeared to agree that continuing to debate with such a person was a futile endeavor, their gazes turning away in scorn. As the atmosphere grew suddenly quiet, the mushroom bounded cheerfully to the center of the round table, ready to declare the verdict. The second round is concluded. We shall now proceed to the moral judgment phase. Moments later, the results were revealed. Complete opposition, unanimous votes. The disdain was evenly distributed among all present. It appeared that his words had genuinely incited public outrage. In a fit of exasperation, the man pointed an accusatory finger at the athlete, exclaiming, "Why is he allowed to escape punishment while I am not?" Fang Chen shot him a glance, for he was on the brink of collapse, while the athlete could still endure another blow. As the words fell, a burst of crimson light darted through the air, producing a faint cracking sound as the electrical charge clashed with the atmosphere. Under the intermittent stimulation of high-voltage current, the slender figure convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth. After a few seconds, the hoarse howling gradually subsided. The pointer rotated clockwise once more, this time landing on Fang Chen. He appeared remarkably composed, arms crossed, leaning back with ease. "Go ahead and ask," he invited. The crowd responded with confusion. "How can we inquire if you want to speak?" queried the spirited girl. Fang Chen, perplexed, countered, "If you don't ask, how can I respond? Isn't that against the rules?" He continued, "The stipulation is merely to refrain from violating the prompt." And I haven't lied. It seemed he was indeed correct. Since Fang Chen provided no clues, the absence of a clear entry point rendered their inquiries rather vague, revealing more of their own inner thoughts than intended. The stout young man was the first to pose a question. "Have you ever cheated? Betrayed a lover?" "No," he replied, having never even had a girlfriend, remaining single for 26 years. The spirited girl followed up with, "Have you ever bullied anyone?" Fang Chen glanced at her, mentally noting her query. "No." After a lengthy pause, an athlete finally ventured, "Then, have you ever done something you felt particularly guilty about?" "No." 3 consecutive denials left the group at a loss. How could they dig deeper? Xuan, reveling in the unfolding drama, interjected with a teasing tone. "Have you ever accomplished something you were proud of?" Fang Chen shot him a sidelong glance and replied slowly, "Robbing the rich to help the poor." Xuan was momentarily rendered speechless. Had he inadvertently unearthed something significant? His intention had been to prompt Fang Chen to elevate his moral standing. Yet it seemed to have the opposite effect. The slender figure seized the opportunity, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, momentarily disregarding his numbed body as he forced himself to speak. "So, you were a thief?" "A thief? Not quite. Don't hide it. What have you stolen?" "Accounts, passwords, her secrets, and such." "A hacker?" "Yes." "How long have you been at it?" "A few years. Now, I'm a courier." "Ah, 2 entirely disparate professions. Is it because your previous misdeeds were exposed, and you became a fugitive, that you were forced to change careers?" Observing the other person lost in his own fanciful musings, Fang Chen found it perplexing. "Not at all. I merely wish to return to the family business." "Then, you have too many questions." "May I refuse to answer?" Fang Chen turned to Mushroom, who shook its large cap and replied, "Of course, you can. Players only need to answer 9 questions in total." This entire exchange left not only the other 4 individuals, but even his own teammates, in varying degrees of shock. "So deeply concealed, truly unexpected," Lu Tianyuan remarked, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Ming Qian approached with a hint of timidity. "Brother Fang, I am merely curious. It is perfectly fine if you choose not to answer." He paused, contemplating. "What is the purpose behind your creations? Is it for profit? Robbing the wealthy to aid the poor is a trivial matter, primarily. It is for..." His thoughts became a cacophony. "For what purpose, indeed?" With his gaze lowered, he took a moment before responding, "To save lives?" To be candid, Fang Chen, while reminiscing about those years, found himself detached from the experiences. He recalled that period vividly, along with every intricate detail unfolding from a first-person perspective. Yet, there remained an inability to connect the beginning with the end, as if his existence as a hacker had materialized out of thin air. One particular scene lingered in Fang Chen's memory with profound clarity. In a vast server room, a labyrinth of tangled wires surrounded him, the roar of machines assaulting his eardrums. Before him lay numerous colossal screens. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, manipulating and monitoring something crucial. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted nearby, and shards of glass tore into his arm, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth, a wound significant enough to scar even after healing. Yet now, Fang Chen glanced at his forearm, unblemished, devoid of any mark. The dichotomy between memory and reality narrated disparate tales. This sense of unreality occasionally brought upon fleeting moments of disorientation, as if an alien memory had intrusively woven itself into the fabric of his life. During his moment of distraction, a calm and steady voice resonated from the front. Yin Xian appeared particularly earnest, a tempest of unspoken emotion swirling within his somber gaze. Have you ever forgotten something of great importance? Fang Chen furrowed his brow and instinctively replied, no. The mushroom glanced sideways, remaining motionless in place. The absence of impending punishment confirmed that he indeed had not forgotten. While tales of amnesia abound, none had ever encountered the phenomenon of unwarranted memories surfacing. With no further inquiries forthcoming, the mushroom commenced the pronouncement. We shall now begin the third round of the judgment vote. Chapter 87. Roundtable Game 7. In this round of judgment, Fang Chen was entirely unfazed by the pretense. It was merely a matter of numbers, with 6 individuals united. None of their comrades would face punishment. As anticipated, only the slender man cast a dissenting vote, causing frustration in the others, who could do nothing about it. The next subject of scrutiny was Meng Qian, who mirrored Fang Chen's approach by refraining from discussing her own affairs. With her eyes closed and leaning against the chair, she awaited her turn to respond, having learned the art of evasion quite adeptly. With the previous example in mind, the others became increasingly cautious in their inquiries. A plump young man pondered before asking, "What is the greatest regret of your life?" Meng Qian pursed her lips, her gaze vacantly fixed on the air above. Before slowly bowing her head, her hair partially concealing her face, her tone tinged with a somber gravity. I never had the chance to express my gratitude to those who saved me. Immediately, a sense of moral elevation enveloped the atmosphere. The spirited young woman, somewhat surprised, added, "What about the thing you regret the most?" Meng Qian contemplated. I thought there would be many opportunities to meet again. I never had the chance to properly thank those who saved me. The athlete pressed on. Is there anyone you feel you have wronged? Yes, those who saved me, she replied, rendering the previous 3 questions futile. The slender man, in a state of agitation, tugged at his hair in distress. At this rate, he would inevitably become the one with the lowest moral standing. He was determined to believe that, as humans, they all possessed desires and emotions. With desires, one could trace the threads of truth. He resolved to take an inverse approach, forcing a smile he deemed benevolent, but it appeared somewhat grotesque due to his excessive effort. Little girl, what do you desire most? Or what do you hope to achieve? This question caused her considerable hesitation, her brows knitting together in turmoil. As if engaged in an intense internal struggle, after a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. May this bizarre game vanish. The slender man's expression turned ashen. He regretted having asked. The others averted their gazes, as if blinded by the radiant aura emanating from her. Throughout the entire exchange, only Xiao Xiaobai kept her eyes fixed upon her, hesitating to speak, with a current of unspoken emotion swirling in her clear gaze. Subsequently, a few others posed symbolic questions, yet they were largely insipid. And despite the slender man's exhaustive efforts, he could not uncover any vulnerabilities. She was utterly impervious, her concealment executed flawlessly. The lean man preferred to believe this was a mere facade rather than accept the existence of someone so fearlessly genuine in this world. After 9 questions, they moved on to the voting phase, resulting in a unanimous show of support, without exception. The wheel of fate spun once more. And the 5th subject of judgment was the spirited young woman. Following Fang Chen's precedent, the group had grasped the essence of this game. The more one spoke, the more they revealed, so they opted for silence instead. The spirited young woman followed suit, casually flicking her hair and crossing her legs. She languidly declared, "Ask away." Immediately, Fang Chen interjected, "Have you ever bullied anyone?" Her previously dismissive demeanor crumbled in an instant. A flicker of shock passed through her eyes as she trembled and turned her head, only to suddenly realize and strike herself with a fist. It was like this. Before the protagonist could utter a word, the plump young man hurriedly began to explain, recounting her initial days at the school. Let her speak for herself. The lean one interjected fiercely, finally seizing an opportunity. The sensation coursing through him was akin to being electrified. An unbearable punishment that he felt must be inflicted upon everyone present. He was determined to repay the grievances he had endured in the earlier rounds. With bloodshot eyes, the man questioned in a slow, deliberate manner, "How did you bully others? Relate the events exactly as they occurred." Feeling his intimidation was insufficient, he added emphatically. Don't even think about hiding anything. He had already devised a plan in his mind to unmask the hypocrisy of his adversary, but to his astonishment, before he could continue, the girl burst into tears. I am sorry. I know this is wrong. I have come to realize my mistakes. Her voice was clear and resonant, catching everyone off guard. I come from a rural background, and this was my first time in an unfamiliar school. I was terrified of being looked down upon and isolated, which led me to strike first. I understood that my own abilities could not make me the leader, so I aligned myself with the most dominant individual at the time, becoming her follower. To avoid exclusion, I took on nearly all the menial tasks, running errands, claiming seats, snatching breakfasts. These became my daily routine. However, things escalated beyond that, gradually. They began targeting a particular student in our class, provoking her without cause, hurling insults, and even devolving into sheer violence. The sole reason they chose her was that she hailed from the countryside, was timid, easily manipulated, and had no connections to report the abuse. Understanding this only intensified my fear. I worried that if I did not join them, if I alone opposed them, the next victim might be me. My cowardice and introversion rendered me incapable of defying the leader's commands. With this mindset, I forced myself to mimic their actions, swinging fists, spitting, and perpetuating violence. This continued for a full year until the situation was exposed, the leader transferred schools, and the group disbanded, gradually bringing an end to the turmoil. I was well aware that such behavior was wrong, yet I felt compelled to follow their lead. Otherwise, the girl's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation and fear. However, that was 5 or 6 years ago. I have long since transformed into a different person and have apologized to those I once bullied. She lowered her head, her fingertips twisting the hem of her garment, each word sincere and her tone earnest. Clearly, Fang Chen had merely begun the inquiry, yet she divulged everything in one breath. The girl's approach was distinct from that of the athlete and the lean one. The former attempted to conceal, while the latter argued their case fiercely. She, however, disregarded all else and prioritized her apology and self-reflection. It seemed that had she not been bound to the chair, she would have knelt and publicly bowed her head in contrition. Although you have bullied others, it somehow feels as if you are also a victim in a sense. Ming Qian's gaze reflected a hint of surprise. The situation was rather intricate and difficult to assess. The tears of a crocodile. The lean man let out a dismissive snort, continuing his relentless critique. He reverted to his previously haughty demeanor, beginning to voice his judgments. I have encountered many individuals like you. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Just because you apologize does not mean the other party is obliged to forgive you. I have forgiven her, the plump young man interjected softly. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Oh, so that is the nature of your relationship. What? You cannot. The lean man was taken aback, pointing at the stout young man, then gesturing towards the spirited young woman, his eyes flickering with despair as he struggled to articulate a coherent argument. Incredible. Who would have thought that the very person being bullied was present? He realized that he had once again lost this round. Indeed, his solitary vote against the motion remained the only one cast. Thus far, this round had progressed relatively smoothly, having reached its midpoint. However, as the second half commenced, events began to unfold in an unexpectedly dramatic manner. The mushroom, listening nearby, felt drowsy, but suddenly perked up as the focus shifted to the sixth defendant. Chapter 88. Roundtable Game 8. The next subject of scrutiny is Yan Xian, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes lively. The crowd primarily consists of athletes and the thin fellow. To put it plainly, both of them have been compelled to reveal their most genuine selves due to Yan Xian, earning themselves an experience card for electric therapy. It is impossible for them to harbor no resentment. The thin guy seems to have discerned that Fang Chen and the others are on the same team. His expression turns grim as he signals to the people behind him, suggesting they should begin the questioning. The athletes, rolling up their sleeves, are secretly preparing, intending to propose the most valuable questions after a comprehensive evaluation. A single decisive blow. Yet the remaining members of the team find themselves in a quandary. Luo Xuan, wearing an ingratiating smile, takes the lead. Boss, have you eaten today? Yan Xian casts a glance at him. Yes. Wait. We must pose a question that you do not know. The mushroom cap lights up with a red warning, signaling a caution. So, Xiao Xiaobai contemplates. What is your favorite color? Black. Stop. The mushroom turns a deep shade of red, seemingly on the verge of boiling over. What kind of question is this? It lacks excitement. In light of this, Lu Tianyuan hesitates for a rare moment, his gaze flickering. I have always been quite curious, boss. Do you know the founder of the official website, Z? Yin pauses for a few seconds. I do not. If you continue like this, you will all face punishment. The mushroom's body suddenly swells, expanding several times, clearly infuriated. Is my question not sufficiently intriguing? Lu Tianyuan retorts. However, this is irrelevant to the moral judgment. It is a severe deviation from the topic. The judges can no longer bear it. This is not merely leniency, it is akin to releasing the ocean. The athletes also raise objections. Surely, you cannot shield each other simply because you know one another? Of course, it is not merely that. Heaven knows their actions stem from a fear that their own leader might harbor some unspeakable secret. Even within a team, after spending a considerable amount of time together, they still feel an elusive sense of mystery when confronting Yin. They cannot fathom it, nor do they wish to. Maintaining the status quo is quite satisfactory, trust. Yet not overstepping boundaries. What if they were to unearth something? How would they face each other after leaving the instance? Clearly, it is the subject on trial who should be interrogated, yet the others begin to feel as though they are sitting on pins and needles. Red light streaks across the mushroom's body. It is evident that its patience is nearing its limit, and this opportunistic approach can no longer continue. Meng Qian bites her lip, struggling for a long while before suddenly lifting her head with a confident smile. Boss Yin is the deep diver I admire most. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he is also exceptionally reliable, always turning the tide in critical moments and rescuing many. In instances he participates in, there has never been a failure on the human side. He is truly the stabilizing force of our city. Thus, I wish to ask the boss, what exactly unites a team and propels us forward? Compliment, lavish praise. The answer is concealed within the question, and the answer itself is laden with accolades. This is a question designed to yield easy points. After all, they are comrades, naturally considering how to highlight morality in their inquiries. She had even prepared her answers, ready with phrases like selfless dedication and helping others, which could easily gloss over the matter. This perfectly aligned with her team's leader's persona of being frugal with words. However, to everyone's surprise, Yin let out a gentle sigh upon hearing this. For the first time, Fang Chen witnessed a semblance of exasperation on his face. His throat bobbed, and his casually languid voice effectively dismantled the flattery. Quite the contrary. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the other four froze in place. Fang Chen also looked up in confusion. I am weary of this life, especially when you, the leader, create numerous issues and must also clean up the mess. Boss, do you expect me to respond with notions of selfless dedication? Regrettably, I have not reached such a level of leisure. Every action I take is purposeful. You are merely tools to achieve my goals, adequate, yet rife with flaws. Yin tapped his fingers against the table, his gaze lifting slightly as it swept across his teammates. Some had decent abilities, but were too reckless. Others were indecisive and lacked resolution. And then there was. His gaze settled on Meng Qian, who seemed akin to a mascot. Though she did not hinder progress, she also contributed little. A pang of concern gripped her heart. It was evident that the girl was on the verge of tears. Yin tone remained flat, laced with his characteristic nonchalance, yet these few words struck like a dagger, unexpectedly piercing the chest and wounding something vital. A dull ache throbbed in his heart. Chief. Luo Chuan's throat tightened, his eyes dimmed. Yet he mustered a faint smile. You should have mentioned it earlier. If it truly burdens you, I can leave the team. I have stated that I require effective tools. His fingers, distinct and articulate, drummed on the wooden table, producing intermittent rhythms. There was no comfort, no Xinyuan. Under the unyielding rule of speaking only the truth. These concealed thoughts finally emerged, laid bare before all. Although they had anticipated this, vaguely suspecting that this enigmatic figure had personal motives for joining the peculiar game. Hearing it spoken aloud brought an unexpected pang to the nose. What, then, was the significance of their years spent together? It felt like abandonment. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the hall, and no one dared to speak further. The slender man glanced around. Secretly reveling in the tension, this team seemed to be unraveling without any external interference. Just as he pondered what to ask next, an athlete abruptly interjected. Have you ever killed anyone? The vast leap in questioning left everyone momentarily stunned. The young man continued, I simply believe that someone like you, who stops at nothing for personal gain, must have stepped on a few stepping stones along the way. Not quite. Meng Qian, nursing her wounded heart, rallied her spirits. Our leader, though, she was quite astute, and he unflinchingly rebuffed her goodwill. Yin did not lift his head, resting the back of his hand against his chin, continuing to lightly tap the surface of the table. The demeanor he exuded suggested he was not the one on trial, but rather the one passing judgment. Lu Tianyuan widened his eyes, exchanging a glance with Luo Xuan. What the hell? The thin man suddenly became agitated. How did the murder occur? I need the specifics. The more detailed, the better. Details, you say? Yanxian furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining an inscrutable expression. Strangled with a rope, dismembered into pieces, then disposed of. As soon as the words left his lips, gasps filled the room, and the expressions of those present resembled that of being struck by lightning. What a deep-seated grudge. What animosity exists between you? He saw my face. What? Is that your answer? Are you brushing me off? You can't even explain properly? The thin man questioned, incredulous at his own disbelief. It was truly unexpected that this seemingly refined gentleman harbored the tendencies of a deranged murderer. Explain what? The term explain implies I am guilty. His voice remained devoid of any fluctuation. Fang Chen felt an increasing sense of unfamiliarity towards Yanxian, who spoke of murder and disposal with such nonchalance, as if human life were mere fodder. Casually dismissed like a whimsical tale. With his hands clenched at his sides, he lowered his head, inhaling deeply several times. The cold air clawed at his lungs, freezing the heart that had only just begun to burn with fervor. Yet, after all, they had not known each other for long. Could this truly be the most authentic version of the other? Suddenly, he found it difficult to see through Yanxian. At last, the final question fell to Fang Chen. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed twice in his throat as he suppressed the peculiar turmoil within him, fixating his gaze on Yanxian's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. Look at me. Everything you just said, was it the truth? Of course, Yanxian replied, calmly returning the gaze. Violating the premise will incur consequences. Their eyes interlocked, a tempest of emotions roiling and colliding, the currents within their gaze akin to tumultuous waves. Chapter 89. The Round Table Game 9. As the voting for judgment commenced, Yanxian inevitably garnered 4 votes against him. He narrowly escaped the electric chair punishment by a mere single vote, with the remaining 5 votes coming solely from his teammates. This was tantamount to murder. Could you not exercise a modicum of rationality? Upon witnessing the synchronized voting pattern, the mental sister exhibited an expression of utter incredulity. Surely, there was more to this than met the eye, perhaps. Ming-Chi gestured anxiously, his countenance betraying his distress as he struggled to articulate a reasonable explanation. However, realizing that his attempts might only serve to exacerbate the situation, he lowered his voice and cast his gaze downward in dejection. If even the principal party involved chose not to defend himself, what grounds did a mere bystander have to intervene? Was this truly a coherent statement? A convenient tool for manipulation? The lean one, embodying the philosophy of reveling in chaos, continued to stoke the flames of discord. Having discerned the true nature of this individual, did you still intend to pursue this matter to its bitter end? The individual he referred to remained undisturbed, observing the unfolding events with an air of nonchalance. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a chilling aura, and though he uttered no words, his presence was undeniably formidable. Mind your own business. Xiao Xiaobai shot him an impatient glance, though this time, his confidence seemed notably diminished. Your bond truly is resilient, remarked the plump young man with a hint of surprise. Even in such dire circumstances, they managed to maintain their unity. Despite hearing such a shocking truth, even after being betrayed by the one they trusted most, they still bravely sought to defend one another. While outward appearances suggested solidarity, the true sentiments could only be understood by those involved. Fortunately, there were only 9 questions. They could still manage to deceive themselves. Had further probing ensued, it was likely that the team would disband on the spot. Lu Tianyuan cast a sidelong glance at Yanxian. His silver hair hung slightly askew, stray strands obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. He truly possessed an admirable composure. As the first member of the team and the one who had spent the most time with Yanxian, Lu Tianyuan still found it impossible to fathom what thoughts lingered in the captain's mind. It seemed that regardless of the circumstances or challenges faced, this gentleman maintained an aloof detachment, observing the events from an outsider's perspective. Except for that one time 3 years ago, he removed his glasses and pressed his fingertips against the bridge of his nose, exhibiting a hint of fatigue. It was not just him. Everyone appeared perplexed as to where things had gone awry. While they spoke words of defense, their complexions told a different story. The early days of the team had not been smooth sailing. They had endured considerable turbulence and adjustment. As the most experienced member, Yanxian had painstakingly guided the others from their novice stage. He was the leader, the mentor, the dear friend, the steadfast pillar, the savior. He had been entrusted with a multitude of roles. In countless harrowing escapes and bizarre games, they had once believed they had found their kin, their sanctuary. Their relationships had been intricately woven together through countless days and nights spent in each other's company, bound tightly by the threads of life and death. Yin Xian's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Unexpectedly, the bonds forged at the cost of one's life ultimately reveal themselves to be mere instruments of exploitation. Though outwardly concealed, the once unassailable bridge begins to show cracks in the unseen corners, gradually disintegrating. The roulette will turn once more. And the hearts of the onlookers are filled with a medley of emotions, as the moral judgment must persist. The atmosphere in the latter half remains steeped in a sense of despondency and tension, reminiscent of broken building blocks awkwardly held together by tape. Precariously on the brink of collapse. Following the precedent of Yin Xian's murderous act, the secrets of the remaining few, though shocking, evoke a sense of indifference. For instance, Luo Chuan's vengeful infiltration of the Magicians' Association to brutally assault his rival, Lu Tianyuan's rise from burglary to becoming a commercial titan, and Xiao Xiaobai's penchant for cross-dressing. Among others, Fang Chen remains largely oblivious to the intricacies of the others, yet finds himself increasingly astounded by their revelations. Notably, when asked about their most despised individuals and the actions taken against them, Luo Chuan and Lu Tianyuan instinctively begin to bicker. "You are the person I detest the most." Likewise, cunning, hypocritical, and scrupulous in business, always dragging others down. You possess a surprising level of self-awareness. Were it not for the intervention of Mushroom, forcibly separating the two, they might have continued their battle for ages. Reflecting on the mandatory rule of speaking only the truth, Fang Chen inwardly sighed, silently diverting his gaze. Surely, it could not be that this team, of which he had only recently become a part, was on the verge of disbandment. At last, the pointer lands on the final subject of scrutiny, signaling the nearing conclusion of this moral tribunal. The chubby young man offers a gentle smile and nods to the group. As previously mentioned, he recounts, "During my school years, I was bullied, tormented by a small clique for nearly 2 years." He begins to unfasten the buttons of his cuffs, rolling them back to his elbows. With the concealment of his clothing removed, the malice that had been intentionally hidden is now fully exposed to the gaze of all present. Gusts of shock rise like a tidal wave. Burns, punctures, ulcers, a myriad of varying wounds cover his entire arm, a harrowing sight. With scarcely a patch of unblemished skin to be found. Even as time dulls the painful memories, and even if the perpetrators have offered apologies, these sinister marks remain forever etched upon his flesh like a brand. A mere glance reveals the despair and collapse of those days. "I contemplated suicide. But I am a coward. I dared only to entertain such thoughts in my mind, let alone resist or expose the truth. Fortunately, my cowardice allowed me to survive. And after the misunderstandings were resolved, I met my current beloved." With that, the young man offers a slight smile to the spirited girl beside him. She, filled with remorse, lowers her head momentarily, only to resolutely lift it again, her eyes brimming with moisture. I discovered that she too had been coerced. In a sense, we shared a plight. Seizing this opportunity, we began to familiarize ourselves with one another, intertwining our lives from high school to the present, leading a life that is simple yet blissful, devoid of extreme ups and downs. I find great contentment in this. A rather conventional introduction. The man, with his endearing simplicity, possesses an inexplicable charm that draws others to him. Coupled with his status as a victim of bullying, he elicits an involuntary sense of trust. While everyone's attention is fixated on the chubby fellow's face, they overlook the tautness of his physique beneath the table and the intertwining of his thumbs. Fang Chen has noticed these subtle gestures. He seems to be wary of something. Chapter 90. Round Table Game. Tenet was peculiar. Despite the portly young man uttering words of contentment and happiness, an unmistakable tension emanated from his every gesture. He rubbed his fingertips together, as if steeling himself for an impending decision, his fingers hovering in the air for several seconds before hesitatingly retracting. His indecision was palpable. At that moment, the athlete commenced the questioning for this round. "I sympathize with your plight, yet I must inquire. Did you ever seek retribution against those who bullied you?" "No. Vengeance begets vengeance. Did you ever vent this humiliation upon others?" The lean man followed up. "It is all too common for the persecuted to become the persecutors, morphing into the very individuals they once despised. After all, prolonged exposure to a twisted and dark environment often leads individuals to become distorted themselves." However, the young man merely shook his head gently. Of course not. Having weathered the storm himself, how could he tear away someone else's umbrella? The audience chimed in with a flurry of questions, unable to uncover a single flaw. the young man stood as a paragon of virtue. This was indeed a rare find, especially given his humble beginnings. My dear has an impeccable character. Naturally, the spirited young woman interjected. We have been together since high school. He earned every penny of his college tuition through hard work, never asking his family for a cent. I know him better than anyone. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. It truly was a fortuitous yet convoluted encounter, though it began painfully, as long as the conclusion is favorable. It shall be deemed a beautiful fate. As the discussion waned and the moral judgment of this round was nearing its conclusion, the spirited young woman suddenly grew fidgety. She twirled a strand of hair around her fingertip, casting her gaze aimlessly about, hesitating for quite some time before finally speaking. By the way, dear, while I have complete faith in you, I would like to seize this opportunity to ask. Her sentence was only half finished when Fang Chen clearly noticed a twitch at the corner of her eye. Over the course of their 7-year relationship, you haven't been unfaithful, have you? Initially composed and articulate, the young man fell silent, though a smile lingered on his face. Any discerning observer could perceive that it was a fade. Many truths need not be spoken to reveal their answers. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. This silence sent the spirited young woman into a state of increasing panic, her features contorting in confusion and shock. Driven by an urgent need for clarity, she pressed on. Speak. You couldn't possibly have been unfaithful, could you? Her voice wavered with disbelief. The hall remained eerily silent, save for the echo of the young woman's desperate pleas. The crowd fell silent, conceding the stage of interrogation to the two. The young man lowered his head, averting his gaze. This gesture nearly drove the spirited young woman to madness. Her eyes widened, her pupils trembling with anxiety. Why would he not answer? Who was she to him? Fine, let me rephrase the question. Do you truly cherish me? The girl's voice trembled with a potent blend of doubt and introspection. The stout young man remained silent, a warning lingering in the air. The mushroom swayed slightly, leisurely announcing that the player had 5 seconds to respond. 5. Its form began to swell, crimson currents flickering like veins beneath the cap. 4. The rapid breaths of the girl were distinctly audible, laced with a hint of sobbing. 3. Large beads of sweat trickled from the man's temples, his throat constricting. 2. Overwhelmed by the intense pressure, the stout young man finally succumbed, struggling to utter. Of course I like you. You have violated the premise. The mushroom shrieked with enthusiasm, its voice deafening. As if preordained, the electric chair activated instantly, emitting a cacophony akin to a meat grinder, causing the stout young man's body to convulse violently. After 10 seconds, the power ceased and silence reclaimed the room. A faint whisper emerged. I like you. The machine roared back to life. This time, blood streamed from the man's ears and eyes. His gaze was clouded, his words slurred. Yet he steadfastly fixed his eyes upon the girl. As he barely parted his lips, thick blood surged forth. I like you very much, really. The electric shock coursed downward, penetrating his skull, lashing every cell, as if he were being slowly flayed, each nerve ablaze. Despite being struck repeatedly by the current, the man remained obstinate. He leaned back in the chair, his pupils dilating, unable to focus. Perhaps due to his robust physique, he endured 3 shocks before finally settling down. If you lie again, you will die? Speak the truth to me. The girl writhed in madness, her voice shrill and piercing, tears streaming down her face. It was uncertain whether her pain stemmed from heartbreak or compassion. In a matter of minutes, the stout young man's complexion turned ashen, resembling parchment. He attempted to reach for his pocket, but despite his efforts, he could only muster a feeble finger. This mere movement left him breathless, drenched in sweat. After struggling for an eternity, he ultimately slumped back, utterly spent. As if yielding at last, he gradually closed his eyes. All right. The hoarse voice unleashed a floodgate of emotion. In an instant, a torrential downpour descended. I have never liked you. In a moment of self-reflection, he questioned. Who could possibly love someone who had bullied them? The very thought was repulsive. How could affection arise from such disgust? As the word disgust escaped his lips, the girls trembled violently. Unwavering, she stared at the frail figure in the electric chair, suppressing her despair as she asked, Then why do you still want to be with me? I merely sought revenge against you. The stout young man breathed slowly. To respond to violence with violence is hardly a wise approach. It merely leaves one vulnerable to repercussions and a tainted legacy. After much contemplation, he concluded that this method seemed the most reliable. The psychological devastation he envisioned would be the most complete. He paused for an extended moment, murmuring to himself, lamenting the unfortunate timing. So close, yet so far. With that, the stout young man closed his eyes, his tone imbued with resignation. As crystalline tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes, this revelation ignited an explosion of emotions within the young woman. Revenge? Was everything over these past 7 years merely a quest for retribution? She shouted vehemently, "What does your crying signify? Shouldn't it be me shedding tears? Was I not made a fool, led in circles by you?" The intensity of her emotions caused her words to emerge choked with anguish. Each utterance from the man pierced her heart deeply. Her eyes, swollen from weeping, recognized the futility of probing further for answers. Yet she pressed the blade of truth against her chest. "Then let me ask you again, why me? Others have tormented you. Why did you specifically choose me?" The stout young man did not open his eyes, seemingly surrendering to despair. After a prolonged silence, he finally squeezed out a response through clenched teeth. "Because you are easier to manipulate." The girl gasped, her breath momentarily caught. Chapter 91. The Round Table Game 11. The spirited girl recalled the moment they first came together when she had posed a question. "Why did you choose me? Or rather, why did you choose to understand me alone? Perhaps because you seem so easy to bully, looking all pitiful and fragile. Even your punches directed at me were imbued with a sense of weakness. I had never encountered anyone who could strike and simultaneously murmur apologies." Upon hearing this, the girl erupted into hearty laughter, playfully swatting at him. It didn't hurt. Instead, it felt almost ticklish. "Then we truly are a match, both of us softies. Indeed, we are easily manageable." In the darkest and most desolate times, they became each other's source of courage, supporting one another as they trudged forward, step by arduous step. The scars on their bodies began to heal gradually with the touch of another, while the shattered imperfections started to feel whole again through mutual completion. "You encouraged my independence and instilled in me a sense of self-love and confidence. When I stumbled, you would pull me back up. When you strayed off course, I would guide you back to the right path. I once believed I had finally discovered my own strength, only to realize that the tenderness I felt was merely a self-deluded illusion. While I smiled and vowed to protect this bond for a lifetime, unbeknownst to me, there were those lurking in the shadows, concocting the most vile of schemes. Thus, I screamed in anguish, 'You can perish. All my grievances have culminated in this furious wail. How could I have trusted you? What am I? What do my 7 years of devotion amount to? You can die.' My heart constricted in silence, and my mental stability began to waver. Observing this, the mushroom leaped into the fray, fulfilling its role as the arbiter of the round table. The final round of moral judgment commences now. Players, please cast your votes." Unsurprisingly, only she and the slender man voted for a boycott. With that, this round of the game concluded, leading into the elimination voting, where the player with the lowest moral score would be entirely ousted. The little mushroom continued the game process. Ming-Chi whispered, "What does elimination mean?" "Try it, and you'll find out," it replied, looking rather eager. "Everyone vote for him." The table echoed with a resounding thud. The spirited girl pounded the table with one hand while pointing at her boyfriend with the other, her tears flowing incessantly, nearly drowning out the mushroom's voice. Yet, his actions were somewhat justifiable. Luo Xuan, with a serious expression, contemplated, considering the consequences. "The philanthropist's negative impact seems more significant." "That's nonsense," the lean man retorted, agitated. "From the results alone, I've donated to over a dozen Hope primary schools. Why don't you mention that?" The athlete peered cautiously at Xian, then glanced at the slender man, hesitatingly stating, "I still believe the murderer is far more terrifying. Such individuals are unpredictable and might commit even more outrageous acts." Aside from the girl still in hysterics, everyone else instinctively turned their gaze toward the focal point of the situation. As long as he denies it, as long as he retaliates with a single remark, his teammates will unhesitatingly defend him. However, Xian nodded thoughtfully, realizing that despite his youth, his insight into character was quite astute. The others exclaimed, "Could you please explain yourself, leader? It's the first time I've seen someone rushing to douse themselves in dirt." "Enough. Haven't I already said it? Vote for him." The neurotic girl shouted fervently, the wires wrapped around her body digging painfully into her flesh, causing blood to seep from several wounds. Hatred twisted her features into a grimace and rendered her voice frenzied. She wept bitterly, perhaps overwhelmed by the blow, her consciousness beginning to waver. Meanwhile, the chubby fellow, who was supposed to cast his vote, merely sat quietly in his chair, his chest rising and falling weakly, resembling a lifeless corpse, not even bothering to defend himself. Everything was unfolding differently than anticipated. "Calm down. Let us review the situation rationally," Lu Tianyuan advised coolly. "Review what?" The neurotic girl grasped her hair. her voice hoarse from shouting. Athletes earn money for their mothers. It's only natural. Philanthropists have supported thousands of students. And your leader has saved many during the dungeon raid. He has long made amends. What is there to discuss? In her desperation to eliminate her betraying boyfriend, she began to concoct excuses for others. Reason had completely abandoned her at that moment. Her mind focused solely on one objective, to see him perish. Wait, something feels off. Fang Chen furrowed his brows. After listening for a while, he felt a discomfort akin to countless ants crawling over him, elusive and invisible, an irritable sensation. He turned to Xian, only to find that the latter's gaze had remained fixed on him all along. At the moment their eyes met, flickers of light danced in those dark, brooding depths. Have you discerned something? Is this the information you provided me? Fang Chen could not fathom the gentleman before him, who had fought alongside him, now standing in opposition. Numerous conjectures flashed through his mind, extending into infinity, yet none could form a complete circle. His lips tightened into a straight line, and after a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Let us all vote clockwise for our next choice, to even the votes. No matter what." They needed to buy some time. Even the votes? He must die now. The neurotic girl, consumed by rage, declared, "If I don't vote for him, I'll take my own life. It's either him or me." The situation spiraled increasingly out of control, the screams creating a chaotic uproar. Fang Chen understood the bitterness of betrayal, having recently experienced it himself. In fact, during the 6th round of Yan Xian's trial, he had nearly blurted out, "Am I also just a handy tool?" Reason and emotion teetered precariously on the scales. After much hesitation, he forcefully suppressed the words. The response, whether affirmative or negative, holds no significance. The trial must proceed. Aside from adding unnecessary turmoil and confusion to oneself, it yields no benefits. Losing self-control in a game is a daunting prospect. In a moment of impulse, one might make decisions they will regret for a lifetime. Therefore, it is imperative to remain composed. In this regard, Yan Xian excels remarkably. Thanks to those captivating eyes, Fang Chen also managed to regain his focus. As the voting time commenced, players were urged to select the individual to be eliminated, with no abstentions allowed. With the announcement from the mushroom, everyone glanced around, gradually raising their hands one by one. Chapter 92. The Round Table Game 12. It was quite peculiar that the previously indecisive athletes and the lean individual had all cast their votes for the portly young man. He received a total of 3 votes. Perhaps it was due to the encouragement from the spirited young lady, or perhaps they adopted a detached attitude, seeking to test the fate of others. After all, only by selecting the one to be eliminated could the game progress, revealing the true path to survival. In any case, the stout young man garnered the most votes. The mushroom leapt before the man, slightly bending at the waist, and addressed him. "This fortunate individual, please share your last words." His lips trembled, the words escaping in a fragmented whisper, barely audible against the backdrop of the mechanical din. "I want to live." The sparse utterances failed to coalesce into a coherent statement, resembling the last vestiges of warmth drained from his body. "Do you still wish to survive? What audacity do you possess, you wretch?" The spirited young lady glared fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury. "I blame you." The feeble response was completely drowned out by the cacophony of machinery, and the mushroom, seemingly losing patience, shook its form irritably. "Please allow the individual with the lowest moral value to exit." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the electric chair sprang open, freed from his restraints. The man momentarily hesitated, but instead of rising, he instinctively reached for his pocket. Simultaneously, countless vines sprouted from beneath the seat, writhing in a frenzy, ascending to ensnare the stout young man. Within mere seconds, he was enveloped and entangled by an intricate web of shoots, forming a chrysalis around him. Terror crawled up from his ankles, spreading to his heart, obscuring his vision in a shroud of darkness. The instinct for survival compelled him to struggle fiercely, causing the cocoon-like shell to jolt and quiver. The vines seemed to possess a life of their own, slowly constricting tighter, suffocatingly impenetrable, until his cries for help were utterly silenced. The sound of crunching echoed, reminiscent of something being devoured, mingling with the harshness of bone and the slosh of viscous flesh. This sound was particularly haunting in the hushed hall, prompting Fang Chen to instinctively close his eyes and shake his head, as if he were gnawing at his own brain. Minutes later, the mushroom emitted a satisfied belch, and the vines began to retract, retreating to the floor below. With the obscuring mask gone, a horrifying scene unfolded before the onlookers. The stout young man had vanished. It was as if he had never existed. Not a trace remained, save for his crumpled clothing draped over the chair. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. The spirited young lady appeared startled, her senses finally returning to her. She forced a mocking laugh, uttering, "Deservedly so." The athlete gazed at the mushroom, summoning his courage to speak. "You mentioned that after one round of the game, you would reveal to us which door leads to escape." Whether it was an illusion or not, the mushroom's hue seemed to radiate with even greater vibrancy. Its form glistening as if drenched in water, increasingly enigmatic. The mushroom nodded contentedly, and suddenly, its body began to sway violently, small bulges appearing on the cap, gradually swelling larger before falling onto the table and splitting into numerous miniature fungi. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the tiny mushrooms were already chattering excitedly as they rushed towards the crowd. One of them leaped onto Fang Chen's shoulder, whispering a phrase into his ear. The voice was soft yet clear. "In this round, the red door is the way to life." "This round? Does each escape round present a different exit?" Just then, a sudden loosening around his waist caused the binding strap to fall away, and the doors standing on either side of the hall began to creak open. Gazing ahead, one could see nothing but an impenetrable blackness, sending chills down the spine. One must not make a mistake. This was the immediate reaction of everyone upon witnessing the scene at the entrance. A cheer erupted from the crowd. "The red door is the way to life. What are we waiting for?" The athletes seemed to be bursting with anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, someone voiced dissent. Xiao Xiaobai licked her lips, insisting, "No. What I heard is that the blue door is the way to life." The joyful atmosphere instantly froze. The crowd exchanged glances, compiling the information and discovering that 5 among them had heard the same as Fang Chen. The remaining 4, however, had heard the opposite. "You're cheating," the lean man shouted at the mushroom, his expression one of utter despair. He never expected the referee would commit a foul first. This was not how it was supposed to be. "It's the same," the mushroom replied, expressionless. Without allowing any time for reaction, it began the countdown. "Left hand red, right hand blue. Please unify your answers." In 30 seconds, the next round of moral judgment would commence, and the door would close. Under the pressure of time, anxiety would inevitably rise, squeezing out the remaining rationality. In the midst of the chaos, the anxious girl began to gnaw at her nails, her actions growing increasingly violent, blood droplets seeping from her fingertips. During the first 10 seconds, the hall fell silent. Fear gripped like a withered hand around their throats. Left or right? Ming Qian widened her eyes, her gaze rigidly darting back and forth. "How about this?" Luo Xuan mustered the courage to speak, since more people heard red as the way to life. "Let us just choose red. The majority rules." Fang Chen and the mushroom exchanged glances at that moment. For some reason, Luo Xuan seemed to realize something and slowly closed his mouth. "What are you joking about?" The thin man erupted. "You gamble with your life. I don't want to gamble mine." Although he was certain the mushroom had indicated red, what if the referee was deceiving them? What if there was some hidden trap? Fang Chen fixed his gaze on Yan Xian, then glanced at the empty 10th chair. The 9 individuals in the hall had been divided into 2 factions based on the colors they had heard. Only 10 seconds remained. A mechanical countdown echoed through the air. Was this truly just a D-level difficulty instance? Logically, such a level should be the most conducive to a collective escape. However, Fang Chen couldn't help but question whether the assessment level had fluctuated once more. He irritably blinked, feeling his breath grow heavier. Remarkably, this sense of urgency had begun to affect him as well. Only 5 seconds remained. No, it was not the external countdown that was influencing him. Fang Chen lifted his gaze once more to Yan Xian. The other party subtly nodded, almost imperceptibly. Without uttering a single word, his elongated eyes curved slightly, his gaze sweeping across the spacious table, penetrating to the very core of his being. Something was on the verge of revelation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Fang Chen like a bolt of lightning. He finally comprehended why the game could result in total annihilation. "Everyone, choose the red door. Time's up. Please make your selection." The 2 statements were uttered almost simultaneously. The crowd turned towards the source of the voices, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Trust me," Fang Chen reiterated with unwavering certainty. Those 3 simple words carried an undeniable conviction, forcefully silencing the athlete's inquiries. In that moment, the air seemed to be permeated by an overwhelming magnetic presence. Although the assertion was entirely unfounded, it compelled an instinctive desire to submit, to believe. Almost reflexively, everyone raised their left hands. Simultaneously, the tension between Yan Xian's brows dissolved, revealing a faint smile. Despite his typically nonchalant demeanor, Fang Chen sensed that this gentleman's attention was steadfastly fixed upon him. Thus, The thin man tremulously gazed at the judge in the center of the round table, questioning. Is our choice correct? Chapter 93. The Round Table Game 13. The mushroom shifted its form, gesturing towards the grand entrance. Let us proceed. The answers lie within. Its tone remained flat, offering no discernible insight. Brother Fang, why the red door? Ming Qian's response was the most fervent. In an instant, he raised his left hand, eager not to lag behind. Only once the dust settled did he allow himself to inquire. This game, after all, was not designed to grade moral conduct. It donned the guise of judgment, yet its essence lay in testing the trust among players. Trust. Ming Qian mulled over those two syllables. Fang Chen's lips curled slightly, affirming, indeed. I shall always believe in you, even if the rules dictate otherwise. Even if you were to stab me in the back, I would find the most impeccable excuse for you. Speak boldly, act daringly. I shall bear the burden of explanation for any absurdities. We must harbor an unwavering faith in one another to navigate through this linguistic duel. Across from him, Yan Xian raised an eyebrow, amusement deepening in her expression, yet the premise dictated that all must speak the truth. Fang Chen shook his head. Some individuals have different prompts. Different prompts? The athlete exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Indeed, what they had heard was you may only speak falsehoods. A silence enveloped the room for a few seconds, followed by a chorus of gasps as realization dawned upon them. Those who had delved into numerous scenarios had developed a reliance on the rules, particularly the seasoned veterans. The more experienced one became, the more likely they were to become ensnared in this belief, concluding through countless practices that the prompts were indeed guiding lights to success. Their subconscious led them to think that the prompts were identical for all. Clinging to this notion would inevitably lead one into the snares of the round table game, rendering them helpless. Furthermore, Fang Chen had specifically inquired at the game's outset whether everyone's prompt was indeed to speak the truth. The unanimous affirmation from the group only intensified the game's bewilderment. Do not place unwavering faith in the rules. Everyone's prompt is the same. Such unwritten rules are merely the distilled wisdom of predecessors. If one continues to believe in a singular narrative, then when faced with a contradiction, they will find themselves utterly at a loss, devoid of the capacity for sound judgment. Thus, I would rather question the prompt than accept that it was you who uttered such words. How did you discover this? The thin man found it utterly absurd. There are 3 contradictory points, Fang Chen explained patiently. First, when the athlete and you attempted to conceal the truth, the mushroom stated, you have lied. However, when the chubby fellow received the electric shock, the mushroom remarked, you have violated the prompt. Second, that young man was fully aware that breaching the rules would lead to punishment. The outcome was a foregone conclusion, and struggling was futile, yet he endured the current 3 times. At that moment, I pondered what circumstances could lead to such a situation. Only one possibility remained: unwillingness. His prompt was the opposite of ours. He was compelled to lie. Upon the utterance of those words, the spirited young lady raised her head in bewilderment, her eyes wide with astonishment. The third point. Fang Chen suddenly paused for a moment, and amidst the expectant and anxious gazes, he absently scratched his nose, contemplating that it was merely intuition. After some thought, he realized that with the referee present, he could not be overly candid. This third point was, in fact, the most pivotal one. From the 6th round onward, during his time as the defendant, Yan Xian persistently tapped his fingers on the table in a seemingly absent-minded manner. To avoid arousing suspicion, his movements were exceedingly slow. The entire process fragmented and prolonged, to the extent that no one would take notice. The trivial tapping blended into the cacophony of sounds around, rendering it inconspicuous. Yet, Fang Chen noticed it and heard it with clarity. It was a brief segment of Morse code. Do not trust. He actually dared to cheat right beneath the mushroom's watchful gaze. Yan Xian had deceived everyone, including the referee, but this subtle hint reached Fang Chen with remarkable precision. Through those eyes, swirling with hidden currents, an unspoken understanding formed a high-frequency resonance between the two. Considering these 3 points, Fang Chen was able to ascertain the true significance behind the round table game. He gazed at the crowd and continued, I am unsure of any additional restrictions your group of liars may impose, but the general concept remains unchanged. The mushroom did not lie. The whisper it provided was the same. The red door signifies life. It is only those who are compelled to deceive who would claim they heard the blue door. Upon concluding his statement, he exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Xiaobai. Did I guess correctly? Xiao Xiaobai's clear eyes shimmered with excitement as she hurriedly interjected, No. Subsequently, several others shared a tacit laugh. He looked at his 4 teammates, led by Yin Xian, aware that within such game rules, most individuals would gradually develop gaps and barriers with their companions due to speculation. Once the seed of distrust is sown, it only grows ever more fervent. It is akin to boiling a frog in warm water. In the end, everyone loses their rationality and basic judgment, thereby missing the opportunity to escape, condemned to play round after round in a ceaseless cycle. Yet, fortunately, everyone excelled. As the temperature around them began to rise rapidly, the mushroom clicked its tongue, uncomfortably closing its eyes. The intricate patterns on its surface swiftly faded, its luster dimming until it ultimately transformed into a mere doll, slumped lifelessly on the table. It could utter no more words. Upon witnessing this, the joy of success spread to every corner, and the crowd began to rise, gathering towards the door. Only one remained behind. The spirited young lady had been sitting dazedly in her chair since earlier, her hair disheveled, her gaze vacant. She repeatedly murmured, "Impossible, impossible." As Fang Chen passed by her, the girl suddenly reached out, gripping his sleeve tightly, her eyes pleading, could it be that he is part of the truth-telling group? Everything he said was true. I did not doubt the wrong person, did I? A strong tremor coursed through her, palpable even through the fabric. This answer is crucial and may very well cost her life. Fang Chen lowered his gaze, discreetly withdrawing his arm, and spoke with an air of indifference. The red door has 5 participants, while the blue door has 4. It is highly likely that I belong to the blue door. Furthermore, the truth-telling group has converged in the first half, and it seems the first 5 rounds were deliberately arranged to deepen habitual thinking. Judging from these 2 points alone, it is regrettable. She could not withstand the trial posed by the round table game. The girl, in a state of mental distress, let out a scream, painfully clutching her head, her long nails leaving trails of blood across her face. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's my fault." Her cries were laced with madness. Fang Chen walked directly to the seat of the plump young man, his fingertips teasing the tattered remnants of clothing, rummaging through the pockets until he encountered a hard object. The icy sensation spread through his skin. In that moment, he finally understood why the man was so unwilling to concede, why he was always concerned about the pocket at his side. Unfortunately, this long-planned secret could no longer be conveyed in words. Fang Chen turned to the girl, who was engulfed in guilt and on the verge of collapse, and his lips parted slightly. "Do not blame yourself. He does not hold you accountable." Chapter 94, Roundtable Game 14. End of the 3rd instance. Impossible. He must despise me. Fang Chen's words sliced through her like a resilient fishing line, each strike narrowly missing the vital points, inflicting only a pain that reverberated with every breath. "Stop comforting me. It is all my fault. I was the one who killed him." The girl, her spirit ashen, was utterly shattered by the relentless twists of fate that had obliterated her rationality. Observing her state, Fang Chen ultimately resolved to lay bare his conjectures. "This is not a consolation. You have misinterpreted his last words. He did not say, 'I want to live.' Rather, he uttered, 'You must live on. I do not blame you.'" The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, a fragmented skepticism swirling within, ensnared by the venomous vines of shock, rendering her immobile. Fang Chen placed an object upon the table and turned to leave. Under the spotlight, a delicate ring glimmered, radiating a gentle luminosity. Bright, blinding, reminiscent of the gaze of a chubby lad as he cast his final glance at the beloved, resolute and unwavering. Had it not been for this cursed game, today would have been an unforgettable and fulfilling day. We had vowed to support each other through this life, and I surely would not break my promise. Thus, regardless of what you did to me or how you were misunderstood, I would not hold it against you. I can only hope you depart safely, forget everything, and live well." The girl cradled the ring in her hands, gazing at it repeatedly for an extended period, before tremblingly rising to her feet, taking a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Grief had numbed all her senses. She staggered forward, clutching the charred remnants of his clothing tightly to her chest, pressing it close to her heart, where it seemed to still retain his warmth. The familiar scent, mingled with the acrid tang of blood, invaded her nostrils, incessantly stimulating her mind. Then, unable to contain herself, she screamed in madness. "Why? Why has it come to this?" The girl pounded on the empty chair, searching for answers that were utterly meaningless. Fang Chen cast one last glance behind him before stepping through the crimson door. The heart-wrenching wails echoed behind him, remorse forming icy chains that bound her firmly in place, rendering her incapable of departing even an inch. Moments later, a verdict rang in her ears. Number of participants, 10. Number of finishers, 8. Humanity wins. Only 8 had succeeded in clearing the game. In truth, Fang Chen had sensed this outcome dimly. In his final exchange with the girl, he had perceived the desolation reflected in her eyes. At the moment the answer was revealed, it was destined that someone would pay for the impulsiveness of the past. The self-reproach of having pushed a beloved into the abyss would render her life a living hell. Regret transforming into a chronic poison, seeping into her veins, recurring through countless days and nights. She did not know how to face a tomorrow without him. Awaiting her was an interminable cycle of self-doubt. Thus, the girl ultimately chose to remain forever on the other side of the bridge. Indeed, this game is not particularly intricate. Its essence is quite straightforward. However, it conceals a pitfall that one might easily stumble into, for whenever human nature is involved, the difficulty becomes unpredictable. No one can foresee the outcomes arising from the clash between deception and truth. The victors, in addition to possessing luck and skill, must also harbor a trust robust enough to confront any challenge. Upon returning to the realm of reality, Fang Chen gently massaged his temples. He surveyed his surroundings, perplexed, and inquired, "The game has concluded, correct?" "Indeed, Brother Fang, you were exceptional." Meng Qian chimed in, launching into a flurry of compliments. "I never would have imagined that half of us received the opposite questions." Fang Chen blinked. After navigating through 3 instances, his mental state remained relatively intact. Yet his vision grew increasingly blurred. Now, objects merely a few dozen meters away were reduced to indistinct outlines. For instance, ahead, a figure dressed in white was hurriedly rushing towards him. That aura feels strikingly familiar. Who could it be? Xiaobai. Meng Qian exclaimed joyfully, waving. He mused internally that it might be time to get glasses. Indeed, there she was. Xiaobai rushed forward, bending down to catch her breath. "Once the rescue instance matched us together, I began to speculate about your whereabouts. Are you also a fan of Xuan?" she inquired. To which the other shook her head slightly. "I initially intended to accept the task here, but it appeared that someone had already claimed it. Since I was already here, I thought I might as well check out a magic show." Fang Chen silently categorized her as an unsuspecting victim of scalpers. However, on another note, considering that from the 6th round onwards it was the group of lies, it followed that Yin Xian, Luo Chuan, Lu Tianyuan, and Xiao Xiaobai could only utter falsehoods. No wonder it sounded so explosive. There was an undeniable sense of dissonance. With the constraints of the questions lifted, the group began to review the subtle clues unearthed during the instances. Luo Chuan took the lead, casting a mocking glance at Lu Tianyuan as if he had seized a scandalous piece of evidence. "So, what prompted you to commit burglary in the first place?" He was poised for a verbal duel, only to find that the other remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses. "Is it permissible to remain silent?" "Surely not. You can't be serious. The burglary part can't be true, can it?" "Of course not," Lu Tianyuan responded, his expression darkening. "To be honest, I was rather naive back then. I was the one who got robbed." Luo Chuan was taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter, but Lu Tianyuan swiftly retorted. "Your revenge plot against their base was equally juvenile. No wonder you were held in contempt." "You're talking nonsense. I'm not that frivolous. I went to destroy footage." The association had filmed a revealing video of new magicians and intended to publish it online. They warned me not to meddle. Yet I was in a good mood and couldn't bear to witness such underhanded behavior, hence this feud was born. "And what about Xiaobai?" Meng Qian inquired with newfound curiosity, glancing at the boy beside him. "What's the deal with your penchant for cross-dressing?" Xiao Xiaobai's tone remained icy, yet his ears flushed a deep crimson. "I merely donned women's attire to shield my sister from an unwelcome matchmaking encounter." He hastily added, "Just that once. I wish to see." Meng Qian began to weave fanciful imaginings, her hands clasped in earnest admiration as she declared, "I believe you would look stunning in women's clothing." Xiao Xiaobai ignored her, averting his gaze, and moments later, his entire face was suffused with color. Curiosity propelled the others to gossip in turn, their attention eventually landing on Yin Xian. The lively chatter abruptly ceased. Luo Chuan fixated on the ground, his toes idly kicking at pebbles, fists clenched tightly, knuckles paling. After a few moments, he could no longer contain himself, leaping forward in a fit of tears, exclaiming, "Boss, at that time, I truly believed you were abandoning us." Moved by his emotion, Meng Qian joined in, wailing, "Me too. I even reflected on the phrase useless mascot for the entirety of the game. Immature." Lu Tianyuan sighed deeply at the two, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Yin Xian responded with amusement, "If you truly believe that, then all my years of nurturing you have been in vain. In truth, if one were to interpret their leader's words in reverse, it seemed rather delightful. Suddenly, a thought struck. What if only lies could be spoken? An unspoken agreement enveloped the group, and no one dared to voice a question. Thus, the atmosphere sank into a profound silence. They all keenly sensed an underlying issue. When Lu Tianyuan inquired if Xian was acquainted with the founder of the official website, his reply was a simple, "I do not know him." Chapter 95. Aftermath. It seemed that some obscure secrets had been unearthed. They had previously discussed the founder, Z, with great candor at their base multiple times, yet Xian maintained an air of nonchalance, quietly listening. His seemingly indifferent gaze often concealed an inscrutable depth. In retrospect, all those overlooked emotions were traceable, stemming from an unwillingness to make their concerns public and a desire to keep their connections hidden. Even when Luo Xuan and Lu Tianyuan enthusiastically recounted Z's scandalous anecdotes, Xian subtly admonished them with a jest, standing up for the founder. Could they be friends? The crowd pondered in silence, yet none dared to inquire directly. Suddenly, the wailing of an ambulance pierced the air outside the venue. Chaos erupted on stage, accompanied by shouts demanding refunds. Despite the curtain's barrier, the protests were deafening. Almost forgotten was this debacle. "Ah, your mess." Lu Tianyuan glanced at the interior of the venue, tilting his head toward Luo Xuan. "Do you need my assistance?" Were it not for the security holding them back, those people might have stormed backstage. It appeared that not only the blue-clad disruptors, but the Magicians Association had also expended considerable resources to hire a multitude of supporters. Unnecessary. "Let us just wait for the spectacle," Luo Xuan replied, lowering his hat and humming a tune as he parted the curtain, stepping into the throng. After a few steps, he hesitated. "You all head back. I can manage alone." He flashed an innocuous smile, overly radiant. Whispers arose ahead, soon drowned out by the surging protests. It was unclear what he had said, but the crowd's discontent and fury seemed to intensify. Lu Tianyuan tugged at his tie, his ears perked. Though he faced Fang Chen and the others, his focus remained riveted on the stage. After a moment, he directed his gaze toward Xian. "Worrying words, do proceed." The gentleman remarked lightly. "Very well, I shall remain here." With that, Lu Tianyuan turned and departed, his step steady and swift. Fang Chen observed the direction in which they had left, his expression contemplative. If memory served, during the earlier roundtable game, the two had vehemently exchanged barbs, each seemingly more fervent than the last, claiming that their most despised individuals had emerged. Yet, during the recap, all participants had collectively glossed over that segment, as if afflicted by amnesia. Such nuances were better felt than articulated. They made their way back. Xian walked past the uproar, seemingly unfazed, heading directly for the venue's exit, closely followed by Fang Chen. Meng Qian shook his head, choosing to trust his companions. However, Xiao Xiaobai exhibited a rare concern. His expression troubled. Having experienced 2 games together, or rather, being swept away in 2 escapades, he had developed a profound admiration for these individuals, bordering on reverence. Subconsciously, he felt that anyone associated with Fang Chen or Xian might be concealing significant prowess, especially after witnessing the recent roundtable game. This was something he had never dared to dream of within Wang Huan's team. Few could traverse the depths of human emotion to question the task at hand. Such an intricately woven team dynamic instills an instinctive sense of care and longing. Is assistance truly unnecessary? It seemed those individuals were well prepared and not easily swayed. Xiao Xiaobai consistently articulated warm sentiments in the coldest of tones. "No need," Xian replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she pondered, with Tianyuan watching. Luo Xuan likely wouldn't act too recklessly. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then blinked in surprise, as if to say, "Are you genuinely concerned about the opposing side?" The venue was alive with a cacophony of voices as Fang Chen and his group navigated against the flow towards the exit. The audience remained, some in a state of panic, others seething with anger, while a few even munched on seeds, pushing forward relentlessly. "Hey, make way. I can't see." A burly man approached, completely engrossed in the commotion on stage, oblivious to the chaos in front of him. Unsurprisingly, the smallest among them, Meng Qian, collided with him. She felt a sharp pain at the tip of her nose, and before she could react, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, threatening to topple her backward. Just as she was about to fall, a firm hand steadied her, a powerful arm lifting her back to her feet. In the jostling, the man's wallet slipped from his grasp, and with quick reflexes, Meng Qian intercepted it mid-air, her fingertips brushing against another hand. Be careful. As she looked up, she met a pair of piercing eyes. Come this way. Before she could express her gratitude, Xiao Xiaobai extended his arm, creating a small space as he pulled her away from the throng. Once they reached a spot where they could breathe a little easier, Meng Qian, still shaken, patted her chest, relieved. Given the crowd size, had it not been for Xiaobai, she might have been caught in a stampede, perhaps making headlines in tomorrow's news. She gazed at the sea of spectators, once again in awe of Luo Chuan's influence. In a matter of mere minutes, their quartet had been scattered, and neither Fang Chen nor Yanxian knew where the others had gone. The two moved along the wall, one behind the other, making their way to the exit. Thank you. Here is your wallet back. Meng Qian offered it up, and in a fleeting glance, a photograph caught her eye. Without turning around, the individual reached back to grasp the wallet, tugging at it, but it did not budge. A second tug yielded the same result. Xiao Xiaobai turned in confusion. Noticing Meng Qian frozen in place, her gaze fixed downward. What's wrong? After a moment, as if awakening from a trance, she clutched her garment, took several deep breaths, and pointed at the photograph. May I ask, what is your relationship with her? It was a picture of Xiao Xiaobai alongside a woman. She is my sister, the one I dressed as a girl to help fend off a blind date. As her words hung in the air, her eyes widened in astonishment. Meng Qian's lips trembled uncontrollably as she stammered. What is her name? Xiaojia. Xiaojia. Such a melodious name, she murmured, her gaze instinctively drawn closer, as if she wished to etch the image of the person in the photograph firmly into her memory. Xiao Xiaobai was taken aback. He could not comprehend why the girl, who had been smiling just a moment ago, was now suddenly brimming with tears. Chapter 96. Do you know her? Xiaojia. What a beautiful name. Previously, due to the peculiar nature of the instance, I could only refer to her by a code name. Now, I finally know the name of my savior. Meng Qian gazed at the photograph in a daze. The woman in it smiled gently, her head turned slightly, her eyes reflecting less arrogance and more warmth and brightness. Although her appearance had changed somewhat, her demeanor remained unmistakably the same, still exuding a spirited elegance, reminiscent of the moment we first encountered each other in that strange game. It seemed she indeed mentioned having a younger brother to care for. Meng Qian looked at Xiao Xiaobai. Yet she found it difficult to associate this individual with the mischievous and troublesome younger brother he had described. Do you know my sister? Xiao Xiaobai inquired, noticing her absent-mindedness. We have met before, but... No, let me rephrase that. We are sworn friends. The girl smiled quietly, as if through this small piece of film she could traverse the distant past, lingering on a stormy night. We met in the instance when I was still a novice. I inadvertently violated a rule and nearly lost my life. She discovered a loophole in the game and single-handedly salvaged the situation, garnering the admiration of many. Xiao Xiaobai was taken aback by this revelation of their bond. Reflecting on Meng Qian's response during the roundtable game, his clear eyes swirled with complexity. It had been years, and he never expected to hear news about his sister from another. Meng Qian sniffed, a hint of sentiment in her voice. Xiao Jia must be truly remarkable, both as a deep diver and in real life. Even without extensive interaction, my lingering impressions have shaped her into a figure akin to a savior. Indeed. If she is a savior, she must be flawless, Xiao Xiaobai replied, suddenly smiling with a hint of detachment. Except for her lack of self-care and her disregard for me as a brother. She even uses me as a shield during blind dates. A crack formed in the sealed memories, and longing poured forth, clarifying the image of the one in his heart. Speaking of which, when my sister proposed becoming a deep diver, I vehemently opposed it. Our parents passed away early, and we had always relied on each other. At that time, I couldn't understand why she would abandon our stable life to engage in such a perilous game. We even had a fierce argument over it, and didn't speak for 6 months. The next time we met was at her funeral. Xiao Xiaobai radiated an aura of distance, his gaze icy, and even while recounting his sister's past, his tone remained flat, as if narrating someone else's story. Meng Qian cautiously interjected, Then why did you also become a deep diver? She recalled Tang Ning mentioning that everyone in their team had participated in the bizarre game out of personal greed for commissions, except for Xiao Xiaobai. A frown creased his brow, and a veil of mist clouded his eyes. Becoming a deep diver was merely an attempt to empathize with my sister's feelings. What could compel her to relinquish everything, even risk her life? I yearned to uncover this reason. Meng Qian once again cast her gaze upon the photograph, this time fixating on the radiant smile of the boy. Xiao Xiaobai appeared drastically different from before. Sunlight filtered through his tousled hair, illuminating his amber-hued eyes, which sparkled with vitality and exuberance. His smile was broad and carefree, a stark contrast to the expressions of the person before her. It seemed that Xiao Jie's death had irrevocably stripped him of something essential. Perhaps accepting the departure of loved ones is a lesson one struggles to grasp throughout a lifetime. Meng Qian opened her mouth, her voice muffled. Did you find the reason in the end? Not yet. What if you can't? What else can I do? Xiao Xiaobai's gaze drifted toward the distant commotion, his eyes wavering. I will just keep searching, until I am like Xiao Jie, like the sister I admire most. The venue buzzed with noise, yet between them, a profound silence lingered. When Fang Chen finally managed to break free, a throng of reporters had already gathered at the entrance, even prompting police vehicles to arrive. Someone, seeking excitement, had dialed 110, reporting a suspected homicide. Chaos ensued, not only inside the venue but spilling out onto the streets. Fang Chen looked around and realized two of his companions were missing. Just as he was about to retrace his steps, Yin Xian firmly grasped his shoulder. No need to search. The gentleman glanced at his phone. Xiao Ming asked us to head back. She wishes to catch up with an old friend. An old friend appeared out of nowhere in just a few minutes? Fang Chen muttered to himself, glancing toward the spot. The night was awash with vibrant neon lights. Beams of color floating in the sky, elusive and dreamlike. Yet this enchanting scene felt increasingly disconcerting. Both the distant skyscrapers and the nearby crowds blurred into an indistinct mass, their forms only ghostly silhouettes. Perhaps it was a side effect of having navigated multiple instances in quick succession. He blinked hard, for the first time realizing how tormenting poor eyesight could be. The inability to see clearly is perilous, especially for those with heightened senses. Come with me to a place. Let's go. Yin Xian readily agreed, without a hint of hesitation. Outside the optician's shop across the street, as Fang Chen pushed open the door, a surprised voice called from behind. What are you doing here? What do you think? Getting glasses. You can't see clearly again? The weariness in his tone belied a hint of tension. The word again was jarring, too striking to ignore. Before Fang Chen could inquire further, Yin Xian seamlessly interjected. You mentioned it to me before. Did I? I have no recollection of that. The air suddenly fell silent, a chill unfurling from behind. Fang Chen turned his head, intending to say something to lighten the mood. However, upon lifting his gaze, his pupils suddenly constricted. A fierce wind stirred the fallen leaves into a chaotic dance. Yin Xian stood amidst the night, his coat billowing, silver strands of hair caught in the breeze, and even the breath he exhaled formed a white mist, while everything around him swirled in motion. Yet, those deep, ebony eyes remained fixed upon him, unwavering and tranquil, expressing an emotion he had never encountered before, one of profound heaviness and sorrow. Fang Chen felt an uncanny familiarity with this scene. In the dim afternoon of Fuan community, when he had inquired why Yin Xian had chosen to become a deep diver, he had once been met with a similar gaze. Under such scrutiny, one could not help but yearn to part the veil of obscurity and peer deeper within. Fang Chen stepped forward, closing the distance until he could discern the flickering sparks of light igniting in each other's eyes. The question that everyone dared not confront coalesced at the tip of his tongue, navigating through his thoughts before finally emerging as a hoarse utterance. You know the founder of the official website. An undeniably clear statement. Chapter 97. Founder Ziyin Xuanwei's somber eyes suddenly brightened, transforming his entire demeanor into one of sharpened intensity. Unexpectedly, he did not refute the inquiry, emitting a sound akin to a breath from his nostrils. Who is it? No answer. What is his name? Fang Chen leaned slightly forward. After a moment, an almost imperceptible sigh permeated the air. Zhangchua. As Yin Xian uttered these three syllables, it seemed he was not merely speaking a name, but rather conjuring a long-buried memory, one he was reluctant to revisit. It flickered through his mind and was swiftly dissipated into the air with the breath he exhaled. Zhongchua. Fang Chen repeated this unfamiliar name, experimenting with various tones, syllables, and inflections. With each repetition, a peculiar sense of familiarity began to blossom within him. Should he indeed be acquainted with this name? Confusion surged within him, rising to his throat, and Fang Chen blurted out, You once mentioned that the deep diver was saving someone very important. Is it him? Yin Xian maintained his stance with one hand in his pocket, diverting his gaze as his lips twitched. Whether he truly spoke was uncertain to Fang Chen, for the howling winds were tearing through the surroundings, drowning out all sound and creating a cacophony in his ears. In such an environment, even when standing in close proximity, one was compelled to squint and remain acutely alert. A moment's inattention could result in vital information being whisked away by the tempest. Time stretched on, long enough for Fang Chen's fingertips to grow slightly numb. He shrugged, chuckling lightly, deciding to let it go if Yin did not wish to speak. Indeed, the words emerged almost simultaneously. Yin glanced back, his pupils reflecting myriad inscrutable emotions, a blend of helplessness and gentleness. In that fleeting moment, Fang Chen felt the person before him become strikingly vivid and real. He was not indifferent to all matters. He too was flesh and blood, capable of experiencing sorrow and depression. Fang Chen yearned to delve deeper into the inquiry. For instance, how did they come to know each other? Where was Xuan now? Why was there a need to save him? Yet, he sensed that with each answer Yin provided, the anguish in his eyes deepened, and his breath seemed to falter for a moment. These accumulating questions hung like invisible clouds, layering upon one another, obscuring the last glimmer of light in his gaze. It dawned on Fang Chen that he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. By the measure of time, they had known one another for less than a week. Thus, interrogating him about past experiences felt exceedingly disrespectful. It bore the crude sensation of forcibly unearthing a closely guarded secret, disregarding the consequences. I'm just casually inquiring. I'll forget it after a good night's sleep, Fang Chen feigned nonchalance, tugging at the corner of his mouth. However, this time, Yin did not respond with a smile. Is that so? Yet I answered with utmost seriousness. The gentleman lowered his gaze, toying with the silver ring on his hand. One on his middle finger and another on his ring finger, resembling a pair. A gentle breeze carried the muted whispers into his ears. I hope you can remember. Do not forget again. After speaking, he raised his eyebrows once more, reverting to his usual languid demeanor, and strode directly into the eyewear shop, leaving Fang Chen momentarily stunned. What are you waiting for? The door will close soon. By the time he returned home, it was nearly midnight. After a brief wash-up, Fang Chen's first action was to access the Deep Diver official website to search for information regarding Xuan. Initially, it was a mere instinctive act devoid of hope. Yet to his surprise, he indeed uncovered this ID. When the gray avatar suddenly appeared before him, his heart skipped a beat. Xuan had last logged in 3 years ago, maintaining an astonishingly high frequency of gameplay, clearing dungeons every 2 to 3 days, and achieving a flawless success rate that once placed him at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, becoming a topic of admiration and reverence among many, garnering a multitude of fans. Then, one day, he inexplicably vanished without a trace. Even the most seasoned veterans may falter. And so speculation arose that this esteemed player had met with an unfortunate accident while navigating an ultra-S difficulty game, forever lost on the other side of the bridge. However, others claimed he was still alive, merely choosing to no longer engage as a deep diver. Opinions were divided. A few years prior, there had been numerous discussions surrounding Xuan, but as time passed, his name gradually faded from public consciousness. The profession of deep diver is perilous, where a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences, necessitating a continuous influx of fresh talent. The leaderboard is updated monthly, with faces appearing and disappearing, personnel changing, and new champions emerging at intervals. Like those who became lost in bizarre games, Xuan became a focal point, a sensation for a time, idolized, then forgotten. No longer mentioned. Throughout it all, his true identity remained shrouded in mystery. The founder, Z, mingled among ordinary deep divers, resembling a relentless machine, methodically traversing bridges, completing levels, recuperating and repeating the cycle. However, during the period when Xuan frequently entered dungeons, there was a notable decrease in strange infestations across the nation, marking a rare moment of peace. Fang Chen accessed his personal information again. After completing a D-level rescue dungeon, his rank only inched up by 10 places, making entry into the leaderboard seem a distant dream. The strength required to achieve such a long-standing position at the top was formidable. In the stillness of the night, the screen emanated a gentle glow, the dense text reflecting in his pupils. Fang Chen scrutinized every clue, eager to uncover all relevant information. Yet the founder had not made any posts, and the only information available pertained to 3-year-old achievement records and hearsay from others. His fingers moved slowly across the screen when suddenly, tension coursed through his shoulders. He realized that Xuan's last online timestamp perfectly coincided with Yin silence period. From the frequency of their bridge crossings and completion records, it could be inferred that the two had fought side by side, and at some juncture, both had simultaneously gone dark. Yin had returned, yet Xuan remained missing. There was still a lingering concern. The scene before him blurred momentarily. Perhaps it was the prolonged gaze upon the electronic screen that induced visual fatigue as fleeting black specks flitted across his vision. Suddenly, a notification from his phone announced the evening news. Tragic incident at magic show. Audience members killed on stage. Was it premeditated? Fang Chen squinted, fully aware of the media's propensity for sensationalism without needing to delve deeper. Such malicious embellishment would undoubtedly incite a one-sided public outcry. He wondered how the narrative would evolve by the following day. He pinched the bridge of his nose, tossed his phone aside, and collapsed heavily onto his bed. In a hazy reverie, he recalled the roundtable game from earlier that day. The experiences of a hacker often felt surreal, akin to a dream. Occasionally, while online, he would seek out the bounty notices published years ago by a certain organization regarding his fabricated identity as a means of validating that segment of his reality. A single account, a string of passwords, a few lines of information could fetch millions, even tens of millions. Having navigated this clandestine lifestyle for years without revealing any traces of himself, he adeptly maneuvered between employers and targets. This covert existence had become second nature to him, to the point where he found the world rather dull and empty, devoid of any real challenge. That was until one fateful day when a man sought him out. Dressed impeccably in a crisp white suit, the tall figure blocked the basement door with an imposing presence, half of his face shrouded in shadow, obscuring any discernible expression. Yet his voice was remarkably affable. In an instant, the room erupted in a deafening roar. His mind buzzed as the shockwave of an explosion shattered glass into sharp shards that scattered like daggers, slicing through skin and embedding themselves in flesh. Pain radiated through his nerves, enveloping his entire being. Yet, upon reflection, in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, an overwhelming emotion surged within him, not fear or anxiety, but an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Yes, anticipation. Wait a moment. Fang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Had he truly been this way before his transformation? The absurdity of it all felt both unreal and oddly nostalgic.